A long time ago, this place was the home of a famous blacksmith. That blacksmith owned a shop specializing in iron goods he forged himself. Thanks to his skillful craftsmanship, he accumulated a considerable fortune. Finally, luck smiled upon him one day, bringing him the opportunity to sell weapons to the Cairo kingdom. In those years, the war was extremely brutal, but for him, it was a golden opportunity to elevate his status. After the war ended, he was granted the title of Baron for his contributions, and that blacksmith was the father of young Master Roman, the lord of this land. Thus, the lord, the young man sitting there, listened intently as the beggar retold the story of his father. The servant accompanying him silently complained, "Good grief, why does the young master have to listen to a story everyone already knows so well?" A few hours ago. "So you're saying I am the youngest son of the Dmitri family? This is the Cairo kingdom on the Salamander continent? There is no such thing as the martial arts world in this world?" "Yes, young master," the old butler replied, but couldn't help thinking to himself, "The young master isn't very bright, but this is the first time I've seen him acting so strange. Could he be addicted to drugs? Those things seem to be trendy among rich kids lately." "Yes, if it's the young master, it's very likely he would do that. Young master, today your fiancée, the young lady of the Lawrence family, will visit us," he said with a worried expression. But in his heart, he was still weighing the possibility of his master's addiction. This was very possible because young Master Roman had lived a profligate life for the past 25 years, completely different from his younger brothers. He was even famous for the nickname, the Fool of the Dmitri family. He gently reminded the young master, "Lady Lawrence values etiquette and demeanor very highly, so preparing everything beforehand is—" Before he could finish, Roman interrupted, "I have something more important. Take me to meet the oldest person on this land. To me, that lady is not as important as learning how to survive in this world." Hearing him speak like that, the old butler was stunned and thought, "How can someone who has lived here his whole life say such things?" But regardless, as a servant he had to fulfill his duty. "Yes, young master." Back to the present. After telling Roman everything he knew, the old beggar said, "I only know that much, sir." Roman appeared quite satisfied. "Thank you. You have helped me a lot. I will reward you later." The old man shyly scratched his head and replied, "It was nothing, sir. Being able to talk to you like this is already an honor." Roman Dmitri. My real name in my past life was Baek Jong-hyuk. The life of a martial arts master like me has gone through so much brutality and ups and downs. After fulfilling all my life's wishes, I calmly accepted death, but for some reason I have now woken up in the body of Roman Dmitri. Is this the will of heaven, or a punishment from the gods because I refuse to move on? A loud scuffle in the distance interrupted Roman's thoughts. "You dog! Do you believe I'll kick you to death?" Seeing the red-haired boy take a kick straight to the face, the people around showed fear, but no one dared to intervene because those people looked extremely aggressive and were carrying weapons. That boy was beaten by them until his whole body was covered in injuries and his face was smeared with blood. "Filthy brat," the bald guy cursed contemptuously, and then they rushed forward to continue punching and kicking the victim. The Dmitri family servant now came forward, pushing through the crowd that was running away. "Excuse me, let me through for a moment." When he saw the arm of one of the thugs, he was startled. "Oh my God, it's the Blood Fang tattoo!" "What's going on?" a youthful voice asked from behind. "Young Master Roman? It seems the troublemakers are from the Blood Fang gang." Hearing that, Roman asked curiously, "Blood Fang gang?" He explained that it was a loan shark organization. Their activities were not limited to the Dmitri territory, but also extended to other neighboring lands. "It seems that boy owes the Blood Fang gang a large sum of money, otherwise they wouldn't make such a big scene. Let's just pretend we didn't see and walk away quickly. Getting involved won't bring anything good." Before he could finish his sentence, he discovered Roman was no longer by his side. "Stop!" A clear, powerful statement with just enough volume made the three thugs notice him. Seeing Roman walking toward the group, the servant hurriedly tried to call him back. "Young Young master! They looked him up and down. The bald guy squinted contemptuously at Roman Dmitri. He laughed without restraint. Ha ha ha! Just because you're a noble, you dare interfere in our business? Even saying such nice words. Lord Dmitri can get lost now. This is our business. The servant behind couldn't help but worry. Oh my, young Master Roman. We have to go. The Bloodfang gang are a bunch of thugs, so we should just... Hans's words were cut off as Roman spoke. I still don't quite understand the rules here. You explain it to me. Who is the lawbreaker here, and how should they be punished? Hearing that, old Hans was stunned. He bit his lip for a few seconds, then still decided to follow the young master's words. Because that boy owes money and couldn't pay the creditor on time, he is at fault. However, the people of the Bloodfang gang have no right to handle it like this arbitrarily. More importantly, they have committed an act of disrespect toward the youngest son of the Dmitri family, which is you, young master. According to the laws of this land, this crime is punishable by death. They should be executed. The guys heard this and immediately cast unfriendly looks at him, scaring old Hans into quickly stepping away. Did you hear that? You have violated the rules of this land, Roman said coldly, approaching the Bloodfang gang group. He picked up a dry branch from the ground and continued. The youngest son of Lord Romero Dmitri will immediately punish you. The bald guy snorted coldly. I know you're a noble who doesn't know his place, but daring to say such words to us, those with the Bloodfang tattoo on our arms, is forcing us to take action. Roman smiled faintly. Then it's clear. Seeing his attitude, the bald guy didn't understand. What the hell are you mumbling? You trash dare to speak like that to the master of this land? Then I don't need to find out what you normally do anymore. After saying that, Roman immediately lunged toward the opponent. Seeing that, the group hurriedly drew their weapons. Damn it! Get him! The bald guy confidently led the charge, swinging a blade horizontally toward Roman's face. The bald guy's pupils suddenly contracted as a streak of blood frantically rose in his eyes. The air faintly smelled of iron, accompanied by a groaning sound as if being choked in the throat. It was Roman. Roman used the dry branch in his hand to pierce through his throat. Then Roman pulled this branch out and shifted his attention to the remaining people, making a few of them feel a bit scared. You're a crazy noble, you bastard! They went mad and rushed forward at the same time. Young master! Old Hans shouted in worry. The thugs slashed wildly with ear-splitting screams. Roman simply leaned his body gently to dodge and landed a kick on the lead leg of the man holding the machete. Taking advantage of the momentum, he punched him straight in the face. Hans watched, dumbstruck. What is this? Is this person really young Master Roman? When I opened my eyes in this world, the first thing I saw was Roman's suicide note and countless pills scattered on the floor. The Cairo Kingdom is a land submerged in the flames of war. To select a representative from each family, they force those people to serve the kingdom. And the person designated as the representative of the Dmitri family for this year committed suicide because he was too terrified. His life was indeed too tragic. But no matter how he once lived, now the master of this body is the leader of the heavenly demon cult, Baek Jong-hyuk. As long as I can control this body, I will live the way of Baek Jong-hyuk. Dozens of seconds more passed, and Roman had finished dealing with the troublemaking Bloodfang gang members. Monster, a survivor's voice trembled. He screamed in fear, turned around, and ran for his life. Roman immediately grabbed his head and pressed it down. Let me go! The guy struggled frantically. Roman pressed him to kneel on the ground. If you want an organization to follow rules, you must act according to the law. I will not take your life, but you still have to pay the price for your disrespectful words. Saying that, Roman grabbed the man's head and pulled it backward. The man trembled violently, his eyes filled with ultimate fear. His mouth kept trying to scream, but the sound that came out was like that of a wild beast. Why? Because his tongue had been cut out by Roman. My name is Roman Dmitri. If any of you are dissatisfied with the punishment I've given, feel free to come find me anytime. History records that Baek Jong-hyuk used his invincible strength to climb to the peak of the martial arts world. Thousands and tens of thousands of martial artists came to challenge him, only to be completely slaughtered. When their blood flowed like a river, the whole world knew that the heavenly demon cult ruled this martial world. And yet now I have to run around to handle some street thugs. "Hans!" Roman called out loudly. "Yes, young master." "Quickly, go call the guards, tell them what happened here and have them send someone to handle it." "Ah, yes, sir." Old Hans had not yet recovered from the shock. He tried to regain his composure and quickly went to find the guards as instructed. This body is truly useless, Roman thought as he looked at his blood-stained hands. My internal energy is almost non-existent, and my blood circulation is so poor. I must quickly gather information and improve the meridians of this body. "Young master," a weak voice called out. Roman turned around. He discovered it was the boy who had been beaten earlier. The boy, with a bruised face and clutching his arm, stepped forward with a steady but calm pace and said, "I am extremely grateful to you for saving my life." "Don't misunderstand. I didn't do this to save you," Roman replied coldly. "The Blood Fang gang violated the rules of this land. I am merely punishing them. You are no exception. Tell me the details of your situation. Do not lie, if you want to keep your tongue." The young man bowed his head slightly, thinking for a moment before replying, "I understand. My parents borrowed money from the Blood Fang gang to buy land for farming. If we could have sold our produce, we could have easily paid off the debt. But those people from the Blood Fang gang..." At this point, the young man began to get agitated. "They destroyed all of our crops. That's why we couldn't pay the debt. Later, I found out those bastards did it because they were pursuing my sister. It's not fair. Though we aren't rich, we've never harmed anyone. I beg of you, at least save my poor sister." The red-haired boy sobbed as he spoke. Roman's expression became thoughtful. "Those eyes, they make me feel like I'm meeting Wrath from the Four Heavenly Kings again. The first time I met Wrath, it was also in a ruined place like this." "What is your name?" Roman asked. "My name is Kevin." "Kevin, is it? I will go verify if what you said is true later. Someone will handle today's matter properly." Having said that, he turned to leave. "I am extremely grateful to you," the young man shouted with all his might. Roman thought to himself that although it was just a fleeting feeling, something told him that he might have a long-lasting destiny with that young man. The scene changes. A white carriage was running along the road, making a rhythmic clattering sound. "Lady Flora, we are about to reach the Dmitri family territory." "I know," the blonde girl replied, then sighed softly. She thought to herself that she was about to meet him. Roman Dmitri, 1 month ago. What? A prearranged engagement with the Dmitri family? Flora's voice rang out loudly from inside the luxurious castle. Her father looked out the window and said thoughtfully, "Flora, do you not know how unstable our territory is right now? To overcome this disaster, we have no other choice." She felt her head spinning. "No way. Is my marriage decided just like that? And with someone from the Dmitri family? Do I have to spend the rest of my life with that family of minors?" She immediately voiced her objection. "Father, but that matter," he coldly interrupted. "Flora, forgive your useless father for having to make this decision. My lady, we have arrived." The servant's call pulled her out of her thoughts. At least my original marriage candidates were two promising young masters, but even my engagement to them was ruined by the eldest son of the Dmitri family, Roman Dmitri. He forced me to marry him instead of the other two young masters. As soon as she stepped into the mansion's gate, she smelled a strong scent of perfume, but even this fragrance couldn't stop her from thinking about Roman Dmitri, the profligate son of the minor family who only knows how to live in luxury and debauchery. Although I'm not unaware of my family's current situation, he is truly not worthy of me. Therefore, today I must make things clear to him. Mr. Dmitri, I hope we can forget about this marriage." Hearing Flora speak directly, Roman replied nonchalantly, "I feel the same way." A hint of joy even flickered across his face. The answer was so quick and decisive that she couldn't react, standing frozen on the spot. "This?" Roman placed his hand on his chest and said in a sincere voice, "I have also heard about this marriage. A profligate son like me would not dare to marry someone like you, my lady. Therefore, I believe canceling this engagement is the right thing to do. But in her heart, Flora was still full of suspicion. What's wrong with him? Is he telling the truth? Roman hurriedly turned him to leave, saying, Since this is a major matter, I will go speak with my father immediately. Flora finally snapped out of it and called him back. Wait a moment. Is there a problem? He asked. I heard that it was because you wanted me so much that you requested this marriage. Your willingness to cancel the engagement unconditionally makes me a bit confused. So, do you want me to marry you? He asked back. Flora hesitated a bit. It's not exactly like that. Then let's not cause any more trouble for each other. Since we both agree to cancel the engagement, the matter is settled. I will take full responsibility for the cancellation because, in the eyes of others, I am already the profligate son of the Dmitri family. Adding the title of engagement breaker won't matter. Looking at Roman's back as he walked out of the room, Flora was filled with confusion. What is wrong with this person after all? Is he really the profligate son the rumors say he is? After Roman went inside, he quickly expressed his wish to the head of the Dmitri family, his father. What did you say? I've already discussed the cancellation with Lady Lawrence, father. Hearing this, his father grew even angrier. You fool. Even if people call you the fool of Dmitri, as a father, I have always tried to create a good living environment for you. Marriage to the Lawrence family is the best way for our Dmitri family to stand firm in the high nobility. You just had to marry the beautiful noble lady you wanted. Can't you even get such a small thing done? I'm sorry, Roman said softly. The father couldn't help but pick up the water glass next to him and throw it straight at his stubborn son's head, scolding, Do you think an apology is enough for this? If this marriage had gone smoothly, I intended to arrange your enlistment, but now you must go to the battlefield in 6 months. Do you have anything else to say? No, sir, Roman replied with the same attitude, letting the wound from the thrown glass bleed as he continued to endure his father's scolding. I also heard you just had a conflict with the Bloodfang gang. Witnesses at the scene said you punished them, but I don't believe it. Surely someone helped you. The point is, even I don't dare to easily mess with that Bloodfang gang organization. As a son, you can't even perform your duties, so now take responsibility for the trouble you caused. Go resolve it yourself. I will not step in. The reason he spoke so harshly was that he was certain the boy would kneel and cry, begging for forgiveness. But the reply surpassed the father's expectations. I understand. I will resolve everything myself. What did you say? He turned toward the door and said, This is the consequence of my actions. I believe I am fully capable of resolving it. Therefore, after I've handled all the issues, I will return. Wait! He wanted to call him back, but Roman had already stepped out the door. He nonchalantly and gently pulled a handkerchief from his vest. He wiped the blood from his wound. Have you truly gone mad? Flora asked softly. Roman didn't answer, but asked back as he walked past her, Are you still here? They are the Bloodfang gang. It's the Bloodfang gang. They are people who dare to threaten even the nobility, Flora emphasized. If they think you're in their way, they will surely seek revenge frantically. Without your family's help, what do you plan to do? She followed behind, constantly trying to advise him. It's okay to tell him the truth, so please go back and beg the Baron for forgiveness, sir. Why should I do that? Roman said coldly. The girl didn't notice his displeasure and tried to say more. What do you mean? I've explained already. Lady Flora, Roman interrupted. You should know exactly who you are. His cold attitude and tone made the young lady of the Lawrence family feel confused. What are you saying? Back to the time before the meeting, a loud sneeze of irritation came from Roman's private room. This smell is truly unpleasant. Old Hans, while spraying perfume on him, complained, There's no other way, sir. Your whole body smells of blood and these clothes are too tight. Roman adjusted his collar and said, Young master, since this is the first time you are meeting your fiancée, Miss Lawrence, you must show respect to her. An engagement. I've only just adapted to this world. An engagement will only cause me more trouble. They are arriving. Let's go to the main hall to wait for them, sir. Roman was not a rude or disrespectful person. Hans is right. I don't need to be impolite to a woman who has never harmed me. He decided to cancel the engagement but didn't want to make it too difficult for her. He originally intended to handle it calmly, but it seemed this blonde woman named Flora never thought of maintaining the minimum etiquette to respect him. Therefore, he had no reason to respect her. "Lady Flora, it turns out you are quite an arrogant person as well," Roman said directly to her face, making her startle slightly. "I understand where you're coming from. Surely when you heard I wanted to cancel the engagement, you didn't care about my situation at all. But when I said I would take full responsibility, you started to worry." His sharp words made Flora bow her head in guilt. I... Roman didn't let her continue. "But from the moment we spoke of canceling the engagement, you no longer have the right to interfere in my decisions." Flora felt guilty. What Roman Dmitri said was indeed the truth. She had overstepped her bounds. "From now on, there is no longer any relationship between us. So, to each their own." Having said that, he decisively turned and walked away. The reason he said he would take full responsibility was to avoid any marriage issues that might arise after the cancellation and because he didn't want any further involvement with her. "So, Flora, this is the first time we meet, and it is also the last." That night, in the Dmitri family castle. "My dear, you've had too much to drink," his wife anxiously reminded Baron Romero. "Can we stop drinking for today, Romero?" Dmitri sadly said to his wife, Lena, "I hit Roman again." His voice lowered. "When we were commoners, I hit him frequently. After our family became nobles, I promised myself I would never let my children experience that again." Lena comforted her husband as gently as possible. "Thanks to that promise, our other children have grown up safely." He bowed his head in self-mockery. "Yes, but what about Roman? He's the only one who went through those hard times with me. I don't know how to treat Roman anymore." Lady Lena kissed her husband's cheek lightly. "Don't blame yourself too much. Perhaps as a father you still have many shortcomings, but we are the only ones who can correct our children's wrong behavior. The Romero, Dmitri, I know, is not someone who would let his son go astray. You still have a chance to save everything." "Are you talking about the Bloodfang gang matter?" the husband asked softly. Lady Lena whispered in his ear. "Roman is a very proud child. At the time, he might have just been talking big about handling the Bloodfang gang himself, but if we ignore him, who knows what will happen. How about we let Captain Jonathan go help Roman?" Hearing his wife's words, his face relaxed considerably. You're right. "Someone come here!" A servant immediately entered and bowed. "Master, you called?" Romero ordered. "Call Captain Jonathan to meet me immediately." Early the next morning, Roman woke up and went for a walk on the street. Old Hans followed behind, saying anxiously, Young Master Roman, it's dangerous for you to be out like this. The Bloodfang gang could come for revenge at any time. Let's go back." He sighed inwardly. "This is so exhausting." "Hans," Roman said, "think about it. Since when did the Bloodfang gang start having such great power as they do now?" Such a sudden question made him answer hastily. "I'm not quite sure, sir." Roman answered himself. Bloodfang began building their notorious reputation by mercilessly slaughtering those who opposed them. These scandals made others afraid, and that fear made their reckless behavior more effective. "But, young master, aren't they still very dangerous?" "That's true, but they are only dangerous when they can make us tremble before their blades, on a deserted street at Ockel restaurant. Gentlemen, here is your food." Hans saw the lavish spread and his eyes lit up. Roman pulled out his chair and stood up. "You stay here and eat. I'm going out first." "What? You suddenly say that? What do you mean, sir?" Before leaving, Roman instructed, "From now on, I will continue the investigation alone. You stay here because this is too dangerous for you." "It can't be like that!" Old Hans ran out to block him. "Even if I encounter danger, I will never let the young master go alone." Roman saw Hans's attitude and felt quite satisfied. "You truly are my man, aren't you?" "Yes, I am naturally your man, young master." Then do things that can actually help me. Don't sacrifice yourself uselessly like this. Just the fact that you accompanied me outside is enough. I will be back soon. Hans watched the young man's retreating figure. How touching! I never expected the young master to say such words to me. So unexpected. Ah, right. Now is not the time to stand here dazed. He hurriedly ran to the door, nearly colliding with a waiter. I must report this to them. Roman walked alone on the street, thinking, in the past few days, I've learned one thing about the Bloodfang gang. Their actual strength isn't that scary. But because they act as a group, it's hard to catch the whole nest. Right now, they must be staying still because they fear the consequences if they fail to kill me. Truly fame without substance. If I can't find them, I'll let them find me. I deliberately walked through several streets with Hans. By now, they must know where I am. Furthermore, today is the Dmitri Guard's regular training day, so the number of guards on the street has decreased significantly. In other words, if they intend to take revenge, today is the best opportunity. As he predicted, when Roman turned into a deserted alley, a group of masked men appeared, clutching daggers. Roman! Dmitri! The Bloodfang gang has come for revenge! The men frantically rushed forward to attack him. At the same time, Hans's breathless shouting rang out at the Dmitri mansion. Captain! A man in armor with orange hair immediately turned around. Seeing Hans in this state, Captain Jonathan walked over to see what was wrong. Old Hans, why are you here? Old Hans was out of breath, but he still struggled to speak. The young master. The young master. Calm down and tell me slowly. Old Hans managed to squeeze out a few words. Young master. Captain, you must find the young master immediately. Young Master Roman is in danger. Meanwhile, Roman, in that small alley, was dealing with the assassins. He fought vigorously. One guy cursed angrily, "You dog!" Roman squeezed the opponent's wrist with force, making him scream in pain. The weapon fell to the ground. Roman used his other hand to catch the dagger accurately and immediately stabbed it straight into the opponent's neck with extreme speed. The movement was incredibly precise. Without a ripple on his face, he pulled the blade out. The guy stumbled, clutching his bleeding neck, retreated, and then collapsed dead on the spot. The two remaining accomplices witnessed this in total horror. What on earth is going on? This is nothing like what we heard. What are you standing there dazed for? Come on, Roman said with a cold laugh. As he spoke, he showed a provocative expression. Hans, you mean young Master Roman went out for a walk without any guards? So you think he went to fight the Bloodfang gang? Yes, exactly. Jonathan and the knight beside him looked at each other skeptically. Then he burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, how preposterous. Young Master Roman, the #1 weakling who couldn't even tie up a chicken. How could he go out to fight? Hans tried to convince them. It's true, why would I lie to you about this? We don't have time to waste here. Hearing this, Jonathan recalled what Lord Romero had said yesterday. The Bloodfang gang and Roman have some issues. Help Roman resolve this for me. Since the Lord had personally spoken, the captain helplessly rubbed his head. How troublesome. Damn it, why does he keep running around when he doesn't even know how to use a weapon? Despite complaining, Jonathan quickly mobilized the soldiers under his command. All troops, hear my order. Prepare weapons immediately. Lead us to the young master. As long as we are here, no one dares touch a hair on his head. Yes, sir. Please follow me. Jonathan frowned, thinking, if what Hans said is true, that fool is really done for this time. Back in the deserted alley, the moans of the man with the slit throat continued to ring out. This made the remaining two hesitant to act recklessly. That caution was quickly broken by Roman's provocative behavior. They gnashed their teeth, fuming with rage. You bastard, we're going to kill you! They rushed forward full of openings. Roman lowered his center of gravity. With a duck of his head, he easily dodged with sharp eyes. He struck swiftly, stabbing the belly of the man in front of him. The opponent howled in pain. Seeing his comrade fall, the other became even more enraged. You dog! He lunged, slashing at Roman. Roman stepped aside and delivered a kick that sent the bald guy flying. The kick left the man dazed. He stumbled to his feet only to see Roman approaching him. The pressure Roman exerted made the bald man instinctively back away. "Are there only 3 of you?" Roman asked. The opponent remained stubborn. "Even if you kill us, don't expect to live in peace." Roman squatted in front of him and said coldly, "Your 2 accomplices have already been dealt with by me. What's the point of saying these words now? Do you just say whatever comes to mind? Answer my question honestly, otherwise—" Roman raised the hand holding the dagger and stabbed it into the bald man's right thigh. The man screamed in pain. Roman asked in a cold voice, "Tell me, who is your leader?" The scene shifts to a crowded street inside a small tavern. A crowd was eating and laughing merrily. So... One guest was about to say something when he suddenly saw Roman Dmitri enter. The words died in his throat. "Welcome, sir," the owner greeted him respectfully. Young Master Roman replied politely, "Hello. Is that Roman Dmitri? Why did he suddenly come here? What's with his appearance?" Whispers filled the tavern. The owner asked, "What would you like, sir?" Roman replied, "Dawn's Tears, 25-year-old variety." "I'm sorry, young master. Our shop doesn't carry that kind of wine. Perhaps I can recommend another?" Roman replied, "Oh, that's fine then. Give me the strongest kind. I have work to do this morning, so I need to get a bit drunk." Hearing these words, the faces of the owner and the men drinking immediately darkened. In fact, earlier in the small alley, the bald man had told Roman about Dawn's Tears. He confessed, "That's a tavern in the city center. We usually receive missions there. As long as we say their special code, they will give us work." Roman then asked, "What is the code?" "Dawn's Tears. Give me a glass of the strongest kind. I have work to do this morning. You must say these 3 keywords in the exact order." The code had just been spoken, and the atmosphere in the tavern immediately became extremely tense. Countless eyes fixed on the owner. He said in a low voice, "Everyone." He reached under the counter, pulled out a meat cleaver, and shouted as he swung at Roman, but a thunderous punch landed straight on his face. The guests at the tables were stunned by the sudden sight. Before they could react, the bald owner had fainted. The others jumped up, drawing blades and swords to rush at Roman. "You dog! Kill him quickly!" 10 or so seconds later, several people ran out of the tavern screaming, "Guards! Someone call the guards!" Another person was sent flying out, crashing into the wooden door, smashing it to pieces. Inside, Roman was fighting in all directions, dealing with the mob. "They all have blood-fang tattoos. What on earth happened?" Someone in the crowd cried out in terror. While Roman was grabbing a man by the neck, he finished 3 people in an instant. Is that really Roman? Why is he completely different from what we heard? The greatest technique in the martial world, using pure breath alone to enhance human strength. The heavenly demon used this martial arts secret to strengthen Roman's physique in a short time, though his current level was far from his past life. The thugs began shouting to each other, "He's alone! Overwhelm him with numbers!" Seeing this, Roman smiled contemptuously. The current Roman was indeed not even a 10,000th of his past self, but these people were no different from a swarm of flies to him. The bald owner woke up after being unconscious for a while. He wobbled to his feet, his head still spinning. Just now, what happened?" Roman's voice rang out beside him. "You woke up just in time. I've just finished up here." Young master, why did you do this?" "Good question. Clearly you attacked me first. Besides, it seems only you and I are left here." The owner groaned, clutching his broken nose. Roman said coldly, "There are a few things I'm curious about. Let's talk for a bit." What is this?" That was the first sentence Jonathan uttered when he arrived. Before him was a crowd of people lying scattered on the ground. Is this really all the young master's masterpiece?" "Captain," a soldier sent upstairs to check called out loudly. "What is it?" he asked back. The soldier reported, "On the 2nd floor there's a guy barely hanging on. He said the young master has gone to Lawrence." "What? Why Lawrence?" Jonathan frowned in surprise. The soldier continued, Ah, that guy said it. He said the Bloodfang Gang's headquarters is in Lawrence. 1 hour earlier. Shopkeeper. I think we should talk frankly. You've already lost 2 fingers. The bald man remained stubborn, cursing at Roman. Get lost. I have nothing to say to you. Kill me. The Bloodfang Gang will definitely avenge me. That's right. You should have had this attitude from the start. I quite like people like you, refusing to speak no matter how much you're tortured, not fearing death. Because people like that usually hide the most valuable information. Seeing him smile like that, the bald man wasn't afraid. He said bluntly, "You're just wasting your time. Just kill me already." "Is that so?" Roman asked back. He looked around, searching, then walked straight to a photo frame on the table. "Fine. Then let's do an experiment to see if you can really keep your mouth shut no matter what I do. For example, if I said, 'I will find and kill your son,' the boy standing next to you in the photo. How would you feel about that?" Hearing this, the opponent immediately had an unusual reaction. But he quickly adjusted his emotions, decisively turned his head, and said, "I don't know what you're talking about. That's not my son. Stop lying. This kid looks exactly like you." Seeing he couldn't hide it, the bald man turned to a furious roar. "You son of a bitch! You're a noble, and yet you use my family to threaten me?" Roman, still using a neutral tone, walked back and forth while looking at the frantically struggling bald man and said, "Recently, I learned something very interesting about the Bloodfang Gang. Members are willing to sacrifice their lives to take revenge for the gang. I noticed these people all have one thing in common. They all owe the Bloodfang Gang a massive debt. Originally, they weren't bad people, but eventually, they turned into demons. The Bloodfang Gang doesn't hesitate to use illegal means to force people to borrow from them and easily turn the debtors' families into gang slaves. This is the truth about the Bloodfang Gang. They drive people to the wall, using their families as hostages to threaten them at any time. Do you think this deduction is reasonable?" The bald man bowed his head and sighed. "Even if you know this truth, it won't change anything. The Bloodfang Gang will definitely take revenge." Roman interrupted him. "Think carefully. You must be cautious with your bets. When I said I would kill your son, I meant it." He threw the photo down in front of the owner. The opponent's face immediately turned pale. "I swear in the name of Roman Dmitri, I will send soldiers to find that boy and kill him slowly and painfully." Roman stepped on the photo and continued to threaten. "But before I do all that, I will give you a chance. Do you want to keep your mouth shut for the Bloodfang Gang and let your son die in pain, or reveal all the information I need so I can deal with them? It all depends on your choice. Location: Lawrence territory. In a room on a deserted street corner. A startled cry rang out. "What, really?" Yes, the entire branch was defeated by Roman Dmitri alone. If the Dmitri family's guard unit acts, we will be in big trouble. An old man with white hair and beard gnashed his teeth in anger and cursed, "Damn it, I absolutely cannot believe it. Roman Dmitri could never have done this." He was the leader of the Bloodfang Gang. He couldn't help but wonder, we intended to solidify the gang's status by eliminating the Dmitri family. As a result, an entire branch was wiped out by a guy even the Royal Sword Academy refused to admit. "Where is Roman?" he asked his subordinate. "My lord, he just left the Dmitri territory. I think it's very likely he got information from Dawn's tears." "Is he alone?" the old man asked again. "Yes," the person replied. "It seems he underestimates us too much, daring to storm our lair alone." The old man ordered loudly, "Immediately summon all the gang's manpower." The subordinate replied firmly, "Yes, my lord. We will kill that Roman before the Dmitri Night Guards can arrive. We must deal with that arrogant brat immediately. Roman Dmitri, you dare touch our Bloodfang Gang? Today I will kill you and hang your corpse in the central square, so that the Bloodfang Gang's reputation shall rise again. Transfer to the Lawrence family mansion. Is there any movement from the Barco family?" Someone replied, "I think they've made a decision. There are rumors recently that the Barco family has borrowed a large sum from the Golden Bank. The only reason to do so would be to prepare for war. War breaking out is only a matter of time. We must mobilize all resources more effectively and quickly than them. Lord Lawrence clasped his hands in front of him. He thought for a moment and then spoke. It seems war is unavoidable. I didn't expect this to happen just as we received news of the Barco family. The person sitting beside him looked worried. We also didn't expect the central government to side with the Barco family. At this rate, our territory will be seized by them. We must protect our territory at all costs. Our Lawrence family has lived off this fertile land for generations. The meeting was momentarily divided into two factions. But there are documents proving our ancestors mortgaged the territory to the Barco family. Those reasons are all false, but even the central government, they surely pulled some tricks behind our backs. Stop arguing about this, Lord Lawrence spoke, ending the debate. He said, no matter what happens, we cannot hand over our territory to anyone. If we show even a small opening, other families will rush in like hungry hyenas. If the Barco family won't compromise with us, then we will resist them with all our might. Yes, that is why I arranged the marriage with the Dmitri family. Hearing this, the people present immediately felt much relieved. Ah, that's right. We still have the Dmitri family. Một người khác nói, họ tuy xuất thân là thợ mổ, nhưng bây giờ chẳng phải cũng là một trong những gia tộc giàu có nhất vùng Đông Bắc sao? Dù nhà bà cô có vậy bao nhiêu tiền cũng không thể giàu hơn nhà Dmitri được. Lãnh chúa Loren khẽ gật đầu, hy vọng là vậy. Cho nên ta mới gả đứa con gái duy nhất của mình, cho tên ngốc nhà Dmitri. It's all for Lawrence. As the Lord, you have made a very right choice. So please don't blame yourself too much. I understand. Outside the meeting room door, Flora was standing. She was so tense she could barely breathe, her heart pounding. How can I tell them? Oh no, I've already canceled the engagement. How can I face my father? Why am I worrying about something that's already over? No, Flora, this is your own life. You can't be sold to a person like that. But then father's plan and the family's future. She paced back and forth anxiously. All right. I must tell father immediately. I cannot marry someone I have no feelings for. Just as she made up her mind, a soldier ran up frantically from a distance to report. My lord! Flora turned to look at him with a questioning gaze. Seeing her, he bowed. Lady Flora. Yes, she stammered in reply. An urgent report for the lord. At the same time, at the castle's main gate, I told you to open the gates, you bastards! Jonathan's voice rang out full of anger. Soldiers on the wall shouted back, I've already said, put down your weapons and follow the rules. Jonathan, losing all patience, roared, But young Master Roman is in danger. If anything happens to young Master Roman, I will never forgive you. Seeing this attitude, the soldiers in the city were annoyed. This guy is really... At that moment, a blonde soldier ran up to report to him. Captain, something's wrong. After hearing the soldier's report, the guard captain asked skeptically, What? Really? Yes. Lawrence Square was currently a mess. Jonathan below also vaguely heard something. His face turned pale. Don't force me to break the gate, you bastards! He roared. Inside Lawrence. In the square area, the citizens were witnessing a horrific scene. What? What is that? Oh my God, what happened? Should we stop that person? The leader of the Blood Fang gang was being beaten to a pulp. Một mặt xương húp không mở ra được, bị lôi đi trên đất gã thều thào vẫn xin. Xin ngài làm ơn tha mạng cho ta. Xin ngài chuyện phải kể từ nửa giờ trước. Khi Roman tìm đến tận cửa thủ lĩnh của huyết nha bàng, bèn lúc đó vẫn còn tự tin. Cho rằng chuyện này vô cùng đơn giản, đối thủ chỉ là một quý tộc ngu ngốc và chỉ có một mình đây, thậm chí còn không được tính là đánh nhau. Phe mình đông người vũ khí tinh nhuệ. Ben đắc ý cười, mình tuyệt đối không thể thua, không chiến thắng là điều. Hiển nhiên chuyện đáng lẽ phải diễn ra như vậy. Nhưng rốt cuộc đây là chuyện gì? Tất cả người của mình chỉ trong vài phút ngắn ngủi đã bị tên nhóc quý tộc miệng còn hôi sữa đó tàn sát sạch sẽ. Mình sắp chết rồi, cứ thế này sẽ chết mất mình chết. Chắc rồi nhìn Roman từng bước tiến lại gần. Một nỗi sợ hãi vô hình dâng lên trong lòng gã. Không, ta không muốn chết, ta sắp chết. Rồi ý nghĩ này không ngừng lặp lại. Xin hãy tha mạng cho ta. Xin ngài ít nhất hãy tha. Cho cái màng chó này của ta. Roman túm lấy áo gã. lôi đi qua đường phố một cách nhục nhã tột cùng. Nhưng lúc này gã đâu còn thời gian để bận tâm đến thể diện chỉ rên rỉ. Xin ngài, Roman không chút lưu tình ném gã sang một bên. Người dân xung quanh bắt đầu tụ tập lại chỉ trỏ bàn tán xôn xao. Bèn quỳ trên đất cúi đầu run rẩy nói: chỉ cần ngài tha mạng. Cho ta nguyện làm bất cứ điều gì, ta sẽ làm một con chó của ngài phục vụ ngài đến chết. Xin ngài rủ lòng thương. Roman nhếch mép cười, làm một con chó của ta ngươi. Đáng lẽ phải nói câu này khi răng còn nguyên vẹn. Roman dậm chân lên đầu gã ấn xuống. Giữa những ánh mắt kinh hoàng của người xung quanh, Roman lỗng tiếng tuyên bố người này chính là thủ lĩnh của huyệt nha bằng. Các vị đều biết gã là loại cặn bã thế nào. Huyết nha bằng của gã thậm chí còn vươn tay đến người dân trên lãnh địa Dimitri của chúng ta. Chúng dùng thủ đoạn hèn hạ để lừa gạt các vị, thậm chí còn muốn giết ta, vì ta đã can đường chúng mọi tội ác của huyệt nha bằng. Đều đã rõ ràng, vì vậy, trước mắt các bậc phụ lão hương thân ta sẽ nhờ đi gốc rễ. Ác quỷ trong cơ thể chúng dứt lời chân trái của Roman, đột ngột dùng sức. Một cảnh tượng kinh hoàng diễn ra giữa đường phố khiến đám đông vây xem càng thêm kinh hãi. Jonathan lúc này cũng thúc ngựa chạy tối thiểu ra, nhưng anh ta nhanh chóng bị cảnh tượng trước mặt làm cho kinh ngạc. Bèn bằng chữ của huyệt nha bang đã bị xử tử ngay tại chỗ. Trở lại hiện tại dinh thự nhà Lauren. Chuyện đó có thật không? Vâng thuộc hạ, không nói dối nửa lời. Chúng ta đã cho phép Roman Dimitri vào lãnh địa của mình, nhưng khoảng 1 giờ sau, Roman đã lôi một người đàn ông xuất hiện giữa quảng trường Lauren. Sau khi chỉ rõ người bị lôi đi là thủ lĩnh huyết nhà bang Ben Miles, cậu ta đã xử tử ông ta trước mặt mọi người. Các lãnh đạo cấp cao của lãnh địa Lauren có mặt tại đó đều không giấu được sự kinh ngạc mà bàn tán thật hoang đường. Đó là Roman Dimitri sao? Cậu ta bắt được thủ lĩnh của huyết nha bằng, còn xử tử hẳn. Quan trọng hơn là cậu ta chưa được sự cho phép của lãnh chúa. Chúng ta đã trừng phạt không là giết hại một công dân. Chúng ta không thể ngồi yên làm ngơ trước chuyện này. Nam tước Lauren trong lòng lại có suy nghĩ riêng. Cho phép không, điều đó không quan trọng. Con rể tương lai của ta lại có thể giải quyết cả huyết nhà bang. Ông ra lệnh tức truyền Roman Dimitri đến đây. Ta muốn đích thân nghe ngài ấy giải thích. Kẻ gây chuyện nhanh chóng được đưa tới cửa phòng họp mở ra ngoài. Roman còn có đội trưởng Jonathan đi cùng. Đội trưởng Jonathan nói: vậy là cậu ta có sự giúp đỡ của đội kỵ sĩ họ về Dimitri. Nam tước Lauren thấy một nhân vật như Jonathan xuất hiện, trong lòng thầm phán đoán: Roman Dimitri, xin kính chào Nam tước Lauren. Hắn chắp tay sau lưng dõng dạc nói. Nam tước đi thẳng vào vấn đề, miễn những lễ nghi rườm rà đó, đi nói vào chuyện chính. Tại sao ngươi lại chạy đến lãnh địa Lauren gây ra hành xại bạo lực như vậy? Roman mắt không đổi sắc giải thích. Mọi chuyện bắt nguồn từ vài ngày trước. Huyệt nha bang lúc đó đang đánh đập một công dân vô tội trên lãnh địa của ta. Ta đã xử tử chúng ngay tại chỗ bên ngoài của. Flora nhìn vào trong phòng, nàng hoàn toàn không biết chuyện gì đã xảy ra. Hóa ra chính nàng đã lén gọi binh lính đến báo cáo này. Bên này tiểu thư, ngài có chuyện gì ạ? Flora chỉ vào phòng nói: người mà anh vừa đưa đến là Roman Dimitri phải không? Tại sao cậu ta lại ở đây, và tại sao lại vào thư phòng của cha ta xem? Ra tiểu thư vẫn chưa biết chuyện này. Flora nghe vậy càng thêm khó hiểu. Anh nói gì? Trở lại trong phòng, Roman về cơ bản đã giải thích xong hành sái của mình, vì vậy ta quyết định không thể tiếp tục khoanh tay đứng nhìn sự lộng hành của chúng ta. Đã đích thân đến xào huyết của chúng, giết chết thủ lĩnh của chúng. Chuyện đại khái là như vậy. Điều ta muốn hỏi là AI cho ngươi cái quyền làm vậy. Ngươi không có bất kỳ quyền hành quyết nào ở Lauren. Nam tước tỏ vẻ không vui. Roman thản nhiên trả lời: ta biết, nhưng ta rất nghi ngờ liệu lãnh địa Lauren có đủ khả năng xử lý triệt để huyệt nha bang hay không. Thủ lĩnh của huyết nha bang cũng không phải nhân vật xa lạ hay bí ẩn gì. Hắn khét tiếng ở Lauren với vô số tội ác tàn độc trước đây, cũng đã vô số lần được bảo lãnh ra tù. Cho nên lần này ta mới phải tự mình ra tay, vì ta không tin tưởng gia tộc Lauren. Người bên cạnh Nam tước giận dữ đập bàn: ngươi dám? Ngay cả Jonathan cũng cảm thấy bất ngờ. Thiếu gia, sao ngài có thể nói như vậy? Roman bất lực thở dài một tiếng, thật lòng mà nói: ta có chút bay vọng. Ta cứ nghĩ mình sẽ được khen ngợi, chứ không phải bị lôi đến đây để chất vấn, bởi vì ta buộc phải làm vậy ban đôi. Tay mình bằng máu chỉ để giải quyết một vấn đề mà nhà Lauren vẫn luôn làm ngơ. Ta muốn hỏi ngài một câu. Nam tước đại nhân, ta thật sự đã sai sao? Câu hỏi này khiến sắc mặt Nam tước xa xăm. Nam tước trầm giọng hỏi: ngươi có biết Ben Miles không? Người đàn ông trung niên đeo kính bên cạnh nghe hỏi, giật mình. Hẳn là một tội phạm, nhưng ta thật sự không biết hắn là thủ lĩnh. Ta biết rồi, chúng ta không cần thảo luận về vấn đề này nữa. Nếu gia tộc Lauren có cách xử lý hợp lý và chủ toàn hơn, thì chuyện này ngay từ đầu đã không xảy ra được rồi. Sau này ta sẽ ban thưởng cho các ngươi. Bây giờ các ngươi có thể lui. Ra vâng, Jonathan và Roman nói xong khẽ cúi đầu hành lễ rồi rời đi. Khi trong phòng chỉ còn lại Nam Tước, và những người thân tín Nam Tước đột nhiên phá lên cười oa ha ha ha. Lãnh chúa đại nhân, người đàn ông trung niên đeo kính, không hiểu cậu ta rất được hóa. Ra đó chính là Roman Dimitri. Ông hỏi người đàn ông đó thấy thái độ của Nam Tước, người kia nhắc nhở thẩm lãnh chúa chúng ta không thể cử thể cho qua được. Ông nhanh chóng xua tay, tất nhiên là có thể cho qua vì cậu ta sắp trở thành chồng của Flora rồi. Có gần lớn như vậy mới làm nên chuyện lớn. Ta không muốn nghe thêm bất cứ lời nào về chuyện này nữa. Không ngờ Roman và Flora lại xứng đôi như vậy. Ta thật sự rất hài lòng. Lập tức gọi Flora đến đây, ta sẽ nói cho nó biết mọi chuyện. Canh chuyện đến vùng đất bên ngoài dinh thự Lauren Roman, và đội kỵ sĩ đang trên đường trở về. Jonathan không nhịn được hỏi, thử ra ngài thật sự phải chế nhạo Nam Tước như vậy sao? Lần này chúng ta có thể bình an vô sự, nhưng lỡ như ông ta nổi giận, gia tộc Lauren sẽ không chịu trách nhiệm cho những gì đã xảy ra. Đâu, những gì ta làm chỉ là chứng minh rõ ràng rằng tất cả đều bắt nguồn từ sự sơ suất và lơ là của họ mà thôi. Roman trả lời, hơn nữa xem ra ông ta vẫn chưa biết chuyện huy hôn, nên mới không trừng phạt vị hôn phu của con gái mình như vậy. Jonathan nghe xong trong lòng càng thêm chấn động. Cậu ta vậy mà đã tính toán trước mọi thứ đây. Người trước mắt này không hề giống với Roman Dimitri mà anh ta từng biết. Trong hắc, ngươi là con của thiên ma. Nếu ngươi có năng lực kế thừa, ta hãy chứng tỏ bản lĩnh của mình từ mảnh đất băng giá cứng rắn đó, rồi sống sót đứng dậy. Ta có 12 đứa con, ngươi chết cũng chẳng ảnh hưởng gì đến con cái của ta. Dù có chết hết, ta lại sinh ra đứa khác là được. Cho nên hãy nhớ, cách duy nhất để chứng minh giá trị của ngươi chỉ chính là thống trị tất cả. Cứ như vậy, thiếu niên tóc trắng bị chính trả ruột của mình ném vào hang động thử thách, bị vứt bỏ như một món đồ vô giá trị. Ở đây cậu bị đánh cho bầm dập. Một đứa nhóc có thân hình to lớn hơn cậu 2 lần là kẻ ra tay nó chế nhạo, ha ha. Tao còn tưởng mày có gì đặc biệt lắm, dù sao mày cũng là con của thiên ma. Hóa ra mày cũng chỉ là một thằng nhóc ngông cuồng tứ đại mà thôi. Trong hách giận dữ vùng lên phản kháng, nhưng tên nhóc cao lớn kia chỉ vung tay một cái đã đánh trúng mặt cậu. Những đứa trẻ khác trong hang đều lạnh lùng nhìn cảnh này. Có đứa còn lên tiếng che giễu trong hắc. Đúng là một thằng ngốc tên to, con đè bạch trong hắc xuống đất, đấm liên tiếp vào mắt cậu cả tuổi thơ, khi hầu hết trẻ em đều được cha mẹ bao bọc yêu thương, thì ta lại bị ném vào một thế giới mà chỉ có kẻ mạnh nhất mới có thể thống trị tất cả trở lại hiện tại. Trịnh thu nhà Dimitri, phòng 8 bên trong lâu đài. Trong khách ngâm mình trong 4 nước nóng thư giãn sau một ngày mệt mỏi. Thật là mệt chết đi được xem. Ra trong cơ thể của Roman, mình dễ cảm thấy mệt mỏi hơn. Sau khi tỉnh lại ở thế giới này, ta đã trải nghiệm rất nhiều điều mới lạ, và phần lớn trải nghiệm đều liên quan đến huyệt nha bàng. To eliminate them, I destroyed everything that stood in my way, but deep inside, I have no regrets, because I have always been this kind of person. One who is always ready to tear apart and torment anyone who obstructs me and uses every means to eliminate all those who intend to kill me. That is the life I have always lived. Nothing will change. All because I have become Roman. But going out as recklessly as I did this time would be very dangerous. I still haven't fully grasped the rules of this world. Furthermore, my current strength has weakened far too much compared to before. What should I do now? While he was deep in thought, a call from outside suddenly interrupted him. Young master, the Lord wishes to see you. Fine, I understand. I'll be there right away. In the Lord's study, Romero was incessantly tapping his finger on the desk. Beside him was Jonathan, who had just finished reporting everything that happened in the Lawrence territory. Did Roman really do those things? Yes, young Master Roman has changed a lot. Roman changed? Romero found this hard to believe. Jonathan then affirmed, the current young master is definitely not the person we once knew. Jonathan, Roman has always been my incompetent son. He's the only son who had no future at all. And he's also the only child who went through those commoner days with me. Father! Father! For you! A small hand handed Romero a small package, barely the size of his fingertip. What is this, son? It's candy. Did you run all this way just to give me this? I told you it's very dangerous here and told you to stay away. Little Roman, with a radiant smile on his adorable face, said to his father, but father works so hard all day, so I wanted to give you a delicious piece of candy. Eat this candy and finish your work quickly so you can come home with me. That moving moment was etched deep into Romero's mind. Perhaps he would never be able to forget it for the rest of his life. I once hoped Romans could live a happy life, so I pampered him that much, giving him lots of pocket money so he wouldn't be mocked by other children as a poor kid. But I didn't expect that to lead him astray. At this point, his hand instinctively clenched. Part of my heart had given up on Roman long ago. Jonathan listened to his master's confession, his own heart heavy as well. My lord. But Romero continued. However, hearing the news that Roman wiped out the Bloodfang gang, the hope in my heart has ignited once again. Right then, Roman's voice rang out from outside the door. Father, Roman is here. Come in. Romero thought to himself. I don't care what methods Roman used to deal with the Bloodfang gang. As long as he actually did it, I am ready to do anything for this child to make up for the mistakes this useless father caused. Seeing Roman enter, Romero said softly, Roman, is that you? I heard you handled the entire Bloodfang gang by yourself. Is it true? Baron Romero. The soul inside Roman's body carefully observed the man before him. It was clear he was filled with hope for the answer. If I tell the truth, the way he looks at me will completely change. But an achievement that exceeds expectations like this will sooner or later backfire. At this time, if I hide my strength a bit, I'll have more time to develop. Seeing him not answering, Baron Romero urged again, Roman, what's wrong? Baek Jung-hyuk was still immersed in his own thoughts. Should I tell him directly or hide the truth? The latter seems more reasonable. However, past memories flooded back. The scene of Baek Jung-hyuk being bullied as a child. Is this all you've got? Ha ha ha! Be a brat again if you're so tough, you bastard! A big kid was boasting while hitting him. Baek Jung-hyuk flailed his arms wildly. Then he grabbed a nearby stone and, without hesitation, slammed it straight into the opponent's head. The other boy immediately bled profusely, lost sight in his left eye, and screamed in agony. Damn you, you scrawny brat! You dare sneak attack me? I'll kill you! Baek Jung-hyuk had no intention of letting the other boy retaliate. He raised the blood-stained stone and continued to strike down. Striking hard, striking with all his might, blow after blow without mercy. In this place, being soft-hearted only brings suffering. No one knows how many more times Jung-hyuk struck. The surrounding children witnessed that scene, and were all trembling with fear. Throughout my childhood, while most other children were protected and loved by their parents, I was thrown into a world where only the strongest had the right to rule. All of you say this guy is your leader, right? Right? Then tell the rest of the gang that the one who smashed your leader's head is me. I ruled that dark place by clearly demonstrating my superiority. The soul in Roman's body frankly admitted the answer to Baron Romero. Yes, that's right. I am the heavenly demon, one who does not know how to hide his superiority. Early the next morning, at the Dmitri family training ground, people were using wooden weapons to practice with each other. They were the youth of Baron Romero's territory who yearned to join the army, as well as soldiers who had already served for 5 years. A loud shout rang out, causing everyone on the field to stop. All troops, halt training! The Baron the Lord has arrived! Following him were Roman and Captain Jonathan. The young men bowed in unison. Greetings, my lord! May the Lord's glory last forever! In the troop there was a young man with shoulder-length brown hair parted in the middle. He looked at Roman passing by with a peculiar, irritated expression, his eye twitching. Roman Dmitri, why is he here? Jonathan stopped and turned back to speak loudly to everyone. Today we will have a sword match with young Master Roman. Whoever wants to participate, please take a step forward. That middle-parted youth thought with a confused face, why did it suddenly turn out like this? Do we have to duel with that fool? The night before, when Roman admitted he had wiped out the Bloodfang gang, yes, it was me. His attitude then was extremely confident, showing no avoidance. Baron Romero looked shocked. How could you defeat the Bloodfang gang? Baek Jung-hyuk thought to himself, how should I answer reasonably so he doesn't suspect? Actually, I've been secretly practicing the sword for a long time. Then why did you hide it from me? If I had known, I could have helped you. He then replied, Father, I've been astray for too long. I can't keep hiding under your protection and pampering forever. I want you to see that this foolish son of the Dmitri family can also achieve things on his own." Romero was still skeptical. But even so, self-taught swordsmanship couldn't reach a level to defeat the entire Bloodfang gang alone. "Father, Bloodfang was famous for illegal loan sharking and maintaining operations through terrorizing debtors. Therefore, I thought that if I defeated their leader, the organization would immediately collapse. Thus, I had people spread false information to lure their leader, Ben Miles, into the trap." Hearing this, Baron Romero was even more astonished. "You lured the leader of the Bloodfang gang?" "Yes. I knew Bloodfang always enjoyed taking revenge on weak nobles, so I used myself as bait to draw them out." "No way! Doing that was too dangerous. If they were serious about revenge, they might have ignored their leader's life and killed you anyway," he said sharply. That was the normal reaction of a father learning his son had done something reckless. Roman replied nonchalantly, "I firmly believe that an organization maintained by oppression and intimidation, when realizing this could be a chance to regain freedom, would never risk their lives to save their leader." "Ah, so that's how it was." The Baron frowned. He was actually quite satisfied with Roman's actions this time. A prudent decision and plan, along with courage and decisiveness in execution. To describe what this child achieved, the word impressive is not enough. I never expected Roman could do something so extraordinary. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "My son, can I ask a favor of you?" "Please speak, father. I want to witness your swordsmanship with my own eyes. I want to see how much my son has changed. I truly want to know how much this child has progressed." That was the entire sequence of events leading up to the small match the next day. But right now, it seemed no one was volunteering to step up and compete. "Is there no one?" Jonathan asked loudly. The middle-parted youth thought, "Of course not. There's no benefit to winning, and if you lose, you might even get kicked out. Who would want to participate in this pointless game?" Jonathan also had his own calculations. There must be an outstandingly talented person who could completely subdue Roman. That way the knight's prestige would be maintained while also confirming the young master's talent. He continued, "If no one volunteers, then I will choose someone myself." He really wanted to take the field himself, but as the captain of the knights, he couldn't draw his sword for such a small matter. "Now there is only one person suitable. Chris, please step forward." The person called was that middle-parted youth who was also the vice-commander of the Dmitri Territory Knights. "Yes, sir." He was so surprised that his voice trembled slightly. He first met Roman last year when he went out to handle a case of drunken disturbance in a restaurant on the street that was obstructing business. "Guards!" A loud shout rang out from inside the tavern. "You bastards dare play with me?" Followed by the sound of plates and bottles crashing. "I only touched them a bit and you treat me like trash? Do you want to close down today?" The owner and staff rushed over looking worried. "Sorry, we are truly very sorry, sir. We really didn't mean that." Roman shouted at them to shut up. "What kind of lowlifes are you to dare talk back to me?" His face grew more enraged. "You there, get out here for me now." "Please calm down a bit, sir." Before they could finish, Roman threw the wine bottle in his hand at them, making the waitress scream in fear. Seeing that, Chris stepped to his side and used a persuasive tone. "Young master, that's enough." But he still didn't care and continued. "What the hell are you? Get lost." "If you continue to cause trouble, even if you are the young master," Chris aggressively grabbed Roman's wrist, but he was immediately slapped. "You low-class knights dare touch me? How dare you glare at me?" From the moment he received that slap, I knew this guy had never trained a day in his life. His strength was just average, even worse than a normal person's. Truly pathetic. He is a truly pathetic person. I didn't expect such a person to be the son of the Lord. At that time, I completely regarded him as a piece of trash living a redundant life. And yet now, I have to duel with that useless Roman? "Step up," Jonathan reminded him as he saw him not moving. "Đội trưởng ta nghĩ ta không thích hợp tham gia buổi đội luyện này. Hắn ta cố gắng từ chối đội trưởng lại nói thử." Ra Roman có thể một mình chống lại cả huyết nha bằng là một nhân tài hiếm có, để trận đấu được công bằng ngươi là người thích hợp nhất ở đây. Nhưng mà thiếu niên còn muốn nói thêm, Jonathan ngắt lời hắn ta. Krista hiểu rồi, hắn ta nghiến răng thỏa hiệp. Dù trong lòng không hề muốn thế, là cả hai sau đó bước lên sân đứng đối mặt nhau. Phó chỉ huy đội kỵ sĩ Chris và thiếu gia Roman bị gọi là kẻ vô dụng. Vậy thì hai bên khi Jonathan chuẩn bị ra hiệu bắt đầu trận đấu, Chris lên tiếng. Xin hãy đợi một chút, ta có một yêu cầu. Jonathan nhìn sang hỏi, yêu cầu? Vâng, ta từng được dạy rằng dùng kiếm dù chỉ là đổi luyện cũng phải chiến đấu như thế, đang bước vào một trận chiến thực sự. Bất kể đối thủ là ai cũng không được nương. Tay Chris kiêu ngạo ngang mặt lên. Nếu ngài chấp nhận yêu cầu này, ta rất vinh dự được đổi luyện cùng thiếu gia Chris. Thầm nghĩ tên đó tuyệt đối không thể một mình dẹp tan lũ huyết nha. Bằng được mạn nhân cơ hội này, tao sẽ cho mày một bài học nhờ đời. Jonathan nhìn sang nam tước bên cạnh Romero, hiểu ý gật đầu. Sau đó ông quay sang con trai mình, như để xác nhận. Roman cười nhạt tỏ ý chấp nhận yêu cầu. Hành động nhỏ này khiến Chris nhìn thấy mà tức điên lên, còn cười được à. Jonathan sau đó lớn tiếng tuyên bố xem. Ra thiếu gia đã chấp nhận yêu cầu của cậu. Vậy thì hai bên chuẩn bị trận đấu bắt đầu. Chris lao lên trước hắn ta, tiếp cận với sự tự tin cục cao, ánh mắt sắc như chim ưng. Sau đó Roman dễ dàng dùng mọc kiếm đổ được những người trẻ khác đều kinh ngạc kêu lên nhanh quá. Chris đang dốc toàn lực rồi. Jonathan chứng kiến cảnh này cũng cảm thấy chấn động hẳn đỏ được. Sao Roman đỡ được đòn tấn công của Chris? Sao vị thiếu gia kia vụng kiếm đẩy lùi Chris? Cậu ta bắt đầu trở nên thận trọng từ phán lực cảm nhận được. Khi đố đòn lúc nãy đến tư thế phòng thủ vững vàng và mạnh mẽ của hắn đều vô cùng chắc chắn. Lẽ nào chỉ là ngẫu nhiên mình? Đúng là không ngờ lại có tình huống này. Nhưng thì sao chứ? Giờ phút này chỉ có đánh cho thằng nhóc này tơi tả mới khiến mình thỏa mãn. Chris lại lao lên vung kiếm chém tới. Roman lại nghiêng người né được thiếu niên tên Chris, nhanh chóng quay đầu, cơ thể cũng xoay theo tiếp tục chém. Nhưng Roman vẫn đổ được Chris tăng thêm lực, nhưng đó chỉ là đòn nhủ. Cậu ta cực nhanh thay đổi tư thế vòng ra sau tấn công. Chính là lúc này Chris chém một kiếm từ sau gáy. Roman hạ thấp trong tâm né được lần nữa ánh mắt sắc bén của hắn. Nhìn lên đôi thứ vừa chạm phải ánh mắt hắn cũng thấy chuột dạ. Chris theo phản xạ nhảy lùi lại, nhưng kiếm của Roman gần như ngay lập tức đuổi theo, chém bay một lỗn tóc của Chris. Trong sự kinh ngạc của cậu ta, Chris tiếp tục lùi lại, kéo ra khoảng cách chung 10 bước. Đến đây cậu ta mới cảm thấy an toàn và dừng lại. Vừa rồi thật nguy hiểm. Bên dưới Romero và Jonathan đều vô cùng kinh ngạc. Nam tước buộc miệng không thể nào. Các kỵ sĩ khác bên dưới dường như không tin vào mặt mình đùa. Suýt chút nữa là về phần Chris. Cậu ta cũng bắt đầu nghi ngờ nhận định trước đây của mình. Đây thật sự là sức mạnh của Roman sao? Từ phòng thủ đến né tránh hắn không hề yếu chút nào. Hắn thật sự đã một mình tiêu diệt cả huyệt nha. Bằng cụ thể này mình sẽ chết tiệt. Mình đang nghĩ gì vậy? Đối thủ của mình là tên ngóc nhà Dimitri. Mình không thể thua hận trước mắt bao nhiêu người thế này. Roman dùng giọng thản nhiên nói xem. Ra khỏi động đến đây là đủ rồi nhỉ? Cái gì? Chris vẫn còn mông lung chưa kịp thích ứng. Roman nói tiếp, lần này đến lượt ta. Ra tay trước nói là làm. Cơ thể Roman lập tức khởi động lao tới khoảng cách được rút ngắn trong chớp mắt, khiến Chris kinh hãi. Cậu ta vội vàng giơ kiếm gỗ trong tay lên đổ và đã thành công. Nhưng áp lực khủng khiếp này là sao? Tên thiếu gia vô dụng này uống nhầm thuốc à? Sao lại nhanh đến đáng sợ như vậy? Chris muốn lùi lại nhưng Roman không có ý định thả. Chờ đợi thủ kiếm gỗ liên tiếp vung ra, trong nháy mắt thế trận trở thành một chiều. Tên thiếu gia vô dụng khét tiếng kia đang áp đảo một phó chỉ huy đội kỵ sĩ ngay trước mặt mọi người. Loạt tấn công liên hoàn đó thật hung mãnh. Đó là suy nghĩ của tất cả những người chứng kiến tại hiện trường. Người trực tiếp hứng chịu loạt đòn này trên sân cũng không hề dễ chịu. Chris thầm chửi chết tiệt. Mình chỉ phòng thủ đòn tấn công của hắn thôi, đã rất vất vả rồi. Cứ thế này thì nguy hiểm. Mình phải tìm cơ hội ngay khoảnh khắc. Ý nghĩ phản công thoáng qua trong đầu. Roman đã tìm thấy sơ hở, một cú đập mạnh hạt văng Chris ra, khiến tay trái hỗ trợ của cậu ta rời khỏi chuôi kiếm không ổn. Rồi mình phải lùi lại một bước. Nhưng khi chuẩn bị lùi lại, Chris phát hiện ra sơ hở của đối thủ khi Roman vung kiếm quá đà, định chém về phía Chris. Ngực của Roman mở rộng lộ ra quá nhiều sơ hở, khiến Chris không thể không phản công. Cơ hội quá tốt. Nhưng khi cậu ta chém xuống, cậu ta lại một lần nữa kinh ngạc. Roman gần như đồng bộ với động tác của cậu ta, khẽ như người né được. Nhìn nụ cười chế nhạo của Roman, Chris lập tức hiểu ra hắn cố tình làm vậy để dự mình tấn công. Hắn dám lừa mình thật sự sẽ thua Roman sao? Trong khoảnh khắc đó, một ý nghĩ điên rồ lóe lên trong đầu Chris, không nghĩ nhiều mà làm theo thanh kiếm gỗ trống. Tay cậu ta sáng lên một luồng năng lượng màu xanh, làm hiện ra rõ rệt. Jonathan lập tức nhận ra, anh ta lớn tiếng hét Chris dừng tay, nhưng tất cả đã quá muộn. Chàng trai trẻ hiểu thắng kia đã vùng ra một nhát chém mang, Theo luồng năng lượng đó, linh khí một. Sao một sức mạnh không nên được sử dụng trong trận đấu thế này? Roman có chút kinh ngạc trước thứ trước mặt. Rồi một tiếng ấm vang lên sân đấu mù mịt khói bụi, vì vụ nổ từ đòn tấn công đó vừa rồi đã xảy ra chuyện gì vậy? Các kỵ sĩ và kỵ sĩ tập sự xung quanh không nhìn thấy gì, lớn tiếng bàn tán. Romero lo lắng hét lớn Roman. Roman đâu rồi? Lúc này thiếu niên vẫn bình an vô sự, hẳn khẽ thở vào một hơi, sau đó ánh mắt trở nên sắc bén hơn. Luồng linh khí vừa rồi đã bị Roman né được bằng cách ngồi xổm xuống hạ thấp trong tâm cơ thể, và Chris ngay lập tức bị hắn tạng cho một cú đấm thẳng ngã gục tại chỗ. Dưới sự chứng kiến của tất cả mọi người, Roman đã giành chiến thắng. Kết quả thật bất ngờ. AI là phó chỉ huy mới của đội kỵ sĩ, vậy cậu không biết à? Là học trò của đội trưởng đấy cái gì? Cậu ta trông trẻ quá nhưng đã là một kỵ sĩ linh khí 2 sao rồi. Một những kỵ sĩ khác về mặt khó tin tuổi đó mà đã 2 sao rồi, họ nói vậy đấy. Nghe đồn, cậu ta chỉ mất 2 năm tu luyện đã cảm nhận được ma lực, chỉ mất 3 năm rưỡi đã thành 1 sao, thật khó tin trong thời gian ngắn như vậy. Người ta còn đồn rằng kiếm pháp của cậu ta siêu đẳng. Vậy cậu ta tên gì? Mỗi lần đối luyện với Jonathan, vị phó chỉ huy đội kỵ sĩ mới được đề bắt kia, đều không chiếm được chút lợi thế nào. Lần nào cũng bị đánh bại không chút nghi ngờ. Xem ra hôm nay chúng ta đến đây thôi Chris, thưa ngài ta không sao, ta muốn luyện thêm một lần nữa. Jonathan mỉm cười, trong lòng vô cùng tán thưởng. Cậu ta vừa có tài năng thiên bẩm, vừa có đạo đức nghề nghiệp. Thằng nhóc Chris này đúng là một thiên tài. Tuy nhiên thiên tài trong mắt Jonathan giờ phút này lại bại dưới tay một kẻ bị xem là tên ngọc của nhà Dimitri. Cả sân tập chìm trong sự im lặng lạ thường. Đối mặt với kết quả ngoài sức tưởng tượng này, giống nam tước Romero lắp bắp hồi đời trưởng Jonathan vừa rồi, rốt cuộc đã xảy ra chuyện gì? Không phải anh nói phó chỉ huy Chris là kỵ sĩ linh khí 2 sao, xuất sắc nhất lãnh địa Dimitri, sao 2 sao? Câu hỏi này khiến Jonathan nhất thời cũng không biết trả lời thế nào. Cái đó trong lòng anh ta quả thực đầy những dấu hỏi lớn. Sao có thể chịu chỉ mỗi 1 tháng trước? Roman còn là một kẻ chuyên đi gây rối. Một người chỉ luyện tập 1-2 năm không thể có được kỹ năng như vậy. Nhưng từng chiêu từng thực đó, tuyệt đối là đã được ta luyện qua nhiều năm làm. Sao? Hẳn có thể trưởng thành nhanh như vậy. Dù có chút do dự, nhưng cuối cùng Jonathan vẫn nói. Ra chúa đại nhân, xin ngài đừng quá kinh ngạc, xem ra thiếu gia là một thiên tài kiếm thuật. Roman trên sân đang trầm tư, hắn nhìn Chris không chớp mắt, thầm đánh giá cậu ta, biết chủ động tấn công và chống trả kẻ địch một cách hung hãn. Sự tập trung trong chiến đấu của cậu ta cũng khá nhạy bén với trình độ này. Cậu ta hoàn toàn có thể dễ dàng một mình giải quyết cả huyết nha. Bằng chẳng trách Jonathan lại tự hào về cậu ta đến vậy. By their standards, he is already a fairly excellent warrior. However, by my standards, he is the weakest. Even the underlings in the magic tower are stronger than him. But that last move just now, it actually surprised me a bit. It was somewhat interesting. While Roman was deep in thought here, Baron Romero burst out laughing. He laughed louder and louder, to the point where everyone looked at him in shock. How interesting, my son! I never expected my eldest son to be such a swordsmanship genius. Our Baron said this with a radiant face. He was extremely joyful. Captain Jonathan, are you certain about this? Jonathan immediately nodded. As for how the young master could improve so quickly, I cannot explain it. It seems I failed to recognize the true potential of the person before me. Is that so? So that's how it is. As a father, hearing that your son is an outstanding genius, how could one not be moved? Romero called out directly. Roman, my son, come here. I have never been as happy as I am today. I want to praise you, because you decided to dedicate yourself to this and achieved such remarkable success on your own. That's right. I will give you a worthy reward. Tell me your wish. Roman seemed to be waiting for this exact sentence. He smiled faintly. Didn't you say that within half a year I must go to the battlefield? Since our relationship with the Lawrence family is no longer harmonious. Romero immediately replied, Do you mean you no longer want to enlist? No, that's not it. I hope you will allow me to choose my own people instead of a forced marriage. The Baron looked surprised. He tried to persuade his son, You still have plenty of time. You just need to reconcile with him. Roman interrupted. Father, I will go. He spoke with a very firm and decisive expression. Baron Romero truly could not see through his son anymore. He closed his eyes, adjusting his emotions back to his usual image of the dignified Baron. I understand. I grant you full authority over your own affairs. There is one more thing I'd like to ask for your help with. Roman made another request. As long as you continue to show such excellent performance as you did just now, I have no reason to refuse you. Then he looked toward Chris, who was unconscious on the field, with a meaningful gaze. What? You want me to teach aura to young Master Roman? Chris had just woken up to this news, and his reaction was extremely violent. Jonathan said, "It is the Lord's order. I understand how you feel, but—" Chris hurriedly explained, "Sir, no, Master. Master, don't you think this is too much? Look at me, Master. I just used aura to fight him, and the result was that I was still defeated. Right now, I just want to find a hole to crawl into. And yet, Master, you're forcing me to teach him aura? Even if I'm beheaded for disobeying, I want to make a trade with you." What? The youth was stunned. He added, "I hope you will teach the young master and see what makes him different. If you do this well, I will pass on all my secrets to you." Hearing this, Chris was beyond shocked. His face showed more surprise than when he realized he was about to be defeated by Roman. "Master, are you serious, Master?" He stood up excitedly. "Of course it's true," Jonathan replied seriously. At this moment, Chris thought to himself, "If I take this job, Master will give me the secrets to becoming a 3-star aura knight. Such a rare opportunity. Damn it." But the thoughts in his head fought with each other. Ultimately, before such a massive benefit, he compromised. "Master, you must keep your word." In the manner, Hans's joyful voice rang out, "Young Master, I heard you performed excellently in the match this morning. The rumors have already spread throughout the castle. The Vice Commander is a 2-star aura knight, yet you could still defeat him. It's extraordinary." 2-star aura. Hans, do you know what aura is? He suddenly asked. "I don't know that either. Isn't it power used through mana?" "Mana. It seems that here it is called mana. The power Chris showed me earlier was certainly a burst of energy. However, the way they utilize energy is completely different from my world. Regarding their so-called aura, there is something inefficient about it. I truly don't understand why they use energy this way. It seems the people here need to learn more about the type of power they have always used." Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth curled up. "I will verify it myself during tomorrow's practice session." Early the next morning, Chris and Roman arrived at the lawn behind the manor. Both looked at each other. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Chris didn't know how to face the person who had defeated him, even when he had used aura. What a humiliation. Roman suddenly let out a hum sound. Feeling that the opponent was mocking him, this bastard, he comforted himself. "Calm down." He tried to use a steady voice. "Before we begin training, I will explain to you what aura is. Aura is a method of utilizing mana. Specifically, it's the knight's form of using mana. Mages use mana by storing it in magic spheres. Knights, on the other hand, move mana throughout their bodies. The pioneer who enlightened the concept of aura was Emperor Alejandro. Unlike mages who store mana in different objects and forms, he was the first to discover that moving mana throughout the body can strengthen the physical form. Aura is the release of stored mana from within the body. Mana typically flows through the human body. It's entirely possible to increase strength by focusing and releasing this flow of mana. However, learning the history of mana isn't too important. Only a selected few can use mana this way. Out of 1,000 people, one will choose the path of becoming an aura knight, and out of tens of thousands, only one can step onto the path of becoming a mage. Therefore, confirming whether you have the ability to integrate mana is the most important thing. The minimum requirement an aura knight must reach is the ability to sense mana. Most people fail at this step. For me, it took about half a year to sense mana, but normally an average person takes over a year. This is what people call talent. Roman listened very attentively. He nodded slightly to indicate he understood and requested, "Let's start trying to sense mana. Can you tell me how you did it?" "Of course," Chris replied, his face full of hidden meaning. He sneered in his heart. "Roman Dmitri, you won one round against me and are probably very proud now. But unfortunately, this isn't as simple as you think, because talent for swordsmanship and talent for mana are two completely different things. Face reality, and you'll soon understand." This training session was mistaken from the start because the soul inside Roman's body already knew how to sense mana, and thanks to the experience of the heavenly demon, he could already store mana, if only a little. However, if I only rely on what I already know, it will ultimately lead to decline and destruction. Although I can't understand why they follow such a method, I must learn their way of doing things first. At this moment, Chris was acting serious, saying each word clearly. Concentrate. Focus on your breathing. Concentrating your mind to sense everything related to your body is essential. When you become familiar with using mana, you will be able to activate aura. Try to focus your mind to gather mana throughout your body into one point. That is how you activate aura. Being able to activate aura means you have become a one-star aura knight. There are many ways to utilize this aura. One can channel it into a sword blade to increase power, or apply it to oneself to unleash great strength in a short time. While Chris was explaining, Roman himself didn't realize it, but now, Chris saw something called aura appear on Roman's person. It enveloped Roman's body, causing Chris's heart to take another heavy blow.
No, it's impossible. Roman Dmitri. He is activating aura. The light is clearly visible.
This was also expected, so the soul inside Roman's body was not surprised. Just as I thought. The way these people utilize energy in this world is completely inefficient. In the martial world, warriors thoroughly cleanse all impurities from the body to reach the ultimate goal of storing internal energy within a purified body. However, this world has a completely different energy system. They gather mana and want it to naturally pass through their bodies instead of restricting and controlling it. The key of the martial world is scarce, harsh, and powerful, while the mana of this world is abundant and soft, making it easier to escape the body. If one must distinguish, the way they utilize aura is similar to the internal cultivation of the martial world. There's absolutely no need to waste effort comparing these two methods. Cultivation helps the body be enhanced and strengthened, but it is only useful at the physical level. It cannot help the practitioner store energy inside the body. Activating stored mana is the reason this method is inefficient. With these ways, even if I practice for 100 years, I will never reach the peak. Chris's voice, filled with utter shock, rang out, interrupting Roman's thoughts.
What is this? How can you do it? That was aura just now, wasn't it?
You should know for yourself, Roman replied coldly. Chris lost his composure and shouted loudly, his voice becoming increasingly frantic.
That's why I'm asking. It took me a whole year to activate aura. Tell me the truth, did you trick me by pretending not to know how to use mana?
No. Now it's all clear. No wonder I lost to you from the start. If you had that power, why 2 years ago did you— Roman didn't understand what the young man before him was saying. He said indifferently, Me? Hiding my strength? Ridiculous. Roman's indifference made it even more so. Chris grew more devastated. He was nearly on the verge of tears. If that's not the case, then everything is just too absurd. It took me 15 years to become a 2-star knight. The young master before him let out a faint laugh, filled with unconcealed pride. It was completely open. Chris asked, stunned, There's nothing to laugh about here.
Are you mocking all my efforts?
He said, clenching his fists. His self-esteem had clearly been trampled underfoot by Roman. But Roman, who carried the soul of the heavenly demon, had no reason to comfort a sulking child. He bluntly trampled on that so-called dignity and pride, saying, Let me ask you a question. In the process of working hard to achieve your goal, did you ever doubt the cultivation method you were using? Sir, what are you trying to say? Roman began to voice his thoughts. Surely everyone assumes that methods passed down from generation to generation are naturally correct. But is that really the truth? From what I see, this method clearly has flaws. So why do people persist in using it? It's because they don't understand, don't realize it, or have too much faith. The reason is simple. Inheritance is the easiest way. This is a method that predecessors have passed down through countless trials and failures. You won't suffer any losses, nor will you be criticized or scrutinized. I won't mention that you've spent 15 years practicing. There is a truth. You never questioned their training methods. That's why I mock you. In this world, no answer is completely correct. The method you blindly believe in is nothing more than the trace of someone's thoughts from the past. Having finished speaking, Roman turned and walked away, leaving Chris standing there, stunned and empty-hearted. Roman had long ago thought this through. This could make the life of its possessor painful. After countless experiments, when all that awaits them is failure, they will have to endure the contemptuous, dismissive, and cold stares of others. But despite that, change is necessary, just as I did not follow my father's teachings and created my own martial arts. The heavenly demon once did so, and now Roman Dimitri will do the same. He spoke his farewell to Chris. "It seems today's lesson ends here." Chris suddenly called out to stop Roman. "If that's the case..." This caused Roman to pause for a moment. "Sir, can you tell me how to do it?" The blood demon, a figure from the past, who could destroy an entire sect with his bare hands. A figure of immense influence in the martial world. He had fought against Baek Jung-hyuk and, after a long battle, tasted defeat. But he sincerely begged the one who defeated him to teach him. That boy back then chose to endure humiliation to seek knowledge, choosing to discard his pride to become stronger. This guy had some similarities to the blood demon. Roman smiled sinisterly. "Very well. You want me to teach you how to become stronger? But I cannot teach you right now." Chris said decisively, "Then what do you want me to do?" "I only want to say that you don't have to keep following the way you were taught. If I have to personally guide you, then you and your choices up to now would be no different. However, if you want to realize it yourself, then for the next 6 months before I enlist, follow me and observe everything I do. Observe how I fight different enemies and become stronger. Observe the diverse combat methods I use. If after 1 year you still hold out, I'm certain you will find the answer." That night, Chris tossed and turned in his room. He could not escape his internal struggles. Memories flooded back like a tide. The moment everyone was amazed when he first showed his talent. Captain Jonathan's teachings over the years and his praise and pride as he watched Chris grow day by day. Here he was already a 2-star knight. But Roman's words quickly drowned out everything. "I won't mention that you've spent 15 years practicing, but there is a truth. You never questioned their training methods. That's why I mock you." "I will do it," Chris secretly resolved. The next morning, Captain Jonathan's startled cry rang out in his office. "What? What did you say?" "Sir, I want to go to the battlefield with the young master." He wanted to become stronger. That was the decision Chris had made last night. Jonathan guessed that something must have happened. "Yes," the young man replied immediately. The two looked at each other in silence for a few seconds. Jonathan felt the steadfast gaze of the young man before him. Finally, Jonathan agreed. He sighed softly. "All right. Perhaps this is a sufficient reason for you to walk this path on your own. From today, you are no longer a member of the Dimitri Knight Squad. But I hope that while you are out there, you will still pursue the goal of protecting the young master." "Thank you, sir," Chris said sincerely. Jonathan was actually very happy in his heart. He smiled and said, "It seems you are no longer the boy crying on the battlefield over his mother's death." "No longer, sir." Jonathan had taken care of Chris since then. He was more like a father than a teacher. "With you, I can be certain that if you are ready to follow the young master, I will no longer have to worry about the young master being called a fool." Jonathan stood up, walked straight to the door, and said, "Follow me. I think you'll need more equipment." "What is it, sir?" Chris wondered. Jonathan smiled. "To survive on the battlefield, you need your own secret weapon, don't you?" Hearing this, Chris was visibly delighted. "Thank you, sir." In this territory, every strange story spread very quickly. People on the streets had already started gossiping. "Did you hear? Young Master Roman actually destroyed the Bloodfang gang by himself." "Do you think that's real? He's just a useless half-blood noble." "According to what I heard, it seems to be true." "Nonsense, it can't be true. This is surely a play staged by the Dimitri Knight Squad." Kevin happened to overhear these words. He was immensely astonished. Young Master Roman personally destroyed the Bloodfang gang? He could use a tree branch to wipe out that whole group, so he could certainly handle Bloodfang himself. Did he do that just to keep his promise to me? Kevin was moved to the point of tears but quickly regained his composure. No. Why would he do this for someone like me? But he really did wipe out those thugs. Seeing the red-haired boy standing dazed, a coworker shouted a reminder, "Kevin! What are you doing, kid? If you want to go home early, focus on your work." Yes, I know. As it gradually grew dark, Kevin trudged along the stone-paved road. His mind wouldn't stop wandering. I want to be like the young master, someone with enough strength to protect those around me when necessary. There are still many dangerous people out there like the Bloodfang gang. I must become stronger to protect my family. But how can I get strong? If only I had a chance to meet the young master again. But how could someone like me be that lucky? Just as he was lost in thought, a familiar voice he could never forget rang out, calling his name. Kevin! The red-haired boy's pupils contracted. Kevin, he stammered. He even dropped the crate of potatoes he had just received as wages onto the ground. Young master, it's been a long time, Roman said gently. Young Master Roman, why are you here? No, before that, thank you so much. Because of that day, my family was able to overcome this hardship. Kevin spoke while kneeling on the ground and bowing respectfully. Roman said it was fine and asked how he had been lately. Kevin immediately looked up and replied with a smile. Because Bloodfang was destroyed, my family has a stable life. I even found a job thanks to Mr. Hans's help. Young Master, you don't know how grateful I am to you. To repay me, you can listen to my request to clearly define your future goals, Roman suggested. A request? Kevin was quite surprised. Roman frankly stated the conditions. If you accept, you will no longer have to worry about your family circumstances. You will have a warm home and plenty of food. You will enjoy a luxurious life instead of doing this work. I will give you those conditions. Roman made the offer. So serve me. If you promise to be loyal to me, I will spare nothing to improve your life. Kevin felt like he was hearing the whisper of an angel. Swallowing hard, he didn't think much and immediately bowed his head forcefully. I swear to be loyal to the young master. If you want me to die, I will obey and die. If you send me to eliminate someone, no matter who the opponent is, I will do it. As long as you promise to protect my family, my life is yours. Roman frowned slightly as he looked at the person before him and thought, he's swearing with his blood? This guy reminds me of a madman. With just one order, he would stand against an army of hundreds. He won't fall until the mission is complete. Truly a madman. This guy will surely be the same. It seems my coming here personally was not in vain. All right, from now on, he declared, you are my man. Kevin returned to the Dmitri mansion. Hans, I leave Kevin to you. Please help him adapt to life here. Yes, I understand, sir. Kevin, I will visit you later. Take care. Yes, young master, thank you, Kevin replied happily. After giving his instructions, Roman mentioned he was going to the library and to find him there if anything came up. The other two acknowledged him, and they went their separate ways. Hans asked Kevin if he wanted a tour of the grounds. The boy seemed quite interested, but shyly asked if that was really all right. The scene shifts to the Dmitri family library. Roman arrived there and found many books on cultivation in this world. Aura Knights. The path of the Aura Knight. To become an Aura Knight, you must first be able to activate Aura. That is the sign that you have become a 1-star Aura Knight. To become a 2-star Aura Knight, you must be able to use Aura to cut through hard steel. The intensity and power of your aura will determine your rank. Once you become a 3-star Aura Knight, you will surpass the understanding of ordinary people and enjoy special treatment within the kingdom. Currently, on the continent of Salamander, there is a 6-star Aura Knight, but so far, there are no legends of anyone reaching the 7th rank. Even top-tier knights don't all reach rank 6. Rank 6 knights and the 6-star rank. I've already confirmed the strength of a 2-star knight through Chris. Even Jonathan, currently a 3-star knight, is only equivalent to a second-rate martial artist. Someone reaching the 6-star rank would possess abilities far beyond ordinary humans. The flames emitted from their blades can reach a range of 10 meters. The destructive power is on an entirely different level. Currently, it is said only 12 people have reached the 6-star threshold. Regardless of nationality or race, they all enjoy treatment similar to royalty. They are called the 12 Swords of the Continent. From all the information I've gathered so far, they seem to be very powerful people. The fact that they could reach this level without knowing how to utilize energy efficiently proves their talent. There are also mages here, similar to Taoists who use magic. Those who reach the 7th circle will be granted a title. They are regarded as demigods who can walk through battlefields and disasters, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Their spells can level the ground and blot out the sky. When operating in groups, they are even more dangerous than 6-star aura knights. Magic is a capability that did not exist in the martial world. Now I know what I must do. I must clash with these people to clearly understand the situation. However, that old Dmitri man rarely risks doing anything, and the fact that I can't predict what will happen makes the situation even more dangerous. Even so, I absolutely will not stand still like others. I must accumulate experience to ensure I can live a full life. This will be very interesting, he thought excitedly. Now, let's start preparing. The scene shifts again to an empty warehouse. Hans pushed the door open and entered from outside. Right here, young master. Roman asked him what this place was used for previously. This used to be the previous Baron's workshop. He strictly forbade outsiders from entering, to the point that even air couldn't get in. Roman nodded in satisfaction. This place is very suitable as a training ground. For the next week I will stay in this workshop. I won't need food or anything else, but you must not let anyone in, he said seriously, as an order. Remember this well. Unless my people are in life-threatening danger, no one is allowed near me. Yes, young master. After their talk, Hans left. Now Roman was alone in the empty room. Looking at what he was stepping on, he thought, straw? It seems Hans spread straw here. Although I appreciate his thoughtfulness in reality, doing this only makes the flow of chi more irregular. After a while of tidying up, the straw was cleared to one side. Roman sat cross-legged. He began the process of sensing the flow of chi. He closed his eyes, entering a state of high concentration unprecedented until now. Up until now, I've only been able to activate a small amount of mana. To use the Heavenly Demon Heart technique perfectly, I must start from the first step. Heavenly Demon Heart technique. Step 1. Ren. The operational process was etched deep in his consciousness, helping the soul in Roman's body quickly find the chi in the air and begin absorbing it. I must cleanse all impurities in this body. Looking at Roman's face with veins bulging, it was clear this process was extremely painful. Blood began to flow from his 7 orifices simultaneously. The flow of mana that should have been moving through Roman's body was now stagnant. The impurities in this body were significantly more than that of a normal teenager. But since I anticipated this would happen, I gathered as much necessary mana as possible to perform this first step. I must restore my original strength. Once I've decided to live my whole life here, I must have the power to protect everything I own. Entering the Ren stage is only the beginning. A week later, at the Dmitri Manor's main hall, 2 people arrived. The butler led them into the drawing room. Please wait here for a moment. I will go prepare some tea and snacks immediately. Baron Lawrence and Lady Flora, where is Roman? He asked. Sir, the young master is currently busy with some matters. Looking at the empty room, the Baron sighed softly. The 2 of us indeed decided to visit in a hurry without thinking much about the consequences. But as expected, they don't want us here. It seems we'll just have to wait. Sit down, daughter. Yes, father. Flora looked up at the call and answered timidly, Yes, father. He said, We decided to come here to apologize for the mistake we made, so watch your words. She bowed her head and said she understood. Returning to over a week ago at the Lawrence family mansion. What? You went and canceled the engagement? She bowed her head in admission. During the last visit, I decided to tell him my thoughts. I really wanted to listen to you, Father, but the more I thought about it, the more I realized I couldn't marry someone I don't respect at all. Flora! Baron Lawrence roared in anger. He held his head, disappointment clear on his face. I truly thought you were a smart child. I didn't expect you to do this. Do you know what's happening in our territory? The Barco family has decided to borrow a massive sum from the bank. Do you know what that means? It means they are now just preparing to wage war, arranging a marriage with the Dmitri family. That was an absolute necessity. The only ones who can stand against the Barco family are them. And yet you, how dare you? Flora countered. Our Lawrence family isn't that weak, Father. Is it possible that without the Dmitri family, we have no chance? The Baron sighed. If it were only the Barco family, there might still be a possibility. But the central government has accepted their ambiguous papers and orders and lent money to the Barco family without any requirements. That proves one thing. This is no longer just a war between two families. The ones who gave power to the Barco family are the ones who want our family to collapse, because they now have a legitimate reason. They will find every way to set things up and annex everything of ours. Our territory, our honor. And even you, the person known as the flower of the Lawrence family. The Baron's words echoed endlessly in Flora's head. She felt extremely self-reproachful. I already knew the current situation of the territory. I also knew Father's thoughts when he made that decision. I knew it all, and yet for my own selfish reasons, I decided to throw everything away. If I continue to cling to the pride of being the flower of the Lawrences, there will be nothing left. Time passed until late afternoon. Hans paced back and forth in front of Roman's room.
Oh, what should I do? When will the young master come out?
Baron Lawrence and the young lady have been waiting here since morning, and now it's sunset. They look very displeased.
But because the young master said that for any reason no one is allowed to disturb him, I can't. But just then, the door to the room finally opened from the inside. He was overjoyed.
Young master, you're finally out!
Young master!
His face turned terrified, his voice losing control. In the drawing room, Baron Lawrence and his daughter had finished their tea. He was losing patience after waiting too long. I resolved to do this. It's all Flora's fault. For the survival of the Lawrence family, I must ensure this marriage goes smoothly. But even so, this is unacceptable. He suddenly stood up. Flora called out anxiously, Father! Baron Lawrence, his face darkening, strode toward the door. I will go find Baron Dmitri personally, he said. At this moment, Baron Romero was handling work in his study. A few knocks sounded, and then Flora's father pushed the door open aggressively and entered. He said loudly, Baron Dmitri, what are you doing that you've left your guests waiting for so long?
If you are unhappy with us, you can just turn us away. I didn't expect the Dmitri family to be so cold.
Romero frowned, looking displeased. He placed his quill back in the inkwell and replied slowly, I understand your point, but did you have an appointment with Roman? Baron Lawrence explained. I know we came without notice, but we expressed our intention to meet him a week ago. We had no other choice because he rejected our request and then vanished without a trace. If he intended to refuse our visit from the start, we wouldn't feel this insulted. But this, Baron Dmitri said coldly, do you think I could refuse a visit from a baron? Is this all you wanted to say? You came here just to say you're angry because you've waited for half a day? On the day Flora Lawrence visited the Dmitri family, Roman told me of his intention to cancel his engagement. Although I had no choice but to scold him, even a 3-year-old child knows what happened. Flora Lawrence is the reason he wants to cancel this arranged marriage. I knew, but I still didn't question him. When I thought about the reason he wanted to do something, I had no choice but to stay silent and ignore what he told me. We are all victims of an unwanted arranged marriage. The one who wanted to arrange this marriage first was the Lawrence family. Yet, the Baron of the Lawrence family still believes his anger is justified just because he waited a long time, even though we didn't want to meet you in the first place and you forgot your own mistake. Romero said this while showing extreme anger. He slammed the table, spilling the half-used inkwell. And yet you still decided to come here to complain to me.
These words were like a shout straight into the faces of the Lawrence father and daughter. But he was right. In this matter, they were the ones at fault first. The atmosphere momentarily froze, becoming extremely tense and stifling. Romero continued. About a month ago, I received contact from the Barco family. If we decided to proceed with an arranged marriage with them instead of the Lawrences, they would give us a chance to connect with the central government and give us a portion of Lawrence territory. Even so, I still decided to refuse the Barco family's offer. Do you know why I did that, Baron? Baron Lawrence, his face full of confusion, asked, Why did you refuse that offer? From your perspective, accepting the Barco family's proposal would be more beneficial, wouldn't it? Romero replied confidently, The reason is simple. Because Dmitri is already strong enough. We decided to do as we pleased only because the eldest son of the Dmitri family only had eyes for the flower of the Lawrence family. For that reason alone, we decided to oppose the Barco clan. At this point, Baron Lawrence had calmed down. He realized his recent behavior was truly a major mistake. I should have stayed calm, yet due to a moment of anger, I committed a great error. What should I do? Baron Romero crossed his arms and said, The flower of Lawrence and the fool of Dmitri. We know the two were never a match, but you should remember what the Dmitri family represents. When the name Dmitri is added after Roman's name, its value changes. Most importantly, the one looking forward to this marriage was not us, but your Lawrence family, am I right? Every word Romero said was the truth. Flora was so ashamed she didn't dare look up at him. She suddenly recalled a childhood memory. I remember the days at the academy. That was where the children of nobles studied and built relationships. Back then, there was a small family, so small that even their value was an issue. A family with only a hollow reputation, the child of the Jorel family. In a world where children all considered themselves treasures, Joe was an exception. One day, Joe made a small mistake. When children of prestigious families made mistakes, it was nothing. But they convened an entire disciplinary council for Joe. When I saw the teacher scolding him for that mistake, a man who seemed to be his father appeared and apologized. He threw away all his self-respect, begging them to forgive his son and promising to re-educate him. And I, standing behind watching, felt it was pathetic. Yes, that's what I thought then. Thinking back now, she felt it was ridiculous. The father beside her was bowing his head just like that. As the head of the Lawrence family, I have no more words to say. My daughter's thoughtless actions led to a great mistake. I should have apologized from the start. Sir, can you forgive my arrogance and understand my situation? Flora bit her lip hard. In her heart, she vividly remembered the scene of the Jorel family. Back then, they were weak. But who did I empathize with? Isn't the Lawrence family the same now? This is a world where the weak must bow to the strong. She followed her father's example and bowed sincerely. Baron Dmitri, I beg... Suddenly, a loud shout from the guards rang out from outside the door. Lord, young Master Roman has arrived. When the room door opened, Flora realized everything was too late. The person she had come to his door to reject and humiliate now had an extremely calm demeanor and a powerful aura. More importantly, his brand-new platinum blonde hair made him heartbreakingly handsome. Roman Dmitri, she blurted out his name. He didn't respond but looked straight at Baron Dmitri and said, Father, I've come to see you. You're here? Don't tell me? Even Romero was astonished. He stood dazed for a few seconds before asking, Have you finished your training? Yes, Roman replied. Good. We'll talk about what happened to you later, my son. Right now, the Lawrence family is here to discuss the engagement. Since this matter originally stemmed from your decision, as the head of the Dmitri family and also your father, I will follow your opinion. I understand your meaning, father. Saying that, he looked toward Flora where she stood. I naturally understand what the marriage between the two families would result in. Roman spoke while pulling a handkerchief from his breast pocket to wipe the spilled ink on the table. With the Barco family threatening the Lawrences, the power of the Dmitri family would be able to guarantee the safety of the Lawrence family. So, do you still want to continue this marriage? Romero asked. Back then, I believed such a decision had value. However, on the first day I met her, after she spoke her thoughts on this marriage, my thoughts also changed. They must have heard the rumors about the fool of the Dmitri family. She certainly believed she couldn't marry such a person. Rumors decided the final outcome, regardless of how others judge Roman Dmitri. I hope to spend my life with someone who judges me only by what they see with their own eyes. Therefore, I don't want to change anything. I want to end this marriage. Since his attitude and words were so firm, Baron Lawrence knew this matter was truly over. This marriage was the last card that could save the Lawrence family. They were already dissatisfied. No other family would accept this marriage proposal anymore. We must solve these problems with the current strength of the Lawrence family. No, if Dmitri and Barco decide to join forces, we won't even have this ability to resist them. If at least we can prevent that from happening. Thinking this, he immediately bowed 90 degrees and spoke, Everything that is happening now is the fault of our Lawrence family. We will absolutely not make any demands because of these mistakes. Although this small sum of money is nothing to the owner of the iron mine, I hope it can somewhat express our apology for the incident between the two houses. Baron Romero naturally guessed Baron Lawrence's intention. He said, No, there's no need for that. As a member of Dmitri, when discussing issues that may arise in the future, I will not mention your choice. Please inform the public that Flora Lawrence had to cancel the engagement for personal reasons. That way, Dmitri will have no reason to cooperate with the Barco family. Baron Lawrence finally breathed a sigh of relief. We sincerely thank you. Truly thank you very much. They then departed. Staying any longer was useless. Baron Lawrence looked back with regret at the man who had almost become his son-in-law. Roman Dmitri. If I had known his value sooner, I would have advised Flora not to make such a hasty decision. He also made a major mistake. What a pity, what a pity. The study door closed. Inside, only the Dmitri father and son remained. My son, he called. Yes, father. What on earth happened to you during this past week? For an entire week, he had been in the warehouse practicing by expelling all impurities from his body to enter the mortal realm. In the mortal realm, one needs to prepare the body to become a heavenly demon practitioner. While this is nothing in the martial world. In this world, the absolute energy existing in nature made expelling impurities from Roman's body extremely important. If I don't remove them, even if I lay the foundation for this body, it will significantly affect my future speed and achievements. Roman thought. The change in his appearance was proof that he was completely different from before, but it was also very difficult to explain. He said, Father, I gained knowledge during my self-cultivation. Although I don't remember the specific details, I believe energy has begun to circulate throughout my body. Romero couldn't help but be startled. You just said energy circulation? Energy circulation is the phenomenon where natural energy cycles through the body, thereby enhancing physical capabilities. This only happens to a very few people. Roman, the fool of Dmitri, had completed incredible feats, including defeating the Blood Fang gang. He was starting to grow at a speed far beyond the understanding of ordinary people. Even so, it doesn't change the fact that he is my son. Having thought it through, Romero immediately offered his praise. Indeed, you are my son. As your father, I will certainly lend you a hand whenever you need it. So never forget your name. Your name is Roman Dmitri, and I, Romero Dmitri, will always be behind you, supporting you. The soul within the young man's body momentarily recalled the arduous years in the martial world. That period of youth was truly extremely destitute. At that time, his father, the heavenly demon, always looked down on this son. That stupid brat was how he evaluated Baek Jung-hyuk. It was truly an unpleasant memory. Now, he has a father who is neither cold nor cruel and always supports his son unconditionally. Baek Jung-hyuk felt a sensation he had never experienced before. Familial affection. It's not bad. He smiled, thanked Roman's father, and took his leave. Just as he stepped out the door, he encountered an acquaintance waiting outside. Flora. She had been standing there for a while, her head always bowed low. I am truly sorry.
I was too hasty in judging you, causing much trouble for both families. No need to apologize. His attitude was cold as he turned to leave. Roman did this because he had no intention of continuing this arranged marriage. She still tried to follow him, wanting to say a few more words.
I understand why you are angry.
Even though this was an arranged marriage that neither of us agreed to, the fact that I broke my word is undeniable. However, I still want to take this opportunity to tell you this. Actually, there was a special reason why I canceled the engagement. At a social party organized by noble families in the Northeast region, something happened. There had been rumors that I would be engaged to a member of the Dmitri family. Those rumors began to spread quickly, even worse than usual. I heard that Roman Dmitri was actually addicted to opium. Opium will erode a person's reason and intellect. I thought you should know that. Although I know now they were wrong, at that time, I couldn't ignore them. Roman began to feel impatient. He abruptly turned his head back and, without looking at her, said, "No matter what is said, it cannot change our current relationship, so you don't need to worry anymore." Flora stood there watching his figure recede. There was nothing left to hold on to. That night in the study, Roman enjoyed the tea brought by Hans while reflecting on Flora's words during the day. They mentioned opium. I don't sense any opium circulating in this body. Even if there were signs of drug use for suicide, after I completed the cultivation process, those drugs were entirely expelled. Hans? Yes, young master. Have you ever seen me use opium? Or was there any situation that made you suspect I used opium? This frank question startled Hans. Roman seriously repeated, "I'm not joking with you. I just want to use this time to review the choices I've made so far, based not on your own memory, but from an outsider's perspective." Can he think that far ahead? Old Hans thought to himself. Although I've never seen it with my own eyes, there was a period of time when I found the young master's behavior quite odd. "Oh, when was that?" he asked back. "About a month ago. The young master had just returned from a social party. It wasn't anything noteworthy, but when the young master returned, he seemed to be in a very strange state. Immediately after that, the young master seemed to lose the will to live, staying cooped up in his room every night, needing a lot of alcohol. That's why I wondered if the young master had come into contact with opium at that party. As for whether the young master could have smoked opium or not, judging from now, the possibility is very small." Roman recalled Flora saying she heard that rumor at a party organized by noble families in the Northeast. Hans, do you know who organized that party? It was the eldest son of the Barco family. His name is Anthony Barco. Reorganizing the clues, Baek Jung-hyuk's soul began to ponder. Roman got engaged to the Lawrence family, then was invited to a social party organized by the Barco family. This abruptly changed his mental state. After returning, he decided to end his life. There are some things about Roman's death that have always bothered me. In the suicide note Roman left, the only thing mentioned was that he had to go to the battlefield in place of his two younger brothers. He was too terrified of what was to come. That was all. However, when this matter befell Roman, he was engaged to Flora, and for a married noble, there are many ways to avoid going to the battlefield. Yet he chose suicide simply out of fear of war. It seems I missed something. Hans, were Anthony Barco and I very close? Well, young master, no one specifically spent time with the young master. But recently the young master seemed to have difficulties. The more he thought, the more he saw a hole in this story. It couldn't be filled by the reason of fearing enlistment in the suicide note. At the time the marriage talks with the Lawrence family began, a marriage between Dmitri and Lawrence was a major obstacle for the Barco family. What they desired most was to control the Lawrence lands. And the simplest way to solve this problem was to stop it before the marriage began. They must have used every means to do something to Roman, and that led to Roman's suicide. About that. Young master, actually, a few days ago we received an invitation from the Barco family. The Barco family sent an invitation to me? Yes. Unfortunately, it was right during the time the young master was in seclusion. How should I handle it? Roman smiled enigmatically. They are truly shameless. No, not just that, they understand me too well. Either case is quite troublesome. When is the party?
Exactly 2 weeks from now, young master.
Inform the Barco family that I will attend that party. 2 weeks later, at Roman's private residence within the mansion, Hans led Kevin in. The young master is waiting for you over there. Yes, thank you. Hans didn't forget to remind him. And also, don't be too surprised by the change in the young master's appearance. Kevin replied with a bit of surprise, but quickly accepted. Yes, I understand. He pushed the door open and entered. Young master, did you call for me? Kevin. Yes? Despite being warned beforehand, the young man couldn't help but be startled when he saw Roman's face. So the change he spoke of is that the young master's aura has changed. How have you been lately? Roman asked. Kevin hurried to reply, Yes, young master. I've grown accustomed to everything thanks to Mr. Hans's help, but... He hesitated. Roman wanted an answer immediately. But what? I've been thinking. Ultimately, what role do I play here? I'm not sure what I can do for you, young master. I understand you told me to live for you, but I just don't understand what an ordinary person like me can actually do. Roman spoke, revealing his role. When the time is right, I will use you as my sword. Your sword? Kevin was dazed, unable to believe his ears. Roman spoke clearly. However, I am not one to force or decide the path of others. Therefore, I give you 3 paths for you to choose for yourself. First, give up on becoming a sword. If you are afraid of holding a sword and shedding blood, you don't need to become my sword, but you will become my subordinate. You can learn from Hans. Just do as he says. That will become your role. Second, become my sword, protecting me right by my side. But young master, I have never touched a sword or anything similar before, Kevin said with a lack of confidence. Roman replied nonchalantly, That's how the situation is. That is also the reason why if you decide to take the second path, I will use a method of torturing you to test your will. Torture? Kevin was increasingly confused. What do you mean? Crushing the 4 limbs. A method that will bring extreme pain. The bones and muscles of the practitioner will all be crushed. This isn't just talk, but these words will support your will to prove your self-worth. Roman drew the sword from its scabbard, threw it down in front of Kevin, and continued. Finally, pick up this sword and cut off your own hand. In the event you injure yourself, you must endure to the very end. You can become stronger at a speed no one can match. Even a wandering beggar on the street can become one of the heavenly kings based solely on their will. So what about you, Kevin? He questioned his own heart and reassured himself. Whatever your choice, I'm sure I can utilize your value. And how I use you is decided by you. Outside the Dmitri castle, in a dilapidated house that could collapse at any moment, I, Kevin, have lived in the world since I was little. I had to work to survive. Thanks to those who always cared for and helped me when I needed it, I learned how to do everything. However, my life remained stagnant no matter how hard I tried. There was always someone who took away the fruits of my labor. That is the life of the weak. That's why I don't dare let myself forget what I saw. That incredible strength, cutting off my own hand. I don't understand how that will help me. But as long as I can become stronger, if I can escape this life at the bottom of society by learning the power the young master once displayed, if I can escape the life that robbed me of everything, I will do it. Kevin spoke decisively. Roman stood there watching his opponent's actions, his eyes an unnervingly deep, still pool. Kevin used his right hand to grip the sword and placed it against his left wrist, gathering all the courage he could muster, preparing to strike with a single blow. His arm shook uncontrollably due to human primal instinct and fear. But the thought of returning to his former life terrified him even more. Kevin let out a roar, and under Roman's sharp gaze, he swung the sword toward his hand with all his might. At the same time, Chris was walking around the mansion alone, lost in thought. Am I being serious? In the end, I really decided to leave the night squad to follow the young master. Then, suddenly, the master went into seclusion for a week. He suddenly saw Hans ahead and called out, "Vice Captain Chris, is something wrong?" "I heard the young master has finished his seclusion. Where is he?" "The young master is currently talking to Kevin. He told me not to let anyone in while they speak." "Who is Kevin?"
Back at the training ground, the blade was now stained with blood. The left arm fell to the ground with a thud. Kevin trembled, his mouth groaning incessantly from the excruciating pain. Hans collapsed to the ground, face down, unconscious. Roman still stood there, looking down from above with an expressionless face. Time passed quickly until that evening. "Wait, young master!" Hans noticed blood on the sword and said worriedly, "When did you get hurt? There's blood on this blade." "That is nothing to worry about. I am fine." Hans was still very worried, but Roman interrupted. "That is not my blood." Roman flashed an extremely peculiar smile. The moment Kevin was about to cut off his hand, I pulled him into an illusion. The temptation of the ghost, shadow. I tested him by pulling him into an illusion the moment he swung the sword at his wrist, even before he entered the illusion. Ha, what a ruthless kid. If the spell had been a bit weaker, he might have actually cut off his hand. 2 weeks left until the party. 6 months left until the war. There is much to teach. Early the next morning at Roman's private training ground, Roman's voice echoed from within. "The mana fortification technique I'm about to teach you is very dangerous." "You're going to teach me a mana fortification technique?" Kevin asked in surprise. "No," Roman replied. "It is not a conventional technique. It is a magic once used by the Great Demon, an ancient martial art hidden in the treasures of the Magic Tower, the Holy Spirit Soul Technique, a dangerous type of magic. It will erode the user's soul and force them to unleash power through ultimate pain. Even if the user's limbs are severed, they must absolutely not lose their will. The Great Demon was very useful to me. I endured that extreme pain to master this magic. If he was willing to cut off his hand, then he has the capacity to learn it." Thinking this, Roman spoke directly. "As this magic progresses, you will have to endure increasingly intense pain. However, I am teaching you this magic for a reason. This is the fastest way to teach someone who doesn't even know the basics of mana. If you master this magic, you will have the power to protect everything around you." Kevin's eyes lit up, his heart filled with gratitude. He saved me, destroyed the Bloodfang gang, and now he's passing on magic to me. "Young master, I cannot express my gratitude for all you have done for me. But, young master, why do you trust me so much? I have sworn to give my life for you, but I haven't shown you anything yet. I might run away after learning this magic. I want to know why you trust me so much." "Only because—" Roman smiled meaningfully and spoke vaguely. "Only because— what, sir?" Kevin was eager to hear and pressed for an answer, but Roman bypassed it directly. "We start training tomorrow. Rest today." Roman did not answer. "Because it was a feeling from a past life." "The reason I can trust him?" Thinking back, the Great Demon asked the same thing. "But don't misunderstand. I only have unconditional faith when I absolutely trust someone. But Kevin, you will never betray me. Because as you become stronger, you will realize how dangerous it is to betray the heavenly demon." Another early morning on the Dmitri training ground, Kevin, under Roman's supervision, began practicing with a wooden sword. Fundamentals are the key to every movement. Every move must be executed precisely. Don't get distracted. "Yes," Kevin answered loudly. Nearby, Chris sat watching the two of them. He let out a long, bored yawn. I don't understand why he's teaching swordsmanship to that strange kid. Moreover, why isn't he teaching me anything? I thought following him would be a fast way to get stronger. He treats me as if I don't exist. Swinging a sword by my master's side was better than this. Should I beg master to take me back? This feeling of helplessness is annoying. I'll just wait a bit longer. The next day, and then another day, and another. Chris still sat alone on that wooden crate, silent and doing nothing. "Damn it!" He angrily threw his gloves to the ground. Then he stood up and called out, "Young Master Roman! I decided to follow you 2 weeks ago. The first week was wasted because you spent time on your own cultivation. Then you ignored me to train Kevin. If you're doing this because I lost to you initially, I sincerely apologize. So please teach me as well. I'm confident I can learn anything you can teach." Roman looked at the person before him as if looking at a fool. "I already told you, didn't I? Just observe me and learn from that." Chris still couldn't understand.
You mean literally observe and learn? Everyone has a different way of learning. Having finished, Roman turned back toward the corner of the field. Kevin knows nothing, so until he reaches a certain level, I need to guide him from start to finish. But you are different. No matter what I teach you, you will only force yourself to learn the thing that defeated you rather than trying to understand it. So you want me to keep observing you? No, Roman replied almost immediately, while selecting a wooden sword for himself. Then Roman threw the wooden practice sword to Chris. What do you mean? Why a wooden sword? Roman suggested, you need a result to accept the truth of this. Go fight a match with Kevin. In this match, even though Kevin is your opponent, I will guide him on how to defeat you. Essentially, Kevin is a copy of me. If after this match you still think you are right, I will personally teach you. I fight a knight? Kevin asked worriedly. Chris also felt his self-esteem was wounded and was deeply annoyed. He's telling me to fight this rookie? What does this bastard take me for? I accept your request. I'll show you right here that I'm not someone to be played with like this. Thus, a confrontation with a seemingly massive power gap began. A 2-star aura knight against a commoner who had only been practicing for a week. Kevin was still very anxious. Fighting a 2-star knight is a bit... Roman reassured him. I know you are at a disadvantage, but what will you lose if you lose? Nothing, Kevin answered without thinking. Exactly. Remember that in this world there are countless people stronger than you. The Bloodfang gang used force to oppress your family, and Chris is eager to defeat you. There is no difference. Do you plan on doing nothing every time? These words seemed to touch a raw nerve in Kevin. He immediately became more determined than ever. I will try. Seeing his opponent's attitude, Chris was fuming. Ugh, so annoying. I can't believe I have to fight this rookie. What's with that look in his eyes? Like he actually has a chance to win. Does Roman think he can use this match to completely tame me? Whether it's a practice match or whatever, I absolutely cannot lose to someone who has only trained for a week. As soon as Roman signaled the start of the match, Chris accelerated, rushing in to close the distance and take the initiative. Kevin struggled to block the blows, but he quickly felt the disparity in power. The two wooden swords scraped against each other with a clack. Chris added a fraction of force, knocking Kevin's sword aside. Then he landed a vicious kick to Kevin's stomach. Kevin fell backward, his heavy body hitting the ground with a thud. Seeing this, Chris raised an eyebrow and thought, what a mess. But not surprising for an amateur. I thought there would be something different. But Roman just stood by and watched. I don't know what's going on, but crushing him and then receiving guidance is enough. A light breeze blew past as the bright sunlight illuminated the surrounding scenery. Roman still stood there, quietly watching Chris beat Kevin to a pulp. He was beaten until he spat blood, his whole body aching, and then he knelt on the ground. Seeing his opponent's pathetic state, Chris felt a bit of pity. I didn't expect you to hold out this long. For a commoner without aura power to do this much is commendable, but I advise you to give up. Don't let the fact that you blocked a few hits go to your head. That was only because I wasn't using my full strength. Even though I can easily win, seeing you bring this suffering upon yourself brings me no joy. This is just a practice match. Kevin didn't answer. He only silently struggled to stand up. Seeing this, Chris frowned, looking displeased. I'm warning you for the last time. If we continue to fight, your life might even be at risk. Kevin suddenly burst into laughter, his laughter growing louder. Roman smiled slightly at the sight, while Chris looked on in surprise, not understanding what was funny. I will fight to the end, Kevin said. The scene cuts back to the moment they were both preparing to clash, just as the signal was given. Use your sword to defend in front. Chris will launch a surprise attack. A mysterious voice echoed in Kevin's head, identical to the voice from before. Just as the voice finished, Chris rushed forward. Kevin successfully blocked the first strike. Leaving his opponent utterly astonished, the voice in his head rang out again. Take a step to the side, then aim for Chris's chest exactly when he's about to kick you. Kevin intended to follow the instruction, but because he was flustered, he took the wrong step. With Chris's level of skill, he easily caught this opening and attacked.
Kevin was hit by a kick and couldn't counter, just as the mysterious voice had said. "That's how you got knocked down. Get up, Kevin," the voice urged. "Is this voice from the young master? This is transmission, a method of delivering the voice using mana. I will use this way to guide you." Transmission? Can mana be used to do such a thing? A look of amazement flashed across his face. "Dodge to the right," Roman reminded him. This time, Kevin reacted in time and dodged Chris's slash. Chris looked shocked. "How could I have missed?" "Rotate and aim for his left chest." Kevin followed the order, swinging his wooden sword to counter, but Chris landed a kick to Kevin's stomach, sending Kevin flying. Kevin staggered a few steps and then knelt on the ground, clutching his stomach. "He clearly had an opening just now, but I swung my sword too slowly." "Block the downward attack," Roman reminded him again as Kevin struggled to stand. He blocked the attack just in the nick of time. That was dangerous. "Dodge to the right." The commands were coming too rapidly. Kevin couldn't keep up and was hit by Chris's left knee, knocking him to the ground. Seeing his opponent groaning in pain, Chris also noticed something unusual. "This kid is resisting better than I thought." Observing from start to finish, Roman could confirm that Kevin was no match for Chris. His body couldn't keep up with the instructions. "But this situation is quite interesting, isn't it?" Roman smiled triumphantly. "Only then is there a challenge." With the guidance in his head, Kevin confidently rose to fight back. Young Master Roman held absolute initiative. Even though Chris was a 2-star knight, his actions were exactly as young Master Roman said they would be. The main problem was his own body. If he could follow the young master's instructions perfectly, he would have defeated him long ago. It's like he's controlling a puppet. He's just playing with Knight Chris. Dodge to the right, and then counterattack forward. Kevin gradually caught the rhythm of the instructions, but in the end he was still a bit short. The thrust of Kevin's counterattack only grazed Chris, while Chris punched Kevin straight in the face. The young man with the middle-parted hair felt something was increasingly wrong the more he fought. He was clearly trying his best to defeat him, but the boy could always dodge at crucial moments and even counter. Was it just a coincidence? Despite being beaten black and blue, Kevin, on the opposite side, did not lose his will to fight at all, because there was a moment when he almost touched his opponent. Even Chris, known as the most outstanding genius of the Dmitri house, could not stand firm against the young master's true strength. This is young Master Roman's level. He is the person I will forever worship as my true master. No matter how absurd it is, I must blindly follow his words. If someone like me can become his sword, the only answer is my will. Kevin raised his sword over his head, continuing the fight. That was the reason Kevin burst out laughing. Chris felt provoked, and anger quickly took over his mind. "You arrogant bastard, you think you can defeat me? If that's truly your wish, then I will grant it," Chris roared and rushed forward at high speed. "From now on, when you look at your mangled arm, you will regret this." At that moment, Kevin also received an instruction. Take a step forward and attack with all your might. This sudden counterattack startled Chris. He hurriedly dodged to the right, narrowly avoiding being hit. He didn't expect the boy to take a step forward. Roman continued to command. "It's not over yet." "Rotate and attack!" Kevin rushed in without hesitation. Chris scoffed inwardly. "You think I'll be hit by an attack that's both wide and slow? Your whole body is full of openings." When a look of surprise flashed across Chris's face, this scene happened to catch Roman's eye. Because Kevin had dodged his slash, Kevin used all his strength to attack, a beautiful mid-level horizontal slash. Roman thought to himself as Chris exhaled a hot breath. He had lowered his center of gravity, a movement identical to when Roman had dodged his sword aura before. The same movement at the same moment defeated Kevin. The result was already very clear. Roman stood at the corner of the field, silently observing. He swung his sword to dodge. He had guessed that the rush was just a feint. The young man with the middle-parted hair looked at Kevin lying on the ground in disbelief. What a tough one. Has he really only been practicing for a week? Roman walked straight over and said, "You win. As promised, from tomorrow, if you desire it so much, I will personally teach you. That is your choice."
Having finished, he picked Kevin up to take him for medical treatment. Back in his room, Chris laughed self-mockingly. He threw his training gear on the bed and asked himself, why? Why did I decide to fight? I gained nothing from winning this match. A waste of time, and in the end, I almost lost. The final move Kevin used was exactly like when I practiced with Roman. I've replayed that day in my head hundreds of times. If I hadn't had that experience with Roman, would I have been able to defeat Kevin without using aura? Ha ha ha, how ridiculous. Did I really grow from just that one experience? The next day at the Dimitri training ground, Roman's voice rang out, asking Chris, "So what will you do?" "I don't need any direct teaching," he replied. "I will find the path to become stronger by following in your footsteps." After a restless night, Chris had thought it through. He himself had grown stronger through just one practice match. All of Kevin's decisions in that situation were correct. Chris had thought Roman wasn't teaching Kevin, but that thought was a mistake. Just by trying to understand Roman's decisions, his mind was already filled with lessons. Thinking back, it was as if he was guiding Kevin and teaching me at the same time. Young Master Roman? No. Lord Roman is no longer the failure I once knew. I don't know what happened, but he has reached a realm that even Captain Jonathan cannot touch. What he said about observing and learning means self-realization. In the process of following you, until I can surpass you, I will observe and learn everything from you. Chris stepped forward with determination and faith. This time he seriously observed every one of Roman's actions. As for Roman himself, he didn't mind having a guy staring at him constantly. Let's continue training. Another week passed quickly. The day of the social party organized by the Barco family had arrived. A week before the party, every large and small street in Dimitri was buzzing with discussion about one topic, regardless of class. Did you hear? What? The news about Roman Dimitri. I heard his engagement with the Lawrence family has been canceled. It was clearly the Lawrence family's fault. According to the Baron's announcement. That's just an excuse. He probably saw that fool from Dimitri and felt bad for his precious daughter. But canceling the engagement right when war with the Barco family is about to happen. It can only mean the eldest son of the Dimitri family is even worse than the rumors. But I also heard he defeated the Bloodfang. Oh, come on, you really believe that? They surely made that up to save face after the engagement was called off. Regarding this, naturally the Barco family was the most jubilant. From a room within the Barco estate, a boisterous laugh rang out. I can't believe Roman actually canceled this engagement. He is so easy to manipulate. Roman agreed to attend the upcoming party, didn't he? The butler bowed and replied, "Yes, we have received a response confirming attendance from the house of Dimitri." Good. Everything is going very smoothly. The man named Anthony Barco, eldest son of Viscount Barco, said, "I'm really looking forward to next week. It's been a long time since I've been this excited for a party. It's truly something to anticipate." On the day of the party at the Dimitri estate, Roman raised an eyebrow with a pensive expression. "Hans, do I really have to wear this?" What he was referring to was a formal aristocratic suit with a collar adorned with gaudy, sparkling decorations. Hans said, "This is your first official meeting after canceling the engagement. I cannot let you dress too sloppily. Let me tell you, these clothes were tailored by a famous designer in the capital using fabric that is la. Hans rambled on about the splendor of the outfit, but Roman didn't seem to care. Seeing this, Hans stopped talking. "But I'm certain you won't wear this masterpiece, will you? Even though I poured my whole heart into it." He looked quite pitiful. Roman smiled wryly and said, "All right, I'll wear it." "Ha ha! I knew you'd say that." Outside the door, Chris was fully armed and waiting. He kept tapping his foot, seemingly very impatient. Why is Kevin so late? At this rate, the young master will arrive first. I'm sorry," Kevin's panting voice echoed from afar. "I'm still not used to wearing armor." Looking at the meager equipment on the other person, Chris shook his head in exasperation. How did you end up like this?" "Because there was no armor that fit me, not even at the blacksmith's." Chris truly felt embarrassed in his heart, recalling the battle a few days ago. Even though that guy was helped by the young master, he couldn't believe he almost lost to someone like that. This helmet is too loose. Kevin fumbled with it. Isn't this annoying? Listen carefully, Kevin, Chris said seriously. Both of us are retainers of the Lord and the face of the Dmitri family. It's no exaggeration to say his reputation will be decided by our actions. There must not be any reckless behavior. You must be extremely careful in your words and actions. Kevin took it very seriously as well. Yes, I will keep that in mind, Sir Knight. Being called Sir Knight, Chris's face brightened considerably, becoming unusually gentle. All right. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask me. Thank you, Sir Knight. But very soon after, his patience was tested again. Hey! Your helmet is crooked again! Ah, yes. The scene shifts to the grand hall. The party at the Barco estate was filled with high-end dishes, accompanied by melodic music and the moderate whispers of the nobility. This was a typical scene of an aristocratic party of that era. Is Roman really coming? A young man asked while swirling his wine glass. He sneered. I can't believe he's attending a Barco family party after the political marriage he forced was cancelled, especially when he knows the Barcos are eyeing the Lawrences. What on earth is he thinking? The woman beside him used her fan to cover her mouth and said, That's why everyone calls him a fool. If he had a brain to think with, he should have clung tightly to one of the two families. Dmitri's influence is wavering because of Roman. Even though Dmitri is the most powerful family in the Northeast, wanting to maintain ties with the Barcos is a bit greedy. But at least he came to fix his mistake. Ha, what a clown. Their gossip reached the ears of a blonde noblewoman. Looking at her attire, her status was clearly not low. She curiously asked the person beside her, What kind of person is Roman Dmitri? The person asked did not hesitate to disparage him. You'll see when you meet him. He leaves a terrible impression, and there's nothing much to look at because he's short. A green-haired man nearby added, If I were a woman, I'd also find every way to cancel this engagement. Both burst out laughing, showing no respect for the name Roman Dmitri, right? At that moment, the butler at the door cleared his throat to draw attention, and then announced loudly, The eldest son of the Dmitri family, Roman Dmitri, has arrived. With steady footsteps, the striking white hair and an incredibly handsome face appeared behind the tall doors. Stately, poised, and with an extraordinary aura, all of it left everyone present stunned. They couldn't help but whisper. Although their voices were low, they could still be heard. Is that Roman Dmitri? He's so different from before. Surely it can't be. He used to be shorter than me. What happened to his hair? The blonde girl who previously asked about Roman was now staring at him without blinking. She placed her wine glass on the table and stepped forward. It's an honor to meet you. I am Sophia of the Grizel family. The blonde girl took the initiative to bow to Roman. You probably haven't heard of our family. Although we aren't a prominent house, my father, Baron Grizel, once gave his life for the Cairo Empire. He smiled and replied immediately, I know the Grizel family very well. Hearing that, she couldn't help but be delighted. You really know about the Grizel family? Roman kept the smile on his lips and replied, A family that has existed for hundreds of years. How could I not know? Before coming here, he had asked Hans to find him many books. Young master, these are the documents on all the families in the Northeast that you requested. But why do you suddenly want to see these things? Because I will be attending the party as the family representative. At the very least, there should be some basic etiquette, right? I must remember the background of everyone I will meet, as well as their heritage. To gain the favor of others, one must put in the corresponding effort. This is especially true for someone called the Dmitri fool like me. And this preparation took effect as soon as he entered. Roman said loudly, Isn't that the family that was once illustrious in the Northeast? The family's forest is famous for the top-quality wood in the Cairo Empire. I heard your brother successfully sensed mana. I sincerely congratulate him on his achievement. Sophia was dazed. She didn't expect the person before her to know so much. Naturally, the scene of the two chatting happily attracted many eyes.
What?
What is this? Those who had just spoken ill of Roman were stunned. In the meantime, other young nobles also came forward to introduce themselves. Greetings, Lord Roman Dmitri. I am Maha of the Volin family. Roman raised his glass in return. The eldest son of the Volin family offering greetings? It is truly an honor. Didn't Baron Volin perform a great feat in the last war? I was very moved when I read about it. The other party was extremely surprised to hear his family praised. I am very grateful that you think so. The people around began to say to each other, let's go over there too. So they quickly surrounded him. Long time no see, Lord Roman. You've changed so much. Compared to me, Lady Alice is still as beautiful as ever. Is your mother well? I heard she hasn't been feeling well recently. About 15 years ago, the Dmitri family benefited greatly from an agreement with the Heroes family. I am also very grateful for the kindness the Viscount showed us. Just like that, the conversation became increasingly pleasant. The number of people coming over also grew. Some even began to admit, Lord Roman, it seems I misjudged you. I thought you were difficult to talk to because you were always drunk. Right now, I also want to drink, but it seems I must quit. Lord Roman? The Barco family butler approached and called out quietly, Young master, please come to the back room. Finally, the person he wanted to see had sent for him. It seems it's time to find the one plotting against Roman. Meanwhile, outside in the carriage area, the guards were standing in groups of 3 to 5. 2 people were talking. Kevin looked around and asked Chris curiously, Other families have so many retainers and knights. What is a social party knight? We will never have a chance to go in there. So don't bother thinking about it. Hey, your helmet is crooked again. It's because this helmet is too big. Then take it off. Take it off? But their way of talking made the nearby knights look at them with disdain. What's with him? I heard he's Roman Dimitri's retainer. Take it off, Chris seriously requested of Kevin. The redhead was about to say something when he heard a loud laugh. How funny. I heard Roman Dmitri was an abandoned eldest son, but I didn't expect him to bring along someone who can't even hold a sword steady as a retainer. Those guys spoke very loudly. The 2 from the Dmitri family naturally heard. Chris told Kevin to ignore them. What more did you expect? The quality of the Dmitri family only goes this far. Hearing this, Kevin's expression became heavy. When did everything start? Perhaps it was the moment Roman saw the rose of the Lawrence family, Flora. She was so beautiful. That nickname was no exaggeration. Whether it was a feeling of liking or admiration, both were correct. Roman had fallen in love with her at first sight. Someone had caught on to this emotion. He proactively stepped up, put his arm around Roman's shoulder, and asked, Roman, who are you looking at so passionately? Anthony, do you know who that blonde lady over there is? You? What did you say? You don't know her? That's Flora. Flora Lawrence. This is a memory of Roman Dmitri, the original owner of this body. But now the one taking over is the heavenly demon who once ruled the martial world. I'm here, Roman. A male voice rang out from within the room. Anthony. He laughed warmly. What have you been doing while I wasn't around? So this person is Anthony Barco, he confirmed in his heart. Anthony pointed to the opposite chair and said, I heard people say you've changed, but I didn't expect you to change this much. Sit down quickly and tell me everything. Roman scanned the room once and made a deduction. There are still some traces showing people were here. The real reason he sent them away before I arrived is because he has a secret to tell me. If so, I should make him feel more comfortable. Roman spoke in reply. I'm not quite sure myself. I spent a large sum of money to change myself, and now I change every day, even when I'm doing nothing. In any case, it's good to see you again. Hearing that, the other guy smiled inwardly. He began pouring the wine, saying, I guess I can't look at this in a positive light. Honestly, I don't know what you were thinking back then. Roman raised his wine glass, probing as he asked, Roman, did you forget? Back then you were backed into a corner, forced to choose between a political marriage with the Lawrences and our friendship. It was because you were caught sleeping with my cousin in a cramped warehouse. Secrets at social parties are usually kept tight, but I never expected you to do something so outrageous right before your wedding. So, you accepted the invitation to this party to confirm that you agree to my proposal, right? I'll keep this a secret. Therefore, let's discuss your marriage to the Barco family together. Marriage to the Barco family? Roman was full of doubt. He tried to ransack the memories of this body to remember. A sensation, like an electric current, ran through his brain, leading to the door of the room where they were currently sitting. The Roman of the past had once stood outside this door, hesitating. Even though I betrayed Anthony Barco and begged father to set up a political marriage with the Lawrences, I can't hide from them forever. I'll take this chance to mend the relationship between the two houses. Having thought it through, Roman pushed the door open and entered. As soon as he saw him, Anthony hurriedly called out, "You're late, Roman. Come over here and sit down. Let me introduce you. This is Emily Barco, my cousin." The woman smiled in greeting. "A pleasure to meet you, Lord Roman." I am Roman." Anthony suggested, "Let her have a drink with us, shall we? This is her first time here, so she can only wander around by herself." Roman didn't notice the strange expression on the girl's face and immediately agreed. "Of course. She is your family, after all." When Emily poured wine for Anthony, he called to her, "Emily, you must pour for Lord Roman as well. Or is it that this bastard is bragging about getting married soon?" Anthony raised an eyebrow, his attitude souring. This made Roman stammer, not knowing what to say. "Anthony, about that..." Anthony waved his hand, pretending nothing was wrong. Don't worry. From now on, the Barco family won't touch the Lawrence family." This made Roman overjoyed. "Are you serious?" "Yeah." "Have I ever lied to you? So you don't need to be so formal. Drink up!" The joy came so suddenly that Roman drained the wine glass in his hand. Then everything gradually became blurry until it all sank into pitch blackness. He didn't know how long it was before consciousness began to return. "It hurts so much, my head. Whose back is this?" Roman started. "Phát hiện mình đang nằm trên giường cùng một người phụ nữ, hả ôi không? Đây là chuyện gì?" Roman còn chưa kịp phân tích tình hình, Anthony đã đột ngột xuất hiện lớn tiếng quát. "Roman, ngươi đã làm gì vậy?" Hắn giận dữ trừng mắt nhìn Roman. Roman lắp bắp nói, không, chuyện này ta không nhớ gì cả nghe, cho kỹ đây Roman. Ngươi ăn nắm với AI không liên quan đến ta, nhưng ngươi đã động đến tiểu thư nhà bà. Cô ta không thể để chuyện này trôi qua như vậy được. Roman run rẩy toàn thân co rúm lại không dám ngẩng đầu. "Ta cho ngươi một lựa chọn, một ta sẽ phanh phui tất cả sự thật, rồi ngươi có thể được giải thoát hại. Ngươi phải kết hôn với con cháu nhà bà cô, để khôi phục lại mối quan hệ giữa chúng ta. Chuyện ngươi vừa làm khiến ta rất tức giận. Nhưng nếu ngươi trở thành một thành viên của nhà bà, cô ta sẽ nguôi giận và tha thứ cho ngươi. Bây giờ ngươi chọn cái nào thì ra là vậy." Roman hiện tại cuối cùng cũng đã hiểu. Thì ra đây là tất cả những gì đã xảy ra, mọi mảnh ghép đã vào đúng vị trí. Nếu hôn ước tan vỡ vì Roman làm ô uế con cháu trực hệ của nhà bà cô thì danh dự của nhà Dimitri sẽ rơi xuống vực thẳm. Cả hai người họ sẽ bị công chúng chỉ trích. Roman dường như còn không có đủ tự tin để đối mặt với cơn thịnh nộ của cha mình. Hắn cũng không thể chọn phương án còn lại vì hắn thật sự yêu Flora Roman, không muốn từ bỏ hôn ước mà mình đã ép buộc tạo nên, cũng không muốn làm ô uế Flora trong hoàn cảnh này. Thì ra đây là lý do Roman đã tự sát khi đưa ra lựa chọn hắn muốn dùng cái chết của mình để giải quyết mọi chuyện, một kẻ yếu đuối, cả đời chưa từng tự mình hoàn thành được bất cứ việc gì. Đó chính là Roman Dimitri, thật đáng buồn và đáng thương. Thấy Roman không trả lời Anthony, mắt kiên nhẫn thúc giục, ngươi còn do dự gì nữa? Roman, sự liên minh của hai nhà chúng ta có thể làm rung chuyển cả vùng Đông Bắc. Sẽ không AI có thể chống lại chúng ta, ngươi cũng có thể tận dụng sức mạnh của nhà bà cô ở vùng Đông Bắc. Không có lý do gì để ngươi. Roman ngắt lời hắn, chỉ thế thôi à? Anthony bị bất ngờ đến sững sờ. Đây là lần đầu tiên Roman dám dùng giọng điệu này nói chuyện với hắn. Roman nhẹ nhàng đặt ly rượu xuống bàn, nói tiếp. Ta phải chấp nhận một cuộc hôn nhân chính trị chỉ vì một lý do như vậy. Sao ngươi Anthony? Cậu mày đe dọa ngươi, có lẽ đã hiểu lầm rồi. Đây không phải là một lựa chọn. Nếu ngươi từ chối, ta sẽ công khai mọi chuyện trong nhà ngươi. Thử nghĩ xem, danh tiếng của nhà Dimitri sẽ bị ảnh hưởng như thế nào. Hãy suy nghĩ. Cho kỹ đi, nếu ngươi còn muốn ngang cao đầu mà sống Roman gác chân lên bàn, thái độ khinh bạc và coi thường ngươi làm gì vậy? Anthony không hiểu. Roman lạnh lùng nói.
Phải nói bao nhiêu lần nữa ngươi mới hiểu gia tộc Dimitri không cần phải chấp nhận đề nghị của gia tộc bà cô, chỉ vì một lý do đáng thương như vậy, bên ngoài bữa tiệc. Sophia đang trò chuyện với một tiểu thư khác, cô chợt nhận. Ra ngài Roman ngài đi đâu vậy, ta cần tham gia một vài việc. Xem, ra ta phải về sớm vì chuyện này, rồi nghe vậy. Sophia có chút bay vọng thật. Sao bữa tiệc? Chỉ vừa mới bắt đầu thôi, mà giá như ngài ở lại thêm một chút. Xin lỗi, đây là chuyện khẩn cấp thật, ngại quá. Ta còn nhiều chuyện muốn nói với ngài lắm. Vâng, ta cũng vậy. Sau này có cơ hội chúng ta sẽ nói chuyện tiếp nhé. Chào tạm biệt mọi người. Trong bữa tiệc, Roman lập tức rời đi. Vừa đến gần xe ngựa hắn đã nghe thấy tiếng quát tháo, rút lại lời ngươi vừa nói ngay, đồ khốn. Giọng nói này là hắn liếc mắt một cái. Thấy một đám hộ vệ đàng thì thầm to nhỏ, công tử hắn đột nhiên co rút lại. Một chiếc mũ trụ rơi xuống đất phát ra tiếng loang xoang. Kevin đang nằm trên mặt đất. Hắn ta bị người ta bắt nạt. Chuyện bắt đầu từ lúc mấy gã kia buông lời hồn xước này. Ngươi còn mong chờ gì nữa? Trình độ của nhà Dimitri cũng chỉ đến thế mà thôi. Chris bảo Kevin hãy nhẫn nhịn và Kevin cũng đã đồng ý. Nhưng hai gã kia không có ý định dừng lại ở đó. Chúng nhìn nhau cười trao đổi một ánh mắt, rồi tiến về phía Chris và Kevin. Vừa đi vừa cố tình nói lớn để họ nghe thấy. Hắn ta rốt cuộc đang nghĩ gì mà lại để một thằng nhóc con thế này làm họ về. Cho mình ha, nhìn cái mũ trụ của nó kìa, chẳng vừa đâu chút nào xem. Ra thằng nhóc này chỉ nhất bựa một cái mũ trụ rồi tự xưng là họ vệ thôi. Thầm hại quá nhi. Hai đứa nhóc gã đó vừa chế nhạo vừa khinh miệt chạm vào người Kevin. Chris lạnh lùng chất vấn nữ sĩ nhà bà cô được huấn luyện miệng lưỡi. Thay vì kiếm thuật, gã đàn ông tóc đen lập tức phản bác ai mà biết được, dù sao thì ta rất tự tin, kể cả không được huấn luyện kiếm pháp của ta. Cũng hơn thằng nhóc này. Hắn đặt tay lên đầu Kevin ẩn xuống rồi nói tiếp. Đây chính là lý do tại sao mọi người đều gọi Thiều ra nhà Dimitri. Các ngươi là tên Ngọc đấy, rút lại lời đó ngay. Kevin bắt đầu cảm thấy khó chịu với gã trước mặt thù. Ra Roman không làm bất cứ điều gì để bị gọi như vậy. Thái độ thay đổi 180 độ khiến gã kia có chút kinh ngạc. Cái gì? Kevin nhấn mạnh gật tay hắn ra. Ta nói rút lại lời ngươi, vừa nói đồ khốn chết tiệt bị sỉ nhục ngay trước mặt gã kỵ sĩ nhà bà cô, tức đến đỏ mặt, thẳng tay tát một cái vào mặt Kevin. Mày dám? Đó là lý do tại sao mũ trụ của Kevin lại rơi xuống. Chris định rút kiếm phản công nhưng hắn do dự. Đối phương là kỵ sĩ nhà bà cô gia tộc Dimitri, hiện đang có xung đột lợi ích với gia tộc bà cô. Nếu mình gây chuyện ở đây không chỉ gây rắc rối cho thiếu gia mà còn kéo cả gia tộc Dimitri vào cuộc. Kevin ngồi dậy, giọng run rẩy nhưng vẫn cứng rắn. Ta là kỵ sĩ của ngài. Roman, ta không muốn đánh nhau với loại dụ côn giả mạo kỵ sĩ như các ngươi. Gã lính tóc đen nhà bà cô cười khẩy hả vậy? Sao? Hắn hét lớn, vững tay lao tới. Được thôi, để ta xem sự kiêu ngạo của ngươi kéo dài được bao lâu. Nhưng hắn còn chưa kịp làm gì cố, tay đã bị ai đó tóm lấy. Tất cả mọi người trong câu chuyện đều kinh ngạc, trốn tròn mặt, bởi người ngăn cản cuộc xung đột này chính là thiếu gia nhà Dimitri, Roman. Roman nhìn gã kỵ sĩ bằng ánh mắt lạnh như băng. Roman Dimitri, gã kia còn chưa nói hết câu mắt đã ăn trộn một cái tát. Tất cả mọi người đều sững sờ trước hành động dứt khoát này. Chuyện gì vậy? Mình bị đánh ư? Mình còn không kịp phản ứng. Gã gầm lên, mặt thằng ngốc. Roman lại vung tay tát một cái, nữa chặn miệng gã. Lại gã này đã không còn phân biệt được tình hình, dường như cũng đã quên mất thân phận của mình. The knight struggled, about to lose his mind. Roman landed another slap across his face. The man had just lifted his head to speak, when another slap followed. He was beaten until his head hung low, left dazed as his vision spun. Only then did he realize what he had done. Roman looked at him with eyes as cold as if he were staring at a corpse. Lower your head and shut your mouth. At the same time, in a room behind the banquet hall of the Barco estate, Anthony sat alone, stunned. Damn it, what on earth just happened? He recalled the scene while talking to Roman. I am telling you about your responsibility since you laid a hand on our young lady. Isn't intermarrying with the Barco descendants much better than mortgaging your assets? This is the final consideration I can offer you. If you don't accept, you will commit an irredeemable mistake. It's up to you. In any case, I'm already called a fool. One or two more rumors about being despicably fake won't change anything, Roman replied bluntly. Furthermore, perhaps you should behave yourself a little. What? Anthony's face darkened at this, and he asked suspiciously, Listen closely. I chose to cancel the engagement because I wanted to, not because of your threats. Regardless, since Dmitri parted ways with the Lawrence family, you've essentially achieved your wish. But now you show your fangs to me. How should I respond with proper etiquette?
Should I help the Lawrence family cause some trouble for the Barco family to vent some of my resentment toward you?
Roman's words were nothing less than a direct threat, turning Anthony's face pale. Previously, Roman had researched the Barco family. Their connection to the central government and the accompanying influence was undeniable. However, their strength came purely from that connection. In terms of actual assets and family power, the true force in the Northeast was Dmitri, not Barco.
Now what do you intend to do?
Anthony was backed into a corner. He didn't dare breathe heavily, his whole body stiff. After a moment of internal struggle, Anthony finally had to compromise. If this matter is resolved, you won't interfere in Lawrence family affairs anymore, right?
Correct.
Fine. Then it ends here, Roman.
Roman Dmitri had changed.
Not just his face or height, but his gestures, eyes, and tone all made the opponent fearful. Roman was no longer the fool Anthony once knew. Roman had completely transformed into a different person.
Damn it!
What on earth happened to him? The urgent call of the butler echoed from outside.
Come out! Anthony roared in anger. Don't bother me right now.
But Master, Roman and his knight are outside the estate. A conflict has broken out.
Hearing this, Anthony jumped in surprise. Outside the estate, the chaos had spiraled out of control. Countless attendees from various families in the Northeast ran out to see the commotion. Their knights stood there as well, but clearly no one dared to intervene. The man was kneeling on the ground, his whole body trembling as he begged,
"Please, please forgive me. I won't do it again, please."
Kevin and Chris, worried, tried to dissuade him.
Young master, I think you've beaten him enough.
That's right, sir. Please consider the relationship with the Barco family and end it here. Roman said coldly, "Whether he's had enough of a beating or not is for me to decide. Even if he dies, that is the price he pays for his words and actions." Kevin hesitated. Anthony stepped out from the crowd and shouted, "What is the meaning of this?" He pointed at Roman using a reproachful tone. "Roman, even if you are the eldest son of the Dmitri family, I will not tolerate this, unless you apologize for that disrespectful behavior just now." Roman cut him off, looking at him with cold eyes. "Why should I apologize? This man slandered me and even touched a member of the Dmitri house. Anthony Barco, do you really think this matter is my fault?" The opponent still tried to argue. "Even so, you've gone too far." "Too far?" Roman raised his voice. "Did I not tell you? My personal grudge could destroy the relationship between both of us and our two families. So from today on, you'd best watch your words and actions carefully. I don't have much patience. Now decide for yourself what you should do." Roman leaned in close, his eyes glaring with a threatening intensity. Anthony recalled the words Roman said not long ago. "Should I help the Lawrence family cause some trouble for the Barco family?" Damn it! He brought his teeth together, forced to bow his head. Anthony said in a low voice, Thinking it over. You are right. I will ensure he receives a fitting punishment." Having received a satisfactory answer, Roman smiled. "We are indeed good friends, aren't we?" Roman turned to the knight kneeling with a face swollen like a pig's head and said coldly, "Now then, clench your teeth tight." As he finished, Roman's right hand swung and a crisp sound echoed through the air. The victim was subsequently carried away on a stretcher. Roman had previously been a fool unworthy of respect, even as a member of the most powerful Dmitri family in the Northeast. "Kevin, let's go home." But from this moment, the story was different. Everyone present had no choice but to accept one truth. The fool they once knew no longer existed. Before them now was the eldest son of the Dmitri family, the strongest house in the region, wielding power that no single side could stand against alone. The last rays of sunlight were gradually fading on the horizon. Kevin and Chris sat in the carriage with heavy hearts. Unable to contain it, Kevin proactively bowed his head. "I am sincerely sorry. It's all because of me that you were insulted by them." But Chris, sitting beside him, also felt he was to blame. "I am at fault too. The honor of the Dmitri family was trampled, Kevin was beaten like this, and yet I could do nothing." Roman looked at them for a moment before speaking. "To endure to that extent, you two must have been quite frustrated. Thank you for holding back until I arrived."
Impulsiveness only brings trouble, so your decision helped them avoid the worst-case scenario. Roman suddenly continued, but that is not the answer I want. Because across this entire northeast region of Cairo, no one has the right to touch a person of the Dmitri family. Even when having to endure, one must remember that person's face very carefully. You must never let go of your anger. I cannot stand the feeling of being stepped on. To follow someone who stands above 10,000 people like me, you must adapt to this way of acting. Afterward, the carriage sped along the road back to the Dmitri territory. Those inside the carriage did not say another word. Upon arriving home, the first thing Roman did was call Hans to collect documents for him. Young master, here is all the information on the Barco family you requested from the Black Moon Intelligence Guild. According to the Black Moon's report, the Barco family's recent movements are very unusual. Roman looked at the report, musing, The Barco family has settled in the northeast for over a century. After a few Barco members worked for the central government, their family began to rise as a prominent house in the region, just as I knew. Their military strength is not large. Yes, frankly speaking, I am also quite surprised. I thought their military power would be proportional to their social status. Hans added, This proves that the power they hold comes primarily from the central government. On the Salamander continent, there are 2 empires and 6 kingdoms, among which the kingdom of Cairo is the smallest and weakest. Cairo's border stretches along the northeast mountains and connects to all other kingdoms. Therefore, this country has experienced many invasions and is always a tasty morsel for powerful enemies. The Kingdom of Cairo has no choice but to ally its military with the central government to survive. The central government has thus gained more power. They also hold supreme authority over the continent. If noble families refuse to perform their duties, they are immediately considered rebels and will certainly be arrested by the army. After the rebels are suppressed, their land is confiscated and becomes national property. A portion of the land is used as a reward for neighboring lords who contributed to quelling the rebellion. The rest is given to new nobles willing to obey the central government. It is this system of influence that has given the Barco family, who have government ties, an invisible power. Hans listened to Roman and nodded. I didn't expect it to go this far. It's also thanks to the government that the Barco house was able to borrow such a large sum of money from the Golden Bank. If the Barco family borrowed this amount on credit without any collateral, then that money was likely invested in the BG mercenary group. The BG mercenaries are a group of hundreds of A-rank mercenaries from all over. This group primarily earns money through combat fees in colonial wars. Hans nodded in agreement. Furthermore, regarding the Barco family's recent mobilization of forces, they likely intend to attack Lawrence within the next half-month. Oh? That means the Barco family has completed all their preparations? Young master, I am a bit curious. This battle for the Lawrence house seems impossible to win, doesn't it? Correct. Even if they hold the fortress, they can only hold out for a month at most. Roman thought to himself, I told Anthony Barco I wouldn't interfere in Lawrence family affairs anymore. But for Roman Dmitri to continue existing, I must eliminate the threat to myself. No matter how powerful an army the Barco family possesses, they will never have a chance to defeat Dmitri. If using the strength of the Dmitri family, causing the downfall of the Barco family is a small matter, but doing so would be useless. Dmitri is indeed one of Cairo's oldest great families, but in the eyes of other nobles in the northeast, they are not seen as a threat. This is the opportunity to restore the family's status. What needs to be done now is, Hans, I need to see father. Immediately, Roman stood up and demanded, It is time to spend money on the promise from last time. Then the scene shifts. On the main street near the market in Dmitri City, every eye was fixed in one direction. A man wearing armor was walking fast. His whole body was covered in blood and his footsteps were heavy. He took a deep breath and removed his helmet, revealing a handsome face, though there was a noticeable scar on his left cheek. His name is Lucas, a B-rank mercenary of Dmitri. It really hasn't changed a bit. He walked straight to a familiar blacksmith shop in town. Look at the state of you. Was the battle that difficult this time, Lucas? The old blacksmith teased while laughing. The young man scratched his head and replied, Don't even mention it. I was nearly killed by those desperate bastards. The blacksmith took Lucas's weapon, stroked his chin, and asked pensively, "The quality of this sword is terrible."
Where did you buy it? At the first shop I saw. It's because of this thing that I almost met the king of the underworld.
Hearing this, the blacksmith scolded him angrily. "To buy ironware and weapons, you must come to the Dmitri shop. Who is stupid enough to ignore a top-tier producer like this?" "That's why I'm here. It's all up to you." The owner replied generously, "Fine, I'll make you a whole set of gear. It will take a while." "No problem."
While waiting, I'll head back to the Dmitri house to rest. The battlefield has exhausted me. As Lucas stepped out, he saw a crowd gathered around a notice board. He thought to himself, why are they gathering there? Is there another war? I wasn't planning on taking more work. He couldn't help being a bit curious. Thinking this, Lucas walked quickly toward the crowd. "Excuse me, let me through." Recruitment notice. Recruiting soldiers. Prerequisite: good health and an ambition to become stronger. Number of recruits, 30. Salary, 8 silver coins per month. An average family only needs 5 silver coins a month to live, so even considering the risks, this job is quite good. However, it would be better if this condition wasn't there. Special Condition 4. You will serve Roman Dmitri alone, not the Dmitri family. Keep this in mind and only apply when you are ready to dedicate your life to Roman Dmitri. A middle-aged man nearby sighed and told Lucas, "Don't think about applying. You can't compete with those hundreds of people." Lucas smiled confidently and said, "Don't look at me like that. I'm a B-rank mercenary. I'd need at least 50 silver coins a month to promise loyalty to a noble." "Wait, did you say hundreds have applied already?" "That's right," the man replied immediately, shocking him. "Is this job really worth that much? No matter how good the conditions are, you aren't serving the Dmitri family, but the Dmitri fool, Roman Dmitri. Who knows what trials a soldier under him will face?" Lucas spoke very loudly, and everyone nearby heard him. Everyone looked at him as if he were a fool. A kind older man explained, "Ah, you're from out of town, so you don't know. Lord Roman is no longer the fool he was before. He didn't just wipe out the Bloodfang gang, he treats everyone very well." This made Lucas even more surprised. "What did you say?" We didn't believe it at first either, but after hearing Clark speak, I started to reconsider. Lucas asked who Clark was. Regarding Clark, he has a son. After Clark's son became Lord Roman's subordinate, their family's impoverished life improved greatly. Let me think. What was his son's name? I think it was Kevin. That afternoon when the carriage arrived at the estate. "What?" Kevin cried out in surprise. "You're saying a vacation, sir?" Roman nodded. "Yes, from tomorrow I'm giving you 3 days off. Rest is also a form of training. You've worked hard. Go spend some time with your family with peace of mind." "Yes, young master." Kevin then returned to his room in the mansion and changed into civilian clothes, muttering to himself, "A vacation? I'm not used to this. Before, if I didn't work, I would starve immediately. But this is nice. Since entering the castle, I haven't seen my family. I wonder what they are doing now." Kevin went to the door and met an acquaintance. "Oh, Lord Hans! Is that Kevin? I was just about to knock." He thrust a set of clothes into Kevin's hands and said with a smile, "You've been away so long. Are you going home looking like that? Lord Roman prepared some clean clothes for you. Change quickly." "Ah, yes, yes." He then handed Kevin a small pouch of money. "You'll also need money for gifts for your family. From now on, you'll receive 30 silver coins every month. Just enjoy it. Buy some gifts or spend a little, it's fine." Holding his salary, Kevin decided to buy a bag of freshly baked bread before going home. Kevin's mood was extremely happy. Unbelievable. Clothes can be this soft. Just wearing them makes me happy. I also bought lots of bread for the family. The hot bread smells so good, I'm sure Mary will be thrilled. She once said her lifelong dream was to eat the cream filling in a freshly baked bread. She complained about it every day. Why do we always have to eat stale bread? But I could never afford a loaf of toasted bread for her. It costs twice as much as the old bread. Furthermore, I will never forget the day the Bloodfang gang came to cause trouble. I was so helpless then.
Regardless, under the young master's guidance, I must become stronger as Roman's guard. Kevin's family was arranged in a 2-story apartment with a garden. The environment was airy and cool. Seeing his whole family looking healthy and glowing, Kevin wondered, what is this? This feels like the castle suburbs, not the slums. Kevin's younger sister quickly spotted her brother standing at the door. "Brother!" she cried out, alerting their parents. They all looked toward Kevin. "My son!" Kevin's mother rushed to hug him. "Oh my, it's been so long. Are you well? It's really him!" The scene of the family reunion was very warm. "Mother, father, this house is—" Kevin asked carefully. "Lord Kevin," the father replied immediately. "Lord Hans came and gave us this house to live in. He even gave us a plot of land to farm. They said it was Lord Roman's instruction." Kevin's mother added, "Not just that. The people in the castle helped us a lot too. Now we actually feel like we're living in this slum. Oh, I see, Lord Roman." A wave of warmth rose in Kevin's heart, feeling deeply grateful. Kevin was moved to tears. Suddenly, the elderly father noticed something on his son's face. "Did Lord Roman hit you?" "What? No, it's not like that at all." The mother patted his shoulder to comfort him. "You can tell us the truth. If they treat you like that, we are willing—" Kevin quickly pushed her away to explain. "Lord Roman is absolutely not that kind of person." "Then what's that on your face?" "Parents, the truth is—" Hey! Do you really want us to believe this?" "That's right." Clark recounted what he heard from his son and tried to convince those who still doubted his words. "Come on. Do you have any other way to explain my new house and new land?" After hearing it, the other party found it logical. That's true. According to Kevin, to protect his knight, he slapped that damn Barco knight. What noble would protect his subordinate like that? This left the listeners even more astonished. "Are you serious?" Thus, the story spread at lightning speed. Unbelievable! Was it really that foolish young master? You've seen Clark's life and his family now, haven't you? I heard Lord Roman gave them those things because their son, Kevin, became his subordinate. Good heavens! Then nothing could be better. I also heard he gave them a house and land. He even slapped the Barco knight for Kevin's sake. Clark's close friends had heard it from him directly yesterday. Every time I saw that boy, I felt pity for him. But I once saw him cause some trouble at the shop. Are you sure I didn't see wrong? Even the young people started talking about this in daily conversations. I heard Lord Roman treats his servants very well. I want to be like Kevin, too. We just need to be trusted by Lord Roman like Clark's family to have a new, prosperous life. Just like that, the rumors grew like ocean waves until they hit the shore. Roman Dmitri treats his subordinates very thoughtfully. If you can earn his trust, you will have a completely different life. That's why so many people applied to be his soldiers. Lucas was truly shocked. His mind was in a mess. What on earth is this? Wiping out the Blood Fang and then that business at the party? Roman did all that? The Roman Dmitri I know wouldn't do these things. Just 2 years ago, I saw him throwing a tantrum in the casino for losing all his money. Only 2 years? What has happened to this world? He muttered to himself. The man beside him found it strange, but said nothing more. Lucas smiled playfully. Interesting. I want to see for myself. That night at the Dmitri estate, in Lord Romero's office, Jonathan reported, "The testing phase is going very smoothly. We only need to provide the minimum number of soldiers required for enlistment. Lord Roman will handle the rest of the process." The Baron frowned slightly and asked, "Are we wasting too much time?" The chief knight reminded him, "This is your last chance to take everything back. Are you okay with this?" The Baron poured a glass of wine, his expression calm as he listened to his subordinate's words. "Building an army for an individual is too dangerous. At least you should ask Lord Roman's purpose first." "Jonathan," the Baron said in a deep voice, "when I heard Roman would attend the Barco social party, I thought the boy was preparing to ally with the Barcos to eliminate our generation. But Roman slapped the Barco knight right in front of all the nobles and resisted Anthony's interference. Even though Anthony could have joined forces with him to influence our second-generation army, exert pressure, deal a fatal blow, and then seize the inheritance to complete a revenge goal. But Roman, the child labeled a fool for over 10 years, has begun to live his own life since the Blood Fang incident. As a father, I am truly happy for him. Jonathan nodded upon hearing this. I understand. So tell me, how many people applied? With his reputation, if there are over 50, he's very lucky. Actually, it's estimated to be over 500 people. The Chief Knight's answer made Romero pause for a moment. He was completely stunned. What? 500? The next morning at the Dimitri training ground, just as dawn broke, many able-bodied young men from the city arrived to apply. Naturally, Lucas was among them. At this time, Chris stepped forward and respectfully called out, "Young Master, the preparations for the test are complete. I believe it is time for you to appear." One day before the selection, at a famous tavern in the city, Lucas was sitting there drinking beer. "Ha! Dimitri's dark beer is indeed #1. But I still can't believe so many people gathered before the selection. The number of applicants is higher than I thought. Not only that, look at the identification tags hanging on the belts of those 3 loud guys at the corner table. They are definitely C-rank mercenaries. And those 3 at the bar. They don't look like mercenaries, but they certainly look like battle-hardened veterans. Aside from here, there aren't many inns in Dimitri. In a scene where there are 5 or 6 people crammed into every square meter, the number of applicants is much larger than I imagined. But why is that? If they are all experienced in actual combat, they should be able to find better jobs. They surely didn't come here out of curiosity like me. Oh well. Lucas put down his glass, unable to figure it out, and prepared to leave. Just then, the voice of someone nearby caught his attention. "Henderson? Why are you here? Didn't you say you were joining the Lawrence family's 5th Army?" Henderson raised his glass and replied, "That was the original plan. After all, Lawrence is my hometown, but after witnessing Lord Roman Dimitri wipe out the Blood Fang gang in Lawrence with my own eyes, I changed my mind. Those who weren't there will never believe it. That day, I saw him in the square. Lord Roman Dimitri, covered in blood, dragging the Blood Fang leader by his hair. Can you imagine? An aristocratic young master, personally punishing them just because the Blood Fang gang touched his people. He even rode into another territory just to crush that leader's head. That image still hasn't left my mind. I trembled with fear, and that scene haunts me. Everyone doubts and denies the events at Lawrence, but I saw it with my own eyes and felt it personally. Roman Dimitri is not weak as rumored. He is a true leader, one who will fight for his people." Henderson slammed his hand on the table, his voice growing louder until the whole tavern could hear. "And this recruitment drive is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. To become his subordinate, I must pass the selection, earn residency in Dimitri, and live as a follower of Lord Roman Dimitri." Lucas nodded. "I understand. Roman Dimitri is a man worth giving one's life for. This massive shockwave is likely no coincidence." Back to the morning of the selection at the Dimitri training ground. Among those present, several groups of acquaintances were gathered. They laughed and joked, "Ha ha ha ha! Let's have a few drinks after the selection, shall we?" "Oh, to comfort those who didn't pass? Hey, who do you think I am? Do you think that could actually happen?" Lucas merged into the crowd, his heart full of conflicting thoughts. If everything I've heard is true, what choice should I make? Everyone here is thinking the same thing as me. People like us, after hearing rumors and applying in doubt, our real choice will come when we actually meet Roman. The surroundings suddenly became strangely quiet. "What's happening? Why is everyone silent? Someone is coming." It was Roman and his guards. As soon as they saw young Master Roman, everyone bowed in unison. That kingly aura was unmistakable. It made them instinctively adopt a respectful attitude. Lucas, of course, noticed it too. Even without being asked, the people there unconsciously parted to make way for Roman. Damn, those rumors were true! Roman stepped onto the high platform. After standing firm, Roman said to everyone, "Raise your heads. As announced, today I will select 30 warriors to fight for me, but before we begin, I have a few words for you all. I, Roman Dimitri, have no intention of hiding in this remote territory. I will not stop fighting until I achieve a higher status than I have now. In that process, your lives will certainly be at risk. Therefore, those who are not sure if they want to follow me can leave right now. When your heads are sliced off on the battlefield, what you think of should not be resentment toward the one who brought you there, but rather regret for not being able to stand by and witness your leader become the strongest symbol of power on the continent. This bold declaration left the crowd below stunned. Everyone stared with wide eyes and open mouths. Lucas was no exception. He thought to himself, what the hell is he talking about? Let alone becoming the strongest power, isn't his own status in the family under threat? Shouldn't he be a bit more humble? But for some reason, it felt like he might actually be able to do it. Then Chris stepped forward to announce the rules for today's test. All right, I will now introduce the first round of selection. The selection is simple. Participants will stand in the designated positions. This archer will fire 3 arrows toward you. The arrows may graze you or hit the target behind you, or they may go straight through your head, causing an accidental death. Only those who do not flinch when the 3 arrows are fired will pass the first round. The selection will proceed in order of the roll call. Dusky, please move to the designated position. Next is Morrison. Stand beside Dusky. The first person stood in position at the target. The archer was ready. Those waiting for their turn watched this, comforting themselves. He said it clearly, but would they really aim at the person standing there? In the normal course of the world, who uses death to recruit people? Besides, this archer must be highly skilled. He absolutely won't miss. The first arrow left the bowstring. It whistled through the air. Thwack! The arrow embedded itself into the wooden board right behind the candidate's head. Seeing this, the waiting candidates breathed a sigh of relief. All right, this is a psychological battle. Just stand still and believe everything will be fine. I'm sure the arrows will miss. But things did not go as hoped. The next thwack was the sound of an arrow piercing the first candidate's thigh. The whole field was in shock. Fear was visible on many faces. Even the person hit didn't react immediately. He then fell to the ground, clutching his leg and screaming in pain. Seeing this, soldiers rushed over. Chris also ran over, shouting, "Medical team, bring the equipment and carry him out." "Yes, sir!" Just like that, the first candidate was carried away on a stretcher. Atmospheric fear quickly spread across the field. Good heavens! He said to be mentally prepared to get hit. It was real? Unbelievable! "Next person, Morrison," Chris called out as if nothing had happened. Morrison was so scared he was about to cry. That arrow just went straight through that guy's thigh. If it had hit his head, he'd be dead on the spot. Morrison kept muttering, "Damn it, damn it, damn it, this is crazy. I only signed up for a chance to become a knight." Seeing this, Chris frowned and emphasized, "This is exactly what the young master said. I'll repeat it for those choosing to give up. If you are afraid of being hit by an archer, give up immediately. If you can persevere until the end, even if you are hit by an arrow, you will honorably receive certification for passing the first round. So you cowards remaining on this training ground, get out of here right now." The night before the test, Roman summoned a group of recruits and spoke clearly. "I will explain your roles in the first selection round again. Tomorrow you will be struck by an arrow. The archer is experienced in this region. He will only aim for non-vital parts." The archer standing next to Roman confidently patted his chest and said, "We won't miss, so please don't worry. This is your compensation." Chris stepped forward, revealing a chest of gold coins as a reward. The group looked on with excitement, exclaiming in surprise, "You won't suffer too much pain because a medic will be on standby, but you will still be hit. Do you still want to do it?" "We do," everyone answered in unison. "If there's nothing else, you may go." "Yes, young master." After they left, Chris immediately asked Roman about the doubts in his heart. "Young master, why must you go to this extent? If it were just a verbal threat, I wouldn't find anyone I'm satisfied with. I have to let them see that they are gambling with their lives. Even if the probability of being hit is only 1%, most candidates will back down because of the fear of that 1%. So what criteria must they meet to become your subordinates?" Roman answered seriously, "I want those with a steady psychological state. In other words, those born with the heart of a beast." The heart of a beast? That's right. Those born with the heart of a beast, even if they start from 0, will quickly become strong. Only those with this quality can stand shoulder to shoulder with me. What kind of crazy selection is this? Many complained and left immediately after the first volley. If I die, will he take responsibility? He's not even a sitting noble in court. I don't want to risk my life for Roman Dmitri. I quit. Me too. When Chris took a quick glance, he estimated that about 100 people had already quit. He turned to look at young Master Roman, thinking to himself, the heart of a beast. That is a type of innate talent. Like Kevin, who didn't hesitate to cut his own wrist at my command. Or like you, Chris, who begged the one who humiliated you to teach you how to become stronger. It can be said that such people are born with the heart of a beast. Those without it, no matter how strong they are, cannot defeat those who were born different. I must use this selection to filter out such people. Roman ordered the test to continue quickly according to instructions. The young man standing as the target this time looked very tense. He was panting incessantly. Lucas recognized this face in the crowd. It was the guy from the tavern. He didn't give up. It seems what he said then was true, even though he's now shaking like a leaf. Henderson gritted his teeth. Though scared to the point of crying, he still tried to endure, telling himself, "This is my chance to swear loyalty to young Master Roman. I can't give up without doing anything." Thwack! The first arrow struck near his right arm. This is terrifying. No, should I give up? Looking at the arrow about to leave the bowstring, the fear in Henderson's heart grew. Thwack! Another sound. The arrow landed right next to his right hand. I still have time. Just as he was about to open his mouth to quit, the archer acted. The sound of the arrow thudding into the wooden board was chilling. The arrow flew toward Henderson's groin. Of course, he was still unharmed. "Henderson, pass," Chris announced. He immediately collapsed to the ground, panting. Lucas laughed at the other's suffering. Just 1 second slower and he would have quit. Consider him lucky. Like that, the selection round proceeded smoothly. Excluding those who quit, about 400 people participated. The number of candidates who passed the first round was 120. Roman stood on the stands looking down, thinking, "Through the first selection, I have chosen some people who could be useful. Some passed while trembling all over. Some passed without a hint of fear. These two types aren't much different by my standards. They both have enough courage to suppress their fear. I must find the gems among this gravel. They might have come for a certain condition, or have hidden motives. I must distinguish those who will look at me with respect rather than fear." Roman loudly proclaimed, "All of you have passed the first round. This selection has proven you are warriors, but I will only recruit 30 people. Therefore, I will test you once more in the second round. If you pass and become my subordinates, you will be able to live the life of a predator." A question flashed through Lucas's mind like lightning. The life of a predator? Roman stepped down from the platform and continued, "The second round begins now. The rules are simple. As you see, wooden swords have been prepared here. The type and quantity do not matter. Choose the sword you like. Then prove your value by facing me." The crowd buzzed once more. "Is he planning to duel us? He's fighting all 120 of us alone?" Roman emphasized. "You don't need to win. Những AI có thể trụ được 1 phút dưới. Tay ta sẽ được tính là quả, và sẽ nhận được đãi ngộ tốt hơn những gì đã ghi trên thông báo." Một gã cao lớn trong đám đông nghe vậy, chủ động bước ra nói ta trước hắn đầu trọc. There was a long scar over his left eye. Clearly, he was not someone inexperienced in life, so both sides took their positions to prepare for the confrontation. "What is your name?" Roman asked. "I am Vulcan. Is it no problem for you to use that sword?" Vulcan gripped the sword tightly and replied, "Are the rumors of him subduing the Blood Fang gang true? But even so, there's no way he can take me down in 1 minute." Chris prepared to flip the hourglass in his hand. Roman signaled to prepare. Vulcan was full of confidence. "As long as I last a minute, I must take this chance to make him remember deeply what kind of person I am." He swung the wooden sword toward Roman with all his might, but his expression immediately turned to terror. Roman's movements were incredibly uncanny. He dodged the attack as easily as going for a stroll and then tripped his opponent's supporting leg. The bald man scrambled up to escape, but the blade in Roman's hand was already at his neck. "Next," Roman said coldly. Lucas, after watching the first match, realized in shock, he's completely on another level. He dodges with extremely agile and fluid movements. I didn't think a human could perform such moves. This selection will be 100 times harder than the first. The moment Voken failed, everyone thought the same thing. Roman is too strong. But as the confrontations continued and time passed, they thought that as his stamina depleted, defeating him would become easier. 1 hour after the second round began, 60 matches, the words he said before the selection: "If you pass this round and become my subordinates, you will be able to live the life of a predator." I think I finally understand the meaning. Roman is the predator. A predator who can live according to his own will in a world where the strong eat the weak. Looking at him, it feels like everything he says will come true. Right now, while Lord Roman is still considered the fool of the Dmitri house, it might be a once-in-a-lifetime chance to become his subordinate.
How can we defeat that monster?
Everyone here will be counted as having lost, Chris declared. Fine, I'll go. A young man with a small pouch and a dagger at his hip stepped out. Those who can last 1 minute against me will be considered to have passed and will receive better treatment than what was written in the notice. A tall guy in the crowd heard this and proactively stepped out, saying, "I'm first." He was bald. As noon approached, the sunlight grew increasingly harsh on Roman. Lucas had only 2 observations. He is a monster. Roman Dmitri is a monster. Beyond his supreme martial arts, thinking of the fact that he could create such a sense of oppression, Roman Dmitri was completely different from before. Just as he said, he won't stay in this remote place forever. He will conquer the entire continent. I am certain of it. I don't care about those 8 silver coins. Within a year, I will know if Roman's words are true or false. Chris flipped the hourglass, signaling the start. Lucas rushed forward with determination. To do that, first I must pass this selection. Chris observed from the outside, silently evaluating. He rushed forward without a moment's hesitation. Aside from the first person earlier, no one has proactively attacked. Not only that, his attack strategy involves swinging a sword at the head while using a dagger to stab at the heart. The 2 wooden swords collided, making a crisp sound. Roman took a step back. Lucas thought, he's backing up to dodge my dagger and parry my sword. Then how about this? Lucas threw the wooden dagger in his hand and quickly followed after it, launching an attack at the same time. Roman used his sword to parry the opponent's blade while simultaneously using the hilt to knock the dagger away, almost in the same instant. Then he swung his arm forcefully, pushing Lucas back. This B-rank mercenary actually failed. It seems that's still not enough. Usually moving quickly and continuously creates openings, but Roman is like an impregnable fortress. Even so, I can't stop. If I hesitate for even a second, I'll lose. To last for 1 minute, I must maintain the initiative. After drawing another wooden dagger he had prepared at his belt, Lucas rushed forward again. Roman smiled with interest. Lucas seems to have potential. This isn't a great method on a battlefield, but it's very suitable for a duel. He knows how to seize the initiative. But my intention isn't simply to let you last for a minute. 1 minute is a barrier for them to understand how strong the Lord they are about to serve truly is. Roman continued to dodge, while parrying all the moves the candidate unleashed. After a few exchanges, the purpose of this selection was to engrave this into their minds from the very first meeting. Let's end this match. Lucas realized Roman intended to attack. He hurriedly retreated to dodge a fatal blow. A B-rank mercenary is only at this level. This was a phrase he had heard no less than 10 times in his combat career. An ordinary person, if they try their best, can reach B rank. But if they cannot use mana, they will never reach A rank. A rank possesses great power that can subdue anyone, and the prerequisite is awakening mana. I am someone without the talent to sense this thing called mana. Therefore, I have reached my limit. No matter how hard I try, I cannot surpass B rank. Even so, I have survived time and again on battlefields where countless people perished. And from that, I realized one thing: to survive and to win, I must utilize everything. Lucas grabbed the small pouch at his side, and at the moment Roman closed in, he threw it straight at Roman's face. Grains of sand of all sizes burst out of the bag and struck Roman's face. Roman and Chris were both quite surprised to see this. He actually threw sand? He only said to last 1 minute. There were no other rules,
so this must be valid. Lucas fell backward due to inertia, but he knew well that there was only one chance, so he immediately stood up. Lucas drew another dagger from his belt, shouting as he rushed forward, but he quickly froze in his tracks. Roman Dmitri was standing before him, his eyes still wide open. His eyes, bloodshot from the sand, are looking straight at me. Ha ha ha! He burst out laughing and dropped the weapon in his hand. Lucas sighed and said, "I surrender." Before the heavenly demon cult begins teaching martial arts properly to its disciples, the first thing they must learn is how to always keep their eyes wide open in a life-or-death duel. In a battle that changes in the blink of an eye, even a single blink is enough to lose one's life. This is a strict requirement because when breathing, energy circulates, and blinking is also a carefully calculated action. Therefore, they are trained to keep their eyes wide open in every situation for survival. One must always keep their eyes open, regardless of what affects them. Even if the eyes are about to be destroyed, they are not permitted to close. In any situation, the principle is to always maintain vision. Lucas knew he was out of options, so he chose to surrender. After Roman performed some brief first aid, the next match was set to continue as Chris handed Roman a water pouch. Watching Roman wash his eyes, a thought occurred to Lucas: regret. He bit his lip in frustration, blaming himself. If I had known it would be like this, I never would have used sand. I tried until the last moment to pass the selection using every necessary trick, but the result is just too pathetic. Roman, he surely despises me now. No, perhaps he didn't have any expectations for me from the beginning. Will he be angry? I'll probably be punished. I wonder how I'll be punished. Next person, Roman said, as if nothing had happened. This left Lucas somewhat stunned. The candidates in this crowd were equally surprised. He's not angry at all? He didn't even ask his opponent why he played dirty. Roman, or rather the soul of the heavenly demon, within Roman's body, had never discriminated against, forbidden, or looked down upon tactics used in combat. To win, any means can be used. He knew Lucas's plan well. He had seen him reach for that pouch when leaning back to dodge a sword strike, but he ignored it to let him fight with everything he had. The hell that Lucas has experienced? I don't know how many bloody scenes he has seen, but I can be sure that the blood I have seen under the name Baek Jong-hyuk is enough to create an ocean. The heavenly demon was born like that. Is no one else coming up? Roman asked coldly. Of course, having come this far, no one wanted to stop without doing something. The confrontations continued, and the process didn't change much. Initially, candidates rushed in to attack Roman, and he easily dodged. But with the lesson from Lucas, they knew they could use small tricks. This candidate had prepared a stone. After a missed attack, he threw it at Roman to buy time. Chris observed quietly, drawing a conclusion. Lucas has set a precedent. Now all the participants are using all their tricks at the final moment. A candidate continued the match, closing in on Roman and raising a leg to kick directly at his face. The groan of pain from the one being kicked made Lucas realize one thing: playing dirty was not grounds for disqualification. However, the moment they went too far, he was no longer merciful. Next person, Roman said coldly. If I hadn't surrendered, I would surely have ended up like them. But then again, what kind of situation is this? It's nonsensical. This is already the 100th match. The selection has been going on for 2 or 3 hours. Aside from a few drops of sweat, his breathing remains in a state of perfect stability. To maintain such a state, Roman naturally had his secrets. A mountain of corpses, a sea of blood, the brink of death. No enemy will be merciful to you just because you have worked hard. Once your breathing is no longer stable, your movements will stall, and at that moment, you will become part of the mountain of corpses at your feet. That is why one has no choice but to become a master of combat. Inhaling and exhaling, through this sequence of actions, one can gather natural energy to circulate throughout the body, recovering from accumulated fatigue. Combined with ideal body management and bone strengthening, my body has reached an optimal state. This level is nothing compared to what I've experienced. Back when I was conquering martial arts, I once fought continuously for 3 days and 3 nights. That is why my endurance will never run out in light matches like these.
The second selection round ended, and Chris began to gather the participants. All candidates assemble! The number of people who passed the second round was 0. Everyone's faces darkened. However, it is not as if no one can continue. Among the 120 people here, 30 will be selected. The list will be announced later. You all did great. Dismissed. That night, in the study, Roman summoned Chris. Here is the list of participants who passed the selection. From now on, you will train these 30 men. Understood, Chris replied with a nod. As Chris scanned the list, he thought, so these are the ones who passed the selection? Vokan, the first man to challenge the young master. He must be very brave and deeply respects the young master. And Henderson, he doesn't stand out at all. Did the young master discover some merit in him that I didn't see? Aside from them, the others were also... Chris's eyes stopped at one name. He asked, was Lucas also selected? Yes, Roman replied. Roman asked if there was a problem with him. Chris said, I admit Lucas is more talented than other B-rank mercenaries. But during the selection, he played dirty, and when he realized he couldn't win, he chose to surrender. He didn't fight to the end. Such a person on the battlefield will only cause us harm. He doesn't even care for honor. He's the type of mercenary who would abandon his comrades and use any means to survive. If I were in charge of these soldiers, I truly could not accept him. That is exactly why I chose him, Roman replied with a smile. I don't understand, sir, Roman explained. Just as you said, Lucas might be a coward who doesn't value honor. But when everyone else didn't think of playing dirty, he had that practical mindset. To step before me and act like that, these people often shine brightly on the battlefield. They never stop looking for ways to survive, seeking an exit at any cost. So let me ask you the question in return. On what basis are you so certain that Lucas would abandon his comrades for a lowly trick? Roman's question made Chris recall the words Captain Jonathan had once said to him. Because, Chris, the people on the battlefield are not like knights like you and me. They don't use aura. So what do they rely on to survive? Only those who can keep their calm in any situation and act based on the current landscape are the ones who survive until the end. Therefore, you must remember that no matter how strong a knight you are, you will never escape the fate of being killed by those hiding in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to counterattack. Chris thought to himself, that's right. Lucas's decision was indeed very practical. My vision is still too narrow, Chris spoke up. Young master, please enlighten me. There is still one thing I'm unclear about. You still have 5 months before you have to go to war, and nobles aren't forced to the front lines by conscription orders. So why did you summon the soldiers so early? Roman didn't answer immediately, only saying he would soon announce the family's official declaration. Barco. Our Barco family has always waited for the Lawrence family to make a decision regarding the covenant signed in the past. However, they have betrayed the honor of the nobility as well as the covenant with us. Therefore, after a long period of patient waiting, we have decided to raise the sword. The crimes of the Lawrence family are as clear as day. Not only have they failed to pay the debts of their ancestors, but they have also arrogantly declared that their family will not give up the land used as collateral. Therefore, we use this announcement to declare to the people of the Cairo Empire, if the Lawrence family does not pay off all debts within 1 week or return the land considered collateral, the Barco family, with the permission of the central government, will launch a territory war against the Lawrence family. And Chris immediately understood after receiving and reading this announcement. Young master, could it be? Roman smiled and said, that's right. From now on, we will prepare to participate in the war between the Barco and Lawrence families. At the same time, the Lawrence and Barco families were also urgently preparing for this war. In the depths of Flora's consciousness, chaotic sounds seemed to echo incessantly. Lady Flora, from now on we shall part ways, so let us decide our own matters. The Barco family has borrowed a large sum from the Golden Bank. Do you know what that means? It means war is their only remaining option. The one falling into despair because of this political marriage isn't us, but the entire Lawrence family. No matter how society judges Roman Dmitri, I still hope someone can believe and follow what they have seen with their own eyes and experienced personally. Therefore, I hope to escape this binding marriage without any more variables. It's all your fault.
You are the one who ruined this family!
Flora woke up with a start. She struggled to breathe, panting. No one was in the room. Those sounds were just her imagination. Flora sat up, holding her head, trying to steady her emotions. What on earth have I done? The next morning, in the Lawrence mansion, the servants were gossiping. Is it because of the cancelled engagement? The young lady has locked herself in her room since returning from the Dmitri family. I heard the broken engagement was Lady Flora's fault. Is that true? What could she have done to make the fiancé take the initiative to cancel? Also, will we be okay? I heard we're about to go to war with the Barco family. The Lord's mood seems quite bad. I wonder if something is wrong. At this time, Flora was locking herself in her room, blaming herself. She had always thought of herself as a very intelligent person. I excelled in the advanced courses at the academy. From the bright smile Father always gave me, I always thought I was a good daughter. But in reality, without my family, I am nothing. No different from a flower in a greenhouse. Though carefully tended and gorgeous on the outside, that's all there is to it. Not much use. The marriage with the Dmitri house was where this flower could prove its value, but I destroyed it all with my own hands. How ridiculous. I no longer have any confidence to face Father. I wonder what that man would do in this situation. Thinking carefully, Roman and I are completely opposite. No one leaned on him or placed any expectations on him. He was a lone wolf who used his own strength to conquer the Bloodfang. He even performed such a terrifying act with his own hands. Could he really do that without any help? No. When did he become so strong? How could he do that? No, forget whether he had the ability or not. The truth is he could find a way to solve it. But compared to him, she bit her lip in frustration, filled with disappointment in herself. At this moment, a servant came to the door, gently knocking. Lady Flora, your meal is ready. Seeing no response, the two looked at each other and sighed. Suddenly, the door opened from the inside. Lady Flora!
I must go to the study.
Her voice was hoarse.
Father is doing his best to seek help from other families.
But I am certain that in this situation no one will be willing to help. Just like how Roman Dmitri conquered the Bloodfang, we must find our own way out. At the same time, in the council room of the Lord's mansion, the Mateo family has rejected our proposal. The Baron's hand kept flipping through the ledger, his voice urgent. Then I will sign a contract with Vacha.
But my lord...
And the Vacha family has also rejected our proposal. Although we agreed to establish the distribution system they always requested, they stated clearly that they will not help us in this matter. The Baron tried to find other families to contact or any straw of hope to grasp. The person beside him said, My lord, no matter how you look at it, asking neighbors for help is extremely difficult because of the Barco family's pressure. There are rumors they will retaliate against any force on the northeast border that dares to interfere in this war. Is there truly no other solution? The Baron was slowly falling into despair. If the Lawrence family cannot pay the debt or hand over the collateral land within a week, the Barco family, with government permission, will declare war. That was the content of the announcement. In the study, Flora had just finished reading a book on the table. She sat with a dazed expression, then slumped her face down in dejection. Only 1 week left until war breaks out. The best action Lawrence can take in this situation is... Damn it! Baron Lawrence punched the table in anger, cursing. Bastards! Before this happened, every single one of them were sycophants flattering us. Now they dare to act as if we don't exist. Have you contacted the Golden Bank? I have. They said they would investigate the collateral land issue, but the investigation likely won't finish within a week. Furthermore, given the massive capital they've invested in the Barco family, I think they've decided the Barco side is more profitable. Hearing this, the Baron could only hold his head and sigh. So after we've tried everything, is there really no solution left? A powerful person in the territory sat in the room, sadly suggesting, perhaps it is best that we surrender. All aid from neighbors has been blocked by the Barco family. The disparity in our military forces is also too clear. Therefore, I believe surrendering and giving them what they want might protect our innocent soldiers and preserve as much land and property as possible, rather than letting them seize everything. All of them, though unwilling, felt the situation was beyond saving by mere will. Baron Lawrence bowed his head deeply. He must have been incredibly disappointed. After a moment of thought, he had to admit, "You have a point." Suddenly, a servant's voice announced from outside, "My lord, Lady Flora requests an audience." The Baron was surprised. "Flora? I am very busy right now." Before he could finish refusing, she pushed the door open and entered.
"Flora, what are you doing here?"
Her eyes were filled with determination.
"Father, I have something to say regarding the Dmitri side."
"What? What do you want to say?" "That is exactly what I want to say," Roman emphasized. "I intend to personally participate in the war between Barco and Lawrence under the name of Roman Dmitri." His father took a sip of tea and asked back, "Do you know what that means?"
"Of course I do."
Baron Romero angrily slammed his teacup onto the saucer and shouted, "You know that, and yet you dare say such a thing? The war between Barco and Lawrence is a legal conflict approved by the central government. Now that you've broken the engagement with the Lawrence daughter, we have no reason to interfere in their business." His words grew stricter. "If the Dmitri family interferes, the nobles of the Northeast will sever all ties with us. In the worst case, the central government might even send troops to subjugate us. If you want to help Lawrence just because of a slight stirring in your heart, for God's sake, don't. Heavens, I thought you had matured." Looking at the man holding his head and sighing in front of him, Roman asked in a calm voice, "Father, do you want me to keep living like this forever?" "What? What nonsense are you suddenly talking?" Our Baron began to lose his temper. "Father, I am not interfering in this war because of a slight stirring in my heart. In fact, I was recently threatened by the eldest son of the Barco family. He did it because my marriage with the Lawrence house could hinder their plans. Although I have no evidence to prove what really happened that day, I just had an idea. People say Dmitri is the true power of the Northeast, yet the Barco family thinks we are beneath them. And you, Father, who possesses such great power and wealth, do nothing. I am certain you are too satisfied with the status quo." These words moved the Baron, who was over 50. Roman continued with firm and sharp eyes, "But I, Roman Dmitri, am different. I crave power and will never stand by while the name Dmitri is smeared, whether by Barco or anyone else. I have many ways, just like how the Barco family fabricated a non-existent reason to declare war. Fabricating a reason is nothing but child's play between those in power." A new life. It felt like he was still struggling in a vast ocean, but one thing was certain. Baek Jong-hyuk's identity was changing. I must live the life of a ruler. That is the life the current Roman will live and the things he will do. That is why he is here at this moment saying what he wants. I am not asking you to lend me the family's strength. I will only intervene in this war with my own capabilities as Roman Dmitri. So please, Father, watch me. The path I am about to show is the path I want to take from now on. One's background cannot be changed, no matter how great that person becomes, how many achievements they reach, how wealthy they become, or even if they become a lord governing a territory. The fact that I was just a commoner will never change." Romero had said these words to his wife. She smiled gently and replied, "I guess something happened when you went to the royal palace to meet the other nobles, didn't it?" He laughed heartily. "It's nothing." Then he sat down next to his wife, Hina Hana, and said, "Just by observing their eyes, I know. The way they look at me is not the way a noble looks at another noble like themselves." She looked at him tenderly and asked, "Then, do you want to change it?" He replied with a contented smile, "No, I am very satisfied with my current life. I don't want to break it just for a small benefit, but I hope our sons will be different. Different from me, who is content with managing a small, remote land. I hope they can surpass the limits of their birth to reach higher places." That was a memory of Baron Romero. What he had hoped for then had now appeared in the son who, just a few months ago, was considered the fool of the Dmitri house. But what was with this child's gaze? Those eyes, the eyes of a man who cannot be moved. Romero instinctively looked at his own palms, his heart filled with 100 conflicting thoughts.
Yes, I have always dreamed of this moment. The child who always made me worry has matured like this before I knew it. Do what you want. If you need help, just tell me. You, Roman Dmitri, are my son, and I, Romero Dmitri, am your father. No matter what trouble you cause, you don't need to carry the responsibility alone, the Baron declared loudly. Having received a satisfactory answer, Roman smiled. This father was actually quite reasonable. After speaking with his father, Roman went straight to the territory's blacksmith district. So it's here. It seems the rumor that the Dmitri family's forge is the largest in the Cairo kingdom is not an exaggeration. The facilities here allow many blacksmiths to work simultaneously. The forges stand side by side, echoing with rhythmic hammer strikes. It looks like this district has about 30 such facilities. The secret to the Dmitri family's wealth, one only needs to look at this street for the answer. The iron mine behind the palace has the largest reserves in the country, and the Dmitri blacksmiths are capable of selling the iron mined here at sky-high prices. Thus, the nobles of northeast Cairo never dare to oppose Dmitri. Besides fearing Dmitri's wealth, if they couldn't get their nationwide supply of weapons from the Dmitri family, it would be a serious problem. So he's here. The man he was thinking of is the one known as the symbol of the Dmitri family, Master Smith Henry. Previously, during the conversation in the Baron's study, Roman had proposed the following. I intend to handle this matter myself, but I truly need your help, Father. That is the equipment necessary for the armed forces. The Baron gently set down his teacup and said, Go find Henry. I used to handle all the forge's affairs personally as the owner. But after I was titled, Henry, who worked by my side, took over that job as the family's master. He manages the entire iron equipment production process. If you say I referred you, he will provide what you need. Roman nodded to show he understood. Thank you, Father. The Baron added a reminder. However, when you go there, you must remember one thing. The Dmitri blacksmiths are very proud. They aren't the type to show loyalty just because you were born a Dmitri. Only those who can distinguish the quality of iron and have the ability to handle it can earn the blacksmith's trust. That is why Roman appeared here at the blacksmith district. But it seemed most people here were looking at Roman with less than friendly eyes. I see. Just as Father said, considering Roman's past foolish behavior, it's not surprising they treat me this way. Look who's here! What business brings you down to visit here? A man with a bushy beard and a rugged build asked in a raspy voice, with not a hint of goodwill in his tone. Oh, so he is Master Henry, Roman thought. Roman spoke up. I believe my father has communicated to you the reason I am here. Oh? Right. Armed equipment for 30 men, was it? I thought you'd spent all your allowance and came here to steal something. Look at my memory, it's coming back now. Even though he knew the other was mocking him, Roman did not retort. Henry pointed to a pile of armor and weapons on the ground not far away and said, That pile in the corner, take whatever you want. That's enough to equip 30 soldiers. You're telling me to take those? Roman asked back. Yes. Are these your best works, Master Henry? Hearing him say that, the man roared in anger. Best works, my foot! If you're not satisfied, get out of here. Roman casually picked up a sword from the pile and said in a serious tone, Mr. Henry, it seems the praises that Dmitri's iron equipment is the best in Cairo are all bluster. I didn't expect you'd call this equipment for soldiers. Roman emphasized, I ask again, are these truly your best works? Master Henry! These words made him lose his composure even more. Henry fiercely asserted, Dmitri Ironware proudly claims to be the best in Cairo. But you, one who has never shed a drop of sweat before a forge, dare to judge Dmitri equipment? If it weren't for Romero's request, I would never give you anything. While your brother Rodri worked as my assistant for years to inherit the family, you, the eldest son, spent your time on the streets flirting with women. Do you understand what that means? Compared to these things on the ground, you, Roman Dmitri, are unrecyclable trash. He criticized bluntly at the top of his lungs. You are just an eldest son who knows how to do nothing. No, you are trash that can do nothing. It's this scene again. Roman knew what this body was like before to be treated this way. However, this still made him very uncomfortable. It's not that I don't understand your anger.
However, during the forging of this sword, the hammering force was so uneven that it changes color even under the sun. This must be the product of a novice blacksmith who hasn't mastered the use of a hammer. Therefore, this thing is not worthy of being called Dimitri equipment, and because you, Master Henry, cannot deny this fact, you have truly looked down on me by calling this a defective product.
What are you saying? The old blacksmith, seeing Roman was different from usual, asked back. Master Henry, Roman emphasized each word. Just now, one of my soldiers died because he couldn't use this trash sword to strike his opponent. The blade is so dull it couldn't cut cleanly through flesh. And that soldier, unable to pull the sword stuck in his opponent's muscle, lost his head with a bewildered expression. How do you feel about this injustice? He did his best to survive but had no choice but death because his trash master used trash to equip him. I'm talking nonsense? The old man was about to roar. Roman interrupted him again. He picked up a chainmail from the ground while continuing to ask and answer himself. Mr. Henry, why do you think soldiers wear armor? If it can protect the body from an opponent's attack even once, the weight of the armor is worth bearing. But another soldier, the armor I gave him, betrayed the very thing he trusted, and he lost his life. He believed those firmly woven iron pieces would protect him, but a flawed fragment from an unknown blacksmith failed to block the enemy's strike. It punched a hole in the armor, and his organs spilled out from between the plates. Henry roared again. What on earth are you blabbering about? Roman said coldly, Do you still not understand what I'm saying? Roman could understand his anger as the eldest son of the Dimitri house, who had no interest in smithing, only showing up when needing items and starting to critique the iron equipment. I know your thoughts and feelings well, but you have gone too far. Roman raised his voice. If I hadn't realized that these things thrown carelessly on the ground were all defects, the soldiers under me would have unknowingly trusted and entrusted their lives to this pile of trash. This issue is not simply you taking revenge on me for personal feelings. It involves 30 lives. And even knowing that, you, Master Henry, still ignored the truth. Can you truly hold that thought and call yourself a proud artisan representing the Dimitri house? When the pile of defects you intended to give me out of personal feelings means those who did nothing wrong will face death, I didn't mean it that way. Henry weakened before Roman's accusation, appearing flustered. No, you cannot argue. Your intent doesn't matter. Roman continued. The purpose of weapons and armor is very clear, and I specifically requested them in the name of my father, Baron Romero. But you responded to me with this pile of trash. This action of yours, Mr. Henry, can I consider it an act of disrespect toward my father? I know you didn't mean to defy my father's orders. You just didn't want to give me anything. However, this action is akin to rebellion. This is not just my personal request. This is the Lord's command. Manufacture fine weapons and armor for me. Social status. The moment the boundary between master and servant blurs, the class system collapses immediately. Loyal slaves, and even those you thought were friends. As soon as they cross the line of a servant, they must receive appropriate punishment. Now I ask you once more. Are your actions toward me a rebellion against my father? Rebellion? Absolutely not. The old man tried to justify himself. If not, then explain why you gave me this trash. The situation grew more tense. Those working in the forge gathered around. It's too loud. What's going on? That group shouted at Roman, making his face show annoyance. They didn't hesitate to point at Roman's face and curse. You bastard, what are you doing to Master Henry? I don't know what happened, but I can't stand by and watch this damn Dimitri challenge the master. Besides, that bastard is even holding a sword. Hey you, what do you want to do to Master Henry? Catch him! Roman's patience was nearing its limit. At this moment, Roman had the urge to strike down all those treating him with such arrogance. Just as the tension was about to exceed acceptable limits, Henry told everyone to stop. Master! A young apprentice wanted to say something, but Henry shouted at him, I said stop! Henry bowed sincerely in apology. This is entirely my fault. Henry, You bastard.
An old memory surfaced when the blacksmith hailed as the symbol of Dmitri was still a raw apprentice. He had been slapped mercilessly and scolded. "A useless thing like you dares to stay here? I told you it's too early for you to forge a sword yourself. Throw that trash away and get out of the forge if you ever want to do this again." Henry could only wince to dull the pain from being hit. While working alone, he couldn't help but curse the forge owner under his breath. That pig. He's clearly the master of the forge, but teaches me nothing. Only makes me run errands and hits me. When will I ever become such a blacksmith? Suddenly, nearby shouting caught Henry's attention. "Hey, do you think we are a charity?" A young guest looked at the gold coins in his hand. He said he knew this amount was absolutely not enough to buy a sword. "But this is all I have. I promise to pay you back if you'll give me a sword. For someone like me, I have nothing but my health. I need a weapon to make a living." The forge owner just folded his arms, listened, and sighed. The old man told the young man, "If you just want to browse, then go." The other was still pleading, "Please, I beg you, I have a family to feed." "I told you to get out!" the forge owner shouted. Having no other choice, the guest bowed his head gloomily and left empty-handed. Henry took a sword and secretly followed, calling him back. "Hey, is something wrong?" When the young man received the sword from Henry, he was overjoyed. Are you planning to give me this sword for free? I heard your situation in the shop. If you need a sword, take this." He was ecstatic and said, "Thank you so much. Please take this silver coin." No need." Henry flatly refused. "I said I don't need money. It was going to be thrown away anyway. I just want the sword I made to be able to help someone." The other person heard this and gave a bright smile. Thank you very much." Giving the sword away was perhaps the happiest moment of Henry's day, but he quickly became horrified, because he witnessed the body of that young man being brought back. He was dead. He died with his eyes open, flies buzzing around his corpse. The scene was utterly terrifying. Henry couldn't help but cover his mouth, wanting to vomit. He turned and ran in panic away from the surrounding crowd. Suddenly, Henry heard people gossiping. "I heard he died while escorting a merchant caravan. What a poor soul. If only that sword hadn't broken while fighting the bandits, it would have been fine. The others in the escort team are all okay, right? That's why one needs a good weapon." What will his wife and children do now? Every word was like a knife to Henry's heart. This was no different from him killing the man with his own hands. From that day on, I swore I would never let that happen again. "Henry, what on earth have you done?" "Unbelievable. I was going to let that repeat just because I didn't like him? How could I be so wicked? I will have to pay for my actions." Henry spoke while bowing his head. The blacksmiths in the forge were all shocked to witness this. "If you want to atone that much, I will not pursue this further." Roman's words were beyond Henry's expectations. "Go back to work. I know you are an excellent blacksmith, Master Henry. Therefore, I will entrust you with the task of preparing equipment for my 30 soldiers. As I said, I don't believe you intentionally defied my father's orders. Perhaps it was just your dissatisfaction with me. I completely understand, so I think we should forget the mistakes of both sides. I only want weapons and armor that can protect my soldiers." Henry couldn't help but be amazed in his heart. After scolding me like that, in the end, he still gave me a way out? I had heard the rumors, but can a person really change this much? I understand now. He is no longer the Roman of the past. Henry stood straight, looked at Roman, and declared loudly, "I repeat, I am truly sorry. I swear this will never happen again. To compensate, the armor and weapons for your soldiers. We will manufacture with the highest quality." Roman nodded with satisfaction. Henry shouted, "Everyone back to your positions, we start now." Everyone replied in unison, "Yes, master." The fires in the forges were relit. Each person returned to their post, showing off their talent. They coordinated with each other perfectly. Henry was putting his whole heart and soul into creating this batch of weapons and armor. "I stole Master Henry's sword?" Roman asked in surprise. The blacksmith sharpening a sword replied, "You don't remember? Well, you were dead drunk at the time. Can you be more specific?" Roman pressed. "That happened about 3 years ago." Because the Lord stopped your allowance, you needed money urgently and sneaked into the forge. You stole Master Henry's sword and sold it cheaply to a merchant. The sword you stole then was Master Henry's masterpiece. It was a work he spent 6 months designing and another 3 months without sleep to complete. For something like that to be sold for a pittance. The young master will never understand the feeling of a masterpiece made by one's own hands being sold away and never recovered. Hearing these words, Roman felt a pang of guilt in his heart. The one who crossed the line was the Roman of the past. After getting what he wanted, he left the area. "Roman Dmitri!" A raspy old voice called him from behind. Roman turned and saw it was Henry. He said, "Regarding that matter, I still haven't completely forgiven you. I accept your request because this time I was wrong. But I still cannot accept that the eldest son of the Dmitri family completely ignores the affairs of the forge. Please remember that the foundation of the Dmitri family is this forge. If one day you can forge even a discarded sword with your own hands, perhaps I will look at you with different eyes." Roman smiled and replied, "It won't be long. I'm leaving now. I'll be back when the work is done." Roman went straight to the warehouse he used to use for training. Looking at the forging tools inside, Roman mocked himself. It's been a long time, hasn't it? A place where one can train alone, arranged as desired. All the tools are here. Well then, let's begin. Light the fire. When I was in the martial world, from the age of 15, I decided to forge my own swords. At that time, the demon cult was not unified, and brothers were often at odds. I had to keep my eyes open while sleeping to prevent assassination. My 11th younger brother, Baek Jung-hoon, ambushed me. It was a battle between equals, but my sword broke, leaving me unable to defend against Baek Jung-hoon's attack. The situation then was extremely dangerous. I almost lost my life. It was an unfair confrontation. My weapon had failed. But in a place like the demon cult, there is no such thing as fairness. I was forced to use a broken sword to fight against my brothers. When I slashed his face and narrowly escaped death, I thought, I need a sword that never breaks in battle and can unleash my full potential. I won that battle by a hair's breadth because I needed a sword specifically for myself. From that day on, unlike my other brothers, I went to the forge to learn how to forge my own swords. Before every decisive battle, I forged a sword suited to the situation. Through hundreds of battles, my swords constantly changed and improved. The 39th sword I forged was known as the Heavenly Demon Sword, a priceless treasure. And now, to prepare for the upcoming war, it is time for me to forge a new sword for myself. The process of forging a sword is not simple. The blacksmith repeats a single motion. He swings the hammer rhythmically, over and over again. At the same time, he maintains a steady rhythm and strength. When a person is completely absorbed in an objective task, they enter a state of high concentration trance. What do I live for? I must survive in a world where only the strong can exist. Because my father was the heavenly demon, I eventually became the one considered the strongest. After experiencing countless tribulations, I never felt it was a bad thing. It is the same now. I am simply living in my current reality. However, my current state is not enough to deal with all the changes. Therefore, I need to train myself to become stronger. As for Roman's world and the powerful forces within it, I still do not have a clear understanding of them. The defeated do not deserve forgiveness. I once lived the life of a hunter, and I still do. Roman opened his mouth and swallowed the flames into his stomach. His body was like a pillar of burning fire. The Flame God Art, a type of martial art created by the one once known as the Flame Demon. This martial art utilizes the power of fire to quickly accumulate mana. For me right now, as someone considered useless, this is the most optimal ability. If I use this technique too frequently, my lungs and other internal organs will be damaged. But right now, I crave the strength to deal with any incident. The scene shifts to the Lawrence mansion. We have no way back now. Flora stood before the family members and spoke loudly. Everyone around had refused to help, and the disparity in military strength was too clear. Someone had already mentioned whether they should surrender to preserve even a small part of the family's territory. But I believe that no matter the cost, we must fight. The Baron angrily slammed the table, frowning as he spoke. Instead of sacrificing the lives of innocent soldiers for a war that is certain to be lost, surrendering is the best choice for everyone. Barco has used their relationship with the cabinet to borrow a sum of money from the treasury. If that is the case, that loan can be seen as an unsecured loan. Those present began to buzz because of Flora's words. How could they get an unsecured loan? She continued, unsecured loans usually have very high interest rates. Barco is not the only party benefiting in this war. Barco is the party borrowing money to obtain benefits for both sides. Once they successfully invade, they will divide this land among themselves. Baron Lawrence and his men were silent for a moment. After thinking for a while, he sat down again and asked, "So what must we do?" "There is only one way." She stood straight, facing him without hesitation, and replied, "Resist to the end. That is our only path to survival." "Resist?" Her father, the Baron, heard his daughter say this, his hands clenched tightly, thinking for a moment. "I once looked forward to Flora's statements. I thought that Flora, who can see through any situation, would give us an excellent strategy, but it turns out to be just ordinary words." He asked again in disappointment, "Is shutting the city gates the only path to survival you speak of?" She answered seriously, "I am not saying we should only stay on the defensive inside the city. Let's give up an entire year's harvest and burn the fields. We will also stockpile as much food as possible to sustain ourselves until winter comes, until ice and snow cover the entire territory." Baron Lawrence was astonished. "We only need to hold out until winter?" "Yes. Although they can rely on their relationship with the cabinet to borrow a large sum of money, that's all. The interest rates they face will increase over time. The power that holds great strength and influence throughout the empire. The treasury. If the war drags on instead of ending quickly, they will use interest rates to pressure the Barco family. The treasury is not a force that can be easily threatened just by a relationship with the cabinet." At this point, several people in the meeting room understood and nodded in agreement. She continued to explain. Merchants in circulation need money, and that money all originates from the treasury. When winter comes, the siege strategy no longer has an advantage. They will inevitably find themselves trapped. Hearing Flora's plan, it was as if a bolt of electricity ran through the Baron's head. This plan was very feasible. The members of the government under him also realized the same thing. Unbelievable that there's this way. It's very logical. She's right, this is a war of time. I think so too. Facing more and more praise for his daughter, a significant change occurred in the Baron's heart. Because of the matter with the Dmitri family, I thought I hadn't raised my daughter to be mature enough. But perhaps I was wrong. When did my daughter become like this? He stood up decisively and spoke loudly. "Flora is right. From this moment on, we will prepare for a siege. We will patiently protect the lifeblood of the Lawrence family. Even if the city walls collapse and we all perish, we must endure humiliation and fight until the last moment." Thus, the nobles of Lawrence found the path they must take in the upcoming war. As for Roman, he was still working diligently in his forge. Roman had forged no fewer than 4 sword blanks before finally getting what he wanted. After sharpening and polishing the blade, he held the finished product and stepped out of the forge. No matter what, a person's first time is always very special. My first sword. This sword is absolutely perfect for me right now. Your name will be Fire Dragon. Back at the Lawrence territory, Barco's messenger had been sent to this land. He went straight to the city gate. The soldiers on the wall were so tense they didn't dare breathe heavily. The messenger sensed it and smirked smugly. Then he took out a scroll and spoke. "By order of Baron Barco, I give you 3 choices. First, step out of the city and surrender unconditionally. Surrender is the only way to preserve all of your lives. Second, conduct a local war with us. We will engage in a fair and equal battle on an open wasteland with a judge sent by the cabinet as a witness. You can also choose a one-on-one duel. The form of war will depend on your choice. We will follow any decision." Baron Lawrence frowned, looking at the man below with less than friendly eyes. He said in a low voice, "We do not believe Barco's reason for declaring war is legal. The records of our ancestors' debt are forged. Furthermore, I have no intention of gambling with the lives of the people of Lawrence. So send word to Baron Barco. Lawrence will absolutely not—" Before he could finish, The messenger interrupted loudly. "The third choice is to abandon the honor of a noble family and conduct a hopeless resistance within the city. From this moment on, Barco will respect all of your wishes, as well as every drop of blood spilled on this brutal battlefield." Having finished his declaration, the messenger turned and left proudly. In contrast, the Lawrence soldiers appeared terrified. Everyone knew the disparity in strength meant continuing to fight would only cause them harm or cost them their lives. Baron Lawrence could not hide the anxiety in his eyes either. Looking at the enemy's military force, he swallowed hard. The war had begun. Following the command, the Lawrence Archer unit fired simultaneously. Barco's soldiers, led by the heavy shield squad, were ordered to advance and not retreat. The infantry behind the shields followed in a massive surge, setting up siege ladders. The battle officially broke out. "Damn it!" Baron Barco angrily threw his helmet to the ground and roared, "Arrogant bastards!" Watching the Baron tremble in rage, the Barco Knight Captain sighed inwardly. Barco had gathered 3 times the force of Lawrence. However, he had thought the war would end within an hour, but the situation went against expectations. "It seems Lawrence prepared very thoroughly for this war, my lord. They dug a moat to prevent soldiers from reaching the walls and did not hesitate to fire a large volume of arrows from the start. Perhaps they managed to mobilize significant war aid. What on earth happened during that week?" Baron Barco wondered. "I can't believe Lawrence chose a siege. According to our calculations, Lawrence would surrender to retain as much territory as possible, no matter how small. But in reality, they are recklessly risking being wiped out by closing the gates. Where did the situation go wrong? What should we do, my lord?" The knight beside him asked for instructions. "What else can be done? Use that thing," Baron Barco ordered with a frown. The knight looked horrified but still obeyed the order. Baron Barco smiled as if victory was already within reach. Baron Lawrence was not a man of firm will. When he couldn't stand the pressure from Barco, he sold his precious daughter to the Dmitri family. He is exactly the type of person who, when facing difficulty, will cowardly shrink into a turtle shell. As soon as that thing appears, Barco will be victorious again. The battle raged on the walls. Baron Lawrence's voice was urgent as he commanded the soldiers, "Move that over there! By your command! We don't know when Barco will continue the attack. Raise your guard and prepare weapons." "Yes, sir." "Flora, you were right. Barco has likely panicked and withdrawn troops. How could you have thought of this?" Flora, wearing armor, stepped forward and replied, "I realized that I must become strong myself instead of waiting for problems to be solved. This is the path I must take in this life." Hearing her say that, Baron Lawrence's eyes welled up. "Flora, I'm sorry for forcing you into the marriage with Dmitri. At that time, I thought it was our family's only way to survive. But from now on, no matter the circumstances, I believe you will make the right choice." Flora felt a surge of warmth in her heart. "Father!" Suddenly her pupils contracted. An unexpected artillery shell fired and landed less than 10 meters from them. If it had been a little closer, the father and daughter might have been hit. That shot destroyed a large section of the wall. Flora hurriedly ran over to observe, her face terrified. One strike pierced the wall. Could it be? A giant machine, 3 to 4 times the height of an adult, towered on the enemy's battle line. Flare cannon, a magic weapon. Many Lawrence soldiers recognized it as well. "This is insane. Barco prepared a flare cannon?" "What? Impossible!" The flare cannon, a massive magic launcher, was spitting explosive shells toward the walls, a type of magic weapon. Despair quickly rose in Flora's eyes. Each shot costs a massive amount of money, and because it's a strategic weapon, no matter how rich the owner is, they aren't allowed to use it without the cabinet's permission. Setting aside the money they borrowed, it's unbelievable Barco has enough connections and assets to borrow a flare cannon. There are only 2 ways to stop that. Use a magic weapon of the same rank to counterattack, or leave the city to destroy it. Both options are unfeasible. We cannot give up. "But—" Her maidservant appeared at the front lines with a panicked face to report. "My lady, we just received a magic message." "A magic message?" Flora was stunned. "Roman Dmitri told me to relay a message to you. I have a way to help. Please accept it." "What?" Hearing this name, she found it even harder to believe. Roman Dmitri? After listening to Roman for a while, she looked incredulous.
Exactly how does he intend to save Lawrence from this crisis?
Roman didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Forgive my bluntness, but I have a personal grudge against the Barco house that needs to be settled. I've decided that taking revenge is only a matter of time. If the Lawrence family follows my plan, I will accelerate the process of dealing with the Barco house for you. Flora was suspicious.
Then what role do we play in this plan?
Roman replied simply, if the Lawrence house agrees to set the stage for me by sacrificing themselves as bait, I will use all my strength to help you. I swear in the name of Roman Dmitri. To sacrifice, how heavy those words were, yet from Roman's mouth they sounded as light as a feather. He surely knows our situation, which is why he made such a request. We have no other choice, even if he shamelessly asks us to be bait, she agreed decisively. I promise you, as long as you can protect my family, I'll do whatever you say. One more thing, Roman emphasized. Give me a pretext to intervene in this war. Since our engagement was canceled, I need another excuse. Flora asked directly, what kind of excuse? Just say it. Anthony Barco harassed you. His words were so cold they could make the rose of Lawrence shiver. You only need to say that although nothing happened between you two because of such harassment, you had no choice but to cancel the engagement with Dmitri. Your value in noble society will drop to zero. Your reputation as the flower of Lawrence will also shatter. However, if you give up all you have as a pure and noble daughter of a noble house, you will have an indispensable pretext to resolve Lawrence's crisis. That is the pretext I need to intervene in this war. Flora's whole body trembled. Her heart must have been torn apart. Roman still coldly continued, if the time you were harassed was before you canceled the engagement, then you were still mine. I absolutely will not forgive anyone who touches what is mine. The words, what is mine, were like a red-hot brand seared into Flora's mind. She bit her lip and endured in silence. But outside, the Lawrence soldiers were struggling against a magic weapon they could not possibly defeat. They were being burned alive. The stench of charred corpses spread across the battlefield. The wall has collapsed! Prepare obstacles! The entire castle shook with every artillery shell, but Flora could no longer hesitate. She agreed, I will meet every condition you've set. So please, kill all those Barco bastards. In the chaos of the siege, no one noticed a grappling hook had been thrown onto the wall. The enemy is up! Don't let them near the wall. Baron Lawrence tried to encourage the soldiers. We must hold the wall. Keep persevering. An assassin from Barco quietly aimed at his prey. He seized the opportunity and lunged straight toward the Baron. Just as the blade was about to graze his neck, an arrow whistled through the air and struck the assassin's head with precision, saving the Baron's life. And the one who fired that arrow was Flora. Flora! Father! They called out to each other. She said to him, we must open the city gates and face the Barco forces head-on. The Baron was stunned. What are you saying? Open the gates? Yes, Father. Roman Dmitri has agreed to help us. If we open the gates to draw their attention, Roman Dmitri can mobilize his troops to destroy the Barco family's artillery. Baron Lawrence looked at her in surprise. Roman Dmitri? But why? She immediately told him, I don't have time to explain, but I am certain that Roman Dmitri is a man who keeps his promises. Not far from the battlefield, the magic communication device was just switched off, marking the moment Roman and Flora finished negotiating terms. His eyes remained ice-cold without a single ripple. When Chris, standing behind him, asked, do we attack them now? Roman answered, no. Chris grew worried and said, if we hesitate any longer, the Lawrence family will lose. Chris explained, artillery is a powerful siege weapon. If you truly intend to stop the Barco family's plan by helping the Lawrence family, we must attack their camp immediately. Roman asked back as if it were obvious. Why should I do that? Chris stood frozen. He completely failed to understand the calculations of the young master before him. Roman simply said casually, whether the Lawrence family wins or loses is of no concern to me. Listen, Compared to the lives of hundreds of strangers, ensuring not a single one of my men is missing is more important. Lawrence will lose many people because of this, but that is partly because they chose to be loyal to another incompetent master. Unlike them, I have no intention of letting anyone who swore to follow me become a useless sacrifice. Hearing Roman's words, Chris realized he had been too shallow and impulsive. He whispered, "Yes, I understand." After receiving his daughter's affirmation, Baron Lawrence ordered the gates to be opened. "We must punish those wicked Barco people. Men, form up and charge for me." The Lawrence Heavy Knight Squad quickly lined up and closed in on the enemy. Facing them was a man wearing bronze armor. He sneered, "You don't seem to know your place, do you?" With the battle axe in his hand, he swept horizontally in one stroke, cutting down the Lawrence family's vanguard heavy infantry. He was the captain of the Barco mercenary group they had hired. The sight of their comrades being hacked to pieces made the remaining men shiver. They lost all courage to advance. Soon the formation collapsed, and they began to flee. "This is horrible! Help! We're going to die!" On the wall, Flora commanded the archer squad for cover while calling out to those below to persevere and not retreat. She knew very well that if her side didn't act as good bait, Roman wouldn't appear. After the fierce resistance from the Lawrence troops, a cavalry unit appeared behind Barco. The troop of a few dozen men kicked up a cloud of dust visible from afar. "What is that?" Baron Barco turned his attention there. Roman led his troops forward, charging straight into the battlefield. The moment my soldiers must gamble their lives came sooner than expected. The reality of the hesitation and anxiety they face. If you survive as my soldiers, I guarantee to give you a life without regrets. But ultimately, your own strength and will are the deciding factors in whether you survive. "All troops, follow me. Full speed ahead," Roman ordered. Previously, Roman had explained their plan for this intervention. "Our priority objective in this operation is to attack the Barco family from the rear and destroy their siege weapons. Lawrence might not be moved by my actions, so I don't expect much from your performance this time. I will charge ahead myself. I will slaughter the soldiers in front to open a path for you. Therefore, what you need to do is follow behind me and clean up the remnants. But remember, our primary mission is to destroy the siege weapons." Looking at that scattered cavalry of a few dozen men, Baron Barco showed disdain. "Do they really think they can achieve anything with such little force?" He turned away decisively. At the same time, he ordered the soldiers under his command to immediately prepare to receive these insane guests. The Barco troops raised their shields and thrust their sharp spears outward, forming a defensive line to stop the cavalry. Roman didn't slow his horse. Instead, he spurred it to charge straight ahead. The warhorse let out a long neigh, raising its front legs high. Man and horse were like an unstoppable spear, tearing through the enemy formation. Everywhere he passed, enemies were cut down, falling in disarray. The black horse was gravely wounded by the enemy's spears and let out a piercing neigh. Roman stepped on the saddle, flew forward, and entered slaughter mode. A saying from the righteous sects of the martial world. The heavenly demon is forever the vanguard of the demon cult. The heavenly demon is invincible. Facing him alone is no different from suicide. People used to wonder why he, who had become the heavenly demon, still had to personally take on the most dangerous role. And now, there is only one reason. Because the strongest must charge at the front to thoroughly destroy the enemy's morale. Seeing the Barco soldiers trembling and not daring to advance, Roman said coldly, "If you won't advance anymore, then it's my turn." Watching his master charge onto the battlefield alone, Kevin grew furious. He gnashed his teeth in frustration at his own slowness. He shouted, "Attack! Follow the young master!" This sentence startled Chris and the others in the squad. They realized they were too useless for having done nothing yet. So the entire troop spurred their horses into a gallop and began a frenzied slaughter of the remnants Roman left behind. A Barco soldier's spear hit Kevin's horse. His bloodshot eyes widened, looking terrifying. Without hesitation, he used the sword in his hand to pierce the enemy's skull, then jumped off the horse and slashed a long line across the enemy's body. "I must follow my lord!" Kevin seemed to turn into a different person, more brutal and bloodthirsty than usual. Chris also lunged forward once more, just to get a little closer to his lord. Both men, driven by their subconscious, pushed forward bravely. Roman was facing a formation made of thick shield layers. They screamed, "We must stop this monster!" But all that only held Roman back for a brief few dozen seconds. He flashed through like a black shadow, cutting everything in his path. His eyes were locked onto the target of this march. Roman accelerated, opening a path of blood with his own hands as he charged toward the magic cannon. It was right before his eyes. The captain of the Berg mercenary group was stunned to see a single man slaughtering his way right in front of him. "That guy is Roman Dmitri." "Why?" "The reward for this mission is generous, but the risk is also extreme. Since the Berg mercenary group is on the verge of bankruptcy, I must handle him myself." Berg took the initiative to charge, his main goal being to prevent Roman from reaching the magic cannon. Berg, a famous A-rank mercenary of the Empire, was engaging the one known as the Dmitri Fool. Unlike B-rank mercenaries who reach A-rank all know how to use aura. Berg was a 2-star aura knight, but Roman showed no weakness at all. This terrified Berg. How could he block his sword and not be pushed back? As the clash of blades dragged on, Berg was gradually overwhelmed. Roman used force from both hands to shove his opponent back. "Impossible! He's too strong!" Berg gnashed his teeth, trying to resist, but that platinum-haired youth kept advancing. No matter how hard Berg tried to resist, after 5 seconds of brief engagement, his head was severed. That was the amount of time an A-rank mercenary could last against Roman. The mercenaries were filled with horror seeing their captain beheaded in seconds. Meanwhile, the soldiers under Roman couldn't hide the smiles on their faces. Baron Barco roared in fury, "Kill him! Kill that bastard for me!" The guards rushed to stop him and pulled him back. "Sir, it's too dangerous. We must escort you to safety." Roman ignored the Baron. His goal was only the magic cannon, a product of magic, something that did not exist in the martial world. Roman shifted his body slightly and stepped forward, dark energy swirling around him. Heavenly Demon Sword Art. First form, single strike. A black slash. With just one blow, the magic cannon was split in half under the horrified gaze of Baron Barco and his soldiers. The siege weapon they had spent a fortune and countless connections to acquire vanished like smoke before an unknown person. Roman shouted loudly to the people of Lawrence, "Listen! I, Roman Dmitri, have destroyed Barco's siege weapon." The garrison broke into thunderous cheers. Finally, they had waited for this moment. Flora was moved to tears. She covered her mouth, trying to suppress her emotions. He had actually done it. With the magic cannon destroyed, Barco lost their key weapon and had no choice but to retreat. "Just you wait," were the words they left as they fled. In this battle, Chris used a different type of aura than before. He did exactly what Roman used to do, pushing himself to condense his aura to the limit. As a result, even after the fierce battle, his mana was not heavily depleted. When he first followed Roman, he was mocked by those around him, but Chris was growing stronger by the day. Chris burst into laughter. "I have no choice but to admit that the method my lord uses is indeed correct." Suddenly, Chris noticed something. Everyone else was gasping for air. Several had collapsed to the ground out of breath. "I see. All of them." To avoid being left behind, they had unconsciously chased after that lord. They were clearly exhausted, yet not a single one of the 30 soldiers fell behind, and no one was seriously injured. This is why the lord chose them. Kevin, who was just a recruit 2 months ago, also performed quite well. "We could emerge unscathed for only one reason. There is a monster who defies common sense, who opened the path for us and swept away every obstacle. All thanks to Roman Dmitri." He used his still ice-cold voice to encourage the whole troop. "Everyone did a great job staying alive. Our mission is complete." The main gate of Lawrence was lowered, and Roman led his soldiers into the city. Amidst the smoke of war, he appeared like a god saving this land. The people endlessly cheered for the hero of Lawrence. "Sir Roman, we are deeply grateful. Lawrence will never forget what Lord Roman Dmitri has done for us." The Baron looked at the young man before him, sighing inwardly with regret. "What a pity. I knew he was no ordinary person from the first time we met, but it's hard to believe he could destroy a magic cannon with a single man's strength. He is truly a genius beyond imagination." The Dmitri family has birthed a fierce tiger. If nothing had gone wrong, this tiger should have been my son-in-law. It's unfortunate, but that's all in the past. He suppressed the emotions in his heart. Pretending to be joyful, he welcomed Roman. "Oh, the hero from the Dmitri house. It's wonderful to see you again." He spoke with a smile, extending his hand. Roman understood the gesture. He reached out and shook hands. Before the people of Lawrence, the two men shook hands. They went straight to the manor. Before Roman entered the meeting room, Flora took the initiative to find him. With a bit of hesitation, she finally said, "Thank you. I didn't fulfill my role as bait well, but you still didn't abandon us and helped Lawrence to the end. Therefore, I want to sincerely thank you." "I only fulfilled my promise," Roman replied coldly. "Lawrence performed to the level I expected." "I see. But regardless, I want to repay your kindness. Perhaps you don't need any thanks, but as the representative of Lawrence, if there is anything you want, please propose it during the meeting, no matter the request. I guarantee you will have it." Roman nodded slightly with a smile. "If you are that insistent, I won't refuse." He pushed open the door to the meeting room. The leaders of the Lawrence family were all present. They began discussing the next strategy. "This is our chance. If we propose to end this, they should accept and agree. Since Barco still has many soldiers, instead of continuing to fall into danger and trouble, we should move past the past and seek peace." Roman was displeased. He thought to himself, "Lawrence is truly a pack of herbivores." The Baron nodded in agreement. "I agree with everyone's opinion. Although we blocked their attack thanks to aid, with Lawrence's strength alone, the time we can resist Barco is limited. So let's immediately send someone to deliver the word." "May I interject for a moment?" Roman said coldly. The entire meeting room seemed to freeze due to the tone of his voice. Not until the Baron gave permission for Roman to continue did the atmosphere soften. "Thank you." Roman stood up from his chair, walked around the table, and presented his thoughts. "Barco is currently facing enormous economic pressure. To pay off that massive debt, they have no choice but to invade Lawrence. This view won't change even though the magic cannon was destroyed. I predict the answer we'll receive will be the messenger's head." The cowards who had just suggested peace coughed awkwardly to hide their embarrassment, while those with clear minds completely agreed with Roman's point. Roman continued. "Soldiers are still outside dragging corpses. Seeing that sight, don't you feel empty? Barco cannot be forgiven. We must show the whole world how we take revenge on the beasts who dared to touch Lawrence." The Baron lowered his voice. "It's not that we don't know, but with this meager strength, what can we do?" "There is only one way," Roman replied casually. He lowered his gaze like a tiger locking onto its prey. The Baron was so intimidated by those eyes that he couldn't move. Herbivores, besides becoming prey for predators, have no other choice. The scene shifts to Barco's camp. Their lord was in a fit of rage, venting his anger on the maps and furniture, roaring, "Roman Dmitri! Why on earth did he have to interfere in this?" He tried to suppress his anger, thinking of the next move. To overturn this disadvantageous situation, there's no way other than a duel. This was also the request Roman had made to Baron Lawrence in the meeting room. "You must organize a duel." A duel is a decisive match between representatives of two families with a maximum of 3 swordsmen participating. This is a sacred ritual blessed by Valhalla, and both participating families must abide by the final result. The organizers' rights are very important. The central government will send a referee, and once both sides agree, the battle will proceed as ordered by the referee. Baron Lawrence was astonished. A duel? Duels had recently degenerated into a battle of connections and wealth. The opponent is Barco. He has ties with the central government and borrowed a large sum from the Golden Bank. Who knows what kind of expert he might invite? Roman noticed Baron Lawrence's anxiety and said, "Let's do this. From now on, I will give you a guarantee." Hearing this, the Baron was stunned. "A guarantee? What do you mean by that?" Roman answered confidently. "As long as we can ensure victory, there is no better method than a duel. First, Barco is a third-rank swordsman. This is likely his first time in such a battle. I will represent Lawrence as the first contestant. Regardless of whether the opponent is a Barco knight or an outside expert, I am confident in winning the first round. It doesn't matter what experts he has under him. But if the first match is won and the second is lost, it won't mean anything. In the duel, my man Chris will finish the match. Although he is only at the second rank level, he has the talent of a genius and can face a third-rank swordsman and win. So this battle is very promising, isn't it? If we win the duel, Lawrence's reputation will be restored. At this point, Roman looked toward Flora, nodded, and continued, "Please, make your decision." Flora also quickly understood his intent. She had previously told him if he wanted anything, to say it in the meeting and she would help him achieve it. Is this what he wants? He wants to participate in the duel. Is he implying Lawrence must take responsibility for unforeseen variables? He truly is a dangerous man. Flora closed her eyes to steady herself and spoke, "I agree to participate in the duel." Once both sides agreed, the duel was set. The match would take place within a week after the letter was delivered. The arena was quickly constructed, and the referee had arrived. I am Count O.S., sent to oversee this battle. A duel is a sacred place blessed by Valhalla. No matter the outcome, both families must acknowledge it. If any party violates this, the Cairo government will use its full honor to pass judgment. Now, please have both families designate 3 swordsmen and submit the battle list. The Barco faction used the wealth in their hands to offer high-end wine to Count O.S. Watching them chat happily right in front of him, Roman frowned slightly. He spoke to Baron Lawrence. "We might have to change the order of battle." "What do you mean?" "Didn't we decide a week ago?" the Baron asked back. "The problem lies in this 1 week. The longer the time stretches, the greater the interest pressure Barco faces. It seems the Barco family has intentionally delayed the time. They don't look like they're in a hurry at all." Hearing this, the Baron understood. "You mean during that time they found a very strong external reinforcement?" Not far away, a man pulled out a chair and sat down. He seemed indifferent, even dozing off on the spot. But Roman could sense the hidden power within him. The Baron, who was not the leading type, quickly followed Roman's advice and asked how to change it. Roman said, "Originally, I was to go out first to ensure the first victory, second would be Lawrence's knight, and finally Chris would end it. But Chris will go first." Both the father and daughter of the Lawrence family were surprised by this decision. Roman ignored them and continued assigning, "I will go out second to deal with the trump card Barco has prepared." The plan was changed at the last minute, but this did not affect the match time. Spectators from both territories flocked in like ants. Everything proceeded according to Roman's arrangement. "I am Ianson of Barco." The opponent introduced himself as a 2-star aura swordsman. "I am Chris of Lawrence." The audience began to buzz. "Chris? Jonathan's disciple? Isn't that the genius who used to be in the Northeast? Why send a rank 2 swordsman to battle? What a waste of a young genius." As for Chris, there was no fear in his heart, only the belief in victory. To become stronger, one must feel danger. This is why I left that well to follow young Master Roman. It began with the command and the flag being swung down. As Chris launched the attack without hesitation, the opponent immediately flew forward to engage. The two lunged at each other, blades clashing and sparking. With an aura level 1 rank higher, Ianson easily suppressed Chris. Chris also knew this, so he took the initiative to evade. When Chris changed the angle of attack, from the first time he fought young Master Roman, Chris had realized a truth. No matter how strong the aura is, it only matters if it hits. As long as there is an opportunity to seize a gap, even an aura swordsman can be defeated by an ordinary person. Seeing that Chris could both evade and block all his attacks, the opponent became enraged, his offensive becoming even more fierce. "You little cowardly mouse, how long do you plan to run? Die for me!" Ianson's red aura erupted, immediately closing the distance. The young man stood under terrifying pressure. "I'm pinned to the spot!" "A wide-range aura? How can I not dodge this? What should I do?" Suddenly, Chris remembered Roman's words. "Chris, throw away the common sense you know. A new path is not for the conservative." A flash of determination appeared in Chris's eyes. That's right. Releasing mana indiscriminately cannot exert the maximum power of aura. Just like the young master using only a small amount of mana can show power from one side to the other, from this straight line to that point. Concentrate the power of the aura into one point, condense it into one strike. The two passed each other. Chris still stood firm, while the opponent's head had been severed by Chris. Fresh blood dyed the arena red. The crowd immediately became ecstatic, frantically screaming, "Chris, Chris, Chris!" Even the one who had just swung that sword was extremely astonished. Although his armor over the left chest was pierced with a hole and he was panting wildly, only one thought was in Chris's head. I did it. A rank 2 swordsman like me defeated a rank 3 swordsman. Roman observed with satisfaction and smiled slightly. Next match. The audience was still excited. A rank 2 swordsman defeating a rank 3? Impossible. Good heavens. Baron Barco was trembling with rage. Ianson actually lost. In the second match, I thought it would all be over. Now the final match becomes extremely important. He comforted himself. It's okay. I don't need to worry about the second match because I spent a fortune to get this sure win trump card. When Barco's soldiers were ordered to wake the sleeping man, he yawned longly. Is it my turn already? He stepped onto the field, not forgetting to yawn again. Then he scratched his head and introduced himself. I am Homerus of Barco, a 4-star aura swordsman. Homerus. The appearance of this name caused the Lawrence faction to turn pale with fear. The audience was once again in an uproar. That wandering swordsman? Why is he here? To be able to see a swordsman of this rank with my own eyes in this lifetime? Homerus on the field sighed softly and thought, if the guild leader hadn't asked me, I wouldn't have come to participate in this boring family war. He is a rank 49 swordsman. The swordsman rankings originate from the Valhalla Empire. That is a holy land, a place where swordsmen fight for honor and die for honor. They gamble their lives to go to Valhalla to prove their strength. The results of victory will be recorded. The names of the strong will be written into history. This is the origin of the swordsman rank rankings. The rankings used to be Valhalla's culture. After the Valhalla Empire expanded its power, it spread throughout the continent. The selection of the top 100 is all carried out by Valhalla. The horror in Baron Lawrence's heart was clear on his face. I didn't expect Barco to invite a top swordsman of this rank in Cairo. No one is unaware of this man's reputation. He travels across the kingdom, enjoying the joy of dueling with the strong, so people call him the wandering swordsman. The people of Lawrence were extremely worried. I heard he once fought a bandit leader ranked 31st. A 4-star swordsman? He only reached 4-star recently. This time I'm afraid we have to give up. After finally winning one match, what a pity. Meanwhile, Roman, who had to face Homerus, was not worried at all. On the contrary, he smiled excitedly. A 4-star swordsman, huh? Through the guild's intelligence, I investigated Barco's movements, but what I gathered was only unimportant information. Was the information Barco hid this trump card? Truly worth looking forward to. Just as the opponent has hidden their strength, they cannot guess what kind of person I am either. This is an opportunity for them to witness a battle of the strong that only exists in books. Seeing Roman step up, Flora hurriedly stopped him. Are you crazy? Give up. The opponent is Homerus, ranked 49th. He is evaluated as someone who can climb to rank 30 in the future, a character destined to become a legend. Do you think you can actually win against a swordsman of that rank? Give up. Save your life. She prayed for the team to win in the next match. Roman completely ignored what she said. He looked straight up at the field toward the enemy. Homerus immediately took notice. He frowned and thought, that guy's eyes are full of firm self-belief. I don't like this. Flora still tried to persuade him. Facing such a big variable, we can only give up. Forgo this match. It's a battle with no chance of winning. You have no reason to gamble your life. Roman brushed her hand aside and said loudly, I don't like explaining to anyone. Don't block the way anymore. Roman flicked his sleeve and walked straight onto the field. I am Roman Dmitri. He drew his sword and took a defensive stance. The opponent did the same. Roman silently evaluated his opponent. If it were the old Roman, he'd be too small to mention, but now it's different. A 4-star swordsman is considered an expert on the entire continent. Let's see what his strength is like. But Homerus was the complete opposite. In his heart, he was quite annoyed. I should have been fighting Fernando, ranked 30th. Having to come and participate in this unappealing match. Let's end this quickly. Homerus launched an attack, lunging like a storm. Chris, below the field, was stunned with amazement. That speed. If I were to face it, I'm afraid I would be defeated in one move. When their blades collided, Homerus was forced to change his mind. Roman had used his technique to effortlessly parry a sword imbued with his 4-star aura. Homerus immediately circled behind Roman to continue the attack. It seems this kid is quite interesting. Roman didn't let him have his way. With similar speed, he spun 180 degrees to meet that aura-infused strike. His blade erupted with purple energy. Homerus grew even more excited and asked, "What method are you using to block my sword techniques?" Roman was displeased by this. "I expected a proper duel, but he is looking down on me, not fighting with his full strength at all." Homerus activated his third form, Peak Sword. Essence flared wildly around his body. "Ha ha, how fascinating. I'll fight you seriously this round." The terrifying power caused the entire arena to shake violently. Wind pressure spread in all directions, and sparks of electricity crackled in the air. Even just watching, the audience had to close their eyes and try to cling to nearby objects. "This power is too terrifying. Hold on tight." Roman, directly facing that surge of power, showed only disdain. Someone of this caliber is ranked 49th? Ridiculous. There's no reason to drag this match out any longer. Roman strode forward and shouted at his opponent, "Try to block this move of mine. Heavenly demon sword art, shadowless and traceless." Time seemed to stand still. Homerus felt a massive pressure, like a tsunami crashing down. He blurted out, "What kind of sword path is this? How can he execute such a technique?" It was truly a merciless strike. The moment Homerus was swallowed by that wave was the moment Roman's blade cut through his body. A sword strike with no name. It was simply titled by its order, Heavenly Demon Sword Art, 3rd Form. "Homerus, I know you are looking forward to the confrontation with Fernando, but this time, please consider our position. This is a duel between border families. Just treat it like a vacation." Hearing the guild leader ramble, Homerus thought to himself, "Actually, after receiving my A-rank mercenary certificate, I rejected all missions. I've traveled the kingdom fighting the strong. This time I really had no excuse to refuse." But this seemingly boring battle yielded a result Homerus never expected. Flora's eyes widened in total shock. Everyone present was stunned into silence. What on earth is this? He was a powerhouse who had climbed the rankings, firmly holding 49th place even before becoming a stable 4-star. To be taken down by a young man who just reached adulthood with a single strike. This is too unbelievable. Roman looked coldly at the corpse cut into 2 pieces on the ground. Someone who cannot reach the peak yet is so arrogant. He truly deserved to die. By Roman standards, this wasn't a world of life and death competition. His previous life was like that, fighting against the elite masters of the martial world. That was a world full of danger where one could lose their life at any moment. This place is no different from a trash heap. Roman spoke up in disappointment. "Lord Referee, announce the result." It wasn't until Roman reminded him that the old referee snapped out of his panic. He stammered, The winner of the second match is Roman Dmitri." The soldiers from both sides present shared the same expression. "What is this? Homerus is dead? Am I dreaming?" Chris instinctively clenched his fists. Terror grew in his heart. Is this his true strength? When I fought the young master, had his ability already reached this level? If not, has he progressed this rapidly since our duel? The young master back then clearly shouldn't have been able to defeat Homerus. Such a short time. This is too hard to believe. Could this really happen? I won my first match in 2 moves. I once thought I would soon surpass him, but my thinking was too narrow. With Roman's victory, the outcome of the duel was decided. There was no reason to waste more manpower. The referee declared that the winners and losers had been determined. Baron Barco completely collapsed. He trembled, this time out of fear. "It's all over. Even Homerus failed." He was a 4-star swordsman. He was different from those lowlifes in the north. He was a rare swordsman in the entire kingdom.
Could the mercenary guild have sent a fake Homerus? My lord.
The knights under him stepped forward and said they would offer a grand ceremony. Baron Barco bit his lip and said they couldn't lose any more.
Send Benson up.
The man was shocked by his words. The Baron added, he disgraced the Barco name at the social party. This battle is his chance to regain his honor. The subordinate bowed to accept the order, even though he knew well that Benson was an unknown knight. The Lord was sending him to his death, but it was his Lord's command. I am Benson of Barco. The man was pushed onto the field, shaking like a leaf. Seeing this, the audience whispered, Who is this knight? First time seeing him. Suddenly, Kevin pushed through the crowd and stepped up. He went straight to Roman, stopped, and said, Young master, I will handle him. Kevin's eyes were full of determination and fighting spirit. Roman looked at his subordinate for a few seconds. In this world where the big fish eat the small, the loser has only one path: death. An unknown knight would still be quite difficult for Kevin. He wants to prove himself. Roman smiled and agreed. Be careful. Kevin immediately turned. He walked straight toward the arena and replied, Yes, I will not fail your expectations. At this moment, Benson was shaking uncontrollably, barely able to hold his sword. Why was he being punished in this situation? Relying on his father, a one-star aura knight, he thought he would be safe. Even as a useless knight of Barco, he would do his best for the family. But was the price of this loyalty going to his death in a duel? Damn it. Suddenly, he saw a familiar face on the opposite side. The person stepping onto the field was the very man he had insulted not long ago. Kevin? Could he be my opponent? Benson instinctively grinned in a bizarre way. Oh gods, thank you! The two approached each other, waiting for the command. Benson covered his ear-to-ear grin with his hand. Hey kid, want revenge? Whether you're a volunteer or forced, we've both been discarded by our lords, haven't we? But for me, this is a blessing. Kevin replied coldly, I am the sharp sword that protects my lord. Hearing this, Benson flew into a rage. He roared and lunged. Arrogant bastard, die! He swung his sword horizontally. Kevin leaned to dodge. Then he pointed his blade directly at his opponent's throat. The tip was so close it looked ready to take a life. But Benson, falling to the ground, used his legs to trip Kevin, resolving the danger. Bastard, did you think you could beat me? Kevin rolled several times on the ground, blood leaking from the corner of his mouth. Kevin immediately struggled to his feet, his bloodshot eyes glaring at his opponent. Chris watched from below, full of anxiety. The disparity in strength is too great. What was the young master thinking, letting Kevin join the fight? The battle on the field was completely one-sided. Kevin was covered in injuries. Fortunately, his armor protected him, and he could still barely stand firm. Damn it! Kevin cursed his opponent, which only made Benson's attacks more frenzied. At this moment, a voice seemed to urge Kevin incessantly in his head. Kill him now! He wants to kill you! Kill him and take your revenge! Back to several days ago! While practicing at Dimitri Castle, Roman had said to Kevin, From today, cut off your past with your own hands. The demon ghost art has taken root. Wake up the demon inside you. Wake up the demon inside? Suddenly, a violent surge of black energy erupted from Kevin's body. His eyes gradually lost their human appearance. At this moment, Kevin was no different from a wild beast that had just escaped its iron cage. Careful, the voice in his head warned as his opponent swung a sword at his head. Kevin abruptly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the strike. Kevin slid across the ground and spun back to a firm stance. Heh. Almost had my head shattered. I'll tear that bastard into pieces. The strange voice echoed continuously. Kevin frowned. Why is my head so noisy? I want to become my lord's most effective sword, surpassing even Chris. Feelings of inferiority, loyalty to his lord, and chaotic inner emotions swirled like a whirlpool. The demon ghost art. Yes, that's it. The thing that can make me stronger. Ha! Kill him! Kevin's bestial nature erupted and his speed soared. The tip of Kevin's sword, wrapped in a blood-red power, pointed directly at the enemy. Benson panicked. "What is this?" The sword tip had actually pierced his armor. "You bastard!" He swung his sword in a counterattack, hitting Kevin's shoulder. But it couldn't make Kevin retreat even half a step. Benson was so scared he was about to cry. "Why won't he stop? You bastard, are you crazy?" Kevin, completely disregarding how much damage he would take, thrust his sword through and finished his opponent. All the witnesses were stunned. Kevin was manic to the extreme. Even though his opponent had collapsed in a pool of blood, he did not stop. Kevin's mouth curled into a sinister arc as he repeatedly stabbed the motionless corpse, until it was mangled. This was a completely bloody massacre, and the perpetrator was a small-framed youth. Kevin stepped down and approached Roman to salute. "Reporting, I have returned." "Good work, Kevin." Roman nodded in response. Hearing these words, Kevin immediately flashed his usual innocent smile, looking just like a child being praised by an adult. The duel between Lawrence and Barco ended in a clean sweep. Lawrence won with overwhelming dominance, and at the center of it all was the figure of Roman Dmitri. Like a heroic tale, it was passed down through generations. Rumors, a mix of truth and fiction, spread everywhere. People began to sing Roman's praises in taverns. The topic at every table revolved around these rumors. "Did you hear the news? About the duel. Barco must be fuming. They made such a fuss and still lost to Lawrence. You know, my relatives are locals in Lawrence. Roman is truly Lawrence's savior. I heard he single-handedly slaughtered hundreds of soldiers at Barco's rear. Moreover, even the 49th ranked expert was finished by him in one strike. If Roman hadn't appeared, Barco would have planted their flag in Lawrence long ago, wouldn't they?" "That's right. The blood hand of Lanka, Homerus, the 49th ranked expert of the Cairo kingdom, dyed the sky red and marked the end of the duel. Roman Dmitri is a hero, the hidden dragon of the Dmitri family who has finally ascended. Children in the desert pass around a nursery rhyme. When the cactus leaves bloom, it's the day the king returns. I will officially begin collecting the legends of myself in this world. In Barco City, someone was sinking into despair. It's over. It's all over." Baron Barco sat before a mountain of documents. Notices from the Golden Bank urging payment of principal and interest, letters from the Mercenary Association seeking accountability for Homerus's death and demanding compensation for manpower. Damn beggars! Previously, when Barco had influence in the Northeast, people came to flatter him every day. Now they pretend not to know him. Damn it! If only that bastard Roman Dmitri hadn't interfered. He suddenly realized. Yes, that's right. It's all because of Roman Dmitri. Roman Dmitri did something noble society cannot tolerate. This was the last chance to save Barco. A few days later, Barco organized a meeting. Before we begin, I sincerely thank you nobles for coming. With you here, I feel the future of the Northeast is still bright. A man in the crowd shouted impatiently, Baron, please get straight to the point. Then I shall speak plainly. Just as Barco attacked Lawrence with a legitimate reason, reputation in the noble circle is extremely important. This war was to settle an ancestral grudge. The central government also deemed it a legitimate action, even sending a referee. But Roman Dmitri, without any status, interfered in this war. Because of his raid, Barco lost artillery, manpower, and the advantage. Even in the duel, not a single Barco warrior who fought survived. He slammed the table and said loudly, Is this reasonable? What right did Roman Dmitri have to help Lawrence? If the two houses were related by marriage, it wouldn't be a problem, but we all know Dmitri and Lawrence canceled their engagement. To Lawrence. Roman Dmitri is just an outsider. He has no status whatsoever. This is an act that exceeds all boundaries. All the nobles seemed to agree. You're right. Roman Dmitri indeed has no status. That's right. Baron Barco got the reaction he wanted. The corner of his mouth curled as he thought, Good, that's enough. I just need to dump all the responsibility on the Dmitri family and demand a huge compensation. The debt with the Golden Bank can also be settled. While he was secretly gloating, a sudden commotion broke out outside the door. Roman, ignoring the servant's attempts to stop him at the door, walked inside. Oh, so everyone is here.
I heard you are very dissatisfied with me. Baron Barco couldn't understand it at all. What was this kid Roman thinking, daring to run here? Let me speak for myself, then. Roman's tone was full of reproach. Not long ago, when he heard Roman say he was going to Barco, Chris was extremely shocked. Are you really going there? How is that different from suicide? Baron Barco will definitely not forgive you, my lord. Roman interrupted to reassure him. What do you think the relationship between me and Barco will be like in the future? In Barco's eyes, you are their mortal enemy. If possible, I think it's best for both sides to avoid each other. Roman said calmly, No. Better not to start, but once started, there must be an end. It is an obvious fact that Barco is hostile toward me. Roman turned and mounted his horse. He said under Chris's astonished gaze, This is the perfect time for revenge. We go alone. Back to the present, Roman stood before all the Barco nobles to question them. I am curious, by what status does Baron Barco summon you all here? Baron Barco gnashed his teeth in rage. Fire burned in his heart. Just a kid from a baron's house who hasn't even inherited the title yet, and you dare look down on my rank? He countered loudly. So you've come. Your low birth must be why you don't understand noble rules. Let me tell you then. Interfering in a war without any status is an act not permitted in our Cairo kingdom. We rely on noble law to obtain a status approved by the central government before declaring a territorial war. Do you think nobles are stupid for setting up these procedures? It is to maintain each other's honor. At this point, the Baron began to slam the table in anger. Claiming you don't know noble law is just an excuse. Do you realize how foolish your actions were? Because of you, the Dmitri family will face serious trouble. Because of their son's sins, the nobles of the Northeast will criticize and despise Dmitri. Do you understand, you insolent boy? After a thunderous roar, the room fell into a temporary silence. Only then did Roman speak. Roman's tone and words made Baron Barco frown. Are you finished? Then it is my turn to speak about my status. Seeing the triumphant look on Roman's face, Baron Barco immediately felt a chill run down his spine. Roman began to seriously present his reasons. Lawrence and Dmitri were originally two families with a marriage contract, but now I have become the scoundrel who ruined the engagement between the two houses. What do you think was my reason for canceling? Was it my reputation or my dating history? Those rumors are all false. The truth is because of Baron Barco's eldest son. Because of the threat from Anthony Barco, who was singled out as the fault of his own son, Baron Barco could not help but stand up abruptly. Roman did not give him a chance to speak and continued, Now I will let you all know exactly why I participated in this war. I used to have a close relationship with Anthony Barco. Even before I was engaged to Lawrence, I had joined his faction. But when the engagement was announced, he framed me, and I fell into a trap. When I woke up, I found myself in the same room as Emily Barco. Anthony used this to blackmail me, demanding that I cancel the engagement with Lawrence. This was a perfect trap aimed at eliminating both Lawrence and Dmitri. Those present began to murmur. Threats? In other words, the Barco family's argument was wrong from the start. Roman was full of confidence. The moment I proactively expose a weakness, it is no longer a weakness. Baron Barco fiercely retorted, Do you think I will listen to this nonsense of yours? We all know you've lived a life of trash. To cover up the truth, there is no disgusting lie you wouldn't tell. Roman was just waiting for this. He gave a cold laugh. I knew you would say that. In that case, I will state one more reason why I intervened in the war between Barco and Lawrence. One more reason? Hearing this, the Baron became even more uneasy. Anthony Barco crossed the line. Flora Lawrence, who was engaged to me, was harassed by him. Because of the impact of this incident, Flora decided to cancel the engagement. Whether this is true or false, you can go and ask Flora Lawrence herself. Roman thought to himself, Anthony's lies led me into a trap, so I will pay him back in kind. Roman began to act distressed. That is why I intervened in this war, using only my own strength without involving my family. This is the only revenge I can take for her. I want to ask Baron Barco and all of you sitting here, do I really not have any status to intervene in this war? Just like that, Roman overturned Barco's argument. He had gained official status for his actions. Baron Barco was completely speechless. He calculated silently. It was over. The argument over the truth of the status was no longer meaningful. He had to delay for time. First escape this situation, then find a way to resolve it later. He sat down, sighed, and said, "I don't believe what you say is true, but I will go and verify it. You should go home for today." "Baron Barco," Roman said coldly. "Now please make a choice. Do you choose to have Anthony pay for the personal matter between him and me to end this? Or will you cause trouble for the entire family because of this?" Roman threatened bluntly and without courtesy. "If you do not make a choice right here and now, I will go home and tell my father everything." Baron Barco felt as if he had been struck by lightning. What kind of situation is this? I absolutely cannot choose to go to war with Dmitri. Barco has already hit rock bottom. If we provoke the Dmitri family further, Barco will be completely destroyed. This cruel boy. He gripped the armrest of his chair tightly, lamenting in his heart, but finally chose to bow his head. "I do not want the matter between you and Anthony to expand into a problem for the whole family. With my authority, I will have my eldest son, Anthony, kneel before you and apologize. Is that enough?" When did I say I wanted Anthony to kneel before me? Roman flatly rejected his proposal. Baron Barco's eyes widened, his voice trembling. What do you mean?" He declared loudly, "In this world, how can the offender choose their own punishment? I will decide the punishment." "No!" Hearing the news, Anthony screamed in terror. Baron Barco shook his head helplessly. "I'm sorry, my son." Anthony knelt on the ground, crying and begging for a duel verdict. Father, are you really going to put my life in someone else's hands?" "He will definitely kill me. I beg you, father, please refuse Roman's proposal." The Baron shouted loudly, trying to steady his son. "Wake up now! You are the eldest son of the Barco family! The moment you became the heir of the family, your life was tied to the family's fate. So face reality. Don't forget this hell. Be prepared to lose an arm." Having said that, he turned and walked away decisively, leaving his desperate son kneeling on the ground. Just thinking of Roman's face made Anthony tremble violently. "Father, how could you let me duel that monster? I'm going to die!" The duel was quickly organized under the witness of both sides. Roman stepped onto the field with a majestic presence. Anthony, on the other hand, was so scared that he couldn't even hold his sword steady. "Roman." "Sir." "Roman, you know I really like Flora. When I heard you two were together, I must have lost my mind at that time. I'm sorry for everything I've done to you. I had no ill will." "Weren't we friends?" Roman didn't answer. He only coldly drew his sword. Seeing this, Anthony's hair stood on end. "Roman, no, Roman, master! Please spare my life this once. If you spare me, I, Anthony Barco, am willing to spend the rest of my life to repay you." Hearing this, the referee frowned. How unsightly. Even Baron Barco felt he had lost all face. This barbarian. Roman's face was cold, without any intention of compromise. Roman asked, "Repay me for a lifetime? How? Have you paid back all the loans to the Golden Bank yet? Even your relationship with the government cannot erase your evil deeds. The Barco family is finished." Roman stepped forward, bringing his face close to his opponent. Anthony was frozen in fear, not daring to move. "Why would someone like me, whom you despised so much, fall for your trap of begging for mercy and forgiveness?" At that moment, Baron Barco realized his son was going to die here. But he had no time to react, because Roman had already thrust the sword in his hand through Anthony's body. "I have no reason to forgive you, so use your death to atone for your sins." Baek Jung-hyuk had experienced life-and-death battles with his brothers. Every night he had to be wary of assassinations from his own kin until the day he personally thrust his sword into their hearts, ending their lives until the very last one. "Jung-hyuk, do you know what your problem is?" A figure on the roof looked down at the battlefield and spoke. That person was the eldest son of the current heavenly demon, Baek Ho-dung, one of the few brothers close to Jung-hyuk. He said Jung-hyuk's problem was, you don't know how to compromise. From the moment you consider someone an enemy, you always want to destroy them immediately, without even a hint of pity for the enemy.
One day this problem of yours will come back to bite you. Baek Ho-dung was extraordinary, not only possessing terrifying strength but also a generous heart. He could win over enemies after defeating them. Baek Jong-hyuk, facing his eldest brother at that time, thought, "I understand what you mean, but crushing anyone who opposes me, that is the way of life I have chosen. It is also how I survived from the lowest rank of the demon cult, and I will continue to live that way. Death is the only method that can silence any living creature forever." Anthony's death was an ending no one wanted, but that was exactly my old way of doing things. Baron Barco rushed onto the field in horror. "No, no!" He tried to find a spark of life in his son's motionless body lying in a pool of blood, but Anthony was surely dead. Baron Barco embraced his son and let out a tragic wail, his eyes streaked with blood as his angry roar echoed through the sky. Roman turned and asked coldly, "Is there a problem?" Roman gave a mocking smile. "Dying in a duel is a common occurrence." Baron Barco completely failed to expect things to unfold this way. Clouded by the pain of losing his son, he questioned Roman, "What are you doing? How dare you kill the eldest son of the Barco family? How could you kill him without even blinking?" The soldiers under his command were also in shock, each standing as still as a statue, not daring to step forward to provoke Roman at this moment, like an inviolable beast. How did that monster do it? Baron Barco's expression darkened. Only now did he realize he had underestimated him. "You planned this from the start. You visited Barco without guards, pretending to be ready to compromise." Roman glared at him and spoke directly. "From the moment Anthony Barco treated me like that, I became the mortal enemy of the Barco family." Roman turned and scanned everyone present. He declared, "This is the outcome of opposing me. If anyone cannot let go of their relationship with the Barco family, then I am the enemy you must face." This undisguised threat was made public. Baron Barco shouted loudly, "Do you really think you can just leave so easily?" Roman flicked his sleeve, walked straight toward the gate, and said, "What is the use of these nonsense words? From now on, I will watch closely to see how the Barco family survives, and I will attack continuously until you collapse. I shall take my leave, Baron." Exhausted in both body and mind, completely broken, he belatedly realized a truth. We provoked the person we shouldn't have. A few days later, Baron Barco, unable to pay his bank debts, planned to flee, but was later found dead on an unknown hill. The Barco family, once extremely powerful in the Northeast, declined miserably just like that. In the corridor of Dimitri Castle, the bright moonlight shone through the window, creating a mystical atmosphere. Hans spotted Roman ahead and called out to him. Roman was leisurely walking past him. "It's so late. Where are you returning from?" Roman smiled and replied, "The moonlight is so beautiful I watched it for a bit longer." Seeing the bloodstains on the young master's clothes, Hans was slightly startled. The two returned to the room. He got Roman a change of clothes before speaking. "Everyone was very worried about you. I am very happy that you have made a name for yourself, but you are always putting yourself in danger like this, which makes me worry. Please, you must be careful." Roman adjusted his scarf. He replied in a casual tone, "I told you before, didn't I? You are my person." "Yes, young master, I still remember." Baek Jong-hyuk had slaughtered countless enemies. Blood flowed like a river, but he had a principle that helped him become the heavenly demon. Always protect his subordinates. One of my people is more important than 100,000 enemies. Seeing that Roman said nothing more, he reminded the young master. Roman smiled and told him he would do his best not to put his subordinates in such danger. That was enough. Even though the situation with the Barco family was still very strange, the Malaks family still held a banquet. The mistress of the Malaks family, Helena Malaks, had her own plans in the middle of the banquet. Even the ladies who previously supported Barco and flattered them were now present. From now on, Dimitri will become the central family of the Northeast. This was a great opportunity for the Malaks family, who had always stood by Dimitri. "Oh, welcome, welcome, I was waiting for you." Seeing a familiar face appear, she proactively stepped forward and said, "Goodness, why do you look more beautiful every day?" This person was none other than the mistress of the Dimitri family,
Lena Hanna Dmitri. She smiled kindly in return. Thank you. Thank you. Seeing this, the other ladies gathered around. I have prepared a special bottle of wine for you. Lady Lena Hanna, it is an honor to meet you here. I feel the same. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Lena Hanna Dmitri is the wife of Baron Dmitri. She frequently interacts with noble ladies to build support for Dmitri. She possesses incredible political talent. Even Baron Romero occasionally needs to ask for her opinion in some cases. Without Lena Hanna laying the foundation beforehand, the Dmitri family might have collapsed under Barco's pressure before they could even enter the noble class. Thank you all for attending this gathering. Lena Hanna stepped out and took the initiative to speak. We gather here today because I believe people living in the same area need to understand each other. Let's start getting to know each other from now on. Of course, not everyone went in the same direction in the past. But now the situation is different. We need a different anchor than before. The words of Lady Dmitri were full of hidden meaning. She subtly threatened those who had been on Barco's side while showing her generosity by taking them in and having them submit to her. While eating dessert, Lady Helena of the Malak's house proactively suggested to Lena Hanna, "What do you think of our Veronica? I think she and Roman are a great match. Roman is already 25 years old. It's time for him to get married and start a family. I'm not saying this just because she's my daughter, but Veronica truly suits Roman." The other ladies at the table heard this and chimed in. "Oh, wait, isn't Veronica already engaged to another family?" They clearly didn't want Helena to get her way. "You're being too greedy, Helena." Lena Hanna sat leisurely drinking tea, listening to them compete. Indeed, Roman's marriage partner must be chosen carefully. "Next time, please come to our house. My daughter just mentioned she fell in love with Roman at first sight. And my daughter, she looks very smart. She's always at the top of the list at the academy. My daughter is still young, but she will surely be a beauty in the future." Lena Hanna couldn't help but reflect. For the past 6 years, Roman had always been considered a nuisance in noble circles. He was the eldest son, but couldn't inherit the family business, which held him back. But his potential as a 4-star knight was enough to ensure a good future. If he could still win the right to inheritance, there would be no son-in-law more valuable than him. Now was the moment he transformed from a nuisance into an outstanding figure. Lena Hanna finally spoke. "I am very happy that you all value my son so much. But Roman has been deeply hurt before. Instead of following the wishes of the two families, I hope Roman can find someone he truly loves. So let's not discuss marriage matters for now." Lena Hanna's words were interpreted by the other ladies as, "In other words, whoever wins his heart first wins." That night at the Lawrence Castle, Flora was sitting in her study, flipping through the pages of a book, lost in thought. Power is a necessity to survive in this world. The reality was that Lawrence had lost the war against Barco. I thought that as long as we held out until winter, there would be a chance. Reality hit like a flash flood. There were too many variables. But Roman anticipated all those variables, dealt with them bravely, and saved Lawrence. How can I become someone like Roman? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but blush. It felt strange. Her heart beat faster, and her ears felt hot. No, I hate that Roman from the Dmitri house. Why am I blushing? He is an arrogant, selfish person who only cares about his own interests. How can he be so strong? What kind of person is he really? Her mind was a mess of thoughts. Flora decided to close the book. I just want to know a little bit. What kind of person is he, after all? She stepped out into the hallway for a walk. I need to go out and get some fresh air. That's right, even if I'm curious, there's no longer any relationship between him and me. The engagement has been canceled. I have no choice because I certainly won't see Roman again. While she was in a daze, a soft female voice called her. Sister Flora! Flora was startled. She looked blankly at the other person's bright smile. Our blonde lady felt a bit unnatural, thinking to herself, what is she doing here? It was Sylvia from a side branch of the Lawrence family. Sylvia Lawrence. After a brief chat, Flora ran straight to the Baron and asked loudly, Oh, Lawrence is going to the banquet held at the Dmitri house? Why didn't you tell me, father? Hearing his daughter's words,
The Baron turned around and explained gently, "I have gained a lot from this matter. You showed me your ability to judge right from wrong when I was helpless. It was also thanks to you that Roman Dmitri joined the battlefield and helped us win this war. I will no longer lower your value. I will support all your wishes and will not force you to do anything for the family anymore. Therefore, it is fine if you do not attend this banquet. Flora, go live for your dreams." Hearing these words, Flora was deeply moved. "These words from my father are truly touching, but I want to attend the banquet," Flora screamed internally, then asked, "Why did you invite Sylvia to the party? She came all the way from the distant capital. You must have another purpose, right?" "It was only because of my personal greed." Her father did not answer, making Flora even more confused. Greed? Could it be that father intends to use Sylvia to form a marriage alliance with the Dmitri family again? Thinking this, she spoke up. "If that's the case, I understand. Since we must repay Roman, I will go with Sylvia and show her the way." The Baron looked at his daughter with a face full of doubt. "You don't need to do that. I will ensure you and Roman have nothing more to do with each other." Flora interrupted him, her face full of determination as she emphasized every word. "I said I will guide her." Location: Cairo capital, Valhalla Temple branch in Cairo. "Is this true?" a priest asked while looking at the report. "The son of a noble family from a remote area, only 25 years old, killed a 4-star knight with just one sword strike? Is this really possible? But if this isn't a fairy tale, then it means a terrifying genius has been born. I must go and verify this in person." This clergyman was a rank evaluator from Valhalla. The scene shifts to Dmitri City. The banquet was scheduled for the evening. The young ladies from noble families had arrived at the Dmitri estate earlier for a tour, all dressed magnificently. They wore all the jewelry they could, and their makeup was very heavy. Sylvia whispered, "Is this Dmitri?" "As expected, the atmosphere is as gloomy as the rumors say." She spoke while putting on an innocent and lovely expression. A group of young ladies followed her through streets filled with blacksmith shops. "Look quickly! How shocking! It's all blacksmith shops and ore! After all, this is just the territory of miners. I really don't understand how people can live in a place like this. In the capital, even commoners value basic etiquette." The young lady criticized the place without any restraint. Sylvia covered her nose with a handkerchief and chimed in, "I understand. Dmitri and art are two distant things." Flora just followed quietly behind. She thought to herself, Sylvia's father is Baron Lawrence's younger brother. He settled in the capital as a merchant. Compared to the capital, both Lawrence and Dmitri can only be considered the countryside. I can understand why they have such a reaction. Suddenly, Sylvia saw a group of people ahead and cried out in surprise, "My goodness! Are those people miners?" A group of men talking rudely and carrying their tools passed them by, laughing and talking. These young ladies in their magnificent dresses caught the unwavering gaze of the miners. The two sides were like two completely opposite worlds. Many noble ladies began to complain. "Oh, my beautiful dress is covered in dust. Do miners just walk arrogantly on the street like that?" This is exactly why Dmitri has issues. They did not hide their mockery. Flora walked silently at the end of the line. As she passed by a young miner, she suddenly had a familiar feeling. Flora quickly turned her head to look back. That person seems to be Roman Dmitri. Suddenly, another figure appeared. It was Hans, running in a great hurry. He called out with a face full of worry, "Young master, I couldn't stop you from going down into the mines. Can't you take care of yourself while working?" He spoke while frantically wiping the dirt off Roman. "Look, I just wiped once and the handkerchief is already this dirty." Roman, whose face was being squashed by the wiping, shouted, "Enough, Hans!" Hans kept his head down and continued wiping. "You're covered in dust every day. My heart is about to break." The young ladies heard the conversation and immediately turned their heads. "Is that person Roman Dmitri?" Sylvia smiled upon seeing Roman. She thought to herself, "He's even more handsome than I imagined. Wow, what a great physique. There are rumors that the eldest son of Dmitri might lose his inheritance rights, but what noble family would let their son work as a miner? Roman is definitely the heir. Recent moves show that Roman's status has skyrocketed." Sylvia suggested to the other ladies,
Let's go to Roman Dimitri's side. Saying hello before the banquet doesn't seem bad. One lady asked worriedly, "Is that okay?" Roman had just taken off his safety helmet when he heard the greeting. Sylvia asked, "Are you young Master Roman Dimitri? I haven't mistaken you, have I? I am Sylvia from the Lawrence family." Sylvia lifted her skirt in a formal bow, her face smiling as she said, "Thank you for the help you gave us. I want to express my sincere gratitude. You are indeed as extraordinary as the rumors say." Roman replied casually, "Oh yeah, I got it. Let's go, Hans." Roman walked away coldly, leaving the young lady heartbroken. Flora couldn't help but laugh until she cried. He really is a block of wood. Hans chased after Roman to remind his master, "You still have to attend the banquet. Can't you rest for a bit?" Roman replied while putting his coat back on, "I will socialize with those worth socializing with."
But they mock the mining work of the Dimitri family, Hans said in a panic. How much longer do you plan to work in the mines? Even though the Baron didn't give an order, you've been working hard for several days.
Roman became serious. The foundation of Dimitri is blacksmithing. No, more accurately, it's the iron mines. The ore that miners dig up with blood and sweat is melted in the furnace fire to become steel. This is the essence of Dimitri. Empty words cannot coexist with the people on this land. I just want to experience it for myself and empathize with them. Hans stopped, moved. "Young master!" His eyes welled up with tears. "When did you grow up this much?" Hans won't cause any more trouble for the young master. I will make it perfect. The scene shifts to the Dimitri training grounds. The shouts of 1-2 echo out. The soldiers recruited by Roman were striving to practice their swordsmanship. 1-2, 1-2. Under Chris's supervision, they practiced very seriously and orderly. Roman observed the group from afar, his mind filled with 100 thoughts. The prestige I built during the battle with the other families last time has sparked the loyalty of the soldiers and the spirit of the warriors. The soldiers who followed me into battle last time have learned a lot. Based on the training methods I accumulated before, plus the sword techniques I've mastered and the ability to forge unique blades, I can ignite the potential of the soldiers to help them become elites on the battlefield. This knowledge is as precious as treasure. Just like that, I have obtained my own army. But it's not enough. These soldiers only have a little combat experience. I need an elite army of my own. The problem is that forming an elite army requires financial resources and manpower, which I currently still lack. Roman called out, "Chris!" The man immediately ran over. "Did you call me, young master?" "How is the training progressing?" Roman asked. Chris replied immediately, "They are all very enthusiastic and learn quickly. I think we can expect them to make progress soon." "Very well. Now I will teach you a new sword technique." "A new sword technique for me?" Chris was extremely astonished, thinking to himself. Roman explained, "You are different from those beginners. After the last family battle, you have progressed and accumulated experience. This has created a foundation for you to learn more advanced swordsmanship. Although it will be difficult, I believe you can do it. I believe you are now ready to absorb new things. The sword technique I am about to teach you is called Thunderclap. This is a move with great destructive power and an extremely fast strike speed. Its master was known as the Sword Saint. This is Chris's next step. The banquet finally began in a luxurious and magnificent space. The banquet hall was filled with whispers. At that moment, the servant announced, "Roman Dimitri has arrived." Almost all eyes turned toward the door at once, especially those of the young ladies. Roman wore a formal suit with a red cloak, possessing an extraordinary and charming aura. Roman's hair had returned to black. The young ladies could not suppress the excitement in their hearts. Their cheeks flushed with admiration. They quickly surrounded him, asking incessantly, "Sir Roman, why did you leave so early this morning? Young Master Dimitri, we want to chat with you for a moment before the banquet." Roman smiled gently and replied, "At that time I had just finished my work, so I hope you understand. I also wanted to dress up a bit more decently." "Oh, we understand. You can certainly do that." Lady Sylvia also stepped in to praise him. "You are indeed as excellent as the rumors say." The girl with light blue hair in double buns smiled brightly and continued, It's unbelievable that the heir of a noble family would work with minors. If I could marry someone like you, I wonder if I would become a better person. Roman gave a thin smile and bowed slightly in return. You flatter me. Afterward, Roman spoke with the guests in the hall one by one, exchanging a few polite words, praising each other, and raising glasses in celebration. After completing these formalities, Roman went out to the balcony alone to get some fresh air. It seemed that the atmosphere inside didn't suit Roman at all. It felt even more tiring than just finishing a long battle. You're quite the actor, aren't you? A female voice suddenly spoke from behind. Roman turned around and found it was Flora. Just doing what needs to be done, Roman replied. How unexpected. Flora continued while proactively approaching Roman. Standing beside Roman, she tucked back her hair and smiled, saying, I thought you didn't care about these social relationships. Usually I don't, Roman replied absently. But for this banquet, my parents and their guests were all invited. This is quite different from ordinary banquets. I see that they are very happy. Besides, it was like this when we first met, so it's not unusual. Flora dazed for a few seconds and then smiled, thinking to herself, Roman was right. Actually, I was being impolite. Looking at Roman, Flora couldn't help but think, he is always so steadfast. This is why I'm becoming more and more curious. What kind of life did he live to be able to persist with his principles so strongly? Feeling she had misspoke, she immediately changed the subject. But why did you go mining? Other than for blacksmithing, there's no reason for an heir to do that work. Roman asked her back seriously. How do you think the Lawrence family reached the position it has today? Flora was dazed again. Roman didn't wait for her to wonder and answered himself. People think Lawrence is where it is today thanks to fertile land and abundant goods. But the Lawrence family succeeded thanks to commerce. They sold or exchanged their goods to reach their current position. This is also why Baron Lawrence's younger brother became a merchant in the capital. Flora became more astonished as she listened, feeling a sense of being surpassed. It's incredible. Even things I only recently learned, he knows like the back of his hand. And not a single detail is wrong. So what does this have to do with mining? She asked curiously. The roots of the Dmitri family lie in the iron mines. Without the miners digging up the ore buried underground day after day, Dmitri would not be where it is today. I am convinced that spending time working in the mines will help me understand and empathize with them more. And I believe this is the duty of one who carries the name Dmitri. Roman's words were etched into her heart, touching every string in her soul, seemingly bringing Flora no small amount of enlightenment. Roman took his leave. I've been standing here quite long enough. I'll go first. Oh, all right, she replied. Flora then stood alone on the balcony, pensively looking up at the night sky. Suddenly, she broke into a smile. I've decided. Her heart, which couldn't find peace after that battle, finally regained order and clarity. I knew it. Coming to see him was the right decision. A few days later, Flora set out for the capital. That was the moment the flower in the gilded cage of the Lawrence house left her family to explore the world. Back in Dmitri, the iron mine foreman Jacob took a sip of spicy liquor and shouted with refreshment, "That's the stuff!" Henry, drinking with him, asked, "How was today?" Jacob replied happily, "Same as always. No matter how many ore veins we dig, they just keep going. We've only just reached the mountain entrance. Even if the Dmitri family digs for decades more, the iron mine won't run dry. I stake my life's mining experience on that." Henry changed the subject. "There are many rumors that Roman started working in the mines half a month ago. Why has it been so quiet lately?" "Roman, huh?" Hearing that name, Jacob laughed boastfully. "That story starts from half a month ago." Shocking news quickly spread among the miners. "I heard young Master Roman starts working in the mines today." The person behind gasped in surprise. "Why? Who knows? Probably just for show." A veteran miner named Mukan frowned and said, "Lord Dmitri is old and senile. If he wanted to teach his heir, he should have done it long ago. He's only good to the blacksmiths and always ignores us miners." He began to shout excitedly, "The 3 heirs of Dmitri have learned blacksmithing in the workshop since they were young.
but they have never learned mining. This clearly proves Lord Dimitri discriminates against us." The others heard this and felt it wasn't right. They said carefully, "Isn't that a bit much?" Mukhan asserted loudly, "What are you talking about? Dimitri's foundation is the iron mine, yet the blacksmiths get all the glory. I bet Roman was forced here, but I won't bow my head to him. Let him see what mining is really like." Everyone raised their hands in unison. For a moment, cheers like thunder echoed through the place. What must come, will come. That morning, Jacob led Roman to meet everyone. "From today, young Master Roman will work with us." No one paid attention. They didn't even bother to glance at Roman. A few people in the team even signaled to each other with meaningful smiles. Roman saw it all, but he didn't intend to make an issue of it. Jacob instructed everyone to remember, in the mine, priority number 1 is safety, number 2 is safety, and number 3 is still safety. Everyone shouted in unison, "All right, let's get to work." The miners quickly distributed tools and supplies. Everyone was busy working, but absolutely no one paid any mind to the newly arrived young master. Roman frowned slightly. "They are completely ignoring me. I won't mind their attitude. This Dimitri mining town, these Dimitri people. How much power do they have? What can I do for this place? For my future plans?" Roman stepped toward the towering Mount Rapho, determined. "I must understand all of Dimitri's problems." Roman's day of working in the mine officially began. The workers were all digging hard. The foreman kept shouting to urge them, "Come on, move faster. We're still far from today's quota." Roman stood to one side, working, loading each bag of ore onto the trolleys. The rules here are very strict. This was Roman's observation. They assign tasks evenly, and the safety aspect is handled quite well during the work process. Roman posed a question to a veteran miner, who replied, "Dimitri's iron bowls are famous not just because of the exquisite craftsmanship of the blacksmiths, but also because the ore itself is of the highest quality, which is why it's so valuable. Other places suffer heavy losses because they have to purchase ore, but since Dimitri is self-sufficient, it earns massive profits." He laughed proudly and said, "What other reason could there be? Because they are self-sufficient in raw materials and are a city of forging, they can earn more profit than any other family. It has been this way for decades. Just by gathering a bit of information, Roman could vaguely estimate the wealth his family possessed. Dimitri's assets might be even larger than he thought." "This is no place for chatting," Mukhan reminded him bluntly. "Young master, if you don't want to work, then don't bother others. Go outside." The two looked at each other eye to eye. Roman proactively apologized this time, which surprised Mukhan. "I'm sorry. I will focus on my work." After speaking, Roman immediately returned to his tasks. This left Mukhan, who was usually critical, with nothing left to say. A week later, Roman was still dining alone. Roman hadn't made any friends yet. They had worked together for over a week, but they still didn't speak to him unless he spoke first. Perhaps this was how they divided their territory. Just as he was thinking of how to approach them, someone stepped forward. It was Mukhan. He sat down across from Roman and said, "Can I ask you a question? I've been watching you all week and I'm a bit curious. Why did you come here to work?" According to him, no noble values mining. Even Rodwell, the second young master of Dimitri and the most potential heir, had never set foot in the iron mines. The eldest young master, Roman, was just putting on a show. After training for so long, I thought he looked down on mining work, so I always kept an eye on him. But he is more hard-working than I imagined. The image of Roman working made him reconsider. He even worked more enthusiastically than other miners, and always met his quotas. Mukhan had heard from another miner. "According to my friend who is a servant in the castle, the head of the family never ordered the young master to work at the mine. Did he come here voluntarily?" These words made Mukhan hesitate. This was why he went directly to ask Roman. Roman gave him two choices: an ideal answer or a practical answer. "Which one do you want to hear?" "Can I have both?" Roman smiled and said, "Then I'll give the ideal answer first. Dimitri is a mining city. Many residents here work in the iron mines to make a living. Instead of learning about the people here from afar through numbers, I wanted to experience their daily lives for myself. Do you really need to do that? Mukhan asked back. It's necessary, Roman replied. As long as my surname is still Dmitri, I need to do this. As a result, it's an ideal answer, Mukhan thought to himself. These are the words the people want to hear from a ruler, and the image of a noble that everyone respects. Roman continued with his answer. As for the practical reason, I am not the head of Dmitri. Although Dmitri possesses massive wealth, it belongs to my father. This is why I came to the iron mines, to find what I can contribute to Dmitri and find a legitimate reason to demand my share. Hearing this, Mukhan couldn't help but burst out laughing. So it's to demand a share of your father's estate? Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that. I thought you only came here to fight for the inheritance. Though rough on the outside, Mukhan was actually a smart man. He knew one thing clearly. Young Master Roman was building his foundation at the iron mine, not the blacksmith workshop. This meant he knew the importance of mining. Mukhan excitedly clenched his fists, feeling very thrilled. Then I will answer all of your questions. Mukhan honestly answered a long series of Roman's questions. Afterward, Roman received some unexpected information from him. The scale of Dmitri's iron mine is the largest in the kingdom. To call it the largest on the continent wouldn't be an exaggeration, especially the nameless land on the edge of the kingdom next to Dmitri. It's called the Endless Land. If the resources there can be extracted, wealth will grow infinitely. Despite such advantages, Mukhan also pointed out some limitations. In fact, compared to Dmitri's overall wealth, the output isn't that great. Due to dangerous working conditions, the mining speed has slowed down. As speed decreases, production naturally drops as well. Of course, the Lord has provided a lot of safety support, but even so, mining is still extremely dangerous. Not only must we work in dark, cramped environments, but natural conditions are also highly unstable. The northwestern mountains have constant earthquakes. How can an ordinary person stop that? Just as Mukhan finished speaking, Roman felt a tremor. Things got worse as the entire mine began to shake violently. The two rushed to the pit opening to investigate and found a crowd gathered there. What happened, Mr. Mukhan? Elevator number 8 collapsed. Someone is pinned down. What? Mukhan was extremely worried. He looked at the pit and the collapsed rope ladder, feeling helpless. Good heavens, what do we do now? Someone in the crowd warned. This place might collapse further. Don't rush to measure anything yet. At that moment, Roman stepped forwards and said, I'm going down. Mukhan resolutely opposed. No, you are the eldest young master of the Dmitri family. Even if you are a knight, if it collapses again, it will be very dangerous. We should confirm the situation first. Roman glared and interrupted him. It will be too late then. The other man was intimidated by Roman's imposing aura. Roman asserted, I said those who carry the name Dmitri must shoulder their responsibilities. I'll be right back. Go prepare bandages for the wounds. After speaking, Roman performed a lightness technique and jumped down. Roman utilized the rugged terrain of the pit without hesitation or fear, heading straight down. This was his way of acting. About 10 minutes later, a hand reached out from the pit. Those waiting above were all stunned. When they saw Roman climbing up with the victim on his back, they cheered wildly. Young Master Dmitri saved him, Roman told them. Quick, bring a splint here. The broken bone was quickly splinted and stabilized. Mukhan was amazed by this scene. First aid is not easy at all, yet he understood it so well. After everything was settled, Roman turned to those around him and shouted, I finished first aid. Take him to the doctor immediately. If medicine is needed, I will pay all costs. Understood, everyone replied in unison. The injured man was quickly carried away on a stretcher. Roman spoke in a deep voice. Listen, everyone. You must accept that today's accident is the fate of a miner. Hearing this, the miners' expressions were complicated, but no one interrupted Roman. They focused on listening to what Roman had to say. No matter how carefully we prepare, we cannot prevent unexpected disasters, but despite the difficulties, there is always a way. As someone who bears the name Dmitri, I will spare no expense to resolve your difficulties. It won't take much time. Back at the Baron's mansion,
Romero immediately summoned his eldest son. He asked first, "Are you injured?" Hearing Roman say he was fine, he began to question him. "What on earth were you thinking, daring to do something so dangerous? Even if you're a genius-type aura swordsman, you can't withstand this alone. This time it was luck." He slammed the table and scolded him. "But because of your reckless bravery, I almost lost my beloved son. I'm not saying this just because you are the eldest son of the Dmitri family. If it were anyone else, I would never forgive the act of being willing to throw away one's life to save one person. No, I only did what I should have done." Romero shouted, "Roman!" Roman still held his ground. "Even if time were turned back, my thoughts would not change. An accident happened in the iron mine. As a member of the Dmitri family, I believe I made the right decision." The Baron knew he could not win an argument with his son. He then suggested I stop working at the iron mine. "I never asked you to work there. I don't understand why you made such a choice. If you said you were working at the forge, I wouldn't stop you." "Father," Roman explained seriously, "I believe I need to work at the mine to gain a deeper understanding of the Dmitri family. Although Dmitri is famous for its metallurgy and forging techniques, the majority of the people in this region work at the iron mine to make a living. Therefore, it is only natural that I should work at the mine rather than the forge." Roman's words were perfectly logical. As the leader of this land, Romero was slightly surprised that his son could speak such profound words. He finally compromised. "All right. So, what have you learned there? Tell me." "Father, I have seen the hardships that everyone must go through." The Baron was quite surprised. "What hardships?" "I have never mistreated the miners." Roman said, "I know you care deeply about the workers' safety. Even the workers at the mine respect you greatly." Romero still didn't want Roman to go there. "But regardless, mining is very dangerous. You don't know when an earthquake will occur. What if the mine collapses? In case you've forgotten, I'll remind you that it's a place very prone to landslides like yesterday." "I haven't forgotten this." "As I said, such disasters are inevitable, even if we are prepared." Roman interrupted him. "But there is still a way, Father. That is to use magic artifacts." Magic artifacts? Romero was not unaware of their existence. Using them to ensure safety at the iron mine was fine, but do you know how much those artifacts cost? Using artifacts to protect the mine entrance will be extremely expensive. "Yes, I know. Furthermore, using air shields isn't always a guarantee of safety." The Baron questioned again. "Your point is that it's still necessary to use them?" "Yes," Roman was very certain. "But if we install artifacts, not only will ore production increase, but there will also be no need to limit the development of untapped iron veins. Possessing an endless source of raw materials is an advantage, an opportunity cost. Even though using ancient relics is expensive, if we can earn more money than before, it's worth it. Moreover, we will assign a dedicated team of workers to ensure safety and minimize risks to the maximum, then use the increased profits to pay their wages. What do you think, Father?" Romero replied with a smile. "Seeing how clearly you speak, you must have calculated it all. So, how much do we need to invest? If it doesn't turn out as you said, you're in for it. In this world of martial arts, where the strong prey on the weak, there are two organizations famous for their information-gathering abilities: the Beggars Sect and the Flower Gate. The Beggars Sect gathers information through beggars present everywhere in the world, listening to everyone's stories. Meanwhile, the Flower Gate gathers information through marginalized groups in society, those who are always listening to the world's affairs. I chose to work at the mine instead of the forge so that I could grasp all information in the Northeast. Then, with my father as capital and manpower, I will establish the Flower Gate in this world. But that is still not enough. A guild dedicated to information gathering, or rather, an intelligence agency, cannot be limited only to the Northeast. Furthermore, when information from across the continent is collected, someone is needed to organize it, as guild members cannot process information professionally. Let's see, someone who can organize information, and belongs to the upper class of Dmitri. There is only one person suitable.
After the war with the Barco family, the soldiers under Roman's command heard astonishing news. Chris, who was in charge of training them, announced, "From today, I will teach you how to use mana combined with swordsmanship. This is a gift from the master, so you must devote yourselves entirely to the training." As someone who had reached the rank of a B-class mercenary but was stagnant because he couldn't sense mana, Lucas felt Chris's words were absurd. What is a mana cultivation method? It is a manual that systematically lays out unique methods of using mana. Unless this is the kind of trashy fake widespread everywhere, it is surely an invaluable treasure. Even a father wouldn't easily teach his son how to use mana. That guy must surely be playing with us. No matter how loyal we are to Sir Roman, it is absolutely not enough for him to trust us to the extent of granting us such a treasure. Chris stood on the podium and began to introduce this cultivation technique. The name of this technique is Radiant Energy. It also means Asura, the name of a war demon on a battlefield in a distant land. After trying to cultivate it, Lucas's attitude changed 180 degrees. He became extremely shocked.
This is insane. I can sense mana now. Only a few days in, and I already feel my body's senses have become incredibly sharp. I can even feel a light breeze passing by.
This is the Radiant Swordsmanship, a synthesis of 108 combat methods against enemies, a move that perfectly utilizes the power of the cultivation method. What kind of person is Roman Dimitri after all? One must know that mana auras and radiant swordsmanship dominate this world. If I possessed such a skill set, I would keep it an absolute secret, even from my relatives, let alone soldiers. Others would lose their entire fortunes just to learn how to use mana, enduring anxiety day and night. Yet he does this? Could it be just to make someone like me happy? But after that training session, Lucas was called aside. Roman said he wanted him to establish an information-gathering guild. This made Lucas reject in a hurry. "I'm very sorry, but I want to fight by the master's side." Hearing this, Roman calculated in his mind. He couldn't let him refuse. An experienced former mercenary with a wide network of contacts, good adaptability, and one who has experienced all the ups and downs of life. Finally, Roman determined that Lucas was a very suitable choice. As for Lucas, he still had an awkward expression. "If I have to manage the intelligence guild, then I can no longer be by the master's side." Lucas found every reason to plead to stay. "When fighting the Barco family, I staked my life for the master. Please don't send me away." "Quite the performance," Roman said with a slight laugh. "I have something to ask you. Why do you think I only taught you radiant energy and radiant swordsmanship?" Lucas stammered. I don't know." Roman said, "Lucas, what kind of person do you think I am? Do you think I, Roman, would use any means necessary just to exchange for the soldier's loyalty?" "Then what you mean is," Lucas questioned back. Roman then said, "I don't expect you to be absolutely loyal to me. This is just the fair price for you following me to the battlefield and risking your life for me. Therefore, for someone who is more than just an ordinary soldier to me, what else do you think I would grant?" Roman began to throw in more benefits to entice him. Lucas was shocked, thinking frantically, "Is there anything more valuable than a mana aura?" At this point, Lucas couldn't help but accept the order. "By your command, master, I will create the best guild on the continent." Roman was secretly satisfied. A quick-witted person who is good at thinking. Lucas was indeed the perfect leader for the Flower Gate. As soon as it was morning, Roman went to the mining area to complete the work planned with the Baron a few days ago. The workers there welcomed Roman immensely. "Sir Roman is here. My lord, you truly care about our safety. Thank you so much." A middle-aged man squeezed out from the crowd. With tears streaming down his face, he said, "Young master, thanks to you, my only son survived. If you ever need us in the future, I will surely offer my life for you." Having said that, he knelt down to salute Roman. Roman smiled brightly and said, "Thank you. I look forward to your cooperation." From that day on, the people's affection for the Dimitri family shifted toward Roman, and this made Baron Romero extremely angry. A month has passed since the war with the Barco family. In the periodic meeting of the Dmitri family, the head Romero and core members of the family gathered to discuss. The Barco family has been destroyed in the northeast. No other power can confront Dmitri anymore. The forces that previously supported the Barco family have expressed a desire to form an alliance with Dmitri. By your order. We have flatly refused to negotiate with those who sided with Barco and had a tense relationship with us.
How do you want to handle them?
Romero said firmly. Reconciling with those who caused us heavy losses is not noble but foolish. No negotiations with them. I want them to know the consequences of opposing Dmitri. Continue. Those present nodded in unison to indicate they understood. Jonathan commented objectively, "This war showed us the variables that can appear when borrowing external forces. Even though the Barco family faced off and lost against us, they were still a major threat. For example, the magic cannons or variables like Homerus, the 49th ranked individual. That's why I want to strengthen our military force to deal with these variables and purchase more magic weapons." Romero was also very clear. Nothing makes us feel safer than military power. Thanks to young Master Roman, we have a lot of capital. Although we spent quite a bit of money to install ancient relics in the mine shafts. Iron ore production has increased by 30% in a very short time. At this rate, I believe it won't be long before it increases by 100%. When the Baron asked about the cost of the ancient relics, one person immediately replied, "If you factor in the added profit, it's still a very good deal." Roman was right. By personally working in the iron mine, he discovered the problems and devised the most effective solution. People's evaluation of Roman, which had been fluctuating, finally shifted completely to support after this incident. Jonathan realized this and asked his lord, "What are you thinking? Is it about the succession?" Romero frowned, thinking to himself, "It's starting." Jonathan shared frankly, 3 years ago you chose young Master Rodwell as the new lord because, at that time, young Master Roman's behavior and the personalities of the two young masters were not suitable for this important position. But now the situation has changed. With the war against the Barco family, the safety issues at the mine, and his swordsmanship talent, young Master Roman's behavior now reflects the demeanor of a ruler. Others also expressed their approval one by one. "That's right, we think so too. Since it hasn't been officially announced, I believe fair competition is natural." The struggle for succession between Roman and Rodwell created a ripple in the once peaceful Dmitri family. This made Romero extremely conflicted because both were his sons. Roman had proven himself in a short time, but Rodwell had carried the responsibility of the heir since childhood. After such a long time, was letting them compete against each other the right decision? After a moment of thought, he decided to continue observing the situation. Returning to his study, the Baron could only sigh alone. The matter of succession required the consent of several key figures, the vassals, the mine foreman, and finally the forge master Hendrik. He stipulated that only when the consent of all three parties was obtained would they be allowed to enter the succession race, no matter how chaotic the competition became. Afterward, he summoned Hans. After hearing the details, Hans asked doubtfully, "I don't understand your meaning." Romero repeated, "I am asking you, is Roman suitable to inherit the Dmitri family? If you had asked me this 3 months ago, I would have said no. But young Master Roman is very different now. From what I've seen while being by his side, he has become the right person for that position." "Explain," the Baron requested Hans. "First, young Master Roman told me that he went to work at the mine to understand the people of Dmitri. He humbled himself to experience their emotions and contacted them directly, facing the reality of Dmitri." Hans placed his hand on his chest. He asserted firmly, "Young Master Roman is now a person who cares about the responsibilities of a Dmitri family member." Romero said he understood and dismissed Hans. He immediately summoned the mine director. "I want to ask him about the mine collapse." When the person arrived, Romero saw there was someone else behind mine director Jacob and was a bit surprised. "Mr. Jacob," he spoke without hesitation, "I heard you wanted to hear about what happened then, so I brought the person who was present at the scene." He waved his hand. Mukan was startled and hurriedly stammered his introduction. Baron, my name is Mukan from the iron mine." The name felt very familiar to the Baron. He asked him to recount the details of what happened that day. He recounted the events accurately without hiding anything. The incident happened when the young master had been working at the mine for a week. An elevator suddenly collapsed, pinning a worker. When we wanted to apply the safest method to avoid further collapse, young Master Roman said he could save that worker and went in there. Although we all tried to stop him, he still managed to save the person. To be honest, I didn't have a good impression of the young master at first, but now I realize how foolish I was. During that accident, the young master said, "As the eldest son of the Dmitri family, it is my responsibility to solve everyone's problems." He was the one who wanted to save that worker. Mukhan recalled Roman's words, his emotions still surging. He bowed sincerely. "If you ask me for an evaluation of the young master, I would say if he were the heir, I would trust and obey him wholeheartedly." Romero still couldn't decide in his heart. Everyone says Roman is suitable to be the heir, but I'm still hesitant. The most important decision will depend on that blacksmith. At this moment, Master Hendrik was buried in his work. An apprentice stepped forward and asked carefully, "Master, young Master Roman has requested the repair of many items." He scratched his head. "What should we do?" "Accept them," he replied nonchalantly, which surprised the young man quite a bit. Hendrik saw him standing there blankly and roared impatiently, "Are you deaf? I said accept them." "Yes, yes, yes," the person replied hurriedly, and left. Hendrik's hands didn't stop working, but he thought to himself, "Actually, I intended to refuse, but after hearing Jacob's story about the mine, I feel a bit guilty because I treated him poorly before." The equipment was brought to the blacksmiths. Seeing it, they also felt a headache. How much training results in this level of damage? Are they actually trying to kill each other during sparring? Hendrik suddenly discovered a sword in the pile of equipment radiating a brilliant golden light, which was very eye-catching. What on earth is this? He immediately picked it up to examine it and couldn't help being astonished. The blade is too sharp, the weight is just right, and the hilt is light. It's a masterpiece. This is an excellent sword. Hard to see even in the forging land of Dmitri. Where did he get this? When he brought the sword near the furnace, the fire inside immediately flared up violently. This made Hendrik even more shocked. Its mana sensitivity is outstanding. It's like this even without mana being channeled. Aura swordsmen would go crazy for this. I consider myself the strongest in the continent in terms of ironwork, but enhancing mana sensitivity is a different matter. I must go and ask him personally. The repaired equipment was immediately delivered to Roman as soon as it was finished. Hendrik was extremely surprised. "Finished so quickly? I thought it would take at least 2 weeks." The delivery blacksmith gave a bitter smile. Looking as if he had been drained to the bone, he said, "Haha, I thought so too. Normally it takes about 2 weeks, but Master Hendrik went crazy for some reason and made all the blacksmiths focus on this." Hendrik looked to the side and was startled. Hendrik, with dark circles under his eyes and a sleep-deprived face, seemingly couldn't be stopped from coming here. "Roman, where did this sword of yours come from? Who made it? Tell me everything you know." Everything was going according to plan. Roman gave a slight smile and said, "I didn't get it from anywhere." Hendrik was stunned. "What? What do you mean?" "That sword was made by my own hands," Roman said decisively, his face full of confidence. Hendrik's face darkened as he roared, "Do you think I'll believe that? Young Master Roman, the person standing before you is me, Hendrik, the forge master of Dmitri. You know that well, yet you're joking with me like this?" He was visibly angry. Rumors said Roman Dmitri had changed, but it seemed that certainly wasn't the truth. However, Roman remained firm, claiming he spoke the truth. "This unique sword on the continent. Its name is Salamander," Hendrik yelled. "You're still saying that even now?" At this point, he was interrupted by Roman. "I will let you see with your own eyes. After seeing it for yourself, you will believe me. I believe the forge master representing the Dmitri family will have the correct judgment, right?" So the two went to Roman's forge. Roman began to explain his reason for forging. "When preparing for the war with the Barco family, I realized I needed a good sword I could entrust my life to. So I endured the terrible heat of the furnace and buried myself in work. It felt as if the forge was my sanctuary.
I think you understand my feelings, Hendrik. Next, I need self-defense, so I've recently started making a sword that can replace Salamander. What I want to show you is the process of me making that sword. Seeing Roman take off his shirt, Master Hendrik felt it was a bit strange. He's not even wearing protective gear? He sighed. I bet he knows nothing about blacksmithing. I have no choice but to stand and see how it goes. When the first hammer blow landed on the anvil, he was shaken. The standards for metal processing in the martial arts world and this world differ greatly. Because people in this world lack the ability to fully control mana, they invest more effort into sword techniques. Swords that can enhance aura, only such swords are considered treasure swords in the martial arts world. And because I've lived a life of conquest, I've forged valuable swords for myself. Roman opened his mouth and began the fire-swallowing process. Then he entered a state of trance, the hammer in his hand swinging continuously. Hendrik watched in a daze. No way. Is that Roman Dmitri? The metal processing ability, the forging speed, the sound of the hammer strikes, and the welding ability, everything is so perfect. This image reminds me of Romero in his prime. I believe this feeling cannot be wrong. Until the sun was about to set, the work in the forge was finally completed. Roman also stopped his hand. Hendrik bowed deeply right in front of Roman. Who truly made that sword? I sincerely apologize. Roman gave a slight smile and said he would give Salamander to him. This made Hendrik even more shocked. As you've seen, I've just created a newer sword. Furthermore, I sold your swords before. So now I want to give Salamander to you as a gift. Time turned back 3 years to Baron Romero's meeting room. When asked about choosing Roman as the heir, Hendrik had vehemently opposed. Please wake up. Is your eldest son important enough for you to give up the future of the Dmitri family? If anyone asked what kind of person Roman was, at least 10 people would surely describe him as a bastard. Do you really want Roman to inherit this family? It's not like there isn't a replacement. Romero fell silent, lost in thought. This made Hendrik even more agitated. I'm talking about your second son. Only Rodwell has studied forging since childhood. Isn't that enough to prove the value of this capital? Back to the present. It was the same question. When summoning Hendrik to meet him, Romero had prepared himself to hear another lecture. 3 years had passed and Roman had changed, but he still feared Hendrik wouldn't accept it. However, beyond expectations, the master blacksmith flashed a very satisfied smile and said, Of course I agree. Master Roman is fully capable of becoming the heir. Romero couldn't believe it and asked hesitantly, You're not serious, are you? Hendrik replied immediately, How could I lie to Master Romero? Even when no one was supervising or instructing him, he still worked very hard. To be honest, when you asked me to give him some weapons, I only gave him a few old items because I didn't like him. But do you know what he said? He said giving those weapons to his soldiers was no different from murder. After those days of holding prejudices against Master Roman, I began to reconsider. Master Roman truly always thinks of the Dmitri family's interests. Not only that, I also witnessed him working in the forge with my own eyes. This news was unknown even to Romero. The Baron was quite surprised. Hendrik hid nothing. Master Roman works very hard, even while enduring the high temperatures of the forge. I cannot help but acknowledge his talent. He handed Salamander to his lord to see. This is the sword he made with his own hands. I believe that once you look at it, you will know its value. Romero drew the shining blade from its scabbard and examined it closely. Good heavens, how could Roman make a sword like this? Hendrik proactively suggested, As a master blacksmith, I believe I need to reconsider my decision from 3 years ago. After Hendrik left, the Baron took a letter out from a drawer. The content inside read, Father, it's Rodwell. I have now been promoted to S rank at the Royal Academy in Cairo. I will be able to skip the theoretical subjects and focus solely on gaining experience as a family administrator. I will graduate with the highest honors from this academy to make you proud of this son. I will open a new future for Dmitri. Baron Romero went to the window and looked up at the sky to clear his mind. Both Roman and Rodwell were showing talent, but Rodwell, who was considered a genius, could not compare to the current Roman. Roman's talent was not only famous in the Kingdom of Cairo, but even across the entire continent.
Once Rodwell graduates, Roman will take over the duty of managing the defense force. At that time, I will announce the start of the succession race. A few days later, the gates of Dimitri welcomed two strangers from afar. The Baron personally went out to greet them. "I am Romero Dimitri. May I ask if you are from the Valhalla Temple?" The cloaked person also introduced himself. "I am Zelaz, a priest of the Valhalla Temple, Cairo branch. I heard that Roman Dimitri defeated Homerus. I came here personally to verify if the ranking reflects the truth. It's also just on the way." Having said that, he took off his hood, revealing a very elegant face. This was Zelaz. The Valhalla priests in Cairo have a tradition of ranking. Even if a person's rank is low, it is essential for the family to review and recognize the rank. Romero offered a goodwill smile. "Unfortunately, Roman currently needs to work in the forge for a few days. Therefore, I hope you will rest today and meet Roman tomorrow. Why don't you spend some time touring Dimitri?" Zelaz happily agreed immediately. All right. So he sent someone to guide them. Hans was sent as the guide. He introduced as they walked. "The Dimitri family is famous for the largest forge in the Kingdom of Cairo and its superior metal products. If you walk around, you will see the interiors here are all made of metal. Even the main gate is..." At this moment, Zelaz was attracted by a commotion from the training ground and paid no attention to Hans's words. Zelaz turned his head toward it and suggested, "Can we go over there and take a look?" Hans suggested, "You can also observe from here." "Thank you." What caught Zelaz's attention was a confrontation between two people. They were only using wooden swords, but they fought until dust billowed. The warrior Baki, a bald man with several red scars on his face, provoked loudly, "With such terrible defense, can your body still withstand my attacks?" Kevin, on the opposite side, narrowed his eyes unhappily and told his opponent not to talk nonsense. Baki laughed boastfully. "Ha ha, not good enough. Then come on, let's continue." Seeing them lunging at each other, Zelaz felt it was unbelievable. What is this? Are those recruits aura swordsmen? Among the 30 people chosen as Roman's warriors, none were aura swordsmen. On a beautiful day, Roman suddenly said something like, "It seems you have a natural martial body." At that time, no one understood Roman's words. But one day, after less than a month, Baki was able to activate radiant energy. After that, the warriors' attitude toward training completely changed. They all worked harder, more stoically, and strived to become stronger. To overcome that wall, they were willing to risk their lives. "Try blocking this move!" Baki roared. He activated his blue aura. He attacked Kevin. Kevin frowned and defended. This made Baki feel anxious. He tried to press the attack. "Damn it, your gaze is too terrifying." At the moment he was distracted, Kevin seized the opening. He dodged and slipped underneath, thrusting his sword upward. The wooden sword tip lunged forward quickly. Baki cursed under his breath. "Damn it!" He was knocked backward by a powerful force from Kevin. Feeling the pain, he shouted, "Do you have to go this far?" "Be serious," Kevin emphasized, and then he lunged. Kevin very quickly climbed onto the opponent's neck, leaving the rival no time to react. The wooden sword was held to the neck. If this were a battlefield, your head would be rolling on the ground. Zelaz couldn't help but frown at this scene. What on earth am I seeing? All the warriors use the same sword technique and are extremely proficient. Are they really just warriors from such a remote area? It's like a miniature version of the Cairo Empire. He comforted himself. They certainly aren't ordinary warriors, but knights specially trained by Dimitri. Since when did Dimitri possess this power? Dimitri is indeed a major force in the Northeast, but this power is completely beyond the capability of a rural family. The person accompanying him had a trembling voice. "Is Dimitri really a mining city? I can't believe my eyes either." He asserted, "What I can be sure of is that they are not ordinary warriors. They must be Baron Romero's Dimitri Knights." Hans, standing nearby, heard this and corrected them. "Ah, they are not Dimitri Knights. They don't belong to any organization. They are just young Master Roman's private soldiers." Zelaz's jaw dropped. "Just private soldiers?" He quickly grabbed Hans's shoulder. Hans was asked again, "Aura swordsmen? How can they be private soldiers?
Hiring them would cost a lot of money, right? Or are they just apprentice knights? Hans didn't understand and replied, I don't know why you ask that. Hans said honestly, but if you're talking about Baki and Kevin, they weren't aura swordsmen before. Kevin was a merchant specially invited by the young master to join, and Baki was just a C-rank mercenary. They all grew under the young master's instruction. Very impressive, aren't they? As the heir of the Dmitri family, young Master Roman possesses a keen eye for talent. He truly is a blessing for Dmitri. Zelaz was completely stunned. What kind of monster is Roman Dmitri after all? The next day, he was finally able to meet Roman. Zelaz could hardly wait any longer. Roman Dmitri, is he a dragon or phoenix hidden among men who hasn't found an opportunity, or a hero who hasn't been able to fully utilize his talent? Young Master Roman is here. My lord. Zelaz briefly evaluated the person who had just entered. Leisurely steps, confident but not arrogant eyes, a relaxed and self-assured demeanor. He was accustomed to the life of a strong person. Roman took the initiative to greet. Glad to meet you. I am Roman Dmitri. Both sat down at the tea table. Did you really defeat Homerus in a ranked battle? That's right. It seems you still haven't realized what a miracle you've achieved. Homerus was not just a powerhouse ranked 49th, but also someone expected to become even stronger after ascending to 4 stars, Zelaz emphasized. And you defeated him at age 25. Do you know what that means? It means saying you are the greatest genius in the history of the Cairo Kingdom is no exaggeration. Roman smiled thinly. There's no need to beat around the bush. What I did was merely something theoretically impossible. Why don't we get straight to the point? Zelaz didn't want to linger either. I will explain the ranking process after verifying the facts. A ranking match is divided into official and unofficial matches. In an official match, one must defeat an opponent under the witness of a Valhalla Temple supervisor. The results are immediately displayed on the rankings, and you receive an ID. However, in an unofficial match, when you defeat someone on the rankings, that person's position is replaced, but your rank is only promoted 1 year later. Under no circumstances, even after winning an unofficial match, can you immediately seize the loser's position. However, after an assessment of strength, the winner of an unofficial match will receive the lowest position on the ranking. Roman nodded silently. He understood. In other words, if he could prove his strength, he would become the 100th ranked powerhouse. Zelaz continued explaining. The Valhalla Temple only believes what its eyes see to verify the winner of an unofficial match. We use the mana evaluation orb. The verification method is simple. If you pass the standard we've preset in the orb, you will be considered qualified and receive the lowest position on the ranking. In this case, unlike an official match, if we don't provide it, we will also try to delay the time because the 100th ranked powerhouse will sooner or later become prey for challengers. Roman found it troublesome and spoke directly. Why is registering on the ranking so complicated? Zelaz immediately replied, to have your name as a swordsman known to the whole world. Even without any special rewards, Roman smiled slightly and said in a slow tone, Is it worth such a risk just for fame? If so, wouldn't it be much simpler to defeat someone with a high rank in an official match? Zelaz frowned, unhappy in his heart. He thought, what does he think an official match is? He nodded and said, Of course, participating in an official match is the simplest way to prove strength, but starting an official match is not that simple. An official ranking match requires many procedures. Furthermore, no one from the Northeast has ever entered the rankings, so arranging a match is inherently impossible. I know this is shameful. Roman shrugged. Ha ha, then let's start the test. It's simple. The color of the mana evaluation orb will change depending on the amount of mana you channel. Red is 1 star. Orange is 2 stars, yellow is 3 stars. 4 stars and above will be blue. Since you defeated a 4-star aura swordsman, your strength must at least reach yellow, which is 3 stars. Understood, Roman replied, and placed his hand on the testing orb. Roman thought to himself, unlike the martial arts world, this world develops mainly based on mana. What kind of tool can assess the skills of warriors and mages?
Are they like sorcerers in the martial arts world or extraordinary people who have reached divine power?
I cannot underestimate the power of magic. Please begin, Zalaz requested. Based on what was known, the logic of the two worlds was completely different.
If I use this world's method to channel mana, what will happen? Roman smirked. If you want to know, just try it. So Roman channeled his internal energy into the orb. A purple surge of power immediately spread. This power was even extremely distinct. The naked eye could see each wave of purple light swirling. The vibration of that energy source made Zalaz, the noble priest of the Valhalla temple, turn pale. Cold sweat poured out as he gasped in terror, thinking, What on earth is this? The more internal energy Roman channeled, the greater the change in the orb. First, it turned red, then orange, and now it was yellow. Even for a 4-star aura swordsman, this speed of color change was too fast. Zalaz was truly shocked. At this moment, a very interesting thought occurred to Roman. I guess this world's method can only help me reach this level. Then, I should try the martial arts method. So, he began to channel more internal energy. The orb quickly changed to a deep blue, an extremely dense blue accompanied by a cracking sound. The testing orb cracked and then turned dark, losing its light. Zalaz was speechless. Today was truly an eye-opening experience. No way! Did the mana evaluation orb break? What is the mana evaluation orb? It is the pinnacle creation of the greatest minds on the continent. It is a perfect product created by channeling the mana of a 6-star swordsman with extremely high durability. The highest color it can display is blue. Even if the energy channeled exceeds the threshold, the orb should function normally without issues. Roman asked, Is it broken? Zalaz blurted out, Impossible. This has never happened before, so I cannot give you a clear answer. Zalaz suddenly remembered that before it broke, the orb had indeed emitted a blue light. Zalaz stared at the shattered and blackened orb, re-evaluating Roman's strength. Roman Dmitri is a 4-star swordsman. He is not a young dragon without wings, but a fully grown monster. I cannot believe the Dmitri family has such a giant monster. The appearance of a powerhouse with the potential to reach 6 stars made Zalaz swallow hard. He thought, the Cairo kingdom, and even this entire salamander continent will be turned upside down. Zalaz took a deep breath and sighed. Unfortunately, this is the first time this has happened, so I cannot make any reckless judgments. I will send the results to you as soon as possible. Saying that, Zalaz hurried away with the cracked testing orb. I am very sorry. Please wait for my latest news. Now Zalaz understood why the Empire established Valhalla in Cairo. Roman Dmitri. I must find out more about him. Returning to his residence, Zalaz locked himself in his room, pensive. That name, Roman Dmitri, what is he? He is completely different from who he was before the age of 25. Can you really change that much? Taming the Blood Fang, confronting the Barco family. He can even handle his work perfectly. A man with nerves of steel, ready to risk his life for his goals and make them a reality. He possesses not only monstrous strength, but also the wisdom to use that strength effectively. There was nothing unusual with the orb. The only reason it broke that comes to my mind is that it suffered a force exceeding its own limits. In normal situations, it displays blue. Zalaz stood up, leaning on the table, muttering, Just as I guessed. I must report this to the higher-ups. Zalaz opened his communication device and began connecting. This is Zalaz from Cairo. I want to raise Roman Dmitri's status to a recruitment target for the Valhalla Empire. They were not only obsessed with battle to the point of savagery, but they also realized that the higher their imperial status, the more cunning they had to be. They also knew how to use the nation's traditions and ranking system to steal promising talents from other countries. Because all talented people yearn to one day rise and take the positions of those on the rankings, although the number is small, Valhalla can easily find them. Back to the present. A screen projected from Zalaz's communication device, showing the silhouette of a mysterious person wearing a priest's cloak like Zalaz but with a hood covering their face. After hearing the report, that person ordered, It seems he is someone worth looking forward to.
raise Roman Dimitri's assessment to A rank, and find a way to recruit him. The most important factor in recruiting another country's talent is confidence. You must manipulate him into coming to Valhalla as naturally and peacefully as possible. Understood, Zalaz replied, hand on chest. I will tell Dimitri the orb was broken. Roman Dimitri will be classified as a 3-star swordsman, not 4.
Once we put him in the unofficial 100th position, this task is considered complete. It's just that him entering the rankings will cause a stir in Cairo. The next day, the announcement by Zalaz completely overturned Cairo's order. The birth of the youngest powerhouse in the capital of Cairo. Marquis Marcus Benedict was quite astonished after hearing his subordinate's report on Roman. Is that true? Yes, my lord. Zalaz of the Valhalla Temple was defeated by Dimitri and confirmed him as a 3-star swordsman. The rumors of Roman defeating Homerus also seem to be true. However, outsiders are still gossiping, saying Homerus lost due to negligence and didn't have time to use his 4-star aura power. The Marquis asked, How old is Roman Dimitri this year? 25 years old, his subordinate replied. Only 25 and reached 3 stars? It seems an outstanding potential sprout has appeared on the border. How did the other powers react?
The other powers acted quickly, especially those 2 empires, my lord.
The Marquis roared angrily. Damn those empires! The place he appeared is Cairo, not anywhere else. How dare they contact him before us? Currently, Cairo is divided into 4 factions. The Royalist faction supports the majestic king. The noble faction centers around Marcus Benedict, while the pro-Kronos and pro-Valhalla factions are influenced from abroad. This is the current state of the Cairo kingdom. Marcus Benedict thought for a moment and then ordered, Quickly send someone before the other factions act. We must draw Roman Dimitri to our side, he emphasized. Especially the Royalists. We must find every way to prevent him from falling into their hands. The location shifts to the western front of the Cairo kingdom. Western Cairo borders the Kronos Empire. To the south, it borders the Hader Kingdom. The Kronos Empire is one of the 2 great powers of the continent and the birthplace of Emperor Alexander. They have always demanded that Cairo be annexed as their dependent state and have launched attacks in the border regions for years. Cairo's soldiers fall at the front lines every day. Those Cairo residents who succumbed to the national enemy and followed Kronos also exerted internal pressure to force a surrender. Looking at the piles of corpses, an angry curse rang out. Damn royalist vermin! 2 young men in red military uniforms, one holding a burning torch, the other speaking incessantly, said, Unbelievable. We aren't even allowed to hold funerals for those who sacrificed themselves for this country. Are you okay, Rodwell? Hearing his companion call him, Rodwell replied, I'm used to it now. It's not like the first time. He was the 2nd son of the Dimitri family, Rodwell Dimitri. The comrade behind him spoke up again. I never thought the front lines would be this disgusting. Every day I think about throwing away my academy diploma to go back home. Rodwell threw the torch in his hand into the pile of corpses. The flames quickly flared up, devouring everything. Dust to dust, ashes to ashes. Rodwell quietly watched the fire consume those who had once stood shoulder to shoulder with him. This is the reality of a small and weak country like ours. The Western Front doesn't have a single day of peace because outsiders are always eyeing Cairo. At that moment, as if remembering something, his comrade asked, Have you heard the news? Your older brother, the one named Roman, has become a powerhouse. Rodwell frowned. That name Roman, has he really reached 3 stars? How? No, the brother I know couldn't do that, Rodwell denied. It's just a rumor. I don't know why our family is spreading such rumors, but don't even talk about him becoming a powerhouse. He can't even take care of himself. When the time is right, the truth will naturally come out. Back at the Dimitri mansion. Young master, there is a guest looking for you. Afterward, Roman dismissed all the servants. The person said he would get straight to the point and stated he served His Majesty, the King of Cairo. I have come to see you, Lord Dimitri, to appoint Master Roman Dimitri as a royal knight of the royal family. To win over Roman Dimitri, the hidden dragon at the border, the 4 factions of Cairo have begun to act. There is only one goal:
successfully recruiting Roman Dmitri. Royal Knight is a title many swordsmen dream of. Since Royal Knights serve the king directly, it has become the most noble position a knight can achieve. Actually, directly nominating someone to be a Royal Knight is very rare. Usually, you need to pass an arduous selection process established by the royal family itself to earn the privilege of serving in the Knight Order. However, you are an exception. If you come with us to the capital now and swear loyalty to His Majesty, you will be accepted without selection. The man opposite was quite confident in the terms he offered, but Roman bluntly poured a bucket of cold water on him. "Is that all?" Roman said coldly. This caused the envoy to frown slightly, cold sweat pouring out. Could it be that you intend to refuse?" Roman casually replied. "Isn't it obvious? I am the eldest son of the Dmitri family. I have no weaknesses or incompetence, so why should I go to the capital to be some royal knight?" The opponent tried to list the benefits of receiving the title. Once you become a royal knight, you will be granted a private mansion. The Dmitri family will also be granted a higher title. Is this the best the royal family can offer? Roman asked directly without any courtesy. The envoy was shocked. The best? He slammed the table, stood up and roared angrily, "You are making a very big mistake. His Majesty wants your loyalty because he values your future potential more than your current ability. You could become a royal knight, receive a new title, and even own a new mansion in the capital. These rewards are already extremely generous for you." Roman narrowed his eyes. Using a gaze as cold as ice, he stared at the opponent. "The one truly delusional is you, not me." "What do you mean by that?" The man couldn't understand. Roman spoke plainly. 5 days ago, someone from Count Gregory's family came to see me. In exchange for my promise of loyalty to their family, they offered to give me a mansion in the capital spanning thousands of square meters, along with gold, silver, and jewels. Furthermore, they wanted me to join their family through a political marriage. The royal envoy slumped to the floor, speechless. He cursed inwardly. The bastards in the Kronos faction had acted first. The invitations for Roman continued. 3 days ago, people from the Denver family came. They wanted to become my patrons. Last night I met someone from the Benedict family. They offered conditions even stranger, 3 times what other families offered. Furthermore, next month I will personally manage the Dmitri family. The royal representative knew his side's conditions were completely uncompetitive. He sighed softly. It was over. They had arrived too late. He clenched both hands. Then, as if turning anger into shame, he yelled, "Even so! You have no reason not to choose our side. As you said, they are traitors plotting to annex the entire kingdom. The situation has been maintained until now thanks to the captain of the Royal Knights, Cairo's strongest swordsman. He has prevented the rebellion and completely controlled them. However, managing the country is difficult for the royal family because their eyes and ears are restricted." At this point, his voice grew smaller and his eyes inadvertently dropped. "As you know, Cairo is truly a small nation. Even the previous proposal was opposed by the nobility. So the only thing I can guarantee is granting you the rank of Royal Knight. However, I sincerely implore you, could you dedicate your strength to His Majesty?" At this, a corner of Roman's mouth curved into a smile, calculating in his heart. A small kingdom with 4 major powers. I'm all too familiar with this situation, as I was once the 12th son of the heavenly demon. Roman crossed his arms and legs and spoke slowly, point by point. The 3 previous offers, as well as the offer from the royal family, have not convinced me. Therefore, I do not intend to accept any offer. However, for now I will not refuse them all. Hearing this, the royal envoy was overjoyed. Not refusing meant there was still hope. Roman told him, "You should go back for today." The opponent understood and immediately nodded. Yes, I understand. I will await the day you offer your loyalty to His Majesty." 4 offers. All 4 refused. Roman did not intend to serve any power because deep down he already had his own plans. Since they would come looking for him anyway, he should stall for time by making all 4 factions wait. The next day, while Roman was practicing swordsmanship alone on the arena, someone else came to see him. Approaching Roman proactively, the person said, "Hello." He bowed in a noble fashion and introduced himself. "I am from the intelligence department of Valhalla." Roman felt it was a bit strange, Valhalla, yet he was wearing a Dmitri family uniform. Roman narrowed his eyes and asked, "What is it? Didn't I send a message through the Denver family a few days ago?" Roman shot the opponent an unfriendly look. The man gave a dry laugh. Roman's gaze was indeed quite terrifying to him. He said, "I am deeply sorry for approaching you in such a rude manner. I could not act openly, but now you can see this as a sincere wish of the Valhalla Empire. The Valhalla Empire is completely captivated by your potential. However, your background is a difficult problem to solve, and leaving a wealthy family like Dmitri is also a major dilemma. We are here to offer you a title and a metal mine. We will also give you a fertile territory to help you consolidate your position in the family. As a person of strength, the rise and fall of our family is indeed a strange offer." Hearing the words of the person before him, Roman thought to himself, "He's offering another benefit." This time, he appeared extremely confident. To a swordsman, the most important thing is power. Valhalla will specifically allow Sir Roman to use top-tier secret manuals. Roman had read about this before, appearing quite surprised. Valhalla specialized in swordsmanship techniques and similar things, and kept all the records of their ancestors. They placed them in the family library. Cultivation method is the closest definition for breathing, meditation, and mental management methods related to Taoism and martial arts. Those records were classified by content level. Aside from special records, the highest level, the rest were stored in top-tier classics. That's not all. The opponent offered the final condition. Valhalla will organize the main governing body after conquering the entire continent. If you agree to follow them, glory, wealth, and power will be within reach. So join the Valhalla faction, where a brilliant future will belong to you. Roman could clearly sense it. This guy was using the rhythm and persuasiveness of his words to psychologically attack a person. Any smart person would accept this offer. "But I refuse," Roman replied casually on the spot. This shocked the opponent, who then became agitated, looking as if he were about to lung forward and eat Roman alive. Are you serious?" Roman said the reason he refused was not because the offer wasn't attractive enough, nor because of loyalty to the kingdom. He asked blankly, "Then why?" "I have received many offers. The way to increase one's own value is not to choose any side. If you look at the clearly fragmented political situation of Cairo currently, offering loyalty to one power is not an easy thing. So I need to calculate every step of my future. I am standing at a crossroads in my life. Therefore, beyond these offers, I want to think carefully about what is worth my sacrifice." Roman's answer left the opponent frozen in place. This was entirely within the calculation Roman had prearranged, making himself look sincere, showing that submitting to a certain power was a difficult decision. Therefore, to make any power feel they wanted to gain Roman's loyalty, Roman had to find a way to make everyone believe that once he promised loyalty, he would be devoted to them. Makin was moved by this performance, not knowing it was just a purposeful disguise. Makin returned to his original gentle expression and said, "I don't know how long you need to realize the value of Valhalla, but we cannot wait too long. Be careful not to realize it too late. So when that time comes, please answer our offer." Roman replied happily, "All right." Makin turned to leave, then suddenly remembered something. "Hold on for a second. Ah, that's right. I'm giving you a gift as a symbol of our upcoming cooperation. Be careful with your southern defense line. It's like a bomb that could explode at any moment." The day of Roman's enlistment finally arrived. Both his parents and Hans came to see him off. Baron Romero sighed softly. "In the end, you still have to go." Roman comforted his father. "Father, I will return in good health." Having said that, Roman turned around and walked straight out the door. Roman's mother, Lady Lina, comforted her husband. "Don't worry too much. It's not the northern border where we neighbor the Kronos territory. He's being sent to the southern border, a safe place. He will definitely return safely." Romero still looked painfully at his son's receding figure, his voice raspy. "I know. but I guess worrying for one's children is something parents cannot avoid. Roman ordered his subordinates, "Let's move." The entire team replied in unison, their voices echoing like thunder. "Yes, sir!" At this moment, no one could have known what consequences Roman's appearance would bring to the southern border. At the moment he returned to this land, the final stop before reaching the southern border, Roman spoke to the soldiers behind him. "We'll rest here today. Tomorrow morning we'll continue our journey to the border." Everyone obeyed in unison. While putting their luggage into the house, people chatted happily. "He hired an entire inn for us, as expected of our lord. I heard other nobles let their soldiers camp outside." In his private room, Roman was handling official business when he heard a commotion from downstairs. He went down to check and saw Chris and Kevin being scolded by someone. "Who are you bastards? Do you know who I am? I am the eldest son of the Albeck family, Henry Albeck." A pink-haired fat man in full-body armor pointed at himself confidently and spoke loudly with pride. Prior to this, Roman was reading a letter that Marquis Marcus Benedict had secretly sent to him. The letter read, "I heard you are performing the duty of defending the country. I understand your dedication to this kingdom, but I cannot allow someone who could become a part of us to be harmed both physically and mentally by being in a barren environment. I have intervened so that you could be reassigned to the southern front. Remember this. The Benedict family is always waiting for you." Roman fell into deep thought. He couldn't help but think, he's always showing his goodwill. The Marquis has always been the leader of the noble faction. He must be very unwilling to lose me. Besides himself, there was no one better than him to counter the royal knights. Will the southern front be peaceful? Roman wondered. Contrary to the Marquis's belief that the place was safe, the envoy from Valhalla had said it was a time bomb waiting to explode. I suppose I'll find out once I get there. Back to the present. That fat man was swaggering. "I am the only son of the Albeck family, Henry Albeck, a descendant of one of the holy families of Cairo. I want to use this inn. How dare a lowly person like you talk back to me?" As Chris sighed helplessly, he saw Roman coming down. "What's the matter?" Roman asked. Chris was a bit surprised. "Master, did we disturb you?" Chris hesitated for a moment before saying, "He ordered us to leave because he wants to use this inn. I told him we've booked the entire place, but he's still very stubborn." Roman frowned slightly, thinking to himself, the Albeck family. Roman was immersed in the aura of the past, while now they weren't even a holy family anymore. However, that didn't matter. Roman walked straight forward and asked coldly, "Why should we leave?" Henry arrogantly pointed at Roman and said in a superior tone, "Are you the master of these dogs?" Roman replied expressionlessly, "Yes." This made the fat man scream in anger. "Then show some respect!" He stood with hands on hips and raised his voice. "I don't care where you came from, but you must understand that if you anger me, your end will not be pretty, even if we both have to go to the southern training camp. I'll give you 10 minutes to take this trash and get out of my sight immediately." So this was how a member of a small family like Dmitri was treated. Roman wasn't angry, but he didn't back down either. "I will not leave this inn." In this case, there is a very simple solution. As he spoke, Roman drew the sword at his waist and pointed it straight at the pink-haired fat man's face, cold. He shouted, "Draw your sword! If you can defeat me, I will gladly leave this inn." Henry grew even angrier and roared, "You dare!" A retainer among the fat man's group suddenly discovered something terrifying, his face turning pale. He rushed up to pull the man back. "Stop, master!" While Henry still didn't understand what was going on, the man said hurriedly, "That guy is Roman Dmitri, the swordsman who has been famous lately for becoming the youngest ranker in history." Hearing that, Henry's entire body immediately stiffened, his heart trembling. That bastard is Roman Dmitri? Cairo's youngest ranker, who killed the eldest son of the Barco family right in front of the victim's father during the duel. That demon without blood or tears, is this Roman Dmitri? "Why did you suddenly stop?" Roman urged impatiently for the fat man to draw his sword. Henry was so scared he didn't dare move. "I'm dead. Drawing my sword is like playing with my life." Henry quickly found an excuse to leave. "Sorry, I forgot I have an appointment. Let's leave it at that."
Consider it my fault. Let's just act as if everything's been settled. You'd better be grateful. Even now, the fat man wanted to save face and shouted, acting noble, I originally intended to punish you for the crime of disrespecting the Albeck family. But Roman, without a word, walked straight toward him, making the fat man jump in fright. Henry turned and ran away in fear, screaming as he bolted out the door. His henchmen scrambled to chase after their master. That day, 3 similar incidents occurred, and all 3 individuals fled in panic after hearing Roman's name. When going down to the inn's bar to drink some barley beer, the landlady found the news unsurprising. Incidents like this are too common here. Compared to the Western Front, the Southern Front basically has no real danger because our relationship with the Hater Kingdom is quite harmonious. The landlady's hands moved nimbly as she worked, her mouth never stopping the chatter. That's why those rich kids who can't escape their family bonds all try their best to come to the Southern Front. This place is also known as the Loose Training Resort. There's nothing here that requires people to risk their lives. According to her, this was the perfect place for nobles to fulfill their national defense obligations. Returning to his room, Roman immediately opened the map to take a look. Just 48 days ago, a scout team from the Hater Kingdom had crossed the border. Although they only confirmed the movements of the Southern Front and returned immediately, they conducted reconnaissance on the Southern Front 3 more times afterward. While it's uncertain if they are preparing for war, this gathered fragmentary information shows the Southern Front is currently no sanctuary. Thinking of the word war, Roman smiled slightly. I smell the familiar scent of blood faintly in the air. The next morning, when Roman and his soldiers arrived at the Southern Front, a tall man with a stern face stood straight and introduced himself. I am Baron Belfrank, the commander-in-chief of the Southern Training Camp. This place provides basic training for soldiers assigned to the Southern Front. After 3 weeks of training, you will be assigned to the Reserve Corps and will spend the rest of your service time there. But those rich kids didn't care at all. Some were yawning, and some even dozed off. Frank continued, regardless of what your rank was before enlistment, forget it all. Here you are just a soldier performing military service. If any of you violate the regulations, you will be punished by being transferred to the Western Front. Hearing that, Roman gave a self-deprecating laugh in his heart. The punishment is just being sent to the Western Front? Who would be afraid? But when he saw the people around him, becoming extremely serious, he was stunned. Is this punishment that terrifying? This evening, you will receive notice of the training schedule. Please go to your assigned areas to arrange your luggage. As he was about to return to his camp, a soldier approached Roman. The commander-in-chief wishes to speak with you privately. As soon as he arrived, the man put on a very enthusiastic face of welcome. Welcome. Was the trip to the south pleasant? Of course, there were no problems, Roman replied coldly. Frank laughed it off and invited Roman to sit down. He took a cup of tea and pushed it toward Roman, inviting him to drink while continuing, Do you know how excited I was when I heard you were being sent here? Roman Dmitri, Cairo's youngest ranker. Just the news of the Dmitri family's hidden dragon emerging was enough to make me excited. To be honest, I called you here to confirm one thing. At this point, Baron Belfrank's expression became extremely serious. Did Marquis Benedict really intervene to have you reassigned to the Southern Front? Roman was neither worried nor secretive. He just picked up the teacup, took a sip, and frankly admitted, Yes, I didn't ask him to do it, but I heard he exerted influence to push this through. Is that so? After hearing the answer, Frank broke into a cunning smile. In his heart, he could be certain. Marquis Benedict was investing heavily in Roman. If I build a good relationship with Roman first, perhaps there will be a chance to enter the central government. This made him even more enthusiastic. Then let me be frank with you. I want to leave a good impression on the Marquis. The Southern Training Camp is fine, but it cannot compare to the luxurious life of those in the central government agencies. So I will do my best to support you during your stay here. Later, when you meet Marquis Benedict, just tell him that Baron Belfrank helped make my life at the Southern Training Camp easier. That is all I ask. He spoke quite frankly. Roman smiled to himself. There was no reason to refuse what was being offered at his door as the conversation ended.
As Roman stepped out and prepared to return, he heard a familiar voice.
Found you, you bastard!
It was Henry, the pink-haired fat man from the inn earlier. He seemed to have just run over, panting heavily.
You've provoked the wrong person. Do you hear me? Do you know who my maternal family is? It's the Frank family. Baron Belfrank of the Southern Training Camp is my uncle. Now do you realize your mistake? He threatened while pointing. Roman asked expressionlessly, And so? What do you want me to do with this information? Henry flared up. You really don't understand how doomed you are, do you? He turned to enter the room, not forgetting to throw back a spiteful remark. Damn you! Just you wait and see if you can keep that arrogant face once I call my uncle out. Uncle! Henry called out loudly. Baron Belfrank spoke to his nephew in a doting tone. Goodness, why so hot-tempered, my dear nephew? Uncle, if your nephew was threatened with death by someone from a baron's family, what would you do? Roman, standing outside, could hear his angry tone clearly. What? Which bastard dared to threaten you? How dare they touch my nephew? Even if it kills me, I'll crush them. The old man stormed out in a rage. The fat Henry gleefully led the way. All right, he's right behind this door. The moment he saw Roman's face, Baron Belfrank froze like a stone statue. Realizing the full situation, he slapped his nephew hard across the face, to his nephew's bewilderment. Uncle, why? An old memory flashed back. A chubby, innocent, and adorable little Henry running up to call him Uncle Belfrank. My nephew. I have been very close to Uncle Belfrank since I was a child. He always indulged my whims. Sometimes I even liked him more than my own parents. But what is this now? The uncle I always respected, the uncle who always pampered me, is hitting me? Henry looked at his uncle with teary eyes in disbelief. Baron Belfrank didn't even dare to breathe heavily. The opponent was Roman Dmitri, a man backed by Marquis Benedict with an infinite future. He forced a smile, turning to humble himself. Oh dear, please have sympathy for my nephew. I should have taught him better. I apologize on his behalf. Roman didn't intend to make a fuss over this, not out of fear, but out of laziness in dealing with insignificant trifles. Fine, for your sake, I won't pursue it further. I'll take my leave now. As Roman turned to depart, the Baron immediately laughed. Thank you, sir. Once Roman was far away, Belfrank turned to scold his nephew. You idiot! Roman is someone Marquis Benedict values. What were you thinking, going up against him? Henry was still aggrieved, clutching his swollen red cheek as he complained, Even so, why did you hit me? Baron Belfrank was helpless and could only offer a bit of comfort. Oh, Henry, when will you ever grow up? If you keep acting like you're at home, even I won't be able to protect you. Suddenly, he came up with an idea he thought was brilliant. Belfrank smiled and said, Roman might have a slight grudge against me now, so from now on I'll have you stick to him at all times. Hearing his next words, Henry looked completely bewildered. No matter what, you must build a relationship with Roman, understand? If you don't listen, I'll transfer you to the Western Front. Got it? Upon hearing Western Front, Henry, a quintessential pampered son, naturally trembled with fear. Roman had now returned to his assigned quarters. Looking around, he felt quite satisfied. It was a single room again. Baron Belfrank was indeed considerate. Someone who openly reveals their ambition is easy to control. It seems his time at the Southern Training Camp won't be too bad. That same day, in the professional officer's office area, the sigh of a man echoed from within. I can't believe I have to organize some sort of war game for these nobles. 3 years ago, I was still a veteran officer on the Western Front. Out of loyalty to the kingdom, I volunteered to fight on the Western Front for 15 years through countless battles to protect Cairo. I started as an ordinary soldier and became a commander leading hundreds, but one moment shattered it all. In a battle on the Western Front, I lost my right arm, my sword arm. In that moment, what pained me wasn't the wound, but the thought that my fighting career was over. Before the wound had even fully healed, Bernie, who was then a unit commander, was called in for a private talk by his superior.
To recognize your contributions at the front line, I will appoint you as an instructor at the Southern Training Camp. You will have to leave the battlefield, but from then on, you can still contribute to the defense of the fatherland. Despite the pain, I had to accept reality. I understand. But arriving at the Southern Training Camp, I realized the training system here is a disaster. Everyone is supposed to undergo the same training course, yet those nobles are completely exempt. Returning to the present, Bernie looked out the window and sighed. I built a rigorous training system starting with 3 weeks of basic training, but if those noble commanders don't participate, it all becomes meaningless. What's the point of a life like this? At least they should pretend to train a little. Bernie tiredly turned to leave the room. Outside, a group of pampered sons were lying under the shade of a tree chatting. No way. Next time you come to my place, I'll show you what real pleasure is. I guarantee you're always welcome. Bernie walked past them, not even bothering to glance their way. He shook his head and sighed softly. I can't believe they can relax that much. I've really had enough of this place. Suddenly he stopped, his brow furrowing involuntarily. He discovered with surprise that before him was a troop lined up in perfect formation and strict discipline. This was a sight he hadn't seen in the Southern camp for a long time. Orderly rows. And there's even a commander? Do they know nothing about this place? Bernie walked up to the leader of the squad and spoke. Lord Roman, the Southern camp doesn't require nobles to participate in training. He gave a forced smile. If you wish to rest, you can go over there like them and watch others train. Roman glanced at the group nearby. Bernie also looked in that direction and continued to smile in response. Roman spoke very seriously. An enemy will not distinguish between classes when attacking, and not all battles take place on plains, mountains, rivers, lakes, or forests. A commander must be able to complete missions in any terrain, and therefore must have the endurance to keep up with his soldiers. Consequently, the commander must also participate in training. And I understand that the Southern Training Camp is both a way to test the soldier's strength and a path to impart experience. Hearing these words, Bernie couldn't help but feel shocked. His palms instinctively clenched as his whole body trembled. He even understands the significance of training that well. Roman asserted, You don't need to force a smile in front of me like that. I am ready to accept any form of training. This was the first time Bernie had heard a noble say such words. He had once heard that a person might risk their life for someone who acknowledges them. Perhaps this was truly true. He had intended to just compromise as usual and start the training. But he couldn't. Bernie turned and stepped onto a high platform nearby. During these 3 weeks, I will do my absolute best. He opened his mouth and took a deep breath. Bernie raised his hand and shouted, First week of physical training, begin! And then the gates of hell opened. The recruits were ordered to carry heavy rucksacks and run long distances across the mountains. This exercise is to prepare for the harsh battlefield by helping everyone stay flexible anytime, anywhere. Regardless of the weather, you must climb this mountain every day. Except for the troop brought by Roman, all those from other families looked exhausted, left behind. Who on earth are these people? Bernie then continued to have them practice swordsmanship. War is a psychological battle. I do not know when it will end. By swinging your swords continuously without limit, everyone will be able to surpass their own boundaries. Those who give up halfway will have to practice extra. Even in your sleep, you must swing your swords. It quickly turned dark. Not a few recruits went to the stream near the camp to wash up and relax after a long day. A few didn't forget to complain. So relaxing. It's nonsense. They said training at the Southern camp was easy, but the first day was this hard. Don't think about it anymore. Isn't it because of a certain someone that the difficulty increased? A young man nearby spoke up. Could you people who are complaining keep it down? Think of others a bit. Criticized, one of those complaining earlier immediately frowned and retorted, Yeah, compared to you guys, we're just amateurs. If we had been prepared beforehand, it would truly be as easy as flipping a hand. But since we haven't been trained as long as you, naturally there's a gap. Hearing that, a man with a wide and strong back intervened. It's not like that. How long have you been training? He turned around to ask. It was Henderson. He used to belong to the Lawrence family, but now he was Roman's personal soldier. The opponent kept that annoyed face and replied, Less than a year. We're obviously weaker than you who have trained for several years.
Henderson said, "You're wrong. We've only trained for 3 months. You had no time to prepare."
3 months ago, I was as weak as you are now, but look at me now. Stop making excuses. You just haven't tried your best.
On the day he read the recruitment notice, Henderson was determined to become Roman Dimitri's subordinate. Since the position I chose was just an ordinary soldier, I probably didn't need any special abilities to be recruited, right? However, that was a disastrous misunderstanding. People like Lucas and Baki, seasoned mercenaries, and others gathered under Roman were all famous. Henderson quickly became a lamb surrounded by a pack of wolves. Can I survive here? That was the thought that always haunted Henderson during the first training sessions. He went to find Chris and said, "Unfortunately, I don't think I'm qualified to serve Lord Roman."
Why do you think so? Chris asked.
Henderson replied,
I believe you know I'm nothing but a useless person who can't even swing a sword properly. A person who spent his whole life tilling the soil and growing vegetables like me, now running here asking to serve Lord Roman. It's truly an act of extreme arrogance.
Do you mean you're going to give up because you're inferior to others? Yes. No, Chris said coldly. The first time I met Kevin, he was just a kid with nothing but eyes full of hatred. Honestly, I didn't even understand why Lord Roman took in a kid like that. Even so, have you seen Kevin now? In a short time, he has grown into a warrior that no one can look down upon. I myself was once very arrogant, carrying a foolish pride. At our first meeting, I challenged Lord Roman. As a result, my front teeth were nearly knocked out. I too was once a frog at the bottom of a well like that. Afterward, Lord Roman's teachings changed me, just as they changed Kevin. Listen carefully. Lord Roman personally choosing you as a subordinate means that while you may be pathetic now, you have the potential to grow just like Kevin and me. And the master we loyally serve will be the one to help you realize all of that. From the moment he heard that story from Chris, Henderson was determined. To be honest, I wasn't very confident in myself, but Lord Roman chose me among so many applicants. There must be a reason. I didn't know how a farmer like me could become strong, but as you said, I will trust in our master. From Gunal that day, my life began to change. For the past few months, I have thrown myself into formal training regardless of how difficult it was. Whether vomiting or fainting, I still did my best to keep up with my comrades. Finally, we have become the people we are today. Do you know what war is? Are you just going to sit there complaining that you can't fight because you didn't have enough time to prepare? In that place between life and death where killing is the only way to survive, you don't try to recognize and fix your weaknesses, yet you try to pull others down to your level. Hearing him speak like that, those who had just been complaining involuntarily lowered their heads in shame. A pathetic bunch. Henderson turned and walked away with calm and poise. Roman's army always maintained a mindset of being ready for battle. The harsh physical training continued. Despite the increasing difficulty, they gritted their teeth and endured until the end. The effort they put in the eyes of other noble, pampered sons, was nothing more than a ridiculous pastime. I truly don't understand how they can try that hard. If this were the Western Front, the situation would be different. But the Southern Front isn't a war zone, right? Ah, those naturally incompetent people. They're just wasting their time. Other than putting their heads down and working, what other way do those Dimitri people have to get attention? They mocked each other for a while and then giggled. Henry sat nearby and didn't join in a single word, because he was thinking of a way to get close to Roman. How should I approach a person like him? Doesn't he understand that talking and building relationships with other nobles would be better? Is this a matter between commoners and nobles? Henry curled his lip and then couldn't help but give a long, tired yawn. Ah, whatever. Let nature take its course. The scene shifts to a magnificent white building. Guard Captain Jackson bowed before King Hader and said respectfully, I have come to report. Last year, the Guard unit infiltrated and investigated Cairo's 5 defense lines on the southern front a total of 48 times. After a preliminary investigation, we have determined that their defensive capabilities are clearly tilted toward the Western Front, due to the war with the Kronos Empire, leading to loose defenses on our southern front. Therefore, conquering the southern front will no longer be a major issue.
The Hader Kingdom was once a powerhouse comparable to the Kronos Empire, a kingdom that grew rapidly thanks to military strength. It suffered a crushing defeat in the war with Valhalla and gradually declined. Hader's current power is only equal to Cairo's. It is now just a kingdom not much different from the other 5 kingdoms on the continent. Therefore, living in peace was the only option.
Father, may I say a word?
A red-haired young man, who was also the prince of the Hader Kingdom, intervened. The king immediately agreed. "Speak, I allow it." Edwin Hader began to present his opinion. "Father, our Hader Kingdom, since the most severe crop failure over 5 years ago, has suffered too much. The money we borrowed from the treasury to solve this problem has left a huge interest that is stifling us every day. Our kingdom truly no longer has the capacity to develop further. At this rate, Hader will have nothing left to be called a kingdom." The king held his head and sighed tiredly. "I am not unaware of these things. This is the consequence of the war left by our ancestors." Edwin tried to convince the king. "Our kingdom was heavily damaged in the war. You have also tried to isolate yourself from hostilities, from that painful past, and have done your best not to repeat old mistakes. However, everything has an end. We have continuously prepared over the years for the suffering people and for this kingdom. Father must make a decision immediately." The king nodded, his face somber as he looked at his son before him, marveling in his heart. "War, a word I haven't dared to utter for a long time. My son, it seems, is not as weak as his father." "Are you confident enough?" he asked. Edwin replied without hesitation, "If I weren't confident enough, I would absolutely not mention this." "Very well, then. From this moment on, I hand over all authority regarding hostilities into the hands of the first prince of the Hader Kingdom, Edwin Hader." Edwin bowed forward to receive the order. At the same time, at the southern training camp, the 3 weeks of training were nearly over. Baron Belfranc called Roman for a private meeting. He smiled at Roman. "From today, you will become a member of the 5th Reserve Brigade. Ahem. I believe you know that is a place everyone wants to go. I had to use a bit of authority to assign you there." Roman replied. "Thank you." Belfranc laughed. No need to be formal. If you need anything, just tell me." On that day, another person came to see Roman. Bernie bowed deeply and said sincerely, "Thank you. I thank you for everything. I realized that thanks to you, I could go further. Perhaps now I can use all my passion to train soldiers. Also it's not much, but I think it might help you. This is a summary of the information and terrain of the Southern Front. I believe that if one day hostilities break out there, it will become very useful. I think you will have 2 peaceful years there, but I believe it's better for you to have this in your hands. I will pray for your safety." Roman smiled and accepted it. "Thank you, Master Bernie." In Bernie's heart, a powerful urge welled up. My feelings are urging me to go with him. The Roman Dmitri I met during these 3 weeks is the Roman Dmitri I want to serve for the rest of my life. However, he has no shortage of talent under him, so there will be no room for someone like me who lost an arm and can't even swing a sword properly. I would only become a burden to him. Despite his deep desire, Bernie suppressed his emotions, bowed, and said, "Farewell, Sir Roman." Roman stood there watching the man's back until Bernie completely disappeared behind the gates. Afterward, Roman opened that map and placed it next to an identical map in his hand. This one was drawn by the scouts Roman sent out earlier. I heard Lucas put a lot of effort into making this. His kindness is truly appreciated. The deployment location was the first line of defense on the Southern Front. The guards on the city walls suddenly discovered an enemy attack. He saw a group of men and horses behind him kicking up a storm of dust, approaching at a breakneck speed, and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Henry! I have specifically allowed you to join the 5th Reserve Defense Line where Roman is. Swear to me that during these 2 years of military service, you must gain Roman's favor at all costs." Henry's uncle had warned him repeatedly, and now they were following closely behind Roman's team. The unit receiving them was the reserve force of the 5th Defense Line's military district. Henry felt resentful in his heart. Why did he have to go and make friends with that bastard? But at least he was assigned to the 5th Defense Line. However, something unexpected happened. Henry heard the war horn echoing throughout the camp, followed by the commotion of all the soldiers. Emergency! Emergency! The Hater Kingdom has declared war! The entire army prepare for battle!
Henry was bewildered. War? Battle? What on earth is happening? By the time he regained his senses, the army in front of him had vanished without a trace. Huh? Where did Roman go? The first defense line would be the first combat unit after the Hater Kingdom declared war. But the fifth defense line was the area facing the risk of collapse immediately after. The city gate has been breached! Block them quickly! The two armies fought fiercely, but when the city gate was broken, the Hater troops poured in like a tide. The situation on the city walls was not much better. The Hater army was fully prepared and quickly climbed up. Screams rang out everywhere. Block them! Block them! The commander of the 5th defense line, Baron Bruce, was so scared his limbs went weak. The 5th defense line was once considered the paradise of the Southern Front. However, it had long since lost its essence as a battle line. The mid-ranking nobles performing military service did not live the life of a soldier. They lived days of luxury. It all stemmed from one man who took bribes to fill his greedy stomach. That person was the supervisor here, the corrupt Baron Bruce. At this moment, the old man knew exactly how much he was worth. Defending the 5th defense line now was no different from suicide. He hurriedly ran outside, shouting orders to the soldiers under him. Hold your positions. If you let them through, the lives of innocent citizens will be threatened. No matter what, do not back down. Was this a word of spiritual encouragement? No, this fat fish had eaten to the point of obesity, his neck receding into his fat. After speaking, he immediately turned and left the front line. A soldier saw this and asked, Commander, where are you going? The Baron turned back, telling his men to buy time for him, while he himself would directly contact the royal family. At the same time, Roman was leading the way, giving orders to his troops. Whole army, hear my command. We proceed immediately to the 5th defense line. Understood, sir, everyone replied in unison. Then they followed closely at his heels, speeding along the forest trail. The defensive capability of the Southern Front was extremely weak. With only makeshift equipment, a rotten will, and incompetent commanders, the army's strength was now utterly depleted. They deployed emergency reserves at a place 2 hours away from the front line. We must get there in at least 1 hour. Suddenly, Roman saw someone waving and running from ahead, calling out loudly, Oh! You must be the reserve forces! Old Baron Bruce stood with his hands on his hips, panting and shouting toward Roman, Let me tell you the details. Then he asked, Are you the commander of these soldiers? Next, he stood with hands on hips and said, First, escort me to the rear. Compared to reinforcing the 5th defense line, the commander's safety must be prioritized. I must immediately report this critical situation to the royal family. Roman recognized this man as the commander of the 5th defense line, Baron Bruce. Roman asked suspiciously, Why are you here with no soldiers following you? Hearing this, the opponent grew angry, pointing at Roman's face and scolding, You insolent kid! Just a member of the reserve force and you dare to speak like that? I've said enough, Roman said coldly. Roman suddenly grabbed the opponent's neck, tightening his grip. You being here means you admit to being a commander who abandoned his soldiers to flee alone. Do you understand what kind of act this is according to military law? Desertion. Under any circumstances, it is punishable by execution on the spot. This turned the old man's face pale as he said, You wouldn't... Of course I am beheading you. Roman's figure flashed. Before Baron Bruce could react, his head was sliced off. Roman said, If you had retreated with your soldiers, at least you wouldn't have died by my hand. As Baron Bruce's head rolled down, Roman ordered his subordinates to continue forward. At the 5th defense line, the garrison here had suffered heavy losses. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! I knew this day would come. But the surviving soldier was still resisting. He slashed left and right, killing many enemies, while thinking about the bastard commander who abandoned the troops. But 2 hands are no match for 4. Facing too many enemies, the soldier's stomach was pierced by a spear. He coughed up blood, his mind hazy. He could no longer stay upright and collapsed on the spot. Feeling the enemy approaching with overwhelming killing intent, he gave up. It's all over. But a variable appeared. 2 hater soldiers were dismembered by someone in an instant. They didn't even have time to react. You haven't closed your eyes yet? You are Stephen, correct? Roman's voice rang out. Roman told him, Baron Bruce is dead. From now on, you will be in charge of this place, Stephen. He was one of the people on the list Lucas gave to Roman. The only useful person at the 5th defense line was Stephen. This had been verified and was absolutely certain. Roman requested, Since you have defended the 5th defense line for many years, I will trust your judgment. Tell me, how should we defend this place? If you say this place is beyond saving, then I, Roman Dmitri, will order the entire reserve force to retreat. Stephen stared somewhat dazed at the person in front of him. So this was Roman Dmitri. But he quickly regained his composure and gave the most general assessment of the situation. To be honest, the current battle situation is extremely tense. Retreating would be a correct decision. But what then? The enemy will seize a favorable position. If Hader captures one of the 5 defense lines, they will have a path to receive reinforcements. Thus, the war will last forever. Roman also realized there was only one method left, and what Stephen said perfectly suited Roman's mind. We must use barricades to block the enemy, forcing them to pass through the main gate. Roman immediately nodded in agreement. I will buy time to set up the barricades. You mobilize the troops to prepare. This truly shocked Stephen. He is accepting such a dangerous plan? He said hesitantly, but this plan is too dangerous. The enemy is growing in number. If you are isolated out there, you will die. I know what you are worried about, Roman replied extremely seriously. Suddenly, a dark shadow lunged from behind Roman. Stephen sensed the danger, but his body was heavily injured and could not act. But there was no danger. Roman simply leaned slightly and dodged the attack. At the same time, Roman continued, I am not a fool who would risk his life for a plan I consider unfeasible. Having said that, Roman swung his sword and sliced the sneak attacker in half before Stephen's shocked eyes. Could he dodge an attack without looking? At this moment, Chris led a troop rushing forward, catching up from behind. Commander Roman, he reported, waiting for orders. We will open a path to the city gate. Whole army, follow me, Roman commanded. Everyone shouted their response. Stephen was once again deeply shaken. They didn't have a single doubt. I can't believe such a level of master-servant relationship exists. Now do your job well, Roman said, turning his head. It made Stephen jump slightly. Ah, understood, Roman added. This is only the beginning, Stephen. At this point, Stephen finally understood. Their loyalty to him all stems from respect. Everyone moved forward without hesitation, following that solid back. It looks like a storm of blood and gore is about to arrive. For a person without patriotism like me, is it necessary to fight to this extent? In the end, war, it is just a place where the weak are used as pawns to be sacrificed. I am someone valued by the Cairo kingdom. What I have is the privilege of the strong. There are many ways to avoid war, but in reality, for a small nation with no power or money, this only makes my blood boil more. No, I have wasted my whole life on the battlefield already. Don't misunderstand. I enjoy it very much. To be more precise, I love this feeling. The personal soldiers following Roman also proved to be extremely battle-hardened. They shouted and pushed forward relentlessly. Chris, as always, fought efficiently using his aura. As for Kevin, he slaughtered frantically without mercy. They formed 2 wings, left and right, assisting in clearing the remnants in the Lord's path. Wherever Roman passed, death followed. When Roman killed 10 men, the hater soldiers still attacked desperately. When Roman killed 20, they realized the opponent was much stronger than imagined. When Roman killed 50, fear blanketed the enemy's faces. Monster was the only word they could think of to describe their opponent. Anyone who faced that demon was dismembered without exception. The fear of death enveloped the entire hater army. They were so terrified they no longer wanted to attack, throwing down their weapons and turning to flee for their lives. He's a monster! We're all going to die! The hater commander, Baron McClary, couldn't help but be confused seeing his soldiers fleeing the 5th defense line. What on earth is happening? He couldn't understand. As long as the wall was breached, his army should win. Why was the entire force suddenly retreating? Suddenly he discovered something. What was that? He saw a young man with jet-black hair wearing a blood-red cloak, holding a sword and sweeping across the battlefield. Wherever he passed, corpses lay scattered. Everywhere were dismembered remains. That young man seemed to notice and looked straight into McClary's eyes. The moment he saw him, the Hater commander was shocked. How could he make eye contact from such a distance? Roman had now changed direction and was charging straight this way. Baron McClary trembled with rage. Does he want to charge in alone to take my head? How arrogant! He immediately ordered the soldiers below. Kill him quickly. Don't let him advance any further. That man is alone. Block him! Whoever takes his head will be heavily rewarded. With a keen sense for the battlefield, Roman could feel that the commander he faced had lowered his guard. Roman pierced straight through the defensive line the opponent had set up. The battle is nearly over. I don't remember how many battles I've participated in until now, but I know one thing for certain. Once the snake's head is cut off, the lackeys around it will scatter. I must kill that commander right here. While charging ahead, 3 Aura swordsmen suddenly appeared for a sneak attack. Roman utilized the second move of the Heavenly Demon Sword style. The sword in his hand erupted with an intense black light as he performed a wide horizontal sweep. The commotion was immense, as if a cannon were bombarding. When the dust cleared slightly, a 10-meter deep trench appeared on the ground where the blade had passed, and the person who created it stood tall before the Hater army. The entire army, witnessing this, trembled with fear. They all had the same thought. They could never stand against such a monster. McClary was also speechless with shock. The opponent was too strong, on a completely different level. Roman lightly jumped across the trench to the other side. Roman stepped in front of the enemy general, making him startle and scramble to draw his sword. I am Baron McClary of the Hater army, Before he could finish his words, Roman's blade flashed through. McClary felt his mind go blank and all perception vanished. He had been beheaded by Roman, his head now held in Roman's hand. Roman spoke loudly. Soldiers of the Cairo Kingdom, listen! We have beheaded the enemy commander. But if we spare the rest, one day they will point their spears at us again. Better to bleed today than to bleed in the future. Comrades, fight with all your might and annihilate them all. His voice was like thunder. All the city guards' fighting spirit ignited, and they immediately charged forward. Henry watched this scene and couldn't help but shudder. My God, what is this? He looked at the figure of the young man in the red cloak below and marveled. Now I understand why my uncle said no matter what, never cross Roman. With their commander gone, the army scattered and fled. Roman and his soldiers successfully defended the 5th defense line. Chris came before the Lord to report 30 soldiers, including myself. Not a single casualty. Roman praised, very good, and then ordered, use the holy water to heal. Stephen's heart skipped a beat, shocked once again. Handing out holy water to all the soldiers? Holy water is a healing medicine researched and created by the Magic Tower. Even the cheapest kind is incredibly expensive. Looking at the army under him, Stephen only believed it when he saw Roman actually applying holy water to his own wounds. Not only is he brave and wise, but he is also this generous to his subordinates. Stephen looked at the people being healed and thought, therefore, even if they have to go through fire and water, his soldiers will always be ready. Seeing him dazed, Roman called out, Stephen, you stay here to look over the battlefield and prepare for the next attack. He added, furthermore, I need someone who is familiar with the southern terrain. Stephen immediately asked, do you plan to go there directly? That's right, the war is not over yet. This person is very knowledgeable about this area. He can definitely help you. The person Stephen brought to Roman saluted seriously and introduced himself. My name is KuBI. Roman spread out a map and asked, this is the topographical map of the southern region. Which is the fastest path to reach the enemy's rear? KuBI thought for a moment and replied, how about this path? Roman said, this path takes 2.5 hours. I need a shortcut that can get there within 2 hours. KuBI pondered. If so, then... He thought and suddenly started. Wait, how did he know the mountain path takes 2.5 hours? KuBI couldn't help but be amazed. Travel time isn't that easy to estimate.
Clearly, he already had some understanding of this southern terrain. He blurted out, "I didn't expect you to be so familiar with the terrain here." KuBI thought, "Then what does he need me for?" Roman spoke up. "Stephen found you, so you must have thought I was completely unfamiliar with the terrain here." Hearing this, KuBI knew his thoughts had been guessed and hurriedly explained, "It's not like that, sir." Roman moved past the issue, continuing, "It's nothing. Anyone would think so. As a precaution, I studied the terrain here beforehand, but then again, I can't know everything, which is why I need the help of someone familiar with the terrain like you." KuBI thought with some admiration. He is completely different from those nobles who come to the South just to enjoy military perks. With his help, perhaps there is hope for the South. The meeting lasted only 10 minutes. Roman went out to find Chris to check the military status. Chris reported, 30 soldiers, including myself, are ready to move." Roman heard footsteps behind him and turned his head. Roman narrowed his eyes slightly. This sneaky appearance, this pink hair. "Henry Albeck," Roman asked him, "why are you here?" Henry was drenched in sweat, his face stiff. Seeing no reply, Roman asked coldly, "I asked, why are you here?" Henry calculated in his head, if I say I'm here to make friends, he'll definitely kick me out. So he bowed and answered sincerely, "First of all, I came to apologize for the trouble I caused before." The fat man bowed deeply. "I know my behavior was shameless, but I want to follow and help you. I am also a noble of Cairo. I cannot stand idly by. I await your orders." Roman said expressionlessly and coldly, "Whether you follow me or not is your decision. But I must make one thing clear. If you hinder my plan even a little, I will not hesitate to abandon you." And so they quickly set out, with Roman still leading his legion. The difference this time was that KuBI was in the lead. Henry, clinging to the back of the line, was barely holding on. Too fast. KuBI suddenly heard someone groaning. He stopped to check and found a soldier severely wounded and dying. "Is this a soldier from the southern training camp?" Roman asked as he propped the man up against a tree. "What happened?" The man answered with difficulty. "Currently, the southern training camp is under attack. Please help us. Please." Those were the last words the soldier struggled to say before losing consciousness. To get this far, he must have used every ounce of his strength. From that, Roman learned that the location being attacked was not the front line, but the southern training camp located near the outskirts. A soldier from the training camp had escaped to this point. The attack must have started at least 30 minutes ago. In this situation, the Hater Kingdom must have attacked all 5 defense sectors and surely used quick, flexible mobile units to strike simultaneously. A thought suddenly flashed through Roman's mind. Could it be? Roman immediately ordered the entire army to divert toward the southern training camp. Mark Burney's situation at this moment was as bad as it could get. He was fighting with his non-dominant arm. The opponents were 2 Hater swordsmen who mocked him with contempt. "It's basically over. Even if we don't touch you, you'll all die anyway. Give up. We will give you a gentle death." Burney roared without fear. "Die, you bastards! Did you think I'd die alone? Even if it costs my life, I'll take at least one of you down with me. Come on! Damn it, if only I still had my right arm." Burney muttered to himself. "I wonder how things are with Sir Roman. He was the only one on the southern front who never let his guard down. When I heard he was assigned to the 5th defense line, I was certain he would accomplish something. It's unbelievable that on the brink of life and death, the person I think of is him. This probably means I still have a lot I want to do on the battlefield, rather than rotting away in a place like this." The wall behind the Hater soldiers suddenly cracked. With a loud boom, a large hole was smashed through the wall. Only then did they notice, turning back in panic and asking one another, "What is that? Did Cairo send reinforcements?" A figure stepped inside over the crumbling cement fragments. The Hater spirits immediately surrounded him cautiously. "What kind of monster are you? Reinforcements? How did you know to come here?" Burney recognized the man. "Sir Roman, it's really you!" Roman also recognized a familiar face in the crowd and was quite surprised. "Mark Burney. He's still alive?" Chris and the personal soldiers followed closely behind, carrying out the slaughter. Roman shouted to deploy the personnel, quickly eliminate the enemy, and rescue the survivors. The whole team received the order and executed it immediately, plunging into battle with the Hater troops without mercy. On Roman's side, he was being targeted by 2 swordsmen. His shadow flashed and vanished, then using 2 fingers like a sword, he struck the opponent's necks. I want to capture these 2 alive. Using the martial arts technique of pressure point striking, they were paralyzed. Consequently, they were temporarily unable to move. The remaining one, seeing his comrades easily subdued, immediately turned to flee. Damn it, I need to report this to my superiors as soon as possible. But he was quickly grabbed by the collar by a strong hand. I told you I'd kill at least one of you. Mark Burney used his left arm to tighten his grip around the enemy's throat. The man was strangled to the point of suffocation, his eyes bloodshot and bulging. After a moment of struggling, Burney finally triumphed. He collapsed to the ground, panting. Roman walked to his side and praised him. You held out well. Leave the rest to me.
Thank you, sir.
Burney fainted from exhaustion. After retaking the area, Roman sent men to patrol. Chris reported, We've dealt with 12 Hater Kingdom soldiers and rescued 5 survivors. According to the survivors, Baron Belfrank was wounded while fighting Hater soldiers and has retreated into the mountains. Roman pondered. Hater's main force attacked the training camp and then left for somewhere. The main force must consist of at least several hundred soldiers. Roman asked, Where are the Hater soldiers? Chris replied, We've tied them all up in one place. Roman gave the order. From now on, no one is allowed inside without my permission. That is an order. Roman entered the detention area, thinking, Hater is using dispersal tactics for a reason. Now I will find out what that reason is. Roman spoke to the Hater soldiers tied to chairs. I'll give you 3 minutes. If you give me the answers I want, I will grant you a quick death. If not, you will experience pain until I allow you to die. They screamed, Kill us! Just kill us! Despite their uncooperative attitude, Roman still coldly asked the first question. What is the Hater Kingdom's objective? A Hater soldier mocked Roman, telling him to figure it out himself. Roman calmly continued with the second question. Why did you stay at the southern training camp? The man continued to yell in his face, I said it already, just kill us! The 3 minutes ended. Roman brought 2 fingers glowing with purple light near the one who had screamed the loudest. The man was initially suspicious, but as Roman channeled energy into his body, the pain felt as if his entire body were being torn into countless pieces. He immediately spat blood and screamed in agony. I call it body shattering. You've just experienced the pain of your muscles and bones being twisted. You will die a slow, agonizing death. I'm sure you've been trained for torture, but this is unlike anything you've ever experienced. His comrade nearby turned pale with fear. He opened his mouth to curse Roman. You bastard! Do you think doing this can change anything? Even if I told you Hater's tactics, you wouldn't be able to stop them in time. Roman's face, terrifying as a demon's, leaned close to the man and said, I was waiting for this answer. The opponent was so scared his voice trembled. What? Roman smiled enigmatically. I never thought you'd tell the truth. I just wanted to see your reaction. It seems I guessed correctly. Your real target is in the border region. Having been seen through, the opponent's face turned white as a sheet. Roman's hand struck directly at his head. Time to die. He left the interrogation room. Roman had mapped out the next plan in his head. They used dispersal tactics to attack the southern front to deceive me. If their plan succeeds, the southern front can be considered occupied. The opponent this time seems to be a clever one. Roman then sought out Mark Burney to confirm something. Tell me, what exactly happened at the southern training camp? Yes, sir. Burney recalled and recounted, about 2 hours ago we were attacked by the Hater Kingdom. At that time we were just preparing for training as usual. But Hater soldiers suddenly appeared and attacked. We quickly gathered to counterattack, but due to the overwhelming numerical difference, only our side suffered losses. We don't even know if the training commander, Baron Belfrank, is still alive. Roman asked, Did they carry anything special? They only carried light equipment. Furthermore, their commander's face was covered in scars. This made Roman think, a face full of scars and light equipment. Roman concluded, they might be the Guardian Legion. Bernie was surprised. He also seemed to recognize the Hater Kingdom's Guardian Legion. The leader of that legion has a face full of scars from the battles he's endured. He sees them as glorious trophies. But I don't understand why they would attack the southern training camp. If they wanted to seize advantageous lands, they shouldn't have destroyed this place. Roman explained, they came from behind, attacking the training camp. That is because the southern training camp is located on the road leading to the rear base. They had no choice but to attack you. Your point is... Bernie still didn't quite understand. Roman added, currently the Hater Kingdom is implementing a smokescreen strategy. Attacking the frontline defense lines is just a feint. Their real target is the Warp Gate. Bernie was startled. The Warp Gate, a type of high-level magic that can manipulate space, because of its instant teleportation capability. The struggle for it has become a fierce battle. It can not only block enemy reinforcements, but combining multiple gates can move an entire army for coordinated attacks. Therefore, a warp gate can self-destruct to prevent the enemy from using it to counterattack its owner. The Hater Kingdom is very determined in this war. If their plan succeeds, they will surely win. It seems the plan is to seize the warp gate inside the rear base. Hearing Roman say this, Bernie jumped up in a hurry, his heart burning with anxiety. Then, shouldn't we rush to provide reinforcements? No, Roman interrupted. He asked Mark Bernie back, have you received a request for reinforcements from the rear base yet? Not yet. Mark Bernie understood exactly what this meant. He helplessly gripped the blanket in his hand. Roman continued, Hater's Guardian Legion left the southern training camp an hour and a half ago. They have likely captured the teleportation gate by now. The enemy is at the front line. The great enemy is at the rear training camp, and the southern units, including us, have been completely isolated. From now on, we must survive on our own without help from the Cairo Kingdom. Just then, a report arrived from the border area between Cairo and Hater. The voice of a soldier rang out. He knelt to pay respects to the prince and said respectfully to Edwin, our troops have bypassed the southern training camp and are about to reach the rear base. The Cairo Kingdom has exerted all its strength to stop our attack at the front line without realizing what our real plan is. Edwin said they still couldn't afford to lower their guard. We must ensure our soldiers at the frontline camps of Cairo stall for as long as possible. The most important thing now is to immediately destroy the city wall in front of us. Once this plan succeeds, the southern region will naturally fall into our hands. Edwin already had a strategy in mind. Intelligence security was the core of this plan. We spent an entire year investigating intelligence at the southern front line. Jackson's soldiers also infiltrated it. Even if we attacked with full force from the start, destroying everything within 4 hours was feasible. But now the important thing for us is to pay attention to that teleportation gate, Edwin instructed. To prepare for the worst-case scenario, we must be ready to destroy it. If the plan fails, we must destroy the teleportation gate and initiate the second option. The messenger, despite having heard rumors before, was still amazed in his heart. He made an incredibly rational judgment. He truly deserves the name Edwin Hater, the Star of Hater. He is the one who revived the Hater Kingdom. According to the plan, Jackson led men to seize the teleportation gate here. From now on, we must buy time before we are discovered by the enemy, he thought. Jackson ordered his companions to hurry. They had to connect successfully. A year ago, Prince Edwin had secretly summoned him and frankly stated that the interest of the national treasury was piling up under the pressure of banks and bad debts. If next year's harvest fails again, even Hater's reserve granaries will be empty. This is why I proposed this plan. Edwin reached out to Jackson and asked, are you willing to help me destroy the Cairo Kingdom's front line? There were rumors that Hater's consecutive crop failures were due to a curse from the gods. In a situation where Hater could collapse at any time, Edwin Hater, known as the most outstanding genius in history, was like a savior. Thus, Hater sent soldiers to scout southern Cairo and a year later used spies to dig a tunnel connecting to the rear base. The Guardian Legion finally dug a secret tunnel and connected it to the teleportation gate. Jackson's memory was interrupted by an assassin nearby who reported that the connection was successful. The magic power inside the gate quickly built up, opening a space passage. Edwin stepped out to the welcome of everyone present. "Greetings, Prince Edwin." Upon arrival, Edwin immediately called Kevin. "Yes, Your Highness," Kevin replied. Edwin ordered, "You are in charge of the first squad. You must eliminate all remaining soldiers. Additionally, establish a solid defense line to deal with the enemy." "Yes, I understand." Next, the Prince of Hater turned to Jackson. Jackson stepped before the prince, knelt on one knee, and saluted. "I await your orders." Edwin asked, "We have lost contact with the Baron in charge of the 5th defense line. Do you know anything?" "We are still investigating, but I don't think we need to worry too much," Jackson reassured. "The 5th defense line is famous for being troublemakers. Even with half our strength, we can defeat Cairo's defenders." Edwin questioned, "But didn't I tell you not to invest too many troops? Isn't that right?" "Yes, Your Highness. Once this is over, I will certainly punish Baron McClary regardless of the outcome." Edwin's plan could be called perfect, but he didn't know that two unexpected things had happened at the 1st defense line. The commander here, Count Donald, had ordered soldiers to reinforce the city walls before the enemy attacked again. Suddenly, someone from afar ran up in a panic with an urgent report. "Report, Commander. We have received contact from the southern base." Count Donald raised an eyebrow in surprise. "You mean the southern base?" He stepped to the communication magic stone and saw Roman. The opponent introduced himself. "Count Donald, I am Roman Dmitri of the 5th Reserve Defense Force." He asked in confusion, "Why are you contacting me in this situation?" "I'll be blunt. I have reason to believe Hector's side is creating a smokescreen and has seized the teleportation gate at the rear base. Before being isolated by Hater's army, we must abandon the city, retreat into the mountains, and then gather the remaining forces south of the mountain range." Donald curled his lip and thought. The southern mountain range is very dangerous. Is this his suggestion? To prepare for a surprise raid? Roman wanted to say something more, but Count Donald waved his hand to interrupt. "We will decide for ourselves. I'm cutting the connection." He arbitrarily cut off communication. Seeing the projection on the crystal disappear, Roman was helpless. Roman decisively swung his cloak and turned to leave, his mind made up. Matters have come to this. The remaining defensive units must be abandoned. Roman ordered his personal soldiers to pack up. "Today we start moving up the mountain." Back with Count Donald, he sent men to contact other bases but was unsuccessful. "We cannot contact the external bases." Only then did he feel restless and uneasy. Damn it, could Roman be right? Even if the southern front line and surrounding areas sent reinforcements, it would take half a month to arrive. Is there really no other way to resolve this? No. If we can hold the stronghold until reinforcements arrive, there is still a very high chance of winning. Thinking so, he ordered the troops to hold the stronghold. Just 4 hours later, both the front and back of the stronghold were surrounded. How can this be? We are completely isolated. He looked down from above and couldn't help but curse under his breath. The party's over. They actually seized the teleportation gate and even sent more troops to the front line. Both our flanks have been blocked by Hector's troops. No, I need to stay calm. We can still repair the city walls perfectly. We have also prepared all the weapons, so we won't repeat the defeat of the first battle. We can hold the city. Having decided, Donald ordered the entire army to prepare for battle. He instructed, "First Defense Force, listen. Hector has captured the teleportation gate, so now we are completely isolated. Do not expect reinforcements from the kingdom anymore. But just like the first battle, trust in me, Count Donald. We will hold out until reinforcements arrive." Suddenly, the whole army heard a strange sound. Everyone looked around in bewilderment. "What is that sound?" Donald turned to the captain beside him and asked, "What on earth happened?" He stammered and trembled, saying, "That is magic cannons for firing." The magic circles on the cannons had been quickly activated by the Hater army. The strategic siege weapons fired. Flaming spheres screamed as they flew. A loud explosion directly destroyed a large section of the Cairo side's city wall. Soldiers at that section of the defense line were instantly charred by the fire, letting out horrific screams. Donald slumped to the ground in horror, watching his soldiers being burned alive. At this moment, he recalled what someone had said to him before the front line, and flanks were completely isolated by the Hater army. "We must abandon the city and hide in the mountains, gathering the remaining forces in the southern mountain area." Roman, you were right, but regret came too late. A flash of swordlight appeared. A Hater assassin held high Donald's head and shouted loudly, "Your general is dead! Surrender quickly!" Afterward, Jackson arrived to report to Prince Edwin. But by using the fire magic circle from the start to gain the upper hand, we were able to seize the stronghold without heavy losses. At this rate, I think we can perfectly capture the entire southern front line. He was quite satisfied. Time is on our side. Imprison all surrendering soldiers in one place so no one can escape while we're not paying attention. To gain the advantage in negotiations with Cairo, we need as many bargaining chips as possible. Depending on the situation, then, we might even need to use hostages to reach an agreement. Jackson replied loudly, "Yes," indicating he understood. Edwin had an indescribable feeling. The plan was so perfect, but why did he feel uneasy? Did I miss something? Just then, a soldier rushed in to report. "Something big has happened, Your Highness." Report, Baron McClary has fallen on the battlefield, so the communication gate has been cut off. Edwin's face darkened. He quickly turned and asked, "Who delivered the message? Bring him to see me immediately." The prince went directly to meet an emaciated man. From the look of terror on his face, it was clear he had experienced something incredibly frightening. He had not yet recovered his senses. He began to recount. At first, the 5th Defense Line seemed very weak against our fierce attack. About 10 minutes after launching the assault, we entered the city. Baron McClary ordered us to destroy the city immediately, but at that moment, that monster appeared. At this point, the soldier became extremely terrified. Looking at his face, Edwin frowned deeply. "Monster?" The soldier continued. "He was so strong that even though I saw it with my own eyes, I couldn't believe it. That monster alone slaughtered countless Allied soldiers. Dozens of soldiers vanished in an instant. Even Hater's strongest knights couldn't withstand a single blow from that monster. They all died in a split second. Just because of that monster's appearance, we lost." Simply recalling the scene at that time was enough to make the narrator break into a cold sweat, his whole body trembling. "A monster. Yes, he is exactly a monster." The messenger just held his head and muttered. His spirit seemed to be severely traumatized. Edwin had no choice but to stop asking questions. He decisively left to let the medical team examine the patient's condition. In his mind, Edwin naturally felt very uneasy. Thinking about it, he realized he had heard that Cairo's youngest gladiator had been sent to the southern front line. Although they had spent a whole year preparing thoroughly, an unexpected variable still appeared. Roman Dmitri. Edwin and Jackson walked outside. Edwin told Jackson to report the current situation. "Yes, Your Highness. We checked the 5th Defense Line, but no Cairo soldiers remain there. It seems they have retreated into the mountains. If you wish, I will immediately organize a pursuit team." Edwin decisively refused. "No, we have the upper hand because we have occupied the southern front line. It is also time to conduct negotiations with the Cairo Kingdom." At this time, at the royal city of the Cairo Kingdom, King Daniel was angrily complaining to his courtiers, "When on earth will they arrive?" This made him very frustrated. "Please forgive the delay as this occurred suddenly. Everyone needs a little time to get here." Daniel Cairo slammed the table to vent his anger. He was helpless. The king of Cairo cannot make decisions on his own. He must have the permission of the ruling nobles to mobilize the army. Just as his anger was about to explode, that group of people finally arrived. The leader of the noble faction, Marcus Benedict, entered with a smile. "I'm late because the carriage had some trouble on the way here." To his left was Count Denver, a supporter of the Valhalla faction, while the person next to him with long orange hair was Count Gregory, a supporter of the Kronos faction. The four men sat around the table. Count Gregory spoke first, asking in passing, "Did the Hater Kingdom truly attack the front line?" King Daniel sighed and replied, The Hater Kingdom has crossed the border and ambushed our camps. At this rate, the southern front line will be in danger.
Benedict asked pointedly, "Can we not send reinforcements now?"
In his heart, the king understood perfectly, but he could only keep it to himself. What a shameless old man. Outwardly, he remained calm and replied, "If that's the case, I assume I have received your consent to immediately send reinforcements to the southern front line?" Benedict said loudly in surprise. "What? They've already seized the teleportation gate?" The consequence of the command system being split into 5 or 7 parts had become a major problem. The king slammed the table in anger. "How do you intend to take responsibility for what has happened? If you had given me the decision-making power a king should have from the beginning, the southern front line wouldn't be in such danger now. It's all your fault," Daniel Cairo said while pointing his finger at each person. The door to the meeting room suddenly opened. A messenger from the battlefield appeared. "Report, Your Majesty. Hater has just sent a magical message." Edwin stated the conditions through the live screen. "We want war reparations. Send the amount of gold you consider sufficient to ransom the southern front line." Benedict and Denver spoke up in protest. "War hasn't even been officially declared. Don't you find this ridiculous? This is blatant robbery." Edwin didn't want to argue. He said, "I'll give you exactly 3 days. If by then you don't meet our demands, your southern front line will become a part of Hater. If you want to play any cheap tricks to stall for time, don't expect a single hostage on the southern front line to return alive." Leaving the threat behind, the magical communication was cut. Edwin sat alone on the throne in the cold castle, thinking about the difficult situation his country faced. Hater's national reserves were on the verge of depletion due to consecutive crop failures, and they owed interest to the national treasury. For the sake of the people living in hunger and misery, even if he lost his reputation as the star of Hater, he would become the devil of this era. If necessary, he would do anything to save his people. Back in Cairo's capital, King Daniel sighed softly and accepted reality. "Now that the enemy is at our doorstep, we have no choice. Paying the compensation requested by the Hater Kingdom is the only way for us to minimize damage." Benedict immediately offered an opinion. "But if we keep letting them have their way, they will never stop demanding more." Daniel shouted angrily, "Do we have any other choice? If you have a better plan, say it right now." Gregory closed his eyes and bowed his head in silence. No one answered him. No matter the faction, at this moment, no one had a corresponding countermeasure. The king gritted his teeth, in his heart wishing to behead all the people before him. It was truly ridiculous. They always fought for power so pathetically in this small nation. But now, when a crisis struck, they were so helpless. A few seconds later, Daniel Cairo, the nominal monarch of the nation, regained his composure and suggested, "If there is no other plan, then do as Hater demands." "I object," Denver, who had been silent until now, spoke up. As soon as these words were uttered, the other 3 showed equal surprise. Count Denver continued, "Roman Dmitri is on the southern front line. According to the reports I received, Roman Dmitri successfully defended the 5th defense line. If he can turn the situation to our advantage, we will have a chance to win this war." Hearing this, the king's attitude softened slightly, but his opinion remained unchanged. "I agree he is an excellent swordsman, becoming a 3-star knight in his early 20s. That is a great asset for the Cairo kingdom. But he cannot have any influence in this war." Benedict also agreed. "That's right. Roman Dmitri is the future of the Cairo kingdom. We cannot lose such a talent over a gamble. We should prioritize a damage mitigation strategy." At this point, Denver finally understood. These people didn't know the full extent of Roman's potential. After all, as a high-ranking member of the Valhalla faction, only he had access to this information. Roman Dmitri. He is actually a 4-star talent or even higher. He is the mysterious factor that could overturn the situation in this war. But there was no need to reveal this to these people. Denver forced a smile, reconsidered, and said, "If everyone thinks so, then I won't say much more. But just give it 3 days. If within 3 days there are no changes on the southern front line, then accept Hater's demands. Is that all right?" King Daniel couldn't decide this alone either. He had to comply. "All right. For the time being, the Cairo kingdom will prepare to negotiate war options with the Hater kingdom." The scene shifted to the frontline area. Henry's face was filled with shock and fear.
Oh my God!
When Henry saw the desolate, scorched scene of the first defense line, he blurted out, "It's all over! Cairo has lost!" He turned to the soldiers and said, "We must retreat into the mountains." In Henry's heart, there wasn't a shred of fighting spirit left. To be more precise, from the beginning, he had no intention of becoming a war hero. "I don't need that," he shouted to his subordinates to move quickly. The soldiers replied in unison, "Yes, Commander!" The fat man used all his strength to lead his subordinates to find a way out of this bloody land. To hell with the country. He had to survive first. Suddenly, from the bushes by the road, a figure lunged out with extreme speed. In an instant, that figure blocked Henry's path. A sharp blade was held close to his fat neck. He dared not move, not even breathe heavily. The person signaled Henry to keep quiet. He also recognized this person, Chris, the captain under Roman. Henry and his group were then led by Chris deep into the forest. On the way, the fat man couldn't help but think, what are Roman's knights doing here? They didn't return to the rear unit?
What could be in these mountains?
But when he pushed through a bush, Henry was astonished by the sight before him. What is this? He saw a military camp hidden in the mountains. When did they build this secret base? When Chris spoke, his commander had anticipated that the rear base would fall. This was the base he had prepared for this situation. Henry turned and questioned loudly, "If the rear base fell, you should have run away. Why build a new camp here? The war is not over yet." Chris's eyes burned with fighting spirit as he repeated Roman's words. "We stay hidden in the mountains, waiting for an opportunity to attack and protect allies like you. If you had surrendered to Hector, you would be dead by now." The pressure he radiated sent a chill down Henry's spine. The word monster. How could the Dmitri family produce such a monster? The fat man asked in a trembling voice,
Lord Roman, where is Lord Roman now? Why don't I see him?
"He is currently out alone to eliminate all the enemies," Chris replied nonchalantly. After hearing this, Henry suddenly realized one thing. The man who could lead people like this, he was the true monster. At the same time, the remnants of the first defense line were being pursued relentlessly by the Hector army. They retreated while fighting back, but the situation looked bleak. Brent, the deputy commander of the first defense line, cursed inwardly while resisting the enemy. "We must get the remaining warriors back. It's all because of that bastard Donald. His stupid arrogance is why the soldiers here are being slaughtered." The disparity in numbers and inferior physical strength caused him to be quickly knocked back. His body, clad in heavy armor, hit the ground hard. The Hector side immediately closed in, raising their swords to finish him off. "Is this the end?" In that critical moment, a streak of light flashed across the Hector soldier's neck. Roman appeared and directly decapitated the enemy. Several others saw this and hurriedly shouted, "Enemy! Kill him!" They surrounded Roman from all four sides. Only purple light was seen passing through the bodies of the unfortunate soldiers. They could only scream in pain as they were dismembered in an instant. Roman easily dealt with them all single-handedly. Watching the scene of raining blood, Brent wondered if he was in hell.
What is he doing? Who is he?
Roman turned his head to look at him. He introduced himself. 5th Defense Line Reserve Unit, Roman Dmitri. Brent was astonished. This was the Roman Dmitri who had suggested they retreat. He hadn't fled, but instead came to rescue them. Remembering something important, Brent hurriedly said to Roman, "The front line has completely fallen. The Hector army is preparing for the next attack on the 2nd defense line." "And you mean we should surrender?" Roman asked back, which made Brent freeze for a few seconds. Then he tried to persuade him. "I admit you are a very strong swordsman, but this is a war between kingdoms. You cannot stand against the legions of the Hector kingdom relying solely on one person's strength." Roman was very clear about the current situation. Famine, disease, war. This is not an action consistent with Hector's current internal situation. If that's the case, then Hector's intention is... Roman turned and spoke to the deputy commander of the 1st defense line while walking. "The reason the Hector kingdom is in a hurry to attack the south is that they cannot launch a prolonged war." Brent asked in confusion, "What are you saying?" "Their intention is to use this war to stabilize Hector's internal crisis. To negotiate favorably with the Cairo royalty, they must occupy the southern front line. If this is truly the enemy's premise, then I understand the Hector Kingdom's actions. Hector is gambling the fate of its own kingdom. On the southern border of the second defense line, Jackson, commanding the Hector army, attacked fiercely with magic cannons. Against this strategic weapon, the city walls were like tofu. Every time a cannon hit, large chunks peeled off amidst thick gunpowder smoke. The soldiers defending the city didn't dare stay for long. Edwin observed everything from above, thinking to himself, "According to my plan, Baron McClary should still be alive. The fifth line is the weakest link on the southern border. As for Roman Dmitri, if he is even stronger than what those deserters..." He said, "Could the entire Hector army defeat him? We have gone through so many hardships. We cannot let this ruin everything." "The Hector army isn't weak enough to be defeated by one man," Edwin reassured himself. Just then, more news arrived from behind. "Prince Edwin, it's bad. We've lost contact with the first squad sent to handle the enemy remnants. Not only that, there has been no word from the second and third squads either." Edwin looked startled. "I just had a bad feeling." "Is it because of Roman Dmitri?" Edwin quickly returned to the camp and summoned his men. Jackson reported the situation. "As you command, Your Highness. After we broke the first defense line, we ordered the third squad to handle the remaining units an hour ago. All communication with the third squad has been interrupted. Seeing as communication with all three squads has been cut one by one, it seems they have been killed by the enemy." "How many soldiers did we lose?" "About 300 soldiers." Hearing this, Edwin became even more restless. His fears had come true. "It's definitely Roman Dimitri's doing. He didn't flee across the mountains but chose to stay and fight on the southern border." After thinking for a while, Edwin finally said to Jackson, "If we leave Roman Dmitri like this, there will be big trouble later." "But Prince, Roman Dmitri is just a small variable. If focusing on him causes the siege to fail, we can't guarantee our plan will succeed. The issue isn't that Dmitri Mouse. Destroying all of the enemy's remaining defensive camps is what's most important." Edwin directly rejected his opinion. "No. The most important thing now is to eliminate the mouse interfering with our plan. Order the soldiers at the second defense line to retreat immediately." Jackson, though a bit uneasy, followed Edwin's words. "Yes, Prince." He thought to himself, "Why is His Highness so obsessed with that Roman Dmitri?" That night, a large-scale search operation was deployed. "From what I've heard, he's definitely hiding in this mountain." Because Edwin had checked this plan countless times over the past year, he could accurately sense with his intuition that Roman Dmitri was a dangerous factor. Edwin stood before the captains and said solemnly, "I know what you are thinking, but as a commander, I must prepare for the worst-case scenario. Engaging with the remaining enemy garrison we haven't conquered yet is only the second-worst situation. The worst-case scenario is the existence of Roman Dmitri, who has brought us unpredictable variables." Hearing these words, Jackson felt somewhat relieved. "I believe Edwin Hector's actions always have a purpose and are carefully considered." Everyone stood up straight and replied in unison, "By your command!" Lord Edwin ordered the attack. "Now it's time to hunt the mouse that ruined our plan. The southern mountain region is vast. If we search the entire area, we'll miss the enemy. Therefore, the army will scatter from the foot of the mountain and gradually tighten the encirclement as they advance toward the summit." At the position of the second and third squads, the captain in charge shouted loudly, "Inform the entire army. Once the enemy is spotted, blow the signaling whistle immediately. If we can corner the enemy, we will annihilate them all without taking heavy losses." The other soldiers continued to spread out in 4 directions, echoing back, "Yes, sir." Suddenly, the commander felt a terrifying pressure. He quickly turned and shouted, "How is the left side?" The person in charge of the left wing immediately replied, "Everything is normal, sir." However, as soon as the words were out, a dark shadow lunged from nowhere and streaked past that soldier. The commander of the second and third squads, unaware, asked another area, "How about the right? Everything is normal, sir." Only then did the commander breathe a sigh of relief. "Good, very good, everything is still normal." But when he regained his focus and looked around, he found himself standing alone in the middle of the forest. "Not a single person. I must blow the whistle right now." But just as he brought the whistle to his lips to take a breath, that dark shadow appeared behind him. The commander's head was twisted by an immense force. He collapsed and died on the spot. After dealing with the soldiers there, Roman calmly analyzed the situation. They made a bold decision faster than usual. I originally intended to gain as much as possible while he attacked the defense camps, but he stopped the attack on the second line to intercept me. Their commander is definitely an excellent person. Roman then moved to another location. The pursuit continued. The noise echoed throughout the hills. "The enemy has appeared!" Roman's ghost-like figure flickered within the Hector army, silently slaughtering them one by one. Noticing the commotion, the survivors began to shout, "Check if your comrades are still beside you! We need to cut off their retreat and corner them!" As soon as the words were spoken, Roman streaked past and deftly took his head. Roman laughed wildly, immersed in pure pleasure. It's been a long time since I felt like this. The 12 children of the heavenly demon lived in the harshest and most dangerous environments, constantly being tested on their survival skills because they were the children of the heavenly demon. Now, Baek Jung-hyuk, from now on, you will live as the night demon. His first mission was to hunt down a low-level disciple who had caused internal strife within the sect and fled. He successfully killed that disciple within 3 days. However, his missions grew increasingly difficult, eventually forcing him to face an unbeatable enemy. As the missions became more arduous, he was forced to devise various counter-strategies. Fortunately, he discovered the martial arts manual of the Night Demon King in the sect's secret vault. The Night Demon King had once been a notorious thief, an expert in covert operations. He had committed countless thefts and eliminated many rival gangs, earning a legendary reputation throughout the land. Eventually, after causing a massacre in Bianjing City, the Night Demon King was cornered and killed by righteous organizations. However, the title of Night Demon King endured in the martial world for a long time. Baek Jung-hyuk mastered all of the Night Demon King's techniques. This enabled him to complete even the most difficult missions. A year later, during a single assignment, he killed 38 martial arts experts from various sects, becoming the transcendent night demon, known to both the light and dark factions under the moniker Heavenly Demon. The night is the Heavenly Demon's greatest stronghold. At this very moment, the Hector army is within that night, facing that very demon. "Where is that bastard?" Countless screams echoed across the battlefield. The surrounding forces realized that too many of their troops had been picked off. The aura-wielding swordsman stepped forward as ordered. "We'll go first! Everyone else get back!" the encirclement commander shouted as he led the charge. Roman, currently hidden in Hector's night, thought, "I will make you regret stepping into these dark mountains ruled by me." The opponents could not tell from where Roman was approaching. Danger was everywhere, left, right, front, and back. The commander fell with extreme speed. Seeing this, the torch-bearing soldier was so terrified he slumped to the ground, clutching his head. "Captain! The first squad captain is dead!" His face was deathly pale. In a state of mental panic, he couldn't believe such an absurd thing was happening. "I have to report this immediately!" The soldier screamed into his communication badge, "Commander, a ghost has appeared! At this rate, we're all going to die! Please send reinforcements!" He wept as he spoke, his mind consumed by the fear of death. But the god of death was already behind him. Roman had quietly ambushed from the treetops, watching his prey struggle with ice-cold eyes. What followed was a bloody massacre. On the other end of the line, Edwin could only hear the agonizing screams of his soldiers, growing increasingly anxious. Edwin tried to reassure him. "Thompson, stay calm. The enemy is just using the darkness." The only response Edwin received was utter panic. We can't see them! Soldiers are dying one by one, but we don't know where or how the enemy is attacking. Commander, we can't fight these invisible ghosts." Hearing this, Edwin grew even more worried. Thompson was an excellent aura swordsman. It was hard to believe someone with senses sharper than a normal person's could not locate the enemy. Impossible. Are they using magic? No magic can make a body transparent or invisible continuously, as magic needs time to recover after use. Don't let the darkness distract you.
We need reinforcements immediately.
Thompson gritted his teeth, trying to boost his spirit, telling himself, "That's right, what's there to be afraid of? Our allies have surrounded the camp. If I just hold on a little longer, we can take this place. I just have to wait until His Highness arrives." He shouted, "Squad 1, listen up. The enemy wants our lives. Get into defensive formation and counter their attacks." Thompson stuffed the communication device back into his chest, then calmed his mind to focus his aura. "I felt it! Over there!" As soon as he detected it, Thompson immediately swung his sword. But as the blade cut into the opponent's flesh, he couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it! Because the person he had struck was not the enemy, but his own ally. The knight captain who was stabbed uttered a few words of resentment before breathing his last. Roman then appeared behind Thompson like a phantom, whispering in his ear, "I once hid in the darkness to hunt my enemies." After a while, they all had one thought. Thompson frantically swung his sword in all directions, cursing, "Stop hiding like a coward! Come out!" But he was met only with a silent, deadly night. Not a single sound, no sign of anyone. The fear was real. The opponent seemed to have merged with the night. Roman did not rush. He stepped out slowly. Roman sneered, "How does it feel to kill your own comrade? Do you want to join my side to keep going?" Stung by the truth, the opponent roared in rage, You demon! I will kill you!" The two lunged at each other, beginning a close-quarters battle. The sound of clashing metal was deafening. Roman swung his sword with incredible speed, gliding past the opponent's weapon and body. Thompson couldn't block a single move. Blood sprayed from his wounds like a broken faucet. He fell hard to the ground, but then struggled to crawl up, screaming toward the sky. "Over here! The enemy is here!" "It's useless," Roman said coldly. "I've used mana to isolate all sound. No one can hear you." Roman stabbed him, and Thompson screamed in pain. Roman then slashed his heels, severing his limbs. Only when the opponent lost consciousness did Roman stop. Roman leaned down to search Thompson. "Do you hear me? I know what you're thinking. Your people are currently starving because of the worst drought in history. Why did the Hector Kingdom occupy the southern city? Why must you risk your lives? There is only one reason. Using war to solve your nation's problems. You're trying to seize the southern city to blackmail Cairo. The problem is, I know everything now. Your time is running out. From the start, you couldn't have held out for more than 3 months because your military strength is insufficient. We have been interfering with your plans all along. I have achieved my goal. You can no longer ignore my existence." Suddenly, a man's voice rang out from the other end of the line. "Is this Roman Dmitri?" "He's here." The person Roman wanted to meet finally revealed himself. Roman smiled triumphantly. Edwin said in a low voice, "I don't deny what you say. The Hector Kingdom is indeed suffering from a severe drought, even to the point of borrowing external debt. To escape this debt cycle this time, we had no choice." Roman asked him, "Do you want me to sympathize with your situation?" Edwin immediately replied, "No, only to explain our urgency. The fate of the Hector Kingdom depends on this war. As you said, we have no time, but that doesn't mean we will back down. Our comrades cannot die in vain. Pass my words to the Cairo royalty. If we gain nothing, we will spread toxins from the corpses of necromancers everywhere, turning this place into a dead land. I am Edwin Hector. As a prince of the Hector Kingdom, I will do whatever it takes to save my people." Roman Dmitri, what is your decision? Will you join Hector, which is hanging by a thread, or will you negotiate with us? This decision also affects all of Cairo. Edwin Hector, Roman. Shah had heard this name many times while investigating the southern city. Unlike his father, he was outstanding and talented, a man born to carry the burden of Hector. He was recognized by people both home and abroad. Furthermore, he was leading this war. Even though I admit he is very capable, he dares to threaten me? Roman drove the sword in his hand deeper into Thompson, making him shriek in pain once again. Edwin, hearing this, shouted loudly, "What are you doing?" "I just drove my sword through this guy's thigh," Roman replied nonchalantly. From the other end came Edwin's furious voice. "You should just kill him instead. Even if he is an enemy, how can you torture him like that?" Roman still said flatly, You're too agitated. I have no interest in your suffering. Don't be mistaken. Roman used more force to twist the blade in Thompson's thigh. The man couldn't help but scream piteously. The war has already begun. Someone like you who crossed the line first has no right to ask me for mercy. I will do what I deem right, so don't even think about relying on me. I will not spare a single one of you. Even if you raise the white flag to surrender or flee, I will chase you down and drive my sword into each of your backs. I am Roman Dmitri. If you want to resist until the end, then we will meet soon. Edwin's face turned pale. He didn't expect the opponent to be this kind of person. Roman Dmitri. He is far more dangerous than I imagined. What do you plan to do next? Jackson, standing behind him, asked. Edwin ordered, immediately mobilize all forces to form an encirclement around the communication device's location. Because those soldiers died in agony, I will personally tear apart every inch of your flesh, Roman Dmitri. The Hector Legion then mobilized a massive amount of manpower. All soldiers continued climbing the mountain. Even if our comrades fall, we must cut off the enemy's retreat. Roman had previously taught his stealth techniques to his personal soldiers. You cannot see it now because for humans, this is a very weak type of mana. But every stone and branch naturally carries mana, Roman said while using mana to lift a stone. If you can control these mana flows, you can distort space. After Roman cast the spell, he seemed to vanish automatically before the dozens of people present. Chris and the others were astonished. All 5 of their senses had been deceived. A minute ago, you were right before our eyes, sir, and now you've vanished into thin air like a divine joke. This is called a visual trap, and now Roman soldiers were like phantoms appearing and disappearing, while Hector's soldiers shouted slogans of fighting to the death to eliminate the enemy. As Chris lay in ambush nearby, he suddenly lunged out, swinging a sharp arc of swordlight. In an instant, the Hector soldier's head was severed from his neck. It's a success! This made Chris extremely excited. It's exactly as the commander said. Hector's soldiers cannot detect us. It turns out this is a visual trap. Yes, the effectiveness has been proven. Chris immediately gave a signal for the others to charge and attack together. Hector's enemies didn't know when they had fallen into an ambush. They panicked. Where did these people come from? Quickly, group up, counterattack, counterattack! After just one battle, Chris had transformed into a completely different person. He had trained incredibly hard just to become stronger, because even a moment of negligence meant he wouldn't be able to fully absorb all of Roman's teachings. Even when on the verge of collapsing, he persisted relentlessly. As a result, Chris was able to masterfully apply the swordsmanship of one of the 10 martial arts masters, lightning strike, coordinating it perfectly. With superior technique, the squad led by Chris took only a moment to crush Hector's soldiers. We followed the commander's orders and eliminated all enemies before Hector's reinforcements arrived. Retreat! Retreat immediately! Retreat immediately! He ordered the entire team without hesitation. We need to move to the next location. At the same time, another battle was unfolding in a different land. Deep in the forest, a loud shout rang out. Enemy here! Block him! This area was under Kevin's charge. Kevin's friends said he was a monster who grew extraordinarily and rapidly. At this moment, Kevin was facing a crowd of enemies alone, using his own presence to suppress the opponents. I watched how Sir Roman dealt with enemies alone. I will do exactly what he did, because his path is absolutely correct. Kevin flashed a crazed smile. This appearance alone terrified some enemies out of their wits. Meanwhile, on 2 other battlefields, Baki and Mukan had also completed their missions. They split into 4 groups to conduct raids and attacks simultaneously. This plan was a success. The Hector soldiers who escaped the slaughter were terrified, asserting that the Cairo side must have mages. Even in lit areas, Cairo soldiers appear and disappear to attack our troops. The deputy commander of the Hector Legion said, "It seems we've fallen into the enemy's trap." Edwin frowned slightly. "Jackson, I'm certain there's no magic that can teleport so many people. If magic scrolls were used, it would be possible, but high-level magic scrolls are strictly controlled by the magic tower. The southern line couldn't have those. If so, the only possibility is they have a mage. But a high-level mage wouldn't be on the southern line. They'd be on the western line. Edwin was completely unable to deduce the situation. There were too many variables. It's ridiculous. Yes, it's too absurd. Both were at a stalemate. Mages are even rarer than aura swordsmen because they mostly belong to the Magic Tower, an independent organization. The Magic Tower operates across all 6 continents, hoping to recruit everyone with a talent for mana. Since the Magic Tower owns the Treasury of Knowledge, mages have no choice but to join. Therefore, from then on, each kingdom has only a very small number of free mages.
This isn't magic. If I go personally, I'll be able to find out what kind of trickery this is. But while the soldiers are fighting desperately with the army, Cairo, now is not the time. I need to wait for the right opportunity. I must wait until Roman Dmitri falls into my trap. The scene shifts to Roman's current location. Just as Roman drove his sword through the body of a Hector captain, the opponent did not struggle. On the contrary, he gripped Roman's hand tightly. Finally, I caught you. The man activated something that emitted a blue light. An ambush? No, it was fluorescent magic. This thing makes any object it attaches to visible in the dark. Roman Dmitri is here! He's over there! Surround him! Knowing he was exposed, Roman immediately accelerated to leave. When that object exploded, it shot beams of light in all directions. These beams covered Roman's entire body. Roman's position would be exposed like a firefly. Hector used communication stones to report Roman's appearance. Roman Dmitri is moving north. He ran to the opposite side. Squad 2, that cowardly mouse is heading toward you. News had just arrived that Roman appeared at that spot, swinging his sword to strike a man down. Seeing this, the others lunged at Roman frantically. Kill him! Avenge our comrades! Heavenly demon sword art. Second form, purple light. The blade in Roman's hand burst with a flash of light. A single move tore the second encirclement squad to pieces. However, after a long period of fighting, even Roman felt he had reached his limit of endurance. A Hector captain, still barely breathing, taunted in a weak voice. You think you can leave here alive? Thousands of soldiers are surrounding this place. No matter how strong you are, you will die at our hands. You think I didn't know this was a trap? Roman smiled craftily. The opponent was provoked by Roman's attitude and spat out a mouthful of blood. What? Roman spoke with a voice full of confidence and amusement. Countless soldiers are in chaos just to chase me. Everyone is desperately lunging at me, hoping to stop me for even a minute or 30 seconds. Don't you find it interesting? You are becoming more negligent than ever. As long as you want to play, I can always continue. After all, dawn is far off. At that moment, a figure approached Roman. He initiated the conversation. It's over. Roman observed cautiously, the aura surrounding the opponent and the face full of scars. He was certainly the guardian captain. This energy must be 4-star. It seems Hector hid his information. The two didn't say much and lunged at each other for a decisive battle. Two opposing energy flows rubbed together, making a sizzling sound. Jackson roared, I finally caught you, Roman Dmitri! Jackson was only a 4-star swordsman, not even ranked among the top 5 elites of the Hector Empire. People only knew him as the commander of the Guardian Legion, but precisely because his reputation was not prominent, no one knew how terrifying his strength actually was. And now, the hidden one of the Hector Kingdom was facing the awakened hidden dragon of the Dmitri family. After clashing, Jackson was astonished. My strike didn't push him back. We underestimated Roman Dmitri too much. The information saying he was only a 3-star swordsman was a lie. Sending them to destroy a 4-star swordsman, a mobile disaster. Now I understand why the soldiers became so useless. The reason is simple, he's too strong. Roman used both hands to swing his sword, attacking Jackson. Jackson seemed to be at a disadvantage. He realized he was being pushed back. Fine. I admit you are very strong, but no matter how strong you are, you won't escape. He dodged an attack and jumped back to increase the distance. Then he immediately took out a whistle he had prepared in his chest. He blew hard. The whistle echoed throughout the forest. Hector's soldiers rushed in from all directions, fast and numerous. Encircle Roman Dmitri on this side. Support Commander Jackson. In an instant, Roman had fallen into a 4-sided pincer movement. Surrender, Roman Dmitri! Surrender!
Ha ha, how interesting. It seems you still haven't realized your situation. You've mistaken a few things. First, how can these mere scraps resist my intent? As soon as the words were spoken, Roman used his inner energy to shake off all the glowing objects attached to him. Jackson was startled, sensing an indescribable danger. They had set a trap to deal with Roman, but looking at the situation, it seemed the opponent had entered it voluntarily. There was definitely something suspicious. Roman continued to declare loudly, "Second, I am completely confident that I can escape any encirclement. Even if you block me from all 8 directions, this small number of people is not enough to defeat me." Before Jackson could react, Roman's voice circled behind him. Roman didn't attack him directly, but said coldly, "However, Jackson, having someone like you, the captain of the Guardian Legion and one of the strongest in the Hector Kingdom, come here personally. Doesn't that prove that Edwin Hector currently has no one protecting him?" The opponent understood the implication in Roman's words. When he turned his head, Roman had already vanished into the night mist. "Damn it! Pursue him immediately! Prince Edwin is in danger!" Roman was now far away. Roman believed that in a situation where the forces were uneven, the only way to end the conflict was to take the head of the enemy general. If he followed the mana flow of the voice transmission Edwin Hector was using, he could find his current location at the foot of the main peak. The Hector patrol soldiers suddenly heard a rustling sound. A dark figure abruptly lunged from the bushes, leaving them no time to react. "Roman Dmitri!" Both were swiftly dealt with by Roman. With a single sword strike, Roman turned toward the target. Edwin Hector seemed to be waiting for Roman. Edwin smirked, his hands activating a magic circle. Roman suddenly realized the opponent had changed how they used mana. He was a mage. A fire attribute magic circle appeared in front of Edwin, and explosions erupted, engulfing Roman. Roman turned, using his cloak to protect himself as his body retreated slightly. Seeing this, Edwin roared, "Don't even think about escaping!" His eyes glowed as he chanted in an ancient language, "Memories of Earth." Immediately, something tried to crawl up. Wood attribute magic sprouted from the ground, trying to entangle Roman. Roman swung his sword, cutting them all down, and sneered, "You expect this cheap magic to stop me?" At that moment, another figure appeared. Golden aura aimed at Roman's head, accompanied by a voice like thunder. "You dare attack Prince Edwin? You arrogant fool who doesn't know his place!" That person's strike sent Roman flying. Roman frowned, silently assessing the new enemy. This man possesses such powerful aura. He's no ordinary person. Who is he? The second-ranked expert of the Hector Kingdom? The captain of discipline of the Royal Knights, the 5-star swordsman Butler. He removed his hood, making a grand show of power. "Roman Dmitri, even if you want to hide, you can't." Roman narrowed his eyes, observing front and back, thinking, "You must have laid out every strategy to bring me down, haven't you, Edwin Hector?" Edwin entered a state of extreme caution and seriousness. "Roman Dmitri, no matter what tricks you play, you cannot survive against a 5-star swordsman and a 4th circle mage. This time I will personally send you on your way." He activated Wind Blade magic, attacking Roman fiercely. Butler seized the opportunity, simultaneously bursting with aura to deliver a strike. "Go to hell!" Roman immediately fell into a passive position. 2 powerful attacks hemmed Roman in, making it impossible to dodge. Roman channeled his inner energy into his sword, his eyes flashing purple as he countered both enemy attacks in one breath. Butler's blade immediately countered again. Roman barely had time to use the back of his blade to block. A large explosion occurred upon impact. Roman dropped to one knee, panting. "Even though I anticipated a trap, I didn't expect Edwin Hector to be a mage. Moreover, he brought an entire legion led by a 5-star swordsman disguised as a commoner." Roman smirked and laughed heartily. "Truly interesting. Only when standing on the brink of death do I truly feel alive." Butler, who had just faced Roman head-on, felt a terrifying pressure in his heart. He didn't expect Roman to reach a level where he could simultaneously resist attacks from both himself and Prince Edwin. Furthermore, the boy was only in his early 20s. "Where did this monster come from? Luckily, he's not at my level yet, otherwise—"
Edwin saw the battle momentum slowing and shouted, "Butler, what are you doing? He's exhausted! Attack now!" Just a few seconds of distraction were enough for Roman to seize the opportunity. Like a phantom, Roman appeared in front of Edwin. "Heavenly Demon Sword Art, third form!" Butler sensed the extreme killing intent radiating from his opponent and rushed to protect the prince. "Stop!" Before Roman could finish the move, Butler managed to shield Edwin. The sword strike made the surrounding space intensely bright. When vision returned, the terrain in front of the strike had been leveled. Only where Butler stood remained intact. He hurriedly turned to check on the prince. "Your Highness, are you all right?" I'm fine." Edwin felt his throat tighten. Witnessing the power of that last move made him stutter. Roman spat out a mouthful of blood, calculating his next move. He even blocked that? As expected of a 5-star swordsman. He's on a different level. Using the heavenly demon sword art twice has left my stamina unable to hold up. This is bad. I must get out of here. Roman suddenly spoke, startling his opponents. "Remember this, Edwin Hector. We will meet again. Do not imagine you can survive what you have done today." After speaking, Roman blended into the night and left the scene. The two could find no further trace of Roman. Because of one person's error, the Hector army suffered a great humiliation, nearly losing their commander. This truth was so cruel that they couldn't accept it even though it happened before their eyes. Edwin clenched his fists, his whole body trembling. "It's all my fault. I was too arrogant, thinking I could easily deal with Roman Dmitri. The decisions made by others in a battle are when one side must suffer the worst consequences they couldn't foresee. This was a crushing defeat for the Hector army. No, a crushing defeat for myself." Edwin didn't stop blaming himself. As soon as morning broke, the Hector Legion received orders. "Let us bury our warriors together. May their souls find eternal rest." They gathered the bodies and lit the funeral pyre. This was a common burial method during wartime. Edwin bowed his head in apology. "It's all because of my hasty decision." The survivors protested in unison.
"How can you say that? How could this be your fault?"
Jackson agreed, saying, "He's right. We do not believe this is the prince's fault. It's simply that our enemy was too strong." These words made Edwin's heart even heavier. "Please, Prince, lift your head because we still believe in you." Edwin was deeply moved. Edwin looked at the survivors following him. Their faces were resolute, with no sign of disappointment or blame in their eyes. The heavy feeling in his heart vanished.
"No, that's right.
Jackson is exactly right. Fine. But from now on, if anyone feels my decision will lead to the defeat of the entire army, you must stop me immediately. No need for formalities, understood?" "Understood," the entire army replied in unison, their morale instantly restored. Edwin once again took command. "From now on, before the Cairo army arrives, we must quickly stabilize the frontline camps. 10 days remain. After everything is settled, we will station ourselves in the outskirts and prepare to defend to the death." Butler, standing nearby, couldn't help but ask, "Prince, how do you plan to deal with Roman Dmitri?" Edwin replied with absolute determination, "He is indeed a strong enemy, but if we engage in the mountains, where we have a much greater terrain advantage than on the plains, the situation will be completely different. I will utilize this advantage. I can lose, but the Hector army cannot." Jackson continued to ask, "If we strengthen our defenses, can we face Cairo?" "We must not only take back everything we lost from the Cairo army, but also demand it back from the Kronos Empire." The brilliant strategist Edwin had regained his spirit after defeat. The scene shifts to the Cairo royal castle. Count Azel, in charge of the national treasury, strongly opposed the gold they had to pay Hector. Previously, due to Kronos' provocations, we invested heavily in the eastern border. With the current budget, we cannot meet all the conditions the Hector army has set. If we meet all their demands, our remaining budget will be depleted. King Daniel suggested, "Then how about increasing taxes?" "Your Majesty, we just increased taxes 6 months ago. If we raise them again now, the people will revolt." The king frowned. The financial power in his hands was indeed not enough to solve this personally. Now the only way was to use the money of the Cairo nobility,
but doing so would give them a chance to look down on the royal majesty. But I have no other choice. Daniel sighed helplessly.
Immediately inform the nobles in court. I want to summon a meeting to... Before he could finish, a messenger burst in from the door. Your Majesty! News from the southern border! We have repelled the enemy! What?
Daniel couldn't believe his ears and asked again. When the four-party meeting was convened, the information that had just arrived shocked everyone. Gregory exclaimed in surprise. Is it true? Hector has 10,000 troops. How could they be repelled with such small force? Denver, though having anticipated it, still played along outwardly with a few words. If this news is true, then a burden has been lifted from our shoulders. In his heart, he thought he had still underestimated Roman. Did he really achieve victory against such a great obstacle? I will contact the South immediately. A round, fat face with pink hair quickly appeared. The king asked directly, Who are you? Which unit are you from? I am the second son of the Albeck family. My full name is Henry Albeck. People whispered, Which family is Albeck? Marquis Benedict suddenly remembered, the Albeck family once produced many prominent figures and used to be a great family in the court. Henry hurriedly added, Yes, that's right. The Marquis frowned and continued to ask, But even so, why are you the one answering on behalf of Roman? Henry quickly explained, I have joined Lord Roman's army. Lord Roman should have been the one to answer, but he said he wanted some peace and quiet. Since I am the only noble here, I took the liberty to speak on his behalf. I was personally trained by Lord Roman and assigned to deploy defenses at the 5th defense line. I went there and... He went on and on, boasting and bragging. Marquis Benedict lost patience and interrupted. Wait, are you going to tell us the whole story from start to finish? Get straight to the point. Understood? Henry sheepishly replied, I understand. He knew in his heart that he had placed all his bets on Roman. He was sure that once Roman Dmitri brought victory to the Cairo kingdom, his name would resound across the continent. He had to seize the opportunity to befriend him before others recognized his true value. Henry reported seriously, This victory is entirely thanks to Lord Roman. He anticipated that the army of Hector would attack the southern camp and that their real target was the teleportation gate. Therefore, he immediately went up the mountain to build a secret camp. If the southern commander had listened to Lord Roman from the beginning, the border wouldn't have fallen so quickly. Just like that, Henry Albeck dragged those fools down to the bottom. At the same time, he praised Roman to the skies. Henry was certain that Roman's subordinates nearby could hear him. To be even safer, he shouted as if he feared the people around him were deaf. We stood shoulder to shoulder. Lord Roman led us to the light of glory when the army had only 200 men, far fewer than the enemy. He stood at the front line and won a glorious victory. Therefore, I and the warriors here are currently still ready to face the Hector kingdom. After hearing the whole story, King Daniel and the other three all had the same thought. We were too weak. Even in such an unfavorable situation, Roman Dmitri still stood firm in defense. While we, the leaders of the Cairo kingdom, only thought about surrendering. Marquis Benedict also agreed, Your Majesty is right. Even when the Hector army captured the teleportation gate, we all thought we had lost. However, the Cairo army has proven to us that they are not weak. Cairo's hero, Roman Dmitri, is currently at the southern border. What we need to do now is utilize the advantage Roman just brought to counterattack. Gregory hurriedly said a few words and even pounded the table. Quickly send more troops to the southern border. We must teach those Hectors a lesson for daring to violate our territory. King Daniel, much more confident, ordered, We will not negotiate with Hector anymore. From now on, our mission is to reclaim the pride of the Cairo kingdom. Immediately summon the vassals. Tell them the situation at the southern border. The nobles in court had once expressed deep concern for the safety of the southern border. But after the meeting, their concern shifted to Roman Dmitri. At that moment, they decided that they must bring Roman Dmitri to their side at all costs. As for Henry, he was secretly rejoicing. I'm sure after this discussion, once the war ends, Roman will be promoted to the court. If I take this chance to become Roman's confidant, my life will soar like a kite in the wind. Carrying some premium beef jerky, He quietly approached Roman's tent. "Chris, you're hungry, right? Eat this." "No need." Henry was flatly rejected. The fat man hurriedly chased after him, pleading, "Oh, come on, eat it, it's very delicious." Seeing he couldn't escape him, Chris spoke directly. "Do you think I don't know your intentions? If you really want to be recognized, stop being fake in front of us. Go to the battlefield and become someone we can trust." Trust. For a moment, Henry's large eyes flashed with a glimmer of desire. But immediately after, when he saw Kevin, he changed targets. He pulled Kevin over. "Beef jerky is very delicious." The Royal Army dispatched to the southern defense line received orders to support Roman and stall for time until Cairo's main force arrived. At the wall of the third defense line, the commander-in-chief here, Baron Vasily, asked his subordinates, "Tell me, being able to defeat the Hector army with only 200 men, is it because they are too weak?" The subordinate thought so too. "I also heard rumors that Hector is facing a severe famine. It seems their army is nothing to be afraid of." Vasily heard the answer he liked, thinking, "I've been guarding this god-forsaken place for 3 years. This is a God-given opportunity to help me. Stall for time for Roman? If that guy can do it, I can do it too. In what way am I inferior to him?" And so, after a moment of self-praise, he ordered, "All troops assemble. I will conduct guerrilla warfare to teach the Hector kingdom a lesson they'll never forget." Hector had dispersed their forces to conduct individual attacks to quickly regain control of Cairo's defense lines. Among these defense lines, the army attacking the third line had about 3,000 soldiers. Driven by Baron Vasily's mad ambition to gain merit, his soldiers deployed guerrilla warfare intending to attack the Hector army, but he was blocked because the Hector army was not as weak as he thought. "Damn it!" Vasily cursed the situation he was facing. After a period of being passive, the Hector army had risen and taken control of the situation. Meanwhile, Baron Vasily's army, which usually only stayed within the walls living an easy life, could not resist the Hector army. The Cairo army realized that Hector was perfectly capable of winning this war. They were only at a disadvantage when Roman Dmitri was present. "Damn it, but it's the truth." Those were Vasily's last words. The Hector army executed him on the spot. The news of defeat quickly traveled back to the capital, Cairo. "Your Majesty, Baron Vasily, the commander of the third defense line, has fallen in battle with the enemy." Another messenger ran in panic. "The third and fourth defense lines are both being attacked by the enemy. The second defense line is in a critical state and needs to report." The communication device had just lit up when a soldier covered in blood appeared with a terrified look. He pleaded, "The situation is very dangerous. In this state, the second defense line cannot hold out for 10 days. Please, Your Majesty, send reinforcements." Daniel immediately asked anxiously, "You mean all our defense lines could be broken in the next few days?" Now the king finally woke up. It wasn't because the Cairo side was strong, nor because the Hector side was weak. The overwhelming victory before was thanks to the existence of Roman Dmitri. Our team had underestimated the enemy too much. "Roman Dmitri, where are you?" At this moment, Roman was hiding and cultivating in an anonymous stone cave. In this continent, there are still many things I don't know. Magic. If in the martial world people absorb the energy of nature like trees using roots to absorb nutrients to grow, thereby strengthening their own internal power, in this world there is a difference. Magic. If Edwin Hector had been a mage with stronger magic then, I'm afraid it would have been hard for me to escape. My current power compared to when I was the heavenly demon is far too inferior. If I make another hasty decision, I might immediately fall into a disastrous situation. Edwin Hector. He anticipated that I wanted to assassinate him and set a cunning trap to lure me in. This is harder to deal with than I thought. I need to think of a strategy for the future. In that battle, I had absolutely no chance to touch Edwin. Every time I felt he was right before my eyes, just a little bit more and Edwin would fall under my sword. But I was wrong. Butler. He could block the heavenly demon sword art. I still cannot win against the combination of a mage and a 5-star swordsman. However, I always look forward to a battle. Only by putting everything on the line and placing oneself in peril can the most breathtaking victory be won. This is a brand new challenge facing the toughest opponent yet.
Because I am not someone who can live a peaceful life content with the present, even if it costs me my head. As long as I haven't fallen, I will not stop moving forward and overcoming everything. As long as I haven't fallen under the enemy's blade, I will always do so. Butler, the 5-star swordsman, I can defeat him in a one-on-one duel. I am ready. Outside the cave, Henry looked very worried and called out loudly, "Did Lord Roman say when he'd come out?"
I don't know what he's doing in there, but the royal family is urgently trying to contact him. Let me go in to see him,
Chris said sternly. From now until he comes out on his own, no one is to see him. Henry had no choice but to turn back and look at the cave entrance, wondering,
what on earth is he doing in there? What the hell happened?
Wait. Henry froze as a figure stepped out from inside. Roman was covered in blood and his face was caked with dirt, making the fat man blurt out, "Why does he look so miserable?" They walked together into the main tent. Chris reported, "Just as you predicted, the 3rd and 4th defense lines fell within days. The 2nd defense line also fell yesterday. After seizing all military supplies at those lines, the Hector army gathered at the rear base behind them. As I see it, that rear base is where they plan to defend to the end." Henry chimed in, "The Cairo royal family is in a total panic right now. They're hoping to reconnect with you. Your army has achieved such great merit. Perhaps from now on you should just handle everything yourself." Roman said coldly, "Connect the communication with the royal family for me." The call was quickly connected. Upon seeing the king, Roman politely introduced himself. "I am Roman Dmitri of the Southern Defense Line." King Daniel frowned slightly and questioned him unhappily. "I heard all 4 southern defense lines were broken by the Hector army. What were you doing then?" Roman immediately replied, "This past week I have been preparing and thinking about my own strategy." Hearing this, the king's tone softened. "Your own strategy? I don't want to blame you for the failure of the southern defense line, but within a week, all 4 lines fell into enemy hands. Didn't you help them at all?" Facing the pointed questions, Roman's attitude remained unchanged. "To be honest, it was thanks to luck that I escaped the life-and-death battle with Hector. The royal army underestimated the enemy too much. In that situation, I couldn't help them. As for Hector, they've bet everything on this war." "I also fought Butler, the 2nd strongest swordsman of the Hector kingdom, in the recent battle. I can also inform your majesty that the commander-in-chief, Edwin Hector, is a very powerful mage." The king looked startled. "You say Butler? That 5-star swordsman? And Edwin Hector is a mage?" Roman didn't answer but continued. "As everyone surely knows, a mage on the battlefield possesses extraordinary power that can turn the tide. I believe we should only engage their army after Cairo's main force is deployed to the southern defense line." Marcus thought to himself, "Roman is right. With the current defensive forces in the south, it seems very difficult to resist the Hector army." Denver frowned. He hadn't expected Butler to join the fight. It seemed the Hector kingdom had staked everything on this war. This time, the 3 factions were actually quite united. "Your Majesty, I believe this is enough. We no longer need to interrogate our hero." "I agree." Daniel held his head and sighed softly. "I won't ask any more, Roman. We have deployed the main force to the south. The Hector side seems to have retreated behind the defense lines to set up a base and prepare for a final stand. I hope you will join our main force and support them in attacking the Hector army." After hearing this, Roman calculated in his head. Hector won't give up. If they did, their efforts to negotiate favorable terms with the Cairo royal family would be in vain. "What's the worst situation our army could face?" Roman then flatly refused the king's request. "I apologize, but time is currently very disadvantageous for us." Daniel looked displeased. He frowned and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Roman explained, "After the Cairo main force reaches the southern defense line, we have 3 days at most. From now until then, if we cannot attack and defeat the Hector army's rear base, they will certainly draw in more allies, such as the Kronos Empire, to join this war." Daniel was horrified. "In this situation, how should we handle it?" Roman smiled, perhaps waiting for this reaction before saying, "The only way for us to escape this predicament is to launch a direct frontal assault on their army. We must defeat the Hector army within those 3 days. A general offensive, that was the plan Roman proposed. At the same time, another negotiation was taking place. Count Hades of the Kronos Empire smirked. Passing through Cairo's southern gate? An attractive offer. However, it's very difficult to accept Hector's proposal right now. Holding the southern border is good, of course, but wouldn't we then face Cairo's wrath? If you can hold the rear base for 1 month, I will accept Hector's offer. Edwin was stunned upon hearing this. He truly hadn't expected the other party to take advantage of the situation like this. Hades, with an air of certainty, asked again, "Well?" Edwin's face showed clear indignation. He was truly frustrated, but they had no other choice. "I accept." After successfully negotiating the conditions, he turned to Jackson and said, "Quickly contact the Hector family. We must preserve our forces and supplies while the teleportation gate is maintained." "Yes, sir." Hector's teleportation gate connection time was at least 3 days. If we can hold out, we will surely survive. I will definitely bring hope back to Hector. Edwin was determined. Outside the city, Cairo's main force had arrived. The commander-in-chief of this conquest, Baron Patios of the noble faction, gave a cold snort. "You dare plant a flag on Cairo's territory?" A bloodthirsty army. They chose to camp in a nearby forest. This time there wasn't just one commander, but 3. The second person acting as co-commander was Baron Theo, belonging to the Kronos faction, and Baron Ibrahim, belonging to the Valhalla faction. The 3 formed a tripod of mutual restraint. They looked at each other with searching eyes. They hadn't expected these prominent court figures to join a war with no real outcome. Is recruiting Roman Dmitri really that necessary? Outside the tent, a guard announced Roman's arrival. Patios stepped forward to welcome him. "Please come in. It's a great honor to meet the hero of Cairo. You look even more handsome than the rumors." Before coming here, Patios had been carefully instructed by Marquis Marcus Benedict. "The state of the southern border doesn't concern me first. First of all, we must recruit Roman Dmitri. If our side loses to Hector, all responsibility falls on the royal family. But if other nobles recruit Roman, the balance of power will shift. Roman Dmitri, the eldest son of the Dmitri family, is highly influential in the northeast. Besides the fact that his family is commoner-born, he's only in his early 20s. If I can recruit him, the Marquis will surely promote me." Thus, he welcomed Roman with extreme enthusiasm, personally leading the way and inviting him to sit. Roman politely thanked him. The man introduced himself. "I am Patios, subordinate of Marquis Marcus Benedict. I heard the Marquis personally contacted Lord Roman at the southern camp. He is truly very concerned about you. He told me to convey that he is very sorry that things turned out this way." Roman said, "It's fine. No one could have foreseen this." "Ha, is that so?" Patios asked with a smile. "Do you have time now? I've prepared a special gift." Theo, nearby, saw the two laughing and talking and gave a cold huff. He cut in, "Count Gregory is also very eager to speak with Lord Roman. The Count says he currently has a lot of useful information." Ibrahim could no longer stay silent. He hurriedly joined in. "Count Denver even sent family members as reinforcements, hoping they can help you." Theo was contemptuous. "Why, our family?" Seeing them bickering, Roman felt a surge of annoyance. Roman glared at the 3 and asked, "What on earth are you all doing?" "What do you mean by that, Lord?" they asked cautiously. Roman spoke bluntly. "I obviously know why you've come looking for me. But while the enemy's flag is still flying arrogantly over our territory, I don't believe now is the appropriate time to discuss post-war rewards. After destroying Hector, I will challenge the top experts and become Cairo's #1 swordsman. At that time, I will have proved myself, and my sword will serve only one person. So, why don't we focus on the immediate problem first?" These words left the representatives of the factions unable to argue or disagree. Roman's second assertion diffused the tension, and the new strategic meeting officially began. This was a war where all parties had to bet their lives. Everyone had their own proposals, but none could offer a solution. Currently, Hector is using the teleportation gate's connection. They have at least 3 days. They also need some time to prepare for a counterattack against us, but even so, Hector's strength is only about 10,000. Now that our forces are all here, Wouldn't a direct attack give us a better chance of winning? Roman explained Patios's concern. Roman said that if the three of them supported him plus the numerical advantage, they would certainly hold the upper hand. But once Edwin Hector's side has a mage, we cannot say we are completely dominant. That being said, it's not like there isn't a way. Having said this, Roman once again flashed an incredibly confident smile. The Hector forces were defending the fortress. When they spotted the enemy's approach, chaos erupted. "Enemy approaching! Everyone to your positions!" The Cairo Kingdom's army drew up in a formal formation, surrounding the main gate from a distance. They halted just outside the range of the enemy archers. Waiting from the Cairo side, a single figure stepped out alone. The Hector soldiers pricked up their ears to listen. "Listen, I am Roman Dimitri, the representative knight of the Cairo Kingdom. I propose a duel to the death with Butler of the Hector Kingdom." Edwin was completely blindsided by this situation. He grew anxious. "Roman Dimitri, what kind of devilry are you playing at?" Roman remained below, loudly issuing the challenge. "I do not want anyone to sacrifice themselves in vain. I am sure you feel the same. If you defeat me, Cairo will accept all of Hector's conditions. Conversely, if I win, all of you must immediately leave Cairo." Edwin was completely baffled. With Dimitri's current ability, it was impossible to defeat Butler, yet he still wanted a duel. Could this be a trap? Roman pointed his sword toward the ramparts and continued to shout, "If you do not accept my conditions, I will destroy this camp even if it costs me my life. I give you 10 minutes to think. I hope you make a wise decision." Edwin's face turned pale. There were problems no matter which path he chose. Butler resolutely stepped forward. "I will go out to fight." "I won't allow it." Edwin immediately refused. He pleaded earnestly, "Prince, please trust me one more time. I will take Roman Dimitri's head and find a way for the Hector Kingdom to survive." "It's not that I don't trust you, but we just lost 700 soldiers right after his last attack," Edwin shouted angrily. The smell of the cremated remains of those soldiers seemed to still hang thick in the air. "I naturally trust you, but Roman Dimitri surely has some scheme." Butler confidently asserted, "I can definitely crush any of his schemes. I have served you my whole life. Surely your Highness doesn't think I would be afraid to answer a challenge because of a trap?" Edwin knew this battle was unavoidable. He bowed his head and said in a low voice, "Please promise me one thing. I don't want to lose you, so once you feel anything suspicious, retreat immediately." Hearing this, Butler was a bit surprised, but quickly agreed. "I understand. I will certainly return." Butler picked up his great sword and turned to walk out of the city gate alone into a fighting stance. He raised his voice. "To live to this age, I've met many madmen, but someone like you is a first. I don't know what you're plotting, but I will give it my all." Roman stepped before his opponent and spoke with respect. "When my sword struck you on the mountain, I truly wanted to test our skills against each other. There are no traps here. I want to use my true strength to fight you, so please give it your all. If you can kill me, you will have whatever you desire." "Madman!" Butler laughed with excitement. The moment those words were finished, they lunged at each other. Their two precious blades collided violently, letting out a piercing metallic sound. The 5-star rank. When a person reaches this realm, they are considered an extremely powerful individual on the continent, capable of turning the tide of battle. The general released his exploding aura flow because the fate of the Hector Kingdom was hanging by a thread from the start. He had no intention of prolonging this battle. "I will end everything immediately." Butler concentrated all his power into one strike. Roman could feel a massive pressure weighing down on his shoulders. Roman gritted his teeth and held firm. The ground where the two fought cracked and sank under the pressure. Whether it was the Hector side or the Cairo army, they all wore the same shocked expressions. No one expected this confrontation to reach such a level. Butler pointed the tip of his greatsword forward. His whole body lunged like a sharp spear, but in a brief moment his footwork became unpredictable. Roman was startled to find he had lost track of his opponent. When Butler reappeared, he was behind Roman, his sword raised high above his head. A powerful slash struck down hard. Roman firmly took a horse stance with both hands to block the blow. The blade slid along the length of his sword and struck the ground. The dazzling golden light of the aftershock extended for tens of meters, destroying a long strip of land. Baron Patios's face turned deathly pale.
Damn it! Damn it!
Patios regretted it now. He had agreed to this battle even though he hadn't wanted to, just to please Lord Roman and gain favor. But if Roman was defeated now, all his efforts to recruit him would go down the drain. Baron Theo, standing behind Patios, also thought to himself, Could it be he's going to lose like this? The two sides fought fiercely without stopping, their blades continuously clashing and rebounding. Roman gritted his teeth. At this moment, the opponent was indeed much stronger than him. A single slip-up could mean dying on the spot. On the fortress walls, Hector's soldiers clenched their trembling fists. They raised their heads and shouted in encouragement for the general. "General, please avenge our fallen comrades! Lord General!" The two opposing auras showed no signs of victory or defeat yet. Butler could feel his opponent improving every second. With every attack he made, the opponent gradually caught up to his speed. Roman was not only blocking those attacks, but was even starting to see through his sword paths. Don't tell me he's actually just testing me. As for Roman, he was internally ecstatic. Finally, I can clearly see where my own strength lies in this new world. Even if I can kill a 4-star rank like Homeros in an instant, I cannot win against a 5-star swordsman. Only by fighting a powerhouse of the general's level can I truly understand my own power. The purple aura surrounding Roman's sword suddenly exploded violently. Roman lunged forward, launching a powerful counterattack. I will break that limit right here to step into a higher realm. Seeing this, the opponent turned pale and roared, "You shameless bastard!" The two sides collided violently again. The aura Butler radiated was much more brilliant than Roman's. Roman's purple aura seemed only enough to barely cover the blade, yet he did not fall into a disadvantage. Aura eruption. The weakness of releasing energy arbitrarily is very clear. Aura Knights do not focus on controlling the flow of aura, but let it spray out like an explosion. This means not every part of the sword is strengthened equally. If a sword contains 120% aura, the back of the blade might only exhibit 80% strength. Roman had seen through the flow of aura and attacked the opponent's weakness precisely. For the first time in a confrontation with a 5-star warrior, Roman gained the upper hand. Sword after sword, Butler was repeatedly pushed back. It was at this moment that Roman realized he had achieved his goal. It's time! Heavenly Demon Sword Art, third form! A sword light like a flood surged forward. Butler stood right there, unable to react. He blinked as he watched the opponent's attack arrive before his face. At that moment, the Hector Legion seemed turned to stone. They stood there, their souls scattered. Even the 5-star knight was pushed back. Everyone on both sides fell into a state of not just unbelievable surprise, but deep shock. How can this be? Isn't Roman Dmitri only at the 3-star rank? How can he fight on equal terms with the 5-star rank Lord General? Edwin was the most tense. His expression was grim. Roman. Did he really just want to fight a match to test his strength without using any schemes? If the Lord General loses to Roman Dmitri, it will be the worst situation. We will not only lose the core of our fighting force, but also have to retreat to the edge of the camp. Now I can only trust the Lord General. That's right. He still hasn't used his full strength. Butler still gripped the hilt of his sword. He felt his palms gradually going numb. At this moment, he had to admit his opponent was indeed crazed to the extreme. I thought he had prepared some scheme in the battle as an excuse, but he really wants to defeat me right here. The plan we thought was perfect is starting to collapse precisely because someone as insane as him exists in the enemy's faction. If Roman Dmitri is allowed to leave here unharmed now, sooner or later the Hector Kingdom will face a monster they cannot handle alone. Therefore, I must personally end this monster right here, right now. He stood up, his eyes shining brightly, his whole body glowing with brilliant golden light, his consciousness aggressive and overbearing. Roman Dmitri, I will use everything I have to fight you. With fierce determination, Butler raised his sword again. His energy converged in the air, forming a dazzling sphere of light. Until now, only 2 people have ever blocked this move of the Lord General. One of them later became the kingdom's strongest swordsman. The other climbed the rankings of the continent's strongest powerhouses. It's over. Secret technique. Raging Sunslash. A destructive strike was unleashed. Facing this move, Roman was calmer than ever. He widened his eyes, staring straight ahead to analyze. If I only use my existing skills to block that secret technique, I will certainly die. In that case, I will focus on strengthening my defensive skills. If that is the general's strongest spear, then the sturdiest shield the heavenly demon possessed 100 years ago is the heavenly demon's sword art, Iron Shield. A dense black defensive layer quickly formed around Roman. Compared to the Raging Sunslash, it looked much smaller, but the result would only be known after the collision. The ground began to shake violently. The 2 had entered the crucial stage that would decide victory or defeat. Edwin held his breath, waiting for the result of the confrontation that would decide the success or failure of the war. Roman laughed heartily. "Old General, let's see if your spear is stronger or my shield is sturdier." The explosion created by the impact was no different from a massive bomb. As the dust cleared slightly, the figure of the winner finally emerged. Edwin stood frozen, his body and face stiff with disbelief.
How is this possible?
Roman still stood firm. He had blocked the opponent's ultimate strike. Roman smiled, the smile of a winner. Butler saw that smile and found it unbelievable. Even a 5-star swordsman shouldn't have been able to block that strike. He staggered. "My last move consumed too much mana. Damn it!" Butler was unwilling to give up. He suppressed his exhaustion and the intense pain in his dantian to continue charging. Roman also lunged forward to meet the challenge. The 2 clashed again, sparks flying everywhere. Butler was quickly pushed back by Roman, falling into a disadvantageous position and barely managing to hold on. How can this be? I, a man of 100 battles who has experienced life and death, am being pushed back by a 20-year-old boy? But I cannot give up. Even if I die. Roman suddenly grabbed his face. Then he slammed him into the ground, pinning his opponent down. Butler knew he was about to lose and formed the intention to take his enemy with him. "I must take this monster threatening the prince with me," he roared. His entire body exploded with golden light. Roman realized something was wrong. The old general intends to self-detonate his energy at close range. Roman quickly swung his sword, wanting to finish him before he could self-detonate. "The world will forever remember your resilient will." Butler sensed death approaching. Roman's gaze was cold to the extreme. In the moment of crisis, Edwin intervened. He shouted, "Stop!" while simultaneously launching the magic, archaic exploding flame. A spear of fire tore through the air, plunging down at extreme speed. Roman sensed the mana fluctuation and reacted immediately. Roman jumped back to dodge, but the opponent used that chance to successfully rescue the man. Hector's soldiers poured out from the main gate to save General Butler. "You inhuman devil! Stay away from the general!" The Hector side had broken the rules of the duel. They abandoned their honor in front of both armies to save Butler. To do that, they were forced to open the city gates. "I cannot miss this opportunity." Roman mercilessly cut down the enemies approaching him. His sharp gaze swept across the battlefield. Before coming here, the 4 commanders of the Cairo kingdom had a discussion at the strategy table. Baron Patios asked Roman, "Even if a miracle happens, what should we do next?" Roman said that after fighting the Hector troops on the mountain, he had been observing from a distance. Although they fought all night, they still carried the bodies of all their comrades down the mountain. The remnants gathered at the southern front line in an urgent situation needing retreat. They still cremated the bodies and held a memorial service before leaving. They could take the time to let the soldiers weep and remember their comrades. This shows that Edwin Hector is indeed a merciful commander. Planning to exploit this weakness, Baron Patios was extremely surprised, vaguely guessing something. Roman also stated bluntly, "Butler will make him make a wrong judgment. He is the pawn I need right now. I will thoroughly exploit his mistake. If I defeat Butler, it will be enough to carry out the first step. I won't finish Butler in one move, but I will make him unable to fight anymore. The moment Edwin Hector decides to save Butler, that is the time to execute the second step. And now everything has unfolded exactly as Roman said. Soldiers frantically lunged at Roman, completely ignoring how those in front had been brutally dismembered. "Attack! We must stall long enough to save the general." Roman showed no mercy in tearing apart his enemies. "Edwin Hector, you are indeed a good monarch, but you are truly not suited for war." Roman broke through the encirclement and began moving forward. The Hector soldiers hadn't noticed Roman's actions yet. They were busy with the rescue. "Quickly take Lord Butler away. We will stall for time." Archers on the wall were ready, but the arrows could not leave the bowstrings. "We can't shoot him. He's mixed in among the soldiers. Damn it!" Patios witnessed the scene before his eyes in disbelief, thinking, "Incredible. Everything is just as Roman said. It's like magic. Roman Dmitri is the most brilliant talent Cairo has ever had. This is why Baron Benedict wants to recruit him. I understand now why we must get him at all costs. The moment we have Roman, we won't need this kingdom's weak monarch anymore. We can sweep away the two neighboring empires like clearing weeds." He immediately ordered the soldiers under his command to launch a general offensive. "Wipe out the enemy for me!" Seeing the three large enemy armies attacking, Edwin stood stunned. "My foolish decision led to the current situation. Comradeship, I'm a fool." As a general, I should have remained calm until the last moment, but the moment Butler fell, I lost my judgment. Edwin took a deep breath, trying to suppress his emotions. Then he began to chant, "It's not over yet. We've saved Butler. Close the city gates. There is still a chance for victory." Archaic exploding flame spears shot down, beginning to cover the Hector army's retreat. The mages appeared at this time as well. They simultaneously chanted fireball spells. "Retreat quickly, your highness!" Fire attribute magic frantically ravaged the ground. Seeing this, Patios immediately commanded the army to spread out and speed up their advance. "Hurry! If we miss this chance while they have the gates open, our casualties will be even greater." Hector's knight, Laurent, angrily punched the city wall, cursing. He looked down, his heart burning with anxiety. "We must close the gates as quickly as possible. Faster! Faster!" Fortunately, the two soldiers carrying Butler had returned. "Lord Butler is here. Quickly, close the gates." However, they had overlooked one key factor. Roman lunged toward the city gates like an arrow released from a bow. It was at this moment, seeing Roman approaching the main gate at extreme speed, Laurent screamed, "Don't let him! Block him! Someone quickly stop that monster!" But it was too late. The god of death had arrived at the door. Fully armed soldiers lined up as a barrier. "Once we finish closing the gates, activate the defensive magic. We will deal with Roman Dmitri." Roman let out a great shout and unleashed a sword technique. Its destructive power was enough to blow away everyone in his path, including the massive city gates. Then Roman held his head high, stepped inside, and shouted, "The city gates have been breached! All Cairo soldiers advance!" Patios immediately deployed the troops upon seeing this. "Everyone! All of you, finish off the remnants of the Hector army!" Morale soared as the Cairo army, possessing the numerical advantage, poured in like a tide. The Hector side huddled together in desperate resistance. Chris and Roman's close soldiers also gallantly charged in. The battlefield was now filled with the smell of blood and rust. The city gates were open. From beginning to end, Roman had only one goal. Roman had to step forward. "Edwin Hector, now only you are left." Edwin was filled with self-reproach. "Where did I go wrong? All I did was attack and seize the enemy's rear base. I was once confident that my decision was not wrong. My plan was clearly perfect. Until Roman Dmitri appeared. Yes, it was all because of him." Thinking of this, Edwin felt his blood boil. The fire of rage burned within his heart. The entire policy and plan to seize the 5th defense line had completely failed. It was Roman Dmitri's masterpiece. Because of his guerrilla actions on the mountain, I lost 1,000 elite soldiers. If there are gods here, I truly want to ask, why give birth to me, the star of hope for Hector, and then why send Roman Dmitri to the kingdom of Cairo? "We finally meet again," Roman said coldly. Edwin nodded slightly. "It's not just that we finally meet again. If I die here today in the next life, I will surely haunt you to wash away this defeat, Roman Dmitri. Edwin let out a loud shout. Overlapping magic circles appeared in front of Roman. Unseal magic! Wind blades! The wind blades split into 4 streams, attacking Roman in a fan shape. Roman simply swung his sword in a wide arc, shattering the opponent's magic. Roman's gaze locked onto his prey. As Hector's soldiers rushed forward to intervene, "We must protect His Highness! Stop Roman Dmitri!" 3 aura swordsmen charged at once, but in Roman's eyes, they were nothing more than weeds. The demon's sword in Roman's hand traced a clean curve, dealing with those blocking his path in an instant. Just then, vines sprouted from the ground. Roman was imprisoned in a wooden cage created by magic. Edwin seized the opportunity to launch a fire attack. Wood meets fire and burns even brighter. The flames erupted violently, and for a moment, the temperature likely exceeded 100 degrees. A sword pierced outward from inside the wooden cage. Roman used his strength to shatter the prison and stepped out composedly. But Edwin was prepared. In Roman's hand, a lightning orb was condensing. "I knew you weren't someone easily defeated. So how about this? Taste this, multi-ray." Seeing the lightning strike the enemy's silhouette, Edwin rejoiced inwardly. "Did I defeat him? Edwin Hector." Roman's ice-cold voice softly echoed from behind, sending a chill down the prince's spine. "I admit you are quite strong, but it's time to end this." A sword thrust carrying purple energy aimed straight for Edwin's head. He had no time to react. Crimson blood sprayed out with a metallic scent, but Edwin felt no pain. Knight Loran had used his body to block the fatal strike, and the price was his life. Your Highness, run quickly!" 2 hot tears rolled down Loran's cheeks, blood continuously pouring from his mouth. Edwin couldn't hold back his tears either. Roman roared Loran's name. Seeing his comrade die for him, Edwin broke down even further. "No, no, no, no!" Edwin screamed. He growled in absolute agony. But in Roman's heart, there was no pity or empathy. Roman stepped forward coldly, prepared to strike. "Let's end this. It's pitiful, but I will soon send you to join him." However, Edwin seemed very popular with his troops. As soon as one fell for him, others immediately charged in to rescue. A team of 3 knights and several aura swordsmen rushed to block Roman Dmitri. They attacked frantically, using all their might to push Roman back. Knowing that doing so would cost them their lives, they did not hesitate. Jackson took the opportunity to hoist Edwin onto his shoulder and fled quickly. "Your Highness, wake up! Do you truly want to die here? Even if you are branded as a weak loser, please do not let those who sacrificed themselves for you die in vain. You must live," Jackson cried and shouted as he carried Edwin, leaving his comrades behind to escape. It caused him immense pain as well. "We must abandon the castle! Everyone, retreat!" Roman finished off that group and was preparing to pursue when he was met with fierce resistance from the Hector army. "Block him! We must buy time! Your Highness, you must live! Your Highness, you must live!" The moment they chose to stay behind and cover the retreat, their fate was sealed. Death. All that remained in Edwin's eyes was a crushing defeat. Roman Dmitri was slaughtering everything he could reach. "He is a demon! You've won this war already! Stop! Can you please spare the troops?" A Hector knight knelt on the ground and pleaded. Roman stood there, looking at him coldly, and said, "Did I not warn you that when we met again I would kill everyone? You were the ones who started this war, so don't cry as if you are the victim." Without another word, Roman swung his sword, cleanly decapitating him. All Hector soldiers had retreated. "This is Cairo's victory!" Cheers echoed across the battlefield. Soon the 3 commanders representing the 3 factions quickly entered the city. "Where is Roman Dmitri?" When they saw Roman sitting on a pile of enemy corpses stacked as high as a mountain, they were all deeply shaken. Roman's existence had overturned a war that was already lost, achieving an unprecedented feat. After this battle, Roman Dmitri's reputation would shine so brightly that no one in the country could compare. Roman sat there, flashing a smile that sent shivers down spines. "You've finally arrived."